personally think they should try and kill the Paladin, but right now they're Diamond Icing the Paladin. They're trying to kill the Windwalker. They have decent damage, but Diamond Ice makes your freezing trap half the duration, and with only half the duration, I don't think you're killing. And that Ring of Peace on the barrier knocks them out of its defense. It could just be the end of the... Okay, it's going to be the end of the game. Finish the sentence before it's going to be the end of the game. Beautiful setup into a leg sweep, 2 Chaos Bolts into Raikou. He's going to Temporal Shield and heal those 2 Chaos Bolts, well timed. Infernion trying to nether ward some incoming crowd control. Tiki fully blinded. Gladiator Spikes have been launched. They need Ride the Wind. They need to get Rezus to get Ride the Wind down as soon as possible. He gets cheap shot on his Ride the Wind.
Oh, no.
That was beautiful by Was, totally denying the freedom effect. And Tiki is absolutely being devastated. That cheap shot from Was.
Really curious what broke the initial polymorph on Tiki. I mean, that's the reason why we're seeing Enigma have all this pressure. They committed a lot. I mean, double shimmer. Was committed his stuns as well in order to get that crowd control. Now, big attempt on Rezus. He's in trouble. He got cheap shot on his trinket, and he's just going to be taken down. I mean, that is something to be said. Like I said, there's no free wins in this tournament. The competition has leveled up higher than really I've ever seen it before. There's just so many good rosters. Spike Trinket's coming in. Looks like they're actually going to try to go after Fashion, but Maro, cauterized procs, he's in a lot of trouble. It is going to be his ice block as well. So Maro forced very defensive during that go. Can they take down Fashion? Big damage coming in. It is the leg sweep into the Stormbolt. Beautiful setup from Wildcard Gaming. Polymorph onto Fashion, triple Spike Trinket, double stun coming in with Combustion.
This is now leading the charge, and the Warlock is the target here deep into Dampening. What does that mean? Well, Method Orange are more likely to get a kill, but at the same time, they're also more likely to die because Wealthy Man is casting that spell right there, Greater Pyro Blast, and that does 35% of your health. You get 3 of those, you win the game pretty much. So let's see if Wealthy Man can carry the team here while Chanimal's pinned down by Mez. Sidu getting swapped to. What is this damage from him? What is this damage from Wealthy Man? Absolutely annihilating Sidu now 2 games in a row.
There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, and Method Black will close out this game. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Battlemaster's gonna fall. Bomb drops. Candy shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li had the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow stone. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
We have made it all the way to the final day of Cup number 2, and we have a lot to cover today because it's not just going to be one grand final. We get to see the best teams from NA and the best teams from EU. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host, and to cover all of the action today, we have Venruki, Zico, and Supatis. Let's start talking about everything that we've already seen to get here. There's already been so many games played to get to this moment on this weekend, and we had a Cup last weekend as well. When we do look at everything that did happen, we started with the top 8 teams on Friday for our region of EU, and then yesterday we got to take a look at the things in NA. But let's just talk big picture here for a second. Everything that's gone on in NA. We got 4 teams left: Cloud9, Charlotte Phoenix, Space Station, and the Golden Guardians. Zika, what have you thought about these North American teams?
Well, it's nice to see, it's a lot of the kind of talent pool that we know exists in North America, but a lot of them are on newer rosters, like Charlotte's Phoenix, and this is the first time we get to see them kind of have a deep run. So, in my opinion, they're going to be the X factor out of those teams in NA. And then, of course, the Golden Guardians yesterday taking out Method Orange. Really didn't see that coming. They played an insane series. It was really fun to watch, and hopefully they can ride that momentum. Let's see what else they can do. And then, of course, we got the two titans there in NA, Cloud9, Space Station Gaming. They're kind of the teams to beat, especially Cloud9 so far.
Yeah, some interesting stuff, though, going down for sure. It's always fun when you get to see what a BlizzCon finals matchup happen in the lower bracket on the first day of play for that region. But let's think big picture here with these teams like we already did with EU as well. I want to take a look at the EU bracket, of course, how we are going to be kicking off the day and actually start to talk about some of the faces that make up that region and some surprises in that region as well. I mean, Vemruki, when we did talk about EU, it's been a little while since we've gotten to look at them. We started that off on Friday, but we have two teams that I think maybe we didn't expect to see make it all the way here, Ven.
Yeah, like you said, two teams we did not expect, but there are two teams we did expect. Wildcard Gaming, Method Black, I mean, no surprise, they're in the top 4. A lot of people would expect them to make it to the grand finals, but there are two Jungle Cleaves that are looking to stop them. In the upper bracket, we still have Enlight, which is, of course, Zuniaki's Jungle Cleave. These guys have been absolutely phenomenal, knocking Method Black down into the lower bracket. And then, of course, you still have Hydra's jungle as well. I mean, this team has looked absolutely stellar. I'm curious to see if Hydra is going to show, some flexibility, playing some alternate healers, and maybe that'll give them the edge they need against Method Black, because Method Black, they really struggled against that Mistweaver jungle. And I think if Hydra can play it, that Mistweaver at the same level as we see Zuniaki, then, there's potential we see Method Black, not make it any further than the top 4.
I feel like there are a few parallels with this, Supatees. When I look at NA, I think about Golden Guardians as being a team where it's do or die this weekend for a lot of reasons, because if they're able to win right now with the current state of the meta, they should be able to get that additional damage, whether it be with gushing wounds and just different things that are going on with the corruptions that might be a little bit harder to do later on. When I look at EU, I feel a similar way with some of these teams like Enlight and MyWay, when all of a sudden you're going to see Hunter squads make it to the top 4. I feel like going for a deep run here is pretty important for these teams.
I mean, it probably is just in general. Enlight already have a good position with 40 points. They're trying to get the top 8 so they can qualify to the circuit series in these cup stages by earning the points. So they're already setting themselves in a decent spot. MyWay has a lot more pressure with only having 12 points. But at the same time, the way that you're saying there's pressure, you're saying that because the Gushing Moon's damage is still high, and these teams like to play aggressive. But I don't know if it's going to actually end up working. It seems like the best mode of play is to just become even more defensive, drag the game on an extra 2 minutes. That's what Enlight's approach has been to the competition, is not get in their face and end the game even faster than they normally do. It's get 2 minutes further into the game and then try and win. And they've been doing that successfully. And if they can beat Wildcard Gaming in the upper side, I mean, they could just play the Mistweaver jungle all the time, probably.
Yeah, Sid, you're definitely not the first person who has told me that lasting longer would be better. But when we are actually looking at everything that got us here, we need to think about the standings coming into this week, because you're talking about pressure. Some of these teams are going to have a little bit less of it, as you already did allude to. When we look at the EU standings, you're going to see Enlight already having 40 of those points, but the teams that really get to relax in a lot of ways are going to be Method Black, Wildcard Gaming, right? These teams that came out, grabbed a huge amount of points, and are once again here on Championship Sunday. They're going to be able to get the king share of the points yet again. But Zika, when you do look at some of these other teams, some interesting stuff already happening when you look at the Bergen Boys and Enigma grabbing so many points coming out of week 1.
Yeah, and kind of like you alluded to, Bergen Boys didn't actually make it to the top 8 this time around, and all of a sudden, well, all of the other teams that maybe didn't have a super hot week 1, they're looking to kind of regain that momentum and take their place in those standings. And Enigma as well actually disbanded from my knowledge.
Yeah.
So those points they're just going to be sitting there, kind of in the twisting nether, doing nothing. So a little unfortunate there, but that just means more opportunity. The other teams, they have an opportunity here to catch up and try to solidify their grip in their standings, so that they can advance.
It's just so crazy to think at how far that puts ahead your two highest point earners, right? Because not only do they have the highest points, and then once again they're in a position to obtain the highest points yet again, but you have two teams behind them who've gotten 80 and 60 points that, like you said, they're in the twisting nether. They're just gone. Nobody's going to be able to get those. It's a giant cliff between these squads. Enlight is one of the teams that can potentially close that gap, though, right? They're going to be able to surpass the Burger Boys and Enigma, but how much will they be able to close the gap on Method Black and Wildcard Gaming based off of their performance today? Definitely something that is exciting to watch. But you know what else would be exciting? Seeing even more new faces. The Bergen Boys and Enigma were teams that definitely did surprise us quite a bit coming in week number 1, but there's an opening now for so many new teams to be in the forefront. So if you do want to be jumping in on the action, make sure that you are signing up for all of these online cups. You can hop on the tournament realm, have the perfect gear, and then see what you can do if you did have it. But with that, we need to start thinking about what's going to happen with our first series of the day, MyWay versus Method Black. We already have Nagrand all ready to go. We're going to jump down and kick off Championship Sunday. Who will be able to take the first game of the day, MyWay or Method Black?
Ooh, very interesting pick here from Method Black. It is going to be Swapsy on the Destruction Warlock, Waz on his Warrior, and then Chaz on that Mistweaver Monk. I think this could be a very solid answer. All three members are very durable, but we'll have to see how aggressive MyWay really can be in the matchup. Hydra's going to be positioning, on top of Chaz very early on. Warbanner dropped down by Waz, very nicely done to disrupt the crowd control. Swapsy doing a good job as well, trying to get counter pressure with his Infernals early on. Let's see how Hydra responds to this.
I mean, Method Black just totally owned MyWay. They warbannered the fear, they ate the freezing trap, they totally shut down the initial aggression. And as the Discipline Priest team, I mean, that might even just be the end of the match. Hydra now caught into a fear. Kasu very low on health, has to use his exhilaration to heal himself back up. Tony trying to lead the charge for his team with that Berserk, but the Dark Soul is way more scary from Swapsy. Tony getting swapped to. Survival Instincts has to be exchanged here. Finally, some crowd control landed onto Chaz. Swapsy stunned up, but it looks like he's running the Imp. He was able to dispel the freezing trap. He got through the 50-50 on the entangling roots. Now the Life Cocoon will stabilize Swapsy, and it's MyWay on the back foot.
I mean, it definitely is at this point, and that is not the position you want to be in as the jungle. Waz just kind of bouncing around, getting pressure on all three targets, making it difficult for Hydra to decide who he wants to heal. If Hydra pushes into the middle of the map, they're going to attack him because they do not want him to cross. They do not want him to go after Chaz like we're seeing right now. Full trap onto Chaz. It actually gets dispelled once again. Nicely done there by Swapsy. And without that crowd control, I mean, how do we think that we see MyWay really winning this game? I mean, it could come down to mana. It's relatively even at this point, but I just don't see Swapsy falling down unless there's some sort of CC on Chaz. And so far, it's just all been dispelled.
I mean, they're getting unlucky. They're using entangling roots on every freezing trap, so it's a 50% chance that the Imp will remove the trap or the root. So if they start winning the 50-50s, I do think that Swapsy is going to start taking some heat. Hydra has been pumping out a lot of damage. He's moving in with that Feather, looking for a Psychic Scream. They go for the entangling root Psychic Scream, but will it be enough? Freezing trap lands, warbannered for a moment. They get Unending Resolve. Nice pressure here from MyWay, and Hydra has excellent mana efficiency this round. I was expecting him to be a lot more lower on mana at this point into the game. If he can maintain this efficiency, they are working through the wall that is Method Black's defense.
That's really nice. I mean, like you kind of mentioned, I guess it does really come down to that 50-50 on the trap dispel. If they land the trap and it dispels entangling roots, all of a sudden Chaz is sitting crowd control. See how that happens. Chaz now into a stun. Do they get the trap? That's the question. Hydra getting pressured, though, quite a bit. Reluctant to use his defensive cooldowns. Just going to be holding on to them, pushing forward, looking for a fear. Can he land it? Unfortunately, does not land it on Chaz. Chaz gets just a little bit of movement to get out of range, and now it's going to be Hydra, who is completely punished, forced to use the Rapture in order to keep himself alive. But Waz's pressure is just unrelenting. He's going to continue to chase Hydra. The question is for how long. Doesn't want to overextend himself. At this point, it's just about putting out as much pressure as possible for Waz and Swapsy. They just have to survive, do damage to convenient targets, and that's kind of their win condition at this point in the game. MyWay, they're going to have to try to find these crowd control chains if they can. Hydra very far away right now from Chaz, going to be looking to reposition and try to get a fear out of the trap. Unfortunately, the trap gets dispelled, and now Hydra in the midfield is a bit out of position.
They've lost like 5 out of 6 50-50s this game. During critical moments too, where they have Swapsy low and no unending resolve. This is a really unlucky situation for MyWay at the moment. Can Hydra keep his team up here? He's doing an excellent job. As a Discipline Priest, you basically never want to press Shadow Mend in this matchup. It's just going to run you out of mana. You need to focus on keeping Power Word, Shield, and Atonement on 3 players, so you have Trinity active at all times, and you heal exclusively with Penance, Smite, and Power Word Solace. If Hydra can manage to keep his team alive with only those 3 spells, his mana will maintain long enough that they could find a kill. They do have decent damage over onto Waz at this point. Chaz trying to sustain themselves. Tony gets stunned up in the leg sweep, and this is where Hydra has to make a tough decision. Does he go for the Shadow Mends? He activates the Vitality Conduit instead, and has to use that Powered Solace literally on cooldown. If he's not using it on cooldown, his mana will not remain in a healthy margin. He gets caught in a fear by Swapsy, although Swapsy is not in the most comfortable position. Has to be life cocooned from Chaz. If Hydra keeps playing like this, he's sitting very far back for a drink. If he gets some mana here, Swapsy has to gate to stop a drink. Now he will not be able to use the gate to escape to safety. A full freezing trap has landed. Chaz doesn't look like he's going to win the 50-50 on this Dispel. Waz goes for a triple fear. It stalls the damage for a moment into a double Mortal Coil. Good deflection between Swapsy and Waz during that crowd control to deny a lot of pressure from MyWay.
I mean, definitely Swapsy right now. He does get topped off, but the pressure from MyWay, it's been solid in this match. I could definitely see them winning this one. We've just stepped foot into dampening as Waz pushes forward, getting some pressure onto Hydra, kind of forcing his hand and forcing him away. But they're actually going after Waz. They get the trap on Chaz. Waz could be in some trouble here. Does have the die by the sword. Does he have to use it? He gets lower. It does look like the Avatar shield will be enough. Chaz gets the heals he needs, and I mean, taking down a warrior is not easy. Waz is likely just stacking as much versatility as possible. He's playing Dark Iron Dwarf, which really helped him in that last setup. And as a result, I mean, Chaz didn't really have to trade too much. Kind of wasted damage onto Waz, and now he can play really aggressive onto Hydra, getting the pain suppression. Hydra really struggling to top himself off. We have the Infernals rolling here for Swapsy. Can he land any damage? Looking for a Cataclysm to just put Immolate on all 3 members and really start that rot pressure. And I mean, you can see how taxing this is right now on Hydra's mana as it gets lower and lower. MyWay is definitely on a clock right now.
Ooh, nice pummel on the Penance. Very important to interrupt Penance as it's such a low mana cost. Hydra's trying to move cross field to get crowd control. He lands the Psychic Screamer. Are they going to push through on any resolve? Unbelievable!
Oh.
MyWay pushed right through Swapsy's defense and pull off a win right before Hydra was going to be out of mana. And they take game number 1.
I mean, this isn't really a game that you necessarily expect them to take either. I mean, from the very start, Sid, you're pointing out so many things that just make this matchup so hard to be setting up anything. First of all, you just have an imp that can deal with trap. You got to have to win the lottery and hope that it hits the roots. Zico, let's talk about just how hard it truly was for MyWay to be able to pull off this first victory.
Well, like compositionally, well, let me check. Compositionally, I feel like they're able to pull something insane off here at the side of MyWay, because much like, you know, you guys already talked about it a little bit, this is a good draft from Method Black. You know, you got War Banner, you got a lot of disruption on that warrior, you're gonna have the Warlock that dispels, you know, with the imp, and then you're gonna have that warrior Warlock kind of outlast synergy, you know, that consistent pressure that's gonna drag, you know, the priest mana bar you know, to 0. And that's exactly what Method Black wanted to do in this match. They just wanted to attack Hydra if he was pushing out for fears, you know, keep up good pressure on the Feral and the Hunter, survive all of the setups, just keep Swapsy alive, and then win on mana. But they never were able to do that just because MyWay, they came in and brought the heat here. They had really, really clutch setups, and a lot of it is those 50-50s with the root and the trap, of course, and also just Hydra being there at the right time, actually getting those fears. I think Waz has to shut down Hydra. Anytime he leaves the pillar, he needs to immediately try to slow him so that he can't get that follow-up fear onto Chaz, because if he does get that follow-up fear, that's when the setup all of a sudden from the jungle is going to be extremely scary.
How reliably do you think they're going to be able to pull off a victory like this, Zico, just so we get an idea of what we expect the rest of the series to look like?
I feel like it's quite unlikely, especially on the larger maps, just because it's much harder to land the fears there. And I would expect us to go to a larger map. But with that said, as long as Hydra can keep his mana bar relatively good, they can always, there's always that factor with the jungle. Like, they can always get that really big setup, have the damage to back it up, and all of a sudden make you overuse your cooldowns and put you behind.
Yeah, well, you heard it from Zika. One of the key things we're going to have to be looking for throughout this entire series is going to be looking at Hydra, seeing what type of fears he can get off. And the mana issue that you already brought up is something that Sid was talking about quite a bit throughout the cast. Sid, you basically said, we're in a position right now, when we look at Hydra, we know that he really can't be throwing out Shadowmens, for example. He really needs to be relying on things like Penance to stay in this.
Yeah, I mean, he's built his character in a way that he's actually running what is normally a Shadow Priest Azerite trait, the Death Throws. He's stacking that 3 times, and this also amplifies the damage of his Purge the Wicked, which is a talent that turns Shadow Word Pain into Purge the Wicked. And this is just a great way to maintain your mana. This is what Discipline Priests were doing early on in Battle for Azeroth, before the second season, where priests were kind of just getting owned by DKs. This was the build that they ran with Death Throws, and they went that Trinity build, and they could sustain their mana for a really long time. It worked out well for him in that last game. Also, a lot of healers are opting to run this trinket. Maybe it was really underrated before, because I feel like nobody was using it. The Fangs of Intertwined Essence.
Is that what that was? I was like, is he using Lucid Dreams right now? Or like, what's going on? I saw the animation of that a couple of times, but that seems pretty good.
Well, it feels to me that as long as healers have mana, you're going to be able to sustain through pretty much any damage, barring a big mistake, letting in Demon Soul Chaos Bolt going off. So it makes a lot of sense that these healers are opting for that mana efficiency in these matchups, because if they can bring the game as long as possible, it is extremely likely with Vitality Conduit that they're going to be able to keep going as long as their blue bar is full. So keeping that blue bar up as long as possible definitely seems to be the way to go.
All right. Well, we know that Method Black is a team that tends to have they're pretty much like the Batman of World of Warcraft AWC teams, right? They have pretty much everything. If you give them enough time to plan, they can win any fight. Do you think that they're going to need to break anything else out? Because Zika, one of the first things that you said was you felt like they had a pretty good answer in the draft already.
I think more so just gameplay wise.
Okay.
It's what they need to swap out. I don't think they need to swap comp, but the thing with Method Black is, like you already mentioned, they are Batman, They can just open up that utility belt and check, okay, what should we use here in this fight? Probably could win, with any of those tools, but they will always want to get that highest percentage that they can possibly get.
I sometimes fear for a team like Method Black that they have so many compositions, so many options, that maybe they spread themselves too thin sometimes. And, a matchup like this, I mean, we've already seen them struggle against jungle earlier on in the week. And obviously this is something they had to have been practicing, had to have been preparing. And the fact that they actually lost game 1, knowing, Hydra was only going to play one composition, right? Like, we're only going to see MyWay play the Discipline Priest jungle pretty much exclusively. It's kind of a bad sign. They locked that in. Didn't work out for them in game number 1. It could work out, but like we talked about earlier on in the game, they were actually getting kind of lucky with the Imta spells. Like, I actually don't think that game was, unlucky for them or anything like that. It seemed like they were actually getting the favorable dispels on the traps, keeping them in the fight, and I feel like it could be the exact opposite in the next game. If they're not getting lucky with those trap dispels, they might just lose right away.
Sid, some catch your eye?
They have, I'm literally just looking at the gear and the talents, trying to figure out what they've done, and it's completely different. So Casu is running an honor talent that I swear I've never even seen used one time. He's using the hunting pack, so his aspect of the cheetah is half the cooldown, and it also gives your allies 90% sprint, so he can sprint Hydra to get fears.
Super
because
good.
Normally the danger of the priest is that you're waddling at the monk to fear him. So Casu is sprinting him to get him in there and getting the fears. That's
You want to know the
actually
funny?
really cool.
You want to know the funny thing, dude? When we were queuing and I was so corrupted, I was playing hunting back the entire time. I love that honor talent. It's so sick, dude. It's actually the most metal hunter talent out of all of them, dude. I was playing it every single game.
With a druid, right?
Druid. Oh man, sorry. Well, now, Sid, I helped you get used to that honor talent, so you'll be ready to cast it. MyWay going to Blackrock Hold.
Wait, why did they go to Blackrock Hold?
That's Method Black's choice.
Yeah, why did Method go to Blackrock
Yeah, it
Hold?
seems
You
a
think
little
it's
bit
turbo
weird.
time?
It's
think
gonna
it's
be some
turbo
sort of
time?
Holy
reason for
turbo
sure.
time.
Is it
gotta
turbo
be.
time?
Actually, I spoke with Hydra a little bit about that matchup, and that's when I kind of asked him about the Mistweaver thing as well, and he said that he thinks that they can beat Turbo, but they need a little bit of practice against it. He said never fought it before. It was literally our first games against it, so caught him by surprise, and that's when I asked him about Mistweavers as well, because I know he has been practicing one, and he said that...
Oh,
It is.
There it
Turbo
is.
time.
Oh,
I called
there
it.
is.
That's a great call, man.
Healing
But actually-
stats in the chat right now, trembling. I do want to bring up, though, the thing that Venruki said just a few seconds ago. Talking about, and this was something that we criticized Method Black for a few seasons back even. They have so many answers sometimes that they almost can overthink things and beat themselves. But how do you feel about Turbo coming out here, Venruki? Because you were kind of one of the ones who saw this being set up.
Well, when we saw Wildcard Gaming play Turbo, it looked really good. I mean, that's the reason why MyWay is in the lower bracket. They lost to Wildcard Gaming. They lost to the Turbo Cleave. And it was pretty convincing as well. That being said, I mean, this insider information we're getting from Zico, where, you know, MyWay is actually really optimistic about the matchup. They think they can win if they got a little bit more practice. And maybe they did get that practice. And I mean, if it's a situation where Method Black is saying, you know what? If Wildcard Gaming can do it, we can do it as well. If they played even just a little bit worse, and maybe MyWay has a little bit more experience, we could be seeing, you know, MyWay actually walk away with a victory here. So we'll have to see how well Method Black really does play this.
All right, we're about to get into this one. I think that, you know, we see the first game. It seems like they already had that compositional advantage. You talked about some of the things that happened with luck not necessarily going out of their favor when they're going for that 50-50 play to actually remove the traps. Is there anything like that to look for this time on the side of MyWay? I really do want to talk about how these win conditions have changed before we do get to Blackrock Hold, Zico.
Well, the main thing for Method Black here is going to be the same thing. Survive the setups, try to, you know, do a lot of damage to Tony. If you can hit Hydra as well, hit him, try to just drain Hydra's mana as quickly as you can and survive the setups. And the main thing we got to look for, I think, is going to be Swapsy. If Swapsy can get good Tremor Totems, you know, for example, if he's going to be the target and he can drop a Grounding Totem and eat the trap, or a Tremor Totem, right, you know, before Hydra Fears or as Hydra Fears, things like that is going to stop a setup completely, and I think that's going to be very important. And then obviously Waz as well, going to have to do a good job kind of disrupting Hydra, preventing him from even going for those fears, and also just, you know, having good defensive fear, defensive stunts, etc. So, yeah, I think for MyWay, it's going to be really hard to get that big long CC chain that we kind of saw in the last game. That's going to lead to a kill. But if they do get it, I think taking down an Enhancement Shaman is going to be a lot easier than taking down a Warlock.
I do want to say, just for the record, Method Black has Swapsy, and Swapsy is kind of like, you know, one of the founding fathers of, you know, Enhancement Shaman, Turbo Cleave. So I think if anyone's going to be able to play this comp at like an extremely high level and kind of guide his team, Swapsy is definitely going to be the man to do it, because when I think of Swapsy, I actually think of Enhancement Shaman, Turbo Cleave. So this could definitely be a good thing for Method Black here.
It's one of those things where, you know, Swapsy's value is always pretty high, but you see those stonks rising very quickly when you see the potential to play Turbo, right? This is a composition that we've started to see more and more. Funny enough, I feel like this weekend, all of a sudden, just shamans in general have started to be broken out, whether it is Enhanced, whether it is Ellie. And now we get to see...
Even Resto.
Yeah, true.
With the Ineffable Truth.
Yeah, we've...
Okay, that didn't work.
Okay.
But it's true, like,
Yeah,
it still
even
got
the-
broken out, right? I mean, it brings
Yeah,
up
but
good
it
points.
lost. I mean, how you can't be that stoked about the Resto Shaman? I mean, even Absurge went to a Paladin. Like,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Come on, man.
I'm pretty sure it was
Doesn't
Zico.
fit the
Like
narrative.
after we saw
I'm
the Resto
ready.
Shaman, who said, "I hope I never see a Resto Shaman again." But
it's like it's one of those
I love
things where I
Resto
want to
Shaman.
be excited. I want to be excited about the Restoration Shaman, but I haven't seen anything yet that's got me super stoked about it.
yeah,
You know?
yeah. But I feel like a conversation that we've had off camera about a million times when we're just kind of just talking about stuff, and you talk about what is the best class historically. Like what is the one
Shaman.
class who's
Warlock,
always win?
Shaman.
Yeah, it's always Warlock or Shaman, but just the best class ever, the highest performing class ever. It feels like any time when it matters the most, you're just gonna have a Shaman pop off or have a Warlock pop off. And right now, we've definitely been in a reality where Warlock seems more than powerful, and for Shaman to step up, not entirely surprised, but it's time for Blackrock Hold. Once again, MyWay is trying to make this jungle cleave work. They were able to pull it off in the first game by playing out of their minds. Hydra had to be incredibly mana efficient, and they needed crisp setups based around Hydra's fears to be able to find that victory. Now Method Black, even though they had a good composition in the blind, has decided to make a change. It's turbo time, baby, and they got Swapsy, one of the best to ever do it. Is it going to be enough to tie up this series?
Swapsy is literally Turbo, man. I can just imagine him in the armor right now, flying around, getting ready for this match. We'll see. I mean, MyWay, definitely not an easy matchup for them. We already saw them lose this matchup against Wildcard Gaming, but let's see how well practiced they are, if they can adapt their strategy, and how this one will play out. For MyWay, it's going to be about those consistent setups. They need to get the crowd control. They need to get the burst. If they cannot, Method Black will slowly but surely whittle them down.
Let's see what they can get done here. They've never fought a jungle or a turbo before on the first day of the European Cup #2, but now they've got experience and they've got some time to think about it. Perhaps this composition won't even work for Method Black. Already a freezing trap lands onto Chaz. Waz down to 50% health. Activating that Dark Iron Dwarf racial, trying to soak some hits. Now paralyzed onto Hydra as Chaz looks to rotate the crowd control around. Waz swapping to Hydra. Big power play by Method Black, going after the priest so suddenly. Will Hydra survive the onslaught? Rapture powered shield's not looking powerful right now. Ring of Peace out of the barrier. Hydra's defense has been totally blown out. Looking for some heals, gets interrupted on his Shadow Mend, goes for the penance. He's getting in position to go for a Psychic Scream as soon as he can, but he is taking a beating while he waits to do so.
Yeah, taking quite a bit of damage. I mean, look how much mana he's already burned through, down to around 65%. Now Trap onto Chaz. These are the setups we were talking about. They can get the crowd control. It's going to look good. Hydra moves forward, but it gets caught into a Stormbolt, into a Hex. They're doing everything they can to deny this fear. And it looks like Chaz will be able to escape, and Chaz should easily be able to heal up Waz and Swapsy. And now, I mean, Hydra, this is a horrible situation to be in. He's 50% health. He's burning through mana. He's got no defensive cooldowns. And Swapsy and Waz are still just continuing to chop him up. But they cannot afford to be too aggressive here. I mean, Waz and Swapsy, if they chase for too long, it's going to be an absolute disaster. Chaz gets caught into a fear. Nicely done by Hydra. Tremor Totem as a good response from Swapsy. Life Cocoon forced out on Waz. But now, once again, it's Method Black continuing its assault onto Hydra.
So many interrupts onto Hydra. He's not getting a single cast off. Stunned at half health, looking for his Shadow Men desperately to stay in the fight here. Penancing as well. Freezing traps over. Chaz moves in to heal Swapsy. Hydra repositions. Chaz gets interrupted by Tony. Beautiful Skull Bash. Good damage onto Waz and Swapsy at this point, but Hydra's basically completely out of mana. They are going to have to win this game on the next Freezing Trap Psychic Scream, or Hydra will not be able to keep them going. Thorns activates, but Swapsy purges it off. Rapture powered shields coming in. They need the crowd control. They land the fear, they secure the stun, they deny the tremor, they secure the trap. They're pushing for the win in game #2, but they have to crack through the lingering Psychic Shell and Astral Shift of Swapsy, and they can't crack that defense. They ring Hydra out of his barrier, they stun lock him, and they absolutely tear in. Will he hold on? He gets Wind Sheared, he goes for the Shadow Mend, there's no interrupt, he's just not able to get his health above 20% for even a moment. He's totally tapped, and I think this is going to be the clock out for Hydra. Method Black take game 2 very quickly.
Swapsy says, put the cookie down now. It's turbo time. They're going to be able to tie this up. Zico, let's talk about how the turbo was able to look so convincing in this second game.
I mean, they just had that first setup that happened onto Waz. They didn't have to use too much on it, and then as soon as that setup was done, they immediately popped all cooldowns on Hydra, and that's exactly what they got to do. Go on Tony, go on Hydra. Whoever of them gets stunned up is going to be a squishy target. It's going to cost a lot of mana to keep yourself alive if you are one of those two targets. And they were able to just survive that last setup that MyWay got with the fear into the trap there. It was a nice setup, but At the same time, Swapsy still had his Astral Shift, he still had his Tank Trinket, you know, the Lingering Psychic Shell, just activated that, and then at that point, you know, MyWay was just out of cooldowns, they were out of steam, and they lost.
And
So
here's
I think Method Black is their turbo is looking kind of convincing offensively. at least.
Yeah, I mean now the thing is you talk about being out of steam in this matchup. This is just the scenario you're in when you're in a team that doesn't have as many compositions, right? Now you kind of feel like they're out of steam compositionally as well on the side of MyWay, because the second that Method Black has an answer Venriki that's this dominant, like this answer just looks like the right answer, they don't have to switch off of it. They can just keep jamming the turbo even on the blind. Do you think that MyWay does have any solutions in any maps or any tweaks in general to be able to defeat this turbo in a few games?
Well, it's interesting, right? You can kind of talk about map size, but when you are a turbo cleave and you're running at the healer, the size of the map doesn't really matter that much because the priest movement is so limited. Basically, as long as the Mistweaver Monk, can use his basically infinite mobility to get away from the priest who's just constantly hamstrung and being purged and destroyed, I don't really think it matters if it's on a big map or a small map. I think Method Black, they must be sitting back looking at that game and saying, well, why don't we just do that game number one? And they have a big smile and they're ready to queue it up because it really seems like the Turbo Cleave with the Mistweaver is an excellent answer for Jungle Cleave, at least with the Discipline Priest. And so far, it doesn't seem like MyWay really has a solid answer. That game was not convincing at all. I mean, there was one moment in the game where they got Swapsy a little low, but I mean, he had the Astral Shift, he had the Lingering Psychic Shell, and he had a perfect response. And even if they managed to get through that and do another go, I'm almost certain that Chaz would have been able to keep him up, with a Life Cocoon or, whatever else he has available to him. So definitely a lot of work here for MyWay. Maybe they could try playing the Mistweaver Monk. I know a lot of people are skeptical of the Hydra Mistweaver Monk, but I think he actually has been playing it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Zico.
Yeah, he has been playing it.
Yeah.
He's just not super confident in bringing out, one of his essentially worst alts against, Method Black, Wildcard, like these big rosters. But at the same time, I feel like lock in the Priest again, or at least see what Method Black does. If Method Black locks in blind turbo, maybe you just go with the Mistweaver,
I think that's a great answer. I mean, I'm going to be honest. He's looking, even though, he's a main discipline priest and he probably feels the most comfortable on it. I mean, an enhancement shaman and a warrior, like, it kind of neuters his class, right? Like, they have Tremor Totem for the fear. He's being purged on his power word shields. Like, basically, it feels like a counter to what he's able to do, at least on the Mistweaver Monk. If he just has, like, his basic keybinds and his mobility, I think it's going to be a lot easier for him to actually escape and create distance and survive.
Yeah, I mean, even if his chance to actually pull off a victory seems smaller on a class that is obviously his alt, not his main, overall, when you're in such a compositional disadvantage, it might be your highest % chance to grab a win. Method Black is going to lock in the turbo now on the blind. Blade's Edge is going to be the map that we are headed to, all tied up. And now it is on MyWay to lock in their composition. We're going to have to see if Hydra is going to make a tweak. In Zico, I know you actually spoke to him about it. You mentioned it yesterday as to how he was feeling about playing on the alt. How prepared do you feel he actually is to potentially bring in the Mistweaver?
I think he doesn't feel ready, but I would say he is ready because I think locking in the Priest, I just don't believe in the Priest in this matchup that much. I mean, it just gets too hard countered. I feel like it just puts them on such an intense time limit that they have to make something happen. And I feel like even if you're playing on alt and you're not necessarily super comfortable on it, as long as he just stays back and tries to maybe play on a big map or whatever and just let the game go late, I could see them at least grabbing a win that way, just through Tony and Casus synergy. So I would have liked to see it, but this map pick, it could also mean that he goes Priest with Shining Force and he tries to knock people with that. And then in that case, they would have to go for Swapsy because his Fear would be the same cooldown as Tremor. So he is going to go Priest. Not super surprised, to be honest, but we'll see. I want to see if he goes Shining Force or not.
It is that thing that where eventually you do need to make that jump, right? So sooner or later you need to do it, and when your back's on the wall, it seems like there isn't as much to lose. But this time around, going to be tough. What tweaks, Super Tees, do you think that MyWay can make now facing the Turbo on Blade's Edge after we just saw the last map on Black Rockhold be quite a difficult-looking scenario, to say the least?
I don't think that he needs to go the Shining Force. I think Casu is just going to play Explosive Trap, and then they can use the knockback from the Hunter, and Hydra still has a short cooldown Fear. They can use Mind Control. I mean, they're picking this map because of the Z-axis or the Z-axis if you're American. They just want to mind control the warrior off the side of the bridge, mind control the shaman off the side of the bridge. They get back up, mind control them off again. I think that's the main goal here, is just use the Explosive Trap, use mind control, maybe then root a target when they fall off the bridge. I think they should probably only single target Swapsy and then knock Waz off and root Waz, maybe try and crowd control him so that they're only ever dealing with one threat. If they can get the mind control conveyor belt going on the top of the bridge, it could work for them if they're really reluctant on switching Hydra to Mistweaver.
All right, well, now we just got to see what is going to happen. MyWay versus Method Black. MyWay starts off by playing out of their minds. They secure the first victory with the composition that we knew we were going to see from them all the way through. Method Black then throws in the Turbo, something that we didn't necessarily expect. It looked convincing on map 2. How's it going to look here in game number 3?
I mean, that really is the question here. MyWay, they're going to be locking in their main composition once again, trying to make it work. I think it's going to be an uphill battle, but I mean, if anyone's going to be able to pull it off, it will be this team. Stun onto Hydra as Waz and Swapsy immediately push their assault. Swapsy actually getting targeted down right away. This is a much better start here for MyWay. Swapsy's going to be in a little bit of trouble, already using his Dark Iron Racial as well as the Lingering Psychic Shell. So major defensive cooldowns are forced out as they make a swap here onto Tony. Onto Casu. Big damage on Tony. He's in some trouble right now. Survival Instincts, Rapture forced out. MyWay already burning through some defensive cooldowns. The burst from Method Black is absolutely insane.
Now they're dogpiled on top of Hydra. He drops the barrier, but that can be Ring of Peace. There's the Ring of Peace. Hydra's knocked out of its defense. Swapsy's going in with that Ascendance, but Chaz gets trapped. Swapsy could be in trouble. The damage focused on the Swapsy is a lot higher this time around. Triple Fear from Waz intercepts a lot of the damage. Casso has to sit through that. We haven't seen any successful knockbacks or mind controls just yet. The map is not working for MyWay if they don't utilize that strategy. Currently holding Swapsy and Waz on the bottom of the ramp, but I want to see that Explosive Trap from Casuo land a knockback. I mean, Hydra needs help right now. He paint suppressions. He's already basically down to half mana. He's being interrupted multiple times. They need a knockback or a mind control. Hydra can't keep this up forever.
Oh, he's looking for a mind control. Can he find it onto Waz? He does, but it looks like Swapsy's able to purge it, but it's stunned over onto Tony right now, taking a huge hit of burst. Hydra gets caught into a wind shear, being chain interrupted. Tony's still in a lot of trouble. Vitality Conduit will be enough for him to survive, but look at Hydra. He's got no defensive cooldowns. He's caught into a stun. Every man for himself is forced out, as he is going to be kiting still, just trying to survive, trying to get away from the fight the best he can. Casu trying to land a trap here onto Chaz, trying to get that crowd control to reverse the pressure, but I feel like MyWay, they're running out of time so quickly. Hydra once again gets interrupted. His mana is almost tapped, but at the same time, Chaz, he's been burning through quite a bit of mana as well. Beautiful knock trap there by Casu, buying Hydra just a moment to breathe, but that moment is not long enough. Rapture forced out, but the pummels from Waz, I mean, Hydra just cannot top himself.
The defensive strategy from MyWay is just not there. They need to use Explosive Trap and then root Waz and Swapsy with the Harpoon or the Tracker's Net or Entangling Root, Freedom Hydra with Master's Call, and he runs. He books it across the bridge to the other side, and he needs to get distance away. He's gotten no distance this entire game, and he's got no mana remaining. Their offense looks good. They're landing Freezing Traps pretty much on cooldown. They're forcing defensives from Swapsy, but they need to focus up on defense. They need to get Hydra away from the fight. He's just getting torn apart. He's got nothing left. He's pummeled by Waz. They push for the win here. If they don't win right here and now, I don't think they ever will. They stun up Swapsy. They go for the Drestagath, but Chaz gets the Life Cocoon. Hydra repositioning, going to the bottom side. That's not where you want to be with the knockback strategy, but I guess he's desperate. Chaz moves in for the leg sweep. Waz knows it's over. He goes into battle stance. Hydra has nothing. He's on the run with the Master's Call, but he needs some roots. He needs help. They cannot just allow Swapsy and Waz to freely reign on top of him. I think if they clean up their defense on their map selection like that, it could work, but they just keep trying to race, and it's not a race they're going to win.
Do you agree with that, Seiko? Do you think it's just simply as Sid said, just not a race that they can win?
I think that there's, like, first, just keep in mind, this is a hard counter matchup. But
Feels like
there's
it.
still a couple of things, though, that I think MyWay can do better, and one of those that Sid mentioned is the Master's Call. I think the problem right now for MyWay is that half the time Chaz is just a god, and he pre-vitalities every single time there's a trap happening. Like Caster will stand on top of Chaz for 10 seconds before he's gonna trap and just threatening that he's gonna kick him, and Chaz is just standing there with ice in his vein, and every time the trap is actually coming out, he gets the pre-vitality. And it is a problem, but it's not the end of the world if they can extend the CC chain and get that full fear, because that's going to allow the vitality to run out, and then they can burst somebody down really quickly with the Dress the Gas trinket and everything. So if they still get the fear, it's still a good setup. Problem is they never really get the fear at a crucial moment, and that's because Waz is fearing Hydra every time he's going for the fear. He's storm bolting him every time there's been a trap. Hydra starts moving to Chaz in that trap. He gets stunned, he gets feared, he gets knocked. He just can't get to his target, and I think that's where the Master's Call should come in. If they can combine that with some movement speed, it's still gonna get purged off from Swapsy, but if you can just get a couple of steps in, at least with all of that mobility, it's gonna increase your chance of getting a fear and a full setup and actually kill greatly.
Okay, now when we do go into the next game, what do you think we are gonna see with Matt then, Rookie?
Well, it seemed like they liked the verticality of Blade's Edge, although they weren't able to fully implement it. Where could they go? What would be a good
Mugambala,
map?
the prophecy.
Yeah, maybe Mugambala and they play up top. But it seemed like, honestly, we saw a few Ring of Pieces from Chaz that actually really, really backfired on Hydra. So Chaz was able to use the Ring of Peace to actually knock Hydra off, and then all of a sudden he was playing on the bottom side of the map, which is pretty much the worst position he can have. Really, really unfortunate. So that's something you really have to keep in mind is you're not the only one that can knock people around. The Mistweaver Monk also has a very, very powerful tool to doing that with the Ring of Peace. So we could see Mugambala, maybe Dalaran Sewers. I kind of feel like they need a small map in a way. If Hydra... It's hard because Hydra wants to get away from the fight with Master's Call, but I also feel like if they're not getting fears, there's no way they're going to win. Their composition requires crowd control to win, I think.
Well, what if they just go hook point and they go Monk?
Yeah.
And when they stand the Monk, they just fear Swapsy.
Yeah, I think that's a strategy that could work as well. Really just test Chaz. We do know Jungle Cleaves do an absolutely absurd amount of damage to healers. Conflict and Strife, the bonus isn't going to be working against those Feral Stuns, so you really can burst them down. And if Waz and Swapsy want to be going after Hydra, potentially just the fears on Swapsy, like you said, Hydra just rotating defensive cooldowns, maybe he could outlast Chaz in just an all-in slugfest.
The Conflict and Strife doesn't work because the stun has a damage component, right?
Yeah, there's something that happens right now with Conflict and Strife. If a stun deals damage, so like Stormbolt, Maim as examples, Infernal Stun. The Conflict and Strife major bonus, which doubles your defensive versatility, it doesn't trigger. So that's where you're seeing Jungle Cleave able to blow people up in stuns a lot more than you'll necessarily see a rogue do it.
Okay, I keep that in mind as we see Method Black lock in their composition. No surprise here, Dalaran Sewers is going to be the map pick. The big moment of truth is going to be what we see Hydra lock in here. If he does go for the Monk, I feel like everybody on the desk thinks they may have a chance in this one. Sid, what do you want to see on Dalaran Sewers?
I don't think they're going to play Monk Healer. I think they're going to play Priest, and they're going to try and either do a healer race or utilize their crowd control better. I think one thing they didn't account for was Swapsy purging mind control. I really think that they didn't even consider that was going to happen, because every time Hydra went to mind control Waz, and this happened like 5 times in the game, Swapsy just purged it instantly, and he couldn't get Waz off the side of the bridge. And then they're like, well, we picked this map to mind control people off the side, and now I'm not able to do that, so we're just going to lose exactly the same way that we lost. So now moving into game 3, they might have a different game plan. I think not attacking one of the melee, whether it be like you go on Waz and then you use Roots on Swapsy and knock him out of line of Chaz and just crowd control Swapsy the whole time, or you just go Chaz and you put all of that crowd control onto Waz and Swapsy. You knock them away, you double root them, you play Diamond Ice Trap maybe even, and then you double fear them. The jungle has a lot of crowd control. If they just choose to not attack Swapsy and Waz and just get them controlled, I feel like they could run a Mistweaver down. I feel like a Survival Hunter and a Feral Druid is really hard to get away from
as a Mistweaver, and you have basically no support from an Enhancement Shaman or a Warrior. You got like a 3-second stun, which he wants to put into the Priest, and then like a couple of heals until the Shaman is it's really not a lot of support. I actually think Chaz is the most vulnerable person on their team, and they can just allocate their crowd control differently.
I think so too, but I think this map is quite awful.
It's not a good one to do.
They should have done it on Hook Point, because a Monk can actually maneuver really well on Dalaran. You can kind of put your port in the middle where the waterfall spawns. You can be behind, the box, port to the middle, and then you can use a sheet torpedo, and you're already behind a box on the opposite side of the map. You do that in 2 globals. So on Hook Point, you can't really do that, because once you get to the other side of the map, well, there's just a little fence there, and there's a big wall behind it. That's it. So you're gonna have to run back into the melees. And I don't actually think they should run Diamond Ice. Just run regular trap, Beer, Swapsy, trap Waz, and go for Chaz. I think that's the strategy that they need to do on small map.
All right, well, with that in mind, this could be the end for MyWay. Method Black looking to close it out here on Dalaran Sewers. Will they be able to get it done as the gates now open?
Ooh, 2 seconds away. Let's see, MyWay, are they going to switch up their strategy? Are they going to go for the healer race? I mean, we here on the desk really feel like that is going to be the best option for them to actually secure a victory in this match. Try to push the pace, catch Method Black off guard, and they're going after Chaz. He's taking a huge hit of damage very early on. Is he going to be able to survive? Rake stun coming in. Chaz already forced into the life cocoon, and this is what we're talking about. Jungle Cleave can do an insane amount of burst onto a healer. That was the Dark Archangel, but now, Method Black, they're looking to strike back. We need to see MyWay continue this pressure onto Chaz.
Hydra gets interrupted. They're pressuring the Hunter and the Feral. They're trying to protect Chaz. They stun Tony with the leg sweep. Casuo leaps over with the grappling hook, looking to just stay on Chaz. He Vitality Conduits. They're going to wait for it to fade. No, actually, they go for the stun into the Vitality Conduit. Not a big fan. Triple Fear from Waz. That lands onto Hydra. He can't heal. Casuo has to pop the Exhilaration. Chaz going to jump off the side, and this is where the map pick doesn't make sense for the strategy if they were going to run at Chaz, because now Chaz can portal. Look where Chaz is. He's literally across the map. The Feral Druid's stunned. There's no way he's getting there anytime soon. Casuo is the first one to make it back to Chaz, but Tony is still lagging behind and taking quite a bit of damage. Would have liked to have seen a different map. Hydra's going all in with his mana. I mean, he's already down below half, and it's strategy and map selection right now for MyWay that's not working out. Obviously, the composition is very challenging for them, but I feel like they could have played it out better strategically. Maybe they could still win here, but Chaz pre-Fort Bruise, they wait for it. Tony falls behind. Huge pressure over onto the Feral Druid. He has to be Vitality Conduited, but they're stacking up triple damage from Swapsy. They get the Fear, they get the Trap. This is the moment where they need to try and get the kill. Like, they cut through Life Cocoon. There's some potential there. Now, with no Fort Brew, no Life Cocoon, Mind Control's onto Swapsy. They have an opening, but it is a very narrow window that they have to squeeze through.
Yeah, and they're going to keep pushing. I mean, look at Hydra's mana. He's almost completely in 2 minutes of the game. Obviously using a lot of offensive spells here. Here's the Maim stun on Chaz. This is their moment. This is their moment to close it out. The commanding shout coming in from Waz, increasing Chaz's health. Can he stay alive? Revival frees everyone from fear as they look to continue this push. And it looks like Waz and Swapsy, they're more than happy to just try to peel for Chaz in this match. Hydra's almost completely burned through his mana. Chaz just needs to live a little bit longer. If he can live till that Life Cocoon rotates back up in 10 seconds, but it's going to be difficult. He gets interrupted. If he gets caught into a stun, this could easily be the game. MyWay looking to close it out right here, right now. Chaz has to hold on a little bit longer. A beautiful stun coming in from Swapsy in order to keep Chaz alive. And it looks like Chaz has bought himself enough time. He's got the Life Cocoon, he's got the Transcendence, and should be able to survive.
All of Chaz's defense is available at this point. I feel like it would be a blunder for him to go down. He's going to pre-cocoon while his team is crowd controlled. The Dark Archangel is rolling. Although that defensive advantage that he had, he just blew out right there. He's going to need to avoid them for quite a long time. He lands a double stun with a double Blade Storm with the sweeping strikes of Waz, but Waz gets trapped. Unfortunately, it breaks. A little bit of a mistake there, breaking the crowd control. Casuo trying to jump back on target. Tony goes for the stun along with Hydra. They're trying to 2-on-1 Chaz. Chaz breaks out, catches a big heal. Casuo dips low, has to hop that Exhilaration, but he is still taking a beating. Has to now use the aspect of the turtle. Ring of Peace locks the staircase. This map is backfiring so much on MyWay at the moment. Can they even keep pushing forward? Hydra has no mana. He's got a lot of cooldowns. He should maybe consider them here. Casuo gets blasted out. Method Black find their jungle answer and advance to the top 3.
And yeah, with that, we are going to see Hydra fall. Let's talk about how, Zico. This was obviously a very tough matchup for them. Even getting to the top 4 with limited compositions, not an easy feat at all.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing, right? They're against Batman, and when one thing doesn't work, well, there's a full belt of compositions here for Method Black, and the turbo was a pretty good answer, but I feel like they could have won this. If I'm not sold on this answer, because I feel like if MyWay had a lot of practice against jungle, they wouldn't kind of be testing what to do in the game as we saw it. Like in the previous game on Black Rock Hole, they weren't going for chess at all. They were just trying to kill the DPS. And in this game, they're swapping their strategy, testing something out. I think this game actually they could have won in the opener, or at least forced chess human racial. But Kasu wasn't. He didn't use his coordinated assault. He didn't use his 20% damage, increased cooldown in that opener. I think that's their strength. You stack Dark, Berserk, the Hunter cooldowns, you stack everything, and you try to cut through Cocoon, you try to cut through everything.
Well, we need to be thinking about this quite a bit, right? Because this is not a matchup that's going anywhere in this tournament. When we are going to be paying attention to EU, we have another jungle left, and that, of course, is going to be Zuniaki's squad of Enlight. Do you think that their fate is going to be any different if they do go up against Method? Obviously, they have a very tough matchup already in front of them with Wildcard Gaming, but if they win, they go to the grand final, and then we would see a rematch of potentially see a rematch of the next matchup we saw, or we would see them play against Method Black. So how do you feel Enlight's jungle would be different, Venruki, against this Method Black squad that's potentially bringing the turbo?
I mean, Turbo, it's not a matchup we've seen a lot into Mistweaver jungle. I have to say, I don't think it can get any worse than the Discipline Priest jungle. So Mistweaver, I feel like it has to be an upgrade in this matchup. But, this is going to be a preview, right? If Wildcard Gaming, they decide to play, the Turbo Cleave and they beat the Mistweaver jungle, then I think it's going to be, once again, Method Black, Wildcard Gaming in the grand finals, because obviously Enlight won't have a solution. That being said, I do feel like Enlight, they have a secret weapon. We haven't really talked about that much. They have Kara on their roster as a fourth, and we've seen them run multiple cleave compositions with him in the past. So I don't think Enlight's going to be bullied as easily by this one composition. I think we might see some different options from them.
That is a really good point. When we started off the day as well, you made it pretty clear to us, but not even on air, but you said just kind of when we were hanging out before the show started, that you think Enlight does have a real chance of taking down this match.
Yeah, if any team is going to go toe-to-toe with Method Black and Wildcard Gaming, so far Enlight has convinced me that they have what it takes. Their jungle cleave looked phenomenal. Zuniaki multi-classing, and then of course they always have that surprise factor with Kara. We've seen them run lots of different compositions. Last year, actually, they ran the Retribution Paladin Warrior, Resto Shaman as an answer to Warlocks when a lot of teams really didn't have an answer to Warlocks. So we'll see if they have any surprises for us, but I don't think it's going to be as easy for Method Black and Wildcard Gaming to run just Turbo into Enlight like it was into MyWay.
Well, one jungle has fallen, but we're not out of the jungle just yet. We do still have Enlight. Are they going to be able to secure a spot into the grand final, or will they fall down to play against Method Black? We're going to be finding out in the next series. You don't want to go anywhere. It's coming up right after this.
to use Ice Block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cauterize about to trigger. 4 seconds, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garou, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
We're not out of the jungle yet. Now it's going to be in light, and they're going against Wildcard Gaming. The winner of this is going to be going straight to the grand final for EU. The loser drops down to play against Method Black, who has already proven that they do have a pretty diverse array of compositions, not only in this tournament, but in many tournaments in the past. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Zico, Supatees, and Venruki to cover all of the action. Let's actually start to discuss what we expect to see in the blind pick for this matchup. We know that in light, most likely is going to go for the jungle, but Venruki, you already mentioned that they could potentially be looking to cleave in a matchup like this.
I mean, I said it's a possibility. I don't know if they're actually going to do it. I mean, maybe Enlight wants to test the waters a little bit and just play, the Mistweaver jungle. I certainly think it's going to be better than the Discipline Priest jungle. Mistweaver monks are incredibly strong right now. They're not as susceptible to being trained down, and we've seen Enlight with the Mistweaver jungle go really, really deep into dampening, and that gives their team a lot of opportunities to actually win the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if Wildcard Gaming, what they want to do is test the Turbo Cleave, and Enlight, if they want to test the Mistweaver jungle, I think that would be a perfectly reasonable and respectable blind pick for both these teams, but yeah, I mean, Kara, he's waiting in the wings. If he needs to, maybe we'll see some surprises there.
All right. Well, when we do look over on the side of Wildcard Gaming, what are you expecting to see, Zico, headed into this matchup?
It's kind of hard to say, but Wildcard Gaming, I feel like Turbo is quite likely to happen here. They could run some DK cleave, but I feel like they're kind of scared of running into that Mistweaver and playing like a melee based cleave and then kind of getting dampened. But I think they're just going to lock in the Turbo.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think it's pretty wild when you have these moments where all of a sudden you see a Turbo and you're like, okay, the meta just got completely turned on its head, and this is something that we just expect to see teams break out now. I feel like we've had a few moments where that really has happened since we've been back in the AWC. Sid, with some of these compositions getting broken out, I know we were excited when we saw the Moonkin. I'm not sure if that was one of the ones that completely changed the meta, but Turbo, definitely something that has started to change what we expect to see in these matchups.
You were talking earlier about Kara being a threat for Enlight. I was thinking like a Ret Warrior, but he plays both the Warrior and the Ret for the team. So Ret Hunter, imagine if Ret Hunter is actually, its place in the meta is to beat Turbo. I think it could work, like Ret Hunter Mistweaver.
Why do you think that would work? We haven't seen a Cupid cleave in forever.
Rets have usually just been the counter cleave,
yeah,
the counter melee cleave. They've been the king of the cleaves normally. I think an enhancement shaman would get shredded by a Ret Paladin with wings while their healer is freezing trapped. You run a monk just for the longevity. Like, you're not gonna have to worry about him running out of mana. You're not really got to worry about him running out of cooldowns. It's really hard for an enhancement shaman to hit a Mistweaver, so it's unlikely that Zuni would ever die either. You're kind of bulletproof on defense, and a Mistweaver will easily heal a Ret through Enhancing Warrior, I think. Then the only other option they have that they've played in the past is like Ret Feral, but I really don't think it's going to happen. I mean, I'm theory crafting there. They're probably just going to play the comps that have been... yeah, they're going to play the comps that we were expecting. But if it doesn't work, I'm wondering how they're going to try and utilize Kara, if at all. Wildcard Gaming are locking in... Not Turbo, though.
Yeah, they're actually going to be going for the Thunder
Turbo's
here.
cousin.
Yeah, so let's actually talk before the gates do open. Keep in mind, guys, this is for the grand final. Whoever does win this series does get their berth straight into the grand final. But before the gates do open, Venruki, why do you think we're seeing an Elemental Shaman in this particular matchup? Why do you think Zeepai is going to be brought in for Thunder?
Well, you have a lot of control with Lightning Lasso. I also think, I mean, the Mistweaver Monk in general is just strong into melee, right? You have a lot of tools, you have tons of mobility, you know, the leg sweep, which, you know, Blizzo and Zeepai, if they were actually going after Zuniaki, would be very susceptible to getting double leg swept. There's a ton of mobility from Zuniaki, so being a melee player, it's much more difficult to chase him down. So I think switching over to the Elemental Shaman, going for the Thunder, yeah, I mean, it makes just a lot of sense. Zeepai is going to be able to put out more damage without having to really chase Zuniaki around. I think it gives them more flexibility in their targeting as well.
Cassidy going to be the target here for that Lightning Lasso. Already 2 members of the team very low on health. Zuniaki in crowd control. They go for the stun on Looney, but he pre-life cocoons, so unlikely that Zeepai takes too much damage. They switch to Blizzo, though. What is this damage over onto Blizzo? He lingering Psychic Shells on 10%, barely staying alive. Huge damage here from Enlight early on. Looney's pushing forward. Looks like Blizzo wants to go after Zuniaki. Will he be able to stick on him is the question. Jumps into battle. Zuni ports away. Facile is suddenly low while Blizzo is chasing Zuni. Zeepai was owning Facile. They panic. They overlap Turtle and Life Cocoon. And now Zuniaki is stunned up as well. This Elemental Shaman is owning.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking good. Cassidy's getting low. Zuniaki really struggling here. He rolls away, but Zeepai in position to get the wind shear. Immediate wind shear. Big damage. Blizzo could be in some trouble too as well. He has caught into the maim stun, so Cassidy and Facile not completely falling apart. Enlight making sure that they're getting at least some counter pressure rolling here. A nice leg sweep onto Zuniaki. Blizzo's going to be turning his attention there. And right now, I mean, Wildcard Gaming, they're just unrelenting. They're just charging in. All 3 members of Enlight are potentially dead. Zuniaki, he's playing it calm, cool, collected, keeping his team alive, but this intimidating shout, this could just be it. Stun on Facile. Beautiful job by Zuniaki. Did manage to get the Vitality Conduit up and keep his team alive, but Sid, I just don't know how much longer he can hold.
I mean, everybody is getting decimated. Blizzo might kill Zuniaki. He has to drop the Life Cocoon. Blizzo's pummel mind game getting to Zuniaki a bit. Mana is at least stable for his team, so they still have that going for them. And Zeepai actually doesn't have much defense, neither does Blizzo. If they can land a freezing trap here without a premeditated Life Cocoon, they might be able to find a kill. Zuniaki gets knocked away, tries to roll back in line of sight. Blizzo the target, but no freezing trap has been landed just yet. Blizzo has Warbreaker. He's ready to tear in. He jumps into battle stance, activating that as soon as it's up. Stormkeeper available as well for Zeepai. There's the stun. They need the freezing trap. They roll up for a double leg sweep, but he pre-warbanners the leg sweep. It doesn't hit the freezing trap, though. And they're going to switch to Blizzo, who does not have life cocoon. But Zuniaki ports nowhere. He ports into the middle of the map. He could just go down. He drops the Ring of Peace to try and get Blizzo off of his back, but Zeepai is going to be able to do whatever he wants to Zuniaki for quite some time here. Zuniaki trying to get back to the pillar to line of sight the Elemental. Cassidy interrupts Looney, looking for a stun. They need a freezing trap here. Are they going to find it? I don't think they even have it available. Blizzo gets stunned up, so does Zeepai. Enlight, hold on. They actually have a mana advantage. Perhaps it's the case where if Enlight don't die, they can win on attrition.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible. We'll see how much longer they can hold on and see if mana really does come into play. Looney, he's having to heal a lot. Full trap secured now on Looney. Zeepai, no Astral Shift. He's definitely a vulnerability here. He's trying to cut away. And Enlight, I mean, can they do it? The game was looking so bad, but they're battling it back. Zeepai and Blizzo still continuing the pressure, though. Zuniaki getting low with the Life Cocoon. Does have an escape if he needs it. Caught into a full leg sweep. They might be able to take him down. Zuniaki has to be very careful here. Does get the Life Cocoon before the Storm Bolt. And now it's going to be Enlight that needs to try to battle it back. They need to keep Blizzo and Zeepai on the back foot if they can. But right now, I mean, Zuniaki is just really struggling to top everyone off.
All right, Zuniaki, I mean, he pulled his team back from the brink. Looney's in a freezing trap. Can Enlight stay on target here? Facile is down at 50% health with no Life Cocoon and no Turtle for 3 more seconds. But Zeepai is getting torn apart. This has been constantly back and forth between these Titans in the upper bracket of Europe Cup number 2. But Cassidy gets caught in a lightning lasso around the corner. Who's going to save him? Doesn't look like anybody. Huge damage. Connects the kill. Beautiful execution by Wildcard Gaming, isolating Cassidy and taking him out. And now Enlight need a response. It wasn't only the turbo that they needed to be worried about.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, right? Like, it just seems like these compositions with the Warrior Shaman is going to work no matter what specialization the Shaman is on. But Zico, let's actually start to talk about the entirety of that matchup. How did it actually look in your mind for Enlight?
So I think Wildcard Gaming, they predicted the Mistweaver here because against the Priest, you want the Enhanced Shaman, right? You have, that extra, just squishy target that the Enhanced can reliably go on. He's not going to get kited or anything like that. But they predicted that the Mistweaver is going to come out. And they did a good job here on the side of Wildcard Gaming, kind of abusing Zuni. I think the game kind of became wide open when they actually started swapping to Zuni in the start. They were mostly going for, Facile, a couple of setups on Cassidy, but when they did that swap onto Zuni, Zuni had the Life Cocoon himself, and Cassidy had to use his Survival Instinct, which is, his damage reduction cooldown, just to stay alive while he was getting cleaved, essentially. And that kind of opened up an opportunity to Lightning Lasso, Earthshock, delete Cassidy a little bit later on. But mana-wise, it wasn't looking too good for Wildcard. It felt like there was some kill opportunity for Enlight, even in this matchup. I think they got caught a little bit off guard.
I think you bring up an interesting idea, though. Do you think that the dynamic, Fenruki, might be switching between Thunder and switching between Turbo in this matchup?
I mean, potentially. The thing is, we did see them actually play Thunder and win as well. I mean, when they played MyWay, they actually won as Thunder and then actually switched to the Enhancement Shaman, I believe, and it looked even more convincing. So it's not like they can't win. I think for them, just sticking with the Thunder is probably their best option, and just seeing, what is Enlight going to do? Do they have an answer? If not, I mean, we could just be seeing Wildcard Gaming playing, the Elemental Warrior the entire series and walking away with a 3-0.
Yeah, I think no matter which way you do toss the dice, right? Let's say that this one completely does end just with Thunder being locked in for Wildcard Gaming. You're still in a position where Enlight needs to find an answer for both if they want to stay in this tournament. It is going to be an uphill battle no matter what for this squad. Let's try to figure out where we are going to go. The draft is underway. Super Tees, what do you expect the map picks to actually look like now with the dynamic that we've seen between Wildcard and Enlight?
Well, they can't really use a Z-axis strategy because an Ellie Shaman will knock them back. I like that, actually. So I see Ashamane locked in at the moment. Pick a big map because they were winning on mana. If Zuniaki can just stay away from the fight, stay away from Blizzo, and just heal, it seems like the jungle's going to run Looney out of mana faster. And what's weird is, Thunder is supposed to be the do damage, don't die comp, but I actually think it's the jungle that wins doing damage and not dying if they're able to just avoid Blizzo.
Wait, could you break that down just a little bit more when you are talking about the do damage and not die? Because I've been told that the best way to win is actually to just make sure that you damage your opponent before your health goes to 0.
Yeah, a good strategy is to make sure that your health remains above 0 while you make the enemy's health go below 0.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's usually the best strategy.
If anyone is watching the game, you have our personal guarantee that if you can get their health down to 0 before yours, you probably will win the game and get a little bit higher rated. So just keep that in mind.
Okay, thank you guys very much. Definitely will try to employ that. But when we do see Wildcard Gaming right now locking in, it looks like it's going to be Thunder again for them on Ashmane's Fall. Sid, break down what you mean about the strategy just a little bit more.
If Wildcard Gaming don't get crowd control on Zuni while they're bursting a target in the Lightning Lasso, then Zuni will heal through everything. Mistweaver is godlike healer. If it's not interrupted or crowd controlled, nobody's dying through a monk. It's not happening. So Wildcard Gaming need crowd control to win, whereas Enlight, they can win with crowd control, but they can also, I think, win with just running Looney out of mana. It's the jungle apparently is doing more pressure, I think, overall than the Thunder is if they have space, and that's why they're going to the Ashamane's Fall map, is to get more space for Zuni.
Do you agree with that, Seiko, as far as win conditions are concerned?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we looked at the last game and we saw the mana win condition was kind of in favor of the jungle, but I think that you can't look at it only through that lens because the jungle was also, the Thunder was also playing a lot more aggressive, taking a lot more risks. I feel like if the Thunder plays kind of a dampened strategy as well, especially with Looney having Memory of Lucid Dreams and Zuni playing Vitality Conduit, I think that could tip things in the Thunder's favor a little bit later on. However, I do like the strategy. I feel like this is what you do. Either you play the Mistweaver, you play big map, you play for the long game, and you see how that works out. Could go either way, in my opinion. Or you go super small map, you go hook point, you lock in the priest, and then you run at the enemy Mistweaver. You try to get something, a burst, one shot basically in a stun lock that way. I think those are your two lines of play that you can do as the jungle. Either one is going to be, hard because you are, a team that only runs jungle and the other team is counter-comping you effectively here. But I think those are the highest percentage, low percentage plays.
And very good points brought up. We are going to be jumping down to Ashmane's Fall with a little bit of knowledge of how we expect the flow of this series to work. But if you're just tuning in, you need to be thinking about the stakes of this series as well, because we are in a situation where Wildcard Gaming is trying to get on match point in a series that if they are able to win, they will head to the grand final, a place that they've pretty much made their home inside of AWC tournaments. And Light is the X factor, the dark horse in this tournament right now. They really only have one composition that they have been running, and it seems like both of the teams that remain in this tournament have answers. Will they be able to pull off the upset? Will they be able to pull off the miracle? We're going to find out if they can get that rolling once the gates open here on Ashmane's.
I mean, it's definitely not an easy thing for Light, but I mean, they are already in the upper finals at this point. Let's see if they can continue that and stay in the series. Wildcard Gaming, they're looking really strong with this composition. I mean, I would say that this traditionally has been one of the best setups that they run. So very experienced with the Mistweaver enhancement or Elemental Shaman Warrior. I think for Zuniaki, it's going to be difficult to keep his team up in this battle, but it looks like Blizzo will be the target very early on. Lightning Lasso coming into this double stun combo we see from Wildcard Gaming, where one member gets caught into a Stormbolt, the other gets caught into a Lightning Lasso. It's a lot of damage, and it's really difficult to stop. I mean, there's no interrupt available for Zeepai, and that's where we can see a lot of the pressure from Wildcard Gaming start to develop.
All right, they're dogpiled on top of Looney trying to eat a freezing trap, but looks like Facile was able to snipe it, developing a bit of a momentum on Blizzo and Zeepai, but Looney rolls up for crowd control. Facile, what are you going to do down at half? Not able to find the leg sweep, though. It looks like Zuniaki ported before the stun was landed. Looney's leg sweep going to whiff there. Zuniaki gets interrupted for a moment. Lightning Lasso Stormbolt. I really like this. The only thing that they could do to improve that is to paralyze Zuniaki at the same time. Then you've stunned Cassidy, you've stunned Facile, you've stunned Zuni. Probably win the game if you repeat that a few times. It seems pretty clear what Wildcard Gaming's win condition is here in game number 2.
And I mean, look at mana. Zuniaki has burned through significantly more at this point of the game, although it is early. I mean, that kind of win condition of being able to outlast is not looking so good right now for Light. Blizzo going to be taking a little bit of damage, but Looney should be able to easily heal through that pressure. And it looks like Blizzo and Zeepai, they're actually going to be going after Zuniaki a little bit more in the match. Let's see if they can actually stay on target. There's the Stormbolt on Cassidy, the Lightning Lasso on Facile. Once again, this double stun combo. I mean, the problem with Lightning Lasso is you can be interrupted on it. If you prevent those interrupts, then all of a sudden you get huge value from it. Looney now getting swapped too, but it looks like he's more than confident, just healing through the damage, allowing Blizzo, allowing Zeepai to get their pressure rolling. And I kind of like this. For the jungle cleave, a very viable strategy is go after the healer before he tops himself, trap him, and then go after one of the DPS, so they're hitting Blizzo and Looney. And then once the trap fades, they can go after Looney again, and it gives them multiple pressure points in the match, more than one just opportunity of training down one target. So I think it is intelligent. I think it's a difficult strategy to deal with. And you can see Looney's getting pressured quite a bit right now. Caught into the stun, playing the Gladiator Safeguard, but they just shred through that. He's got the Fortifying Brew, using the Transcendence to get away. But if he gets interrupted, this could be really scary here for Looney.
I mean, one of the scariest things is when multiple classes are chasing you as a Mistweaver Monk and they're able to stay on top of you. Because if you're interrupted on Soothing Mist, you're not able to heal basically at all. Blizzo is rotting down in the backline. I love this two-pronged assault, going after the Warrior and the Mistweaver. Perhaps just they should utilize their crowd control onto the Elemental Shaman. They stun up Looney. This could be it. Nice execution. Looney, is it going to stay alive? Blizzo lands a triple fear. Great timing on that fear. I mean, Looney would have easily died right there if it were not for Blizzo. Such a clutch timing. Now Zuniaki has a lot of work here with two targets very low on health. Where is he going to allocate that life cocoon? He portals back, but he actually ports right back on Looney.
Looney gonna get that Mark of the Crane onto him. Big Earth Shock on Facile. Basically, damage is just being tossed around to everywhere in this matchup. Everybody's in trouble. The entirety of Wildcard Gaming very low on health. They isolate Blizzo. He died by the swords. That should prevent his death. Looney gets out of the freezing trap. Looks to pick his team back up. Stormbolt on Cassidy, preventing some interrupts for now, but he's marching his way over. He fakes out the Skull Bash, I believe, so Looney's gonna roll to the pillar. Zeepai setting up. Cassidy wants to go after Looney. And Light are not making it easy for Looney to anticipate where their next attack is going to be. And if he's not ready for it, he could just go down.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, right now there is multiple pressure points. Blizzo, not much defense left for him. There's no die by the sword. Looney gets interrupted. They're going to continue their assault. They actually stun him. Looney's in so much trouble right now. He needs the moment to buy the life cocoon, but if there's any burst, he could just fall. What a close call. Cassidy, in the meantime, he's going to get swapped too. Manages to hold on. The lingering psychic shell. Zuniaki keeps him alive. What a scary, tense moment of the game, though. And Looney had to trade out that cocoon, just a little bit more damage that they could have taken him down. I mean, and we are seeing a lot of signs of life here in this matchup from Enlight. Definitely moments of opportunity. And look at Blizzo. He's rotting down. He's getting low. If they get Looney in just a freezing trap now into, you know, paralyze, a stun, maybe they can actually take down Blizzo. But it seems like still their main focus in this match is going to be just pressuring Looney. And like you kind of mentioned, Sid, just really keeping him guessing what their next target's going to be.
All right, Life Cocoon on the Lightning Lasso, going to negate that attack. Looney has built his character for mana efficiency and not throughput, running the Memory of Lucid Dreams Major and the Fangs of Intertwined Essence for mana regeneration. So going after him is definitely the weak point of Wildcard Gaming's build in terms of their gearing. If he's caught at any moment, he could go down, but if he doesn't die, he's going to always have a mana advantage over Zuniaki. Zuniaki trying to escape here. Cassidy Ring of Peace away from Looney. He charges in through it, though, and lands the stun. Devastating amounts of damage here. Leg sweep by Zuniaki. Is Zuniaki be the one who ends up taking Looney's life? No, that rallying cry going to deny the kill again here from Blizzo. Cassidy still low on health. Zuniaki's mana not looking too great. Looney repositioning. Tries to go in for another leg sweep. Zuniaki ports a second leg sweep of the game. Looney gets interrupted. Blizzo is low. Is Blizzo going to be able to hold on? Zeepai is healing him up with some healing surges, but now they switch to Looney in the stun lock, looking to take him out. There's no rally. There's a life cocoon, but there's two targets that are low. Looney life cocoons himself, but now there's nothing for Blizzo. Can Looney keep Blizzo alive here with nothing? He's trying to fake out the interrupts. He fakes the skull bash, but he can't dodge the freezing trap. Even though he's the one in the freezing trap, it's Enlight that are being devastated. They've left an Elemental Shaman open for a very long time. Nice decurse on the Hex. Zuniaki recovers with the life cocoon. Those lingering psychic shells on the entire team definitely paying their weight in gold right now for Enlight as they pull themselves back into the fight.
I mean, that was just such a scary moment there for Looney. There's been multiple moments in the match where he's barely holding on. Zeepai able to keep him alive with some off heals as well. We're 6 minutes into the game. Zuniaki's mana is not doing well. We can see they're still going to be looking to put some pressure on Zuniaki. You see Zeepai really just trying to pressure him down in the match, hitting multiple pressure points. Blizzo kind of just bouncing around, trying to keep Looney alive for as long as possible. The double leg sweep comes in. Nicely done. Zeepai, big chain lightning. Big burst on Cassidy and Facile, but Blizzo is the one taking the brunt of the damage. Looney finally finds the healing to top him off, and maybe even wants to sit down for a drink, but they're not going to let him. Cassidy stuns him up. Zuniaki getting soloed, though, by Zeepai. Can he hold on? Blizzo just creating a lot of pressure. Cassidy, unfortunately, not being with Zuniaki. This could be very scary. A full Hex lands. He needs to be able to decurse it, and does. Nice decurse there by Cassidy, keeping his team in the fight. An interrupt on Looney, and this is another one of those moments where Looney could easily fall. Gets the paralyze on Cassidy, gets behind the pillar and tops himself off. Now it's Blizzo who seems to be the main focus for Enlight. Facile leaps over, gets the full trap, but the preemptive life cocoon, beautifully done by Looney, reading the situation. Blizzo's going to be more than fine with that.
We'll swap over to Zuniaki. Zeepai gets intercepted. Zeepai's overextended. He's out of line of sight. Looney is getting tunneled down by Facile. He's got to heal 2 targets at the moment. Is he going to be able to deal with it? He's now stunned up. Cassidy switches targets over. One Drestigat. They stack up for the triple fear. Is it going to be enough? Looney ports in a moment here. He goes with a leg sweep. Is he going to get out of there? He gets interrupted. His safeguard procs. Cassidy now in trouble. Blasted down in a leg sweep. Stormbolt constantly back and forth between these two teams. Freezing trap lands onto Looney. Zeepai is stunned up with no way to escape. Blizzo's rallying cry comes in. Looney's still crowd controlled, but that rally buys them enough time. Zuniaki has basically no mana here. He's got to work with such limited resources. Is he going to be able to pull his team back into this? Their defense is starting to crack. They interrupt the lightning lasso, but suddenly their pressure is overwhelming. Looney needs to stabilize here. Life cocoon on Zeepai, but overlapped with the astral shift. You can tell that mistakes are going to be made this deep into dampening with the pressure that's being dished out from both sides. Facile, so low on health, has to get the lingering psychic shell, but they panic and overlap with the life cocoon. Zuniaki gets stunned up. They could switch over to him.
Zipai!
Trap on Looney, and Zipai is going to go down. And Light make it impossible for Looney to know where they're going to attack next and find an opening.
This is just, I mean, just watching this game, Enlight is on a different level. I mean, this team is so impressive. They're always making jungle work, and Zuniaki on the Mistweaver Monk, I actually can't believe they were able to put a point on the board against Wildcard Gaming with this matchup. Just excellently done.
Dude, there was just so much pressure in that matchup too. Zico, let's talk about how they were able to do it and what just makes them a cut above the other jungles that we've seen.
I mean, first we gotta just say that was an amazing match. The entire match was so back and forth. There was constant kill pressure on both sides. And I mean, it's just Enlight things, man. They were just super unpredictable, and I think that's one thing that we've been talking about a little bit about having multiple pressure points. You wanna make the healer second guess himself. Should I cocoon Zipai? Should I cocoon myself? Where should I put my healing? Where should I put my cooldowns? If you make it harder, it's a lot harder for the healer to also read the situation, and that's when you can force a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that if they can keep going for a strategy like this, it's repeatable as well, Zico?
Yeah, absolutely. I think having the Mistweaver with the jungle, it just gives them more room for error, you know? When you have the Priest, you can do a setup, it can net you some stuff, then you can do another setup, and if you every single setup you force stuff and you have really clean, perfect setups, you'll win. But the problem is if you do one or two errors, one of the two setups doesn't go, the way you want it to, maybe the enemy just responds in a way you didn't expect, all of a sudden, you're going to lose because now the enemy's going to get their cooldowns back and your priest is going to run out of mana. But with the Mistweaver, if a setup doesn't net a kill, doesn't put you that far behind, you still have, the Mistweaver healing output and the fact that it's very mana cost effective. So I think the Mistweaver is just enabling them to do all of this.
And let's actually put it under the microscope for just a second here and actually watch some of the key moments that did happen in that last game.
Yeah, just this game was just insane. There were so many times I was like, Looney's dead. This guy's dead. This guy's dead. And this was just one of these moments here where you have essentially Looney in a completely just checkmate situation. The only way he survives is through his teammates. So you get Blizzo, you get Zipai, they go in there, and when Looney is stunned and he's going to die in that stun, Zipai drops his lightning lasso to stun up the Feral, pauses the damage. Blizzo then fears the Hunter and the Mistweaver on Enlight, and then all of a sudden, you took a situation where you're going to lose the game and turn it into a 3 versus 1 situation where you're going to force cooldowns. And they did this so many times during this game. And another clip right after that kind of showcases the exact same thing. Again, Looney is just completely dead. And then once again, Blizzo this time comes in with the stun on the Feral with the Stormbolt here. And he just survived. They survived because of that. And they set up, again, a counter-aggressive situation like that. And I think these clips just kind of showcase how versatile this matchup is. At any point Looney could have gone down, at any point Zipai or Blizzo could have gone down, and Facile and Cassidy also had some close calls. So I feel like I think that the fact that they were punishing all of these plays really well inside of Wildcard allowed them to survive for a long time. But eventually Enlight as well, they saved their trinkets, they saved everything for those moments because they know how good Wildcard is at responding. So both teams just putting on a show that game.
Do you think that in the mind of Wildcard Gaming, I mean, they definitely played really well. Are they going to try to make any tweaks, or do you think that they stay with this composition Venriki throughout the duration of this matchup?
Well, they went to Ruins of Lordaeron. What does that tell me? I mean, Wildcard Gaming, they went to a small map. I don't know. What does that really mean? Are they going to be switching to the Enhancement Shaman? I mean, perhaps they want to try that out instead. It did look more convincing against the Priest version or variant of the comp, so maybe they're going to try their hand with that, because I have to say, I mean, that game was really scary for Wildcard Gaming. I could easily see them trying to make some sort of adaptation in this match. Potentially, they feel like they could have just played it better, but the Enhancement Shaman, the more consistent damage in the match, maybe actually a little bit more durable as well. But nope, they're going to be going Elemental again. So I'm curious to see what the thought process is with Ruins of Lordaeron. Potentially it's a little bit more difficult for Zuniaki to actually get away, but It's going to be interesting to see for sure.
I think they just want no pillar. They just want Z-Pie to be able to turn around and always be able to hit something. And if Zuniaki ports into the room really far away, then Z-Pie just turns around, turrets Cassidy and Facile. I think it makes sense to pick the open field map when you're the team with the only spellcaster.
Well, I do agree. It's nice. I feel like Looney had major benefit of a pillar in the last game. I'm not going to lie. I mean, there's so many times where if he didn't get behind a pillar or was able to kite to a pillar, he was going to immediately explode. So I definitely think it's a risky decision by Wildcard.
He can use. He can set up his portal in the room, run out to one of the gates on the side, and then portal in the room, and then ring a piece the entrance. Or he could wait for them to run in, ring a piece them inside the room, and then Z-Pie is just free casting Elemental Shaman with a Hunter and a Feral trapped in the room.
Yeah, let me paint a picture. I mean, imagine he ports in the room, and then we see Zuniaki drop a ring to lock the door, room. And all of a sudden he's in. It's a rumble in the jungle, caught into the chamber. Like there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. I mean that sounds horrifying to me. So I think this map could definitely backfire here for Wildcard Gaming, and that's why I said I'm just so curious to see what their plan is with this one.
The old get out of my room strategy. Will we see that come to bear any fruit as we jump to Ruins of Lordaeron? One of these teams is going to be able to get onto match point.
Very curious to see if this ends up working out for Wildcard Gaming. It's a bit surprising that Jungle has actually ended up being this threatening. I feel like Jungle has been bullied like the entire year by Mage Lock, and then Light, they were like locked in their basement. The Wizards never let them leave, and they're like, we need to figure out a way to win. We need to figure out a way to overthrow the Wizard Overlords, and they've managed to find a way that's actually forcing teams to play compositions that I feel like no one would have even considered, the Elemental Shamans, the Enhancement Shamans. So Light have definitely leveled up a lot here throughout the competition. Blizzo the target initially, as Cassidy and Facile want to play on this side part of the tombstones. No, actually Cassidy jumps in on top of Z-Pie. Is he going to stay over here, though? He gets caught in a lightning lasso. No one can help him with a Stormbolt on Facile. Nice combo early on from Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, good damage early on. I'm not a huge fan. I mean, they used the Drestagath onto Blizzo. I feel like that's a bit of a waste. They have been able to pressure Blizzo, but with just no crowd control on Looney whatsoever. I'm not sure what they were really hoping to accomplish there. I'm much more of a fan of when they go for the Looney and they actually get burst damage on him, and I feel like they need the Drestagath trinkets to really make those swaps super scary. But we'll see. I mean, and Light, they did take down Z-Pie in the last game. Definitely have the opportunity here to go after Blizzo, Z-Pie, or Looney, all three members. I think, in fact, all six players in this game are a target, so nobody can overextend. Everyone has to be a little bit careful, and you can bet these are the teams that are really going to punish players for making mistakes and overextending.
All right, let's see if they can punish those mistakes here moving forward. Mana still in favor of Looney, as he, I believe, is still running Memory of Lucid Dreams Major. He's one of the only Mistweavers that likes to play that pretty much every game. But they make a mistake. They stack up for a double stun from Zuniaki. They get a trap for follow-up, but they're not interrupting Z-Pie's heals. So a couple of those healing surges were able to keep Blizzo alive while Looney sits the freezing trap. Facile now stunned up by Z-Pie with that Primal Earth Elemental. But Looney gets interrupted. Looney getting blasted down by Cassidy. Pops out that revival, a big heal onto the whole team. Blizzo has Avatar rolling, but gets stunned on it. Good denial of that cooldown's damage. Zuniaki gets stunned up. Where's Z-Pie going to allocate his damage? He's standing on top of Looney. He wants to try and grounding totem the freezing trap, but they bait it and then just go for a kill on Looney. Insane damage with that Drestagath. That's the Gladiator Safeguard from Looney. He ports away, but he gets a ring of peace by Zuni into the wall, back into line of sight, right when his shield fell.
Nice.
This is not good for Looney. Now, for his rally fell. He could just die. He life cocoons at 5%. That would have been the sickest kill this year easily if Looney went down. He clutches it out with that life cocoon on 1%.
Dude, I wish Zuniaki had a Drestagath and killed him with it. That would have been absolutely insane. But Facile now in some trouble. Intimidating shout coming in. Wildcard Gaming looking to strike back. Looney gets a paralyze of his own, and Facile is forced into that aspect of the turtle. Now definitely can't be feeling too safe without that major defensive cooldown, that safety net for the Hunter. Cassidy rotting down. Both Mistweaver Monks are struggling here a little bit, but outside of that big one-shot attempt onto Looney, I feel like Wildcard Gaming has been relatively safe in the game so far. So Enlight, they're going to have to look for these opportunities, but anytime that Drestagath trinket is available, it's going to be really scary. Zuniaki, before the Hex lands, gets the Life Cocoon on Facile. Nice heads-up play, but that's a small check mark there for Wildcard Gaming to kind of push through the defensive Enlight.
All right, let's see if they can crack it. Zuniaki's rolling in. Both monks have a leg sweep. They're both threatening.
Looney gonna pre-life cocoon. They hold on to the stun. They actually go after Blizzo and Z-Pi with the leg sweep. Looney reverses with a leg sweep of his own onto Zuni and Cassidy. Stormkeeper available. Blizzo gets Ring of Peace, but he blade storms right through that back onto Zuni. Zuni ports, but so does Looney. They port on top of each other. A little bit of an awkward moment for the Mistweavers. Looney doesn't want to be next to Zuni. He's going to roll back to center tomb. Drop a pre-Ring of Peace. Blizzo gets trapped. Instant dispelled. Blizzo trying to pressure Facile and Cassie off Looney. They want to kill Looney here on this next stun. And remember, he's not running Vitality Conduit, so he doesn't really have a lot of defense right now if they go for a stun lock. Cassidy stuns him. Can Facile get there? He harpoons over. Big Drestigath connect. Just the tiniest bit more damage they needed to get the kill there. They don't find it. Rallying Cry again from Blizzo, saving the day as he has to activate his lingering Psychic Shell from the swap to himself. Cassie trades out Survival Instincts from the pressure Z-Pi is dishing out. And this is one of those games where literally anybody could die. It's very difficult to keep up with the pace of these players. Looney gets intercepted. He pre-life cocoons himself, and they trap the life cocoon and switch to the warrior. Nice play by Enlight. They need to try and get a die by the sword. They rob Blizzo away from Looney. Looney does manage to roll back into line of sight, but he needs to fake cast a Skull Bash. They stun Cassidy. Double Fear. Beautifully timed. Cassidy has to use another Survival Instincts charge, but he does land the interrupt on Looney, and Blizzo is already low. Looney gets stunned out of the interrupt. That might be game over, and it is! This is a game that is on a razor's edge. If Looney even makes one mistake, it's lights out. And Enlight are on match point against Wildcard Gaming. Enlight already beat Method Black in this tournament. Enlight only play one comp? What is happening?
On match point, also on just another realm of existence. Playing like deities right now, able to get themselves in this position, and think about how huge it is as well. Just making sure that they make it to the grand final, the amount of extra points that they're going to secure, yes, like you said, only with one composition, is astronomical. They're making the matchup that you expect to be a grand final happen in the lower bracket. Zico, let's talk about how they've been able to do it.
Honestly, I'm just super impressed. These guys are really, really putting on a show here. And I mean, it's just everyone turning up. I mean, from Facile's traps to how Zuni is reacting to a lot of this damage, and you know, his even his Ring of Peace and that paralyze he did a little earlier that game, and just Cassidy as well at the end. Every time he always lands those kicks into a stun, and then they combine that with their big burst. Everyone is just turning up on Enlight right now.
And let's actually take a look at them turning up, to say the least, from this last game.
Yeah, I mean, this was just such a nice moment. It didn't lead to a kill, but it was close, man. They had the swap onto Looney, and then Looney ported away here. Looks kind of safe. Then Zuni shows up with... Zuni just comes in here with this Ring of Peace. It's such a nice play. You're going to see it going in. Gets the Ring of Peace. Then he follows it up with the Paralyze. And in this Paralyze, they followed that up with a DR Trap. And... Looney comes out with his Rallying Cry from the Warrior falling off on about 1% HP, barely gets that life cocoon, but a play like that can easily just close out the game, and it just shows, you know, Facile, Zuni, they're all on the same page here, and they're doing a great job.
Now, coming into the next game, is Wildcard in a position yet where, like, that they might switch their composition? Do you think, Zico, that they might switch their composition after these last few games? Or do you think they're still in a spot where it's like, okay, we can easily beat this, or not easily beat this, but we still have a high percentage to beat this with this composition, we should just stick to it?
What would that composition be? Because I feel like at this point you maybe bring out the Enhanced Shaman, but I don't know what else they have, and I'm not entirely sold on the Enhanced Shaman as well. Even if they win a game, at this point, Enlight can just lock in Hook Point. I don't think we've played it, right? And they can just go and destroy the Mistweaver again. So the series is just looking like it's Enlight's series to lose now.
And then the question becomes, how far can they really go in this tournament as well, depending on what happens in that lower bracket final bit. Van Ruki, how are you feeling about that?
I mean, Enlight they're looking good, and they're looking like they can really punish Mistweaver monks. I mean, they catch them in a stun when they have the Drestigath available. I mean, we've been talking about Blizzo being able to kind of save the day with the intimidating shout, as well as with his Rallying Cry, in order to boost the health of Looney. And despite all those utilities, I mean, we're still seeing Looney fall down. So I feel like they're going to need to play a warrior. Looney, I feel like his best option might still be the Mistweaver monk. I was thinking about how Paladin would play into jungle. I I mean, you have a lot of defensive cooldowns you can rotate through, really great throughput. You're not as susceptible to being bursted down and stunned, so you're not really a target. So maybe trying to implement the Paladin, but I think it's really unlikely we see Looney do that. We might just end up seeing the same matchup. I mean, maybe Wildcard Gaming, this was their answer. They don't have anything better, and if they can't make this work, then it's looking like Enlight might just win this entire tournament.
I have a question. Do you guys think Looney should swap off the Lucid Dreams at this point? And pick maybe
You forget the name, but we say it all day.
I know, Vitality Conduit, of course. It's so many new things, man. But yeah, Vitality Conduit over Memory. What do you guys think? I feel like Looney's been making the statement that I can out-heal anyone as long as I have mana. But last game, got a lot of mana, Looney.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is true. It just seems like he needs to survive the stun. If he survives the stun, he always has an answer with just Life Cocoon. It doesn't seem like Cassidy and Facile, their damage is consistent enough to where he doesn't have an answer if he's able to control his character. But I don't know. I mean, if he pre-Vitality Conduits a go, then maybe that, I mean, for sure would keep him alive. Not maybe. It would absolutely 100% keep him alive. So potentially an option there for him to just switch up that. Conflict and Strife, obviously not going to be a really great choice for him. The trinkets he's running right now is Gladiator Safeguard and the Fangs. I mean, maybe he needs to give up some mana efficiency. You know, instead of running Memory of Lucid Dream and Fangs, maybe we do need to see him run maybe a second defensive trinket, even like a pre-Battle Masters on a stun. Could definitely keep him alive, even just, you know, a little bit more versatility if he can find that. So yeah, I think Looney might want to consider switching up his gear, but definitely not an easy spot to be in.
They're calling in the big boys here. Maro is making his debut for today on that mage. Fire Mage, Warrior, Mistweaver. This is their main comp. That means we saw this matchup for the record yesterday with well, not this matchup, but we saw Method Orange lock in this comp in a situation where I didn't agree with it. And you asked me if Wildcard locked in a comp, this comp in a situation where I didn't agree with it, would I call them out? And I won't. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, I think this is a comfort pick. This is
a Hail Mary.
You know, this is their mains, but like when you look at it from just a compositional standpoint, this is not a good comp. This is not a good matchup because the mage can get destroyed.
It's really obvious what they're saying here, right? It's like, okay, we're getting beat because of mains. It's time to break out the mains. Forget about the meta. Forget about the matchup. We just need to play something that we are insane at. Is that going to be the right answer, or is it going to send Wildcard Gaming down to the lower final where they're going to have to play against Method Black to get back in the graces of the grand final, to play against Enlight? We're going to be jumping in on Hook Point, and all of the sudden, it seems like not only have the stars aligned, but Enlight is just the best team on the day, potentially. Will they be able to get this momentum going? Will they be able to find their spot in the grand final? We're going to find out as these gates to Hook Point swing on open.
Mistweaver was a good pickup for Zuniaki. I feel like all the disciplined priests out there that were playing Jungle are like, oh, I'm going to make a monk after watching Enlight and their success here. This composition and the map that Wildcard Gaming have set up is very volatile. I mean, they're gambling a lot here on this game, and they're going to go down to the lower bracket to face Method Black, which beat them last week and has always been a difficult series for them. They're taking a huge gamble here on match point, and Enlight might run away with it.
I mean, yeah, like Zico kind of alluded to, though, in the pre-match, this is going to be difficult for Maro. I mean, he's going to be taking a lot of damage in this game. They're going to be able to disrupt him a lot. I mean, yeah, we'll see what Wildcard Gaming is able to get done. Obviously, with the Mistweaver Monk, Maro's going to be feeling relatively safe, but they're actually going after Blizzo. Surprise attack! Blizzo's taking quite a bit of damage early on. He's forced to use his Trinket, the Lingering Psychic Shell. Looney caught into that trap. This is a really nice setup here by Enlight, but now it's Wildcard Gaming's time to strike back. Cassidy getting low. He's so low right now. The Life Cocoon does land from Zuniaki, but what a close call. Down to 10% HP. One execute lands, the game is over. Enlight definitely don't want to throw away this game. If they can win this, they will be in the grand finals.
Maro's playing Greater Pyroblast. He's getting disrupted on it quite a lot here. Temporal Shield soaks the hits. Blizzo is going after everybody in this game, chasing Zuniaki, cleaving down Cassidy. Blizzo's trying to make it difficult for Zuniaki to predict where their attack is actually going to be focused. Looney's pushing forward as well here. Facile gets polymorphed. Zuni not able to dispel that, it looks like, but a big tire incoming from Cassidy. Looney trying to recover through that exchange of damage, manages to stabilize Morrow. Looney caught in a freezing trap. Where are they going to go? Is it Warrior? Is it Mage? Is it both? Blizzo pre-die by the swords. Anticipates a lot of damage and uses the intimidating shout, but it's both aggressively and defensively, stunning up Cassidy, but Zuniaki read that situation, reduced a lot of damage. Although they're running the Gladiator's Maledict, it's absorbing a lot of healing on Cassidy right now. Zuni is still crowd controlled, locked down in the stun. Can they take down Cassidy and get to a game 5 just a couple seconds away? I think now with Zuniaki no longer in crowd control, it's unlikely as he bounces his team back.
Yeah, looks like they will be able to stabilize, and I really like the fact that they are using that Gladiator's Maledict. I think it's potentially one of the most underutilized trinkets right now. I think it's exceptionally strong for absorbing a ton of healing and can definitely, secure you a kill in a lot of situations. Looney now into a full trap. Zuniaki taking some damage, though. This is surprising to see Wildcard Gaming go after Zuniaki. They actually polymorph him up, and they're continuing their assault onto Blizzo. Avatar Shield as well as a Life Cocoon is going to provide him more than enough of a shield to survive this attempt. As Wildcard Gaming are continuing this pressure onto Zuniaki. Morrow just trying to get control of the game, putting polymorphs onto Facile, trying to get Cassidy in Dragon's Breaths, looking for Greater Pyroblast when he can, but going to be constantly interrupted. And I mean, we kind of talked about why Morrow is running that Greater Pyroblast, and it's because if they go after Blizzo, he wants to be able to punish, but Morrow, he might get punished himself. Cauterize could potentially proc here the double Dragon's Breath. Comes in, Morrow will stabilize, but that was a big attempt there by Cassidy and Facile. But that was the double Drestagath, one of the scariest moments in the game, and they were able to hold on without really using any defensives.
Pre-Vitality Conduit here, but it's now faded. Cassidy's on the run. He stuns Blizzo. Line of sights Morrow, picking himself back up with a Frenzied Regeneration. Zuniaki rolls over to stabilize him. Drops a Ring of Peace to try and get Blizzo off his back, but Blizzo Blade Storms through it. Morrow is taking quite a beating here. Looney trying to power through it, managing to heal him quite effectively. Zuni stunned up by Blizzo. They're switching to Zuni in the Stormbolt, trying to take him out. He Fort Bruise on very low health. He has no pummel to deal with, but a counterspell is available, so he's going to roll away from Morrow. Line of sight, counterspells, potential interrupt. Big damage on Morrow during the freezing trap. Excellently timed there by Enlight, but not enough damage to force the Cauterize, the first major objective that they're looking for against this Warrior Mage. Blizzo, though, needs to be careful. No dive of the sword, no rally. He could be vulnerable moving forward if they get another freezing trap. Zuni going to port away from the entirety of Wildcard Gaming as they were trying to stack up on him. Now Looney ports back, rolls back into center field. Facile is going after Blizzo, but Cassidy's going after Morrow. Cassidy tries to instantly kick Looney there, but Looney wasn't even going for a cast. Double stun on Zuni. Are they going to go for the leg sweep? Looney gets intercepted. He can't. Now he's in the freezing trap. Big attack on Morrow. He has to ice block. This is exactly what Enlight needed, and now the pressure is on for Wildcard Gaming.
I mean, it definitely is, and they can push through that Cauterize as well if they really need to. If they have the Drestagath trinkets, interrupt on Zuniaki into a full polymorph. Let's see what they can get done. Where is the damage? Cassidy already running, realizing if he can just stay out of line of sight of Morrow, it is unlikely he's actually going to fall. Maledict Lens once again, just kiting around the pillar as long as he possibly can. Zuniaki, every man for himself, connects the Vitality Conduit onto Cassidy to keep him alive, and that will keep Cassidy alive. And now it's Enlight's turn to get aggressive, but Morrow doing a great job with polymorphs, keeping control of the game, getting Facile caught up in crowd control. But still, Enlight, they're looking to continue their push. Stun now on Morrow, but they need crowd control on Looney. There it is, a trap, but a War Banner used by Blizzo gets the trap. Very excellently done. Good backup there by Blizzo.
All right, let's see if Blizzo can keep up the defense for the team here. Life Cocoon on Morrow, anticipating a lot of damage from that coordinated assaults of Facile. This next freezing trap could be the end of the game, though, here. Cauterize is unlikely to just guarantee that Morrow survives. He blinks in for a poly, but Zuni sees him coming, and Life Cocoons right before it. Cassidy's going to take 0 damage from that read on Zuniaki. Facile just needs to land a freezing trap. It could be game over. He lands the stun. He snipes the freezing trap. This could be it. They're going after Blizzo. Huge damage. Match point for Wildcard Gaming. Unbelievable from Enlight here. If they can eliminate both Method Black and Wildcard Gaming from the upper bracket, but Blizzo once again holds strong, and Cassidy is on the run. I definitely have to give the MVP to Blizzo right now. He might just single-handedly kill Cassidy. Can he take him out? He gets stunned away on 10%. Morrow will execute for the kill. Wildcard Gaming hold on by the seat of their pants. 2-2, game 5.
Man, you're just looking at the best of the best right now. It's like the second you get Blizzo on a warrior, you know anything is possible, but this doesn't look out of reach for Enlight at all. But Zico, let's actually talk about how Wildcard Gaming was able to hold on in the face of immense pressure on Hook Point.
It's just good defense, man. I really thought, I was like, Blizzo is for sure dead here, but he activated, he was playing that Master Commander, I think is the name, the 1 minute cooldown on that commanding shout, made great use of it, activating his avatar for that little extra shield that you get when you pop it, and just, defensive stuns, defensive kiting, classic Blizzo moves, just allows him to survive there and turn the pressure. I feel like Enlight were in a commanding position pretty much the entirety of the game, but this is what happens when you're playing, with the Mistweaver and you don't get a preemptive Life Cocoon or a preemptive Vitality Conduit. All of a sudden you can have that kill pressure, and unfortunately for Enlight, that's what happened after they had forced Ice Block and Warrior cooldown.
So out of curiosity, I mean, do you think now we're just going to see this run back and see just pure comfort be the way of the land? Because we're not going to have Hook Point anymore, right? So is this composition going to be better when you have only larger maps left?
No.
Okay.
Well, they could play. I think it's really hard to answer because we haven't really seen a Mistweaver jungle try to dampen a Warrior Mage. But like when I just look at the matchup, like from just looking at it from like a theoretical standpoint, I feel like a jungle should be able to dampen them on a big map.
Oh, you want to see the jungle actually dampen on a large map, you're saying?
Yeah, if they go to a large map, the map has to reflect your strategy. If you play on a small map, your strategy is kill the Mistweaver, kill the Mage, it's like abuse the map and get aggressive. And if you're picking a big map, then you're trying to just be defensive, conserve mana, and not force anything, not, risk your positioning to do something offensive. And then you try to, later on in the game, you try to win that way. I feel like it could go either way, though. The thing is, against Fire Mage, it's really scary later on in the game because a lot of their damage is just unstoppable, right? Like, sure, you can stop Greater Pyros, but once Mario pops his Combust, with the Lucid Dreams especially, then all of a sudden, you're going to have a big problem.
Subatees, where do you think we're going to go for the last map of this series?
I think it's going to be a big map. What Zico was already saying, like, just be able to avoid Morrow. Hook Point was too easy for him to get polymorphs, so make Morrow's life a little bit harder. It does make it more difficult to kill Looney, but it seems like they don't have to in this matchup. Both Morrow and Blizzo seem to be a lot easier to kill than the Elemental Shaman variant, so focusing just on a crowd control Looney strategy and go after Morrow and Blizzo makes a lot of sense. Go on a big map where Zuniaki can more readily avoid polymorph would make a lot of sense. I'm trying to think if there's any like other map in the pool that would be kind of just like a random strategy for them, and there's nothing that's popping to mind. I'm more like, if I'm Wildcard Gaming, I'm thinking like that was close. Like, am I even comfortable? Are we comfortable playing the same thing? Because that was really close. They didn't kill it. They might not lock in the same comp.
I mean, they won, right? That's a pretty good result. I mean, sure, it didn't look completely one-sided, but at the same time, what are they going to go back to? The Thunder? That certainly wasn't working. So at this point, I feel like
Turbo.
I think it'll really depend on the map. But I could see Wildcard Gaming just saying, okay, let's just try to outplay them. Maybe this isn't necessarily the best matchup, but if we play it well, we have a shot. And I mean, it looks like they're playing it well, for sure. And it looks like we are going to be going to Dalaran Sewers. So not necessarily a huge map, but this map is a lot better, I have to say. I mean, if we see that same matchup, this map is a lot better for Zuniaki to avoid polymorphs, which really was, I mean, the main problem. Hook Point is an absolute disaster to avoid a mage. The pillars are super small. The little gates aren't super great as well. It's easy for, Morrow to use his Shimmer to get in line of sight, to get polymorphs. And I think Enlight is just trying to set up the same matchup, except just a little bit better of a map for Zuniaki to actually avoid crowd control.
Yeah, and now we're just waiting to see what compositions are going to get locked in, but let's talk about Dalaran Sewers just a little bit more. Venruki already alluded to what we kind of can expect to see, but Zico, break it down just a little bit more. How do you think Dalaran Sewers is going to play out for the final game of our series?
Well, they're just trying to limit kind of the space that the mage has to move around here on this map. Morrow, in order to survive, you know, when these setups are happening, he's going to have to go on the bottom side of the map and kind of do a big circle running around there. I don't think it's the worst map, though, for Wildcard. Still, I'm expecting Enlight to kind of go a little bit after Looney. I think that was the missing kind of secret ingredients in that last game. They had good pressure on Mar, they had good pressure on Blizzo, but I want to see them go after Looney because, in my opinion, that's what kind of opens up everything. So when you're going after Looney and he's just running, he's trying to heal himself, all of a sudden, while Blizzo and Maro are taking a lot of damage and they're not getting healed, you know, just from the passive bleeds and the cleave pressure, and that's when you trap Looney and you swap to one of them. They're already, you know, in the 60, 70, 80% HP range. You do a big dress go. That's when you can all of a sudden, you know, open up the game wide open.
That's a very good point. Now we're waiting to see what Enlight's going to lock in, but I think we already have a pretty good idea what we're going to see on Dalaran Sewers. And think about...
Ooh, Priest.
Do you think so?
Maybe. It would be fun to see.
Yeah, the monk is going to get locked in. Yeah. So just keep in mind how big this truly is, though. If Enlight can go straight to the grand final, it really shakes up everything. But I think Enlight's made a pretty large statement that even if they don't win this series, they are not done shaking things up if they do drop to the lower. And I think we could see a different result. Even though it looked like Method Black potentially had a solution to a jungle, I don't think that their turbo has proven that it is an answer to Zuniaki, Cassidy, and Facile. They have looked out of this world. The question is, will they be able to get a spot in the grand final, or is Wildcard Gaming yet again going to show that they are one of the best teams in World of Warcraft, making it to another grand final? This game is going to decide it.
I feel like if the one thing we're not even talking about right now is like, if I'm Method Black in the lower bracket, how comfortable am I? I mean, Wildcard Gaming goes down there, or Enlight. They've already lost to Enlight. They beat Wildcard Gaming last week, but it was pretty close, and they've not been winning every series this year into them. So, I mean, this is a tight top three right now between Enlight, Wildcard, and Method Black.
I mean, there's no free wins at this point. Method Black, I mean, they're definitely, I mean, they have a shot against both of these teams, but at the same time, it's going to be extremely difficult for them. Right now, we are tied up 2-2 in this series, Wildcard Gaming and Enlight. Let's see if Wildcard Gaming can kind of bounce back with the Warrior Mage Mistweaver Wunk, because, I mean, at the end of this, one of these teams will be making it to the grand finals. The other will be going down, battling Method Black for their tournament life, and we'll see which one of these teams can come out ahead.
Well, Looney interrupted very early on. Facile didn't want to go for the freezing trap just yet. I love that Maro's playing the Greater Pyro. Not even that it's because he's going to ever get one, but it's a threat. If they want to try and tunnel Looney, Greater Pyro is going to kill them. Maro blinks around the box, lands a poly into a Ring of Frost. Cassidy is on the run. He stuns Blizzo. He line of sights Maro on the Z-axis for a moment. Zuni's going to get swapped to, though, at the end of the chain. Big pressure here, potentially. He rolls out into midfield to try and pick himself back up out here. Maro now polymorphing Facile, but he's in the Meteor, so the Meteor is going to break him out of that polymorph. That's a little missed timing there. Double Frost Nova, but Facile and Cassidy can easily get out of a Frost Nova. They're going to stun Maro. The Zuniaki ports back to the box. Blizzo switches back to Facile and Cassidy, chopping away at these two targets, trying to build an opening. Maro's been landing so many Blink Polymorphs this game. He's looking for a Greater Pyro. Cassidy jumps over to intercept it. Maro now getting beaten up. He has to blink back into midfield. He switches the poly to Facile to swap over to Zuni with the damage. Zuni gets pumped down to 50%, but rolls off to safety. And these teams, man, it's been 5 games of anything can happen. Anybody can die. How can they keep it up for 5 games straight? Crowd control into both healers at this moment. Who's going to be able to take the pressure lead? Maledict activate on Cassidy. His healing is being absorbed. All right, he survived the crowd control. Both teams take a little bit of a moment, maybe not even a moment, as Cassidy gets blown up again. Finally, Zuniaki tops his team.
Yep, Zuniaki manages the top. Maro's still a little bit behind, but looks like he's going to be A-OK as they go after Blizzo. Maro, though, see, here's the thing, why he decided to pick the Greater Power Boss. I kind of explained it in the last game, but basically if Cassidy and Facile decide, hey, we're just going to go after Blizzo as a main target, which seems like that's what they want to do, Maro can punish them. He can cast Greater Power Boss, and they basically forced Facile and Cassidy's hand to basically pay attention to Morrow, try to interrupt him, try to damage him, because if they don't, they're just going to die to Greater Pyroblast. So it's kind of forcing their hand, forcing their targeting just a little bit. Looney with a nice preemptive Life Cocoon on the trap once again, but they're going after Blizzo. Blizzo forced to use his Trinket. He's in some trouble. He's getting low. He might just get taken down. Looney with the Thunder Focus T does manage to keep Blizzo alive with some big heals. But man, I mean, Cassidy and Facile, if they just have a little bit more damage during these goes, Blizzo could just fall over. Last game, Blizzo actually lived at like 2% health at one point. So definitely don't take your eyes off the game, because anything can happen, as we're seeing Zuniaki almost fall.
All right, he's stabilized. Full freezing trap. Morrow could be in trouble. He temporal shields. They're going to switch to Blizzo, wait for the temporal, but Morrow sneaks in a polymorph onto Zuniaki. And they could swap to him. It looks like Blizzo wants to take Zuniaki out in this game specifically. He's constantly got his eyes on him, just chasing him down around the boxes. Morrow can't really keep up, though. He's too far away. He pops the Warbreaker, goes for a pummel. Could be a lot of damage from Blizzo here onto Zuni. Cassidy rolls back to try and get Blizzo away from Zuni. Stuns him up. Morrow blinks in. Triple Dragon's Breath. Looking for some polys onto the Hunter. Trying to isolate Zuniaki in that Stormbolt. And the reason we see Morrow never use his Combustion, if you're wondering, is because Facile will activate Roar of Sacrifice and reduce a crit chance by 100%, which basically deletes Combustion. He'd rather just sit on it, see if they get baited to use the Roar of Sacrifice before it, then pop it, or just never use it. And then their damage will never be reduced at any point. Greater Pyro casted. Facile rolls up. Maim stun onto it. Blizzo gets Ring of Peace. I like that Ring of Peace positioning. Blizzo can't make it back to Zuni on that staircase, but Looney actually rolls up and starts kicking him in the face a little bit. Looney showing a bit of bravery here. He's looking a little bit unafraid. I think Light could swap to him if he keeps playing cheeky like this.
Ooh, Morrow taking some burst. Nice temporal shield, though. Should be able to survive. Zuniaki taking a huge hit of damage as well. He rolls away, but Blizzo, he's in so much trouble. Can they take him down? He barely lives. He's in a stun. They might have the damage, but no, once again, it is just the commanding shout to keep Blizzo alive with the Life Cocoon. Those two abilities have saved Wildcard Gaming countless times in this matchup. I mean, if there is just the slightest bit of more damage, Blizzo goes down in these setups. But there isn't, and ultimately Wildcard Gaming will stay in the fight, now looking to turn around the pressure with a beautiful triple intimidating shout, Stormbolt onto Facile, but it just doesn't look like there's so much damage to back it up as they swap to Cassidy. Survival Instincts is forced out. He's so low. Full polymorph on Zuniaki. Cassidy is left all alone, but the Vitality Conduit used by Zuniaki, that should keep Cassidy alive here. But man, these setups from both teams are absolutely stellar.
Anyone could take it here in Game 5. Who's going to make it to the Grand Finals? And who is going to have to suffer the fate of facing Method Black in the lower finals to get a rematch against Light? They've been on a tear here with this Mistweaver, Hunter, Feral Druid composition. They got a mana advantage at this point. They've constantly been a threat, but Morrow sneaks in a polymorph. Cassidy is isolated. Can they finish him here in the leg sweep? Blizzo goes into battle. He knows he can take it, but gets denied by that lingering Psychic Shell of Cassidy. Zuni now rolls over. Vitality Conduit brings Cassidy back to full in the immediate future. Facile gets polyed away, needs to be dispelled, gets removed by Zuni. Zuni tries to Ring a Piece Morrow, but he blinks through it with the Greater Pyro Blast being channeled. They have to bash him up on the cast and stop that Greater Pyro. Blizzo's going after Zuni, mixing it up again, trying to make it so that Enlight have no idea who they're going to commit to, but a Freezing Trap lands. Blizzo is in trouble, but at the same time, maybe not. He's just going for the kill. Cassidy absolutely gets smacked there. Blizzo says no way, and Enlight will go down to the lower bracket to face off against Method Black.
What a crazy series. So let's start by talking about this game, but I definitely want to look at everything that's happened in it because it's going to be very important when we do actually get into the next matchup and then overall what's going to happen in this tournament. An incredible top three that we do have here. But Zico, what was the story of this final game?
I feel like the big picture here is don't make Morrow go off the bench. Ben got that.
Famous Swapsy quote.
No, but honestly, Morrow, man, this guy is insane. Obviously, we've kind of talked about it for a long time, but I think the biggest thing that matters when you're the mage in this matchup is when you do go for the poly and you land it, you want to try to land a poly where it doesn't get pre-vitality or pre-life cocoon or anything like that, and that's what happened there in the end. And, you know, you have to go when you have a lot of haste procs. You have to go, you know, maybe with a Blink Dragon's Breath into Sheep. You have to do it at a kind of unexpected time, you know, and just kind of blink and just be on top of the healer before he can kind of react. And Morrow did a good job in two situations of doing that, landing two polys basically that didn't have a pre-vitality on them, First one forced out, Cassidy's cooldowns, and then towards the end there, they were able, while the jungle was being offensive, they did a counter setup, so to speak. Blizzard just went full aggro. Marvel got the CC that they needed, and they had the damage to back it up. Still, though, this is a scary situation for Method Black because this is the team that knocked them down. And this game could have gone either, or this series could have gone either way. And even if Enlight gets knocked out here, they're still going to be the third point earner, if my math is not completely off here. They're at least going to pass by, Bergen Boys and Enigma. So this cup has just been great for Enlight.
And passing by those two teams, it obviously sounds like it's huge, but it's even bigger than that when you think about the fact that there's potential for them not to be accumulating nearly as many points. So any team that's below that threshold, like so many points were soaked up by them last week in this month of competition that is just going to be kind of removed now from the field. So it really does help you if you are ahead of them, because the other teams will just never be able to, those points are gone, right, from the ecosystem. So that says quite a bit if they are able to jump past that. Now, I think the biggest thing to talk about is obviously, yes, Method Black was knocked down by Enlight. It was a 3-1 series. We just saw Method Black play against MyWay. It was a 3-1 series in that scenario as well, but 3-1 in Method Black's favor. That's how they stayed in this tournament. MyWay bringing similar compositions, obviously relying on that Priest fully, though. Do you think that Method Black feels like they have an answer here, Venruki? Or do you think that we are going to see Enlight play on a completely different caliber of jungle?
Well, here's the thing. I feel like Method Black has had the absolute, a big advantage in the fact that they have seen Wildcard Gaming deal with both of these jungle teams. So they saw how Wildcard Gaming beat MyWay with the turbo. They locked in the turbo. They ended up beating MyWay. Now, Method Black, looking at that, maybe the Warrior Mage Mistweaver isn't their main composition, but they might want to try it. If they lock in, the Thundercleave, and we see what happens in the same way where Enlight can kind of just bully them, take down Chaz and stuns like they were taking down Looney, they might have no choice but to try to lock in that Warrior Mage Mistweaver Monk and try to just do the same thing we saw Wildcard Gaming do. But it's definitely not going to be easy because, those games were so close. Although we did see Wildcard Gaming win that series, there were so many moments in the game where if Enlight had just literally done 5,000, 10,000 more damage, it could have been a completely different series, right? We could see Enlight in the grand finals and Wildcard Gaming, Method Black in the lower bracket. So that's how close that series was. Even if Method Black plays it as well as Wildcard Gaming, they could still lose depending on what happens in terms of damage.
It just feels like the tournaments keep getting closer and closer. One of the most insane top threes I think we have seen in quite some time in our second week here of the AWC. The next series is going to be Enlight versus Method Black. It's an elimination series. The winner of it gets to go to the grand final to play against Wildcard Gaming. The loser drops out at number 3. We're going to find out who's going to keep on rolling in this tournament right after this.
Tackled by Chaz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney. Then Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Blinzo. Massive damage. And Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The shadow step. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
Today, we get not one, but 2 grand finals, one for North America, one for EU, and we're just one series away from figuring out who's going to be in the grand final for the EU region. My name's Rich, I'm going to be your host, and I'm joined on the desk by Healing Stat, Supatiz, and Zico. Let's actually talk about everything that we just saw. Healing Stat, obviously, you were watching in the wings on that last series. What were your actual thoughts about what was Enlight was able to do, even though they did drop down into this series?
I mean, Enlight had a phenomenal... I mean, they've had a great tournament the entire time, right? It's been incredible. But the fact that they can take it so close against Wildcard Gaming, having already beaten Method Black, is just truly astounding. I mean, we talk about the top 2 teams in Europe being consistently Method Black, Wildcard Gaming. They gave us that epic grand final last week. And Enlight's been shattering that meta using this jungle cleave. And I mean, I really thought they had that series. They were 2-1 up. Both those last 2 games they could have easily taken. It was just raw class on the side of Wildcard Gaming that won it in the end. But whether they'll get that rematch or not, I definitely still think they've got a good shot. I'm really curious. Maybe Method Black are going to go over to the Warrior Mage Monk as well after watching it work for Wildcard.
Yeah, and keep in mind, Zico, we have already talked about it quite a bit. This is a matchup that's already happened in this tournament, and similar compositions have been thrown around all day with the fact that we also saw another Jungle Cleave make it into the top 4.
Yeah, we had MyWay, Hydra's jungle. They don't have that flexibility of that Mistweaver, like Enlight does, but saw the answer was turbo from Method Black. That's what MyWay couldn't actually do anything about. That's what took them out. And we saw Wildcard similarly play turbo, but with the Ellie Shaman instead, and they couldn't beat Enlight with that. So I'm not sure, because Wildcard was the first team that ran the enhanced turbo against jungle. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough from Method Black here, or if they're going to bring out an Ellie, or what answer they have here. They definitely got something up in their sleeve.
This is going to be so interesting. I feel like Ven called it a little bit at the beginning of the day that he did think if one of the jungles was going to be able to go on deep runs, it was going to be Enlight. They have a little bit of that extra flexibility. I mean, obviously not the most versatile team as far as compositions are concerned, but we've started to see very quickly just why Ven maybe made that prediction. What do you think's going to happen here, Supatiz? Do you think that Enlight's going to be able to potentially get another victory here against Method?
Well, Enlight was originally struggling with Mage Lock Mistweaver. They seem to have found a way to be able to deal with that. They're also struggling with Death Knight Cleaves. I feel like the Bergen Boys was giving them a hard time for a bit too. Seems like they figured out a way to deal with that. Then Thunder was giving them a tough time. They've now figured out how to deal with that. Turbo, maybe, they know how to deal with that. The only option that we've seen where they didn't win, but it still felt like they could, was the Mage Warrior Mistweaver. And that's a composition that Wildcard Gaming have played for so long, whereas Method Black have not played it as long, and it was close. So do you just copy Wildcard because they won and say you can do it better, or do you go to something else? It looks like they're going to go to something else.
And you started to mention it just a little bit, Zico. Before we do jump down, I know that there's something that you received in the DMs that you want to disclose right now.
Yeah, so I didn't really want to talk about it too much, before the comps are locked in and everything, but I did get a little message from Chaz, very fired up, saying that, we're gonna eat them alive. Let's go. You guys are gonna,
Brilliant.
Oh, they're doing my strat. I love this strat.
He said NASCAR. That was the word he used. He said be prepared for NASCAR. So I think we're going fast here, gentlemen. And
All right, well,
I
buckle
love
up.
this.
It's time for NASCAR. Method Black versus Enlight. The gates opening. Whoever wins this series goes to the grand final. Whoever loses is no longer in the tournament. They bow out in third place.
So this is going to probably be a Death Grip Zuniaki, Chill Streak, and then run at Zuniaki until he dies strategy. Chaz is playing Orc Relentless, so he's going to get out of so many freezing traps. He gets stunned into a freezing trap, he adapts out. Then the next freezing trap, he gets reversed magicked. All Chaz has to do is stand on top of his team in Ghost Wolf, tank them with the Ghost Wolf healing, and run at Zuniaki. Let's see if Enlight can deal with this aggressive Zug cleave strategy. It is incredibly difficult to deal with as the Mistweaver Monk because you're so limited on your mobility with that Heartstop Delirium if the Death Knight is able to stay on target. But right now, Zuniaki actually cleanly got away. Method Black need to find a way to get back to him ASAP.
Yeah, well, with the jungle cleave, you know, it's always considered to be one of these compositions that's a little bit more squishy, but you do have a lot of utility there. You have the Roar of Sacrifice, the Hand of Freedom, essentially from the Hunter as well. So the Hunter brings a fair few tools. Feral, obviously, with the off-healing as well. So Zuniaki isn't alone in this battle, but he is going to have a tough time. We can see the Life Cocoon being forced out off of that Death Grip from Swapsy. The question is kind of how do they lose the game, Method Black? Right now, if you look at it, mana is a tough resource for them. Chaz taking a lot of damage on Swapsy. He had every single defensive cooldown, but caught off guard by the Drestigaths and Enlight, making light of Method Black's strategy.
I've never seen a Death Knight die.
That was fast.
You know my favorite part of NASCAR? The crashes. Zico, let's talk about how NASCAR panned out for him, and let's talk about what goes wrong.
The analogy keeps going.
I had the best analogy, man, and it wasn't muted a single time.
You're muted? Oh,
I was muted, man. They missed it.
It takes two to crash. So let's actually talk. Let's talk about what did happen. What went wrong for them, even though they thought that they had such a good answer to go into Enlight.
Yeah, I mean, they completed that first lap, and then they were going to swap out their tires. You know, everything was going good, but all of a sudden, you know, they got some bad parts, and they weren't able to finish the race here. And instead, a big accident happened. Mr. Drestigath came in, you know, driving on the wrong side of the road. I don't know. I don't even, you know, I don't have a license. I'm kind of off base right now. But I blinked for a second. No one, I literally heard the healing stat. Yeah, right now, how do Method Black actually lose? And I was just like, yeah, I mean, everything looks fine right now. They had a nice strategy with the, you know, Orc adaptation. You can't trigger it on a stun because there's no stun that's going to be long enough to trigger the adaptation. So you can only trigger it on the freezing traps. And then they were going to use the reverse magic to reverse some of those traps. But I think Swapsy just didn't see that coming. I mean, nobody did, honestly. I blinked for a second and he was just dead.
Now, Healing said, as somebody who's competed in situations like this, what do? Do you play that composition again, even though you saw the loss? Do you shake the loss off and say, we didn't really see what our composition can do if you're Method Black? What do you do when you're playing against Zuniaki?
Well, Method Black's theme so far in these tournaments has been, okay, let's try some of our own stuff. Okay, yeah, that didn't work out so well. So what did Wildcard pick to beat Jungle last? I don't know. Yeah, Warrior Mage. Warrior Mage could be good. I wouldn't mind seeing that, to be honest. I mean, Waz has been playing the Warrior. We've seen Raiko on the Mage. It could be something they go for. At the same time, it's difficult to take a game loss like that, right? Like, it's very, I don't want to say random, because obviously Enlight set up their burst perfectly, but Swapsy had answers. He had the IBF, he had the Trinket. The only thing I was a little bit worried about for them, aside from that, was Chaz was already 50% mana in that game. We know Shaman throughput healing not to be the best, so Enlight will get opportunities where people aren't at 100% health, so I'm not super convinced that that was the matchup they were looking for.
Yeah, and it's very tough, like you did say, to not be results-oriented in your thinking when the results are that glaring, right? So will we see them go back to strategies that maybe worked on other jungle clues? Will we see them actually try to mirror what we saw Wildcard Gaming do? That is going to be the question as we do get into our second game. But keep in mind as well, I have brought it up a few times, but I really do think it's one of the most important things to keep tucked away in the back of your mind. And Light already beat Method Black in this tournament 3-1. For anybody who didn't see that series, Super T's, what really was the story? What were the compositions that we did see?
I mean, they tried a lot of the wizard setups, but they just stopped working. They couldn't dampen them with the Mage Warlock. They kept trying to dampen them with like a late game Mage Warlock game, and Light just out-dampened them over and over. So I don't know if it's a case where you can actually... It's weird because jungle used to be the comp where it's like, wow, I feel bad for them. They have to win fast. They can't win any other way. And now it's like, no, you actually have to beat the jungle fast or they dampen you. It's like the dampened have become the dampeners. Here for Enlight.
I mean, when you have to go into dampening so many times, you're born in it, you're molded by it, you become the damp. And it's definitely something that we have seen them do really well, right? I agree full-heartedly. And Zico even mentioned, he was like, if we go to a bigger map, I want to see the jungle try to play for dampening. You have to play to the map that you are on. Now this time, we're going to Blackrock Hold, and Enlight kind of loves this map at this point.
Yeah, I feel like Blackrock Hold it's their go-to map when they lose game number 1. So I think they're not too bothered by this lock-in by Method. But I think it's going to be hard to kind of tell what they want to do. Maybe Method just feels like, we can't really... like, we had every button available still and we died. Like, we can't, blame that on the composition. You always got to look. Was it our comp or was it our execution? And sometimes you can have a convincing loss or, a loss like that, and it could just be chalked up to, an individual mistake. But sometimes it can be like, okay, well, this was our plan and we weren't actually even able to execute on that before we died. So regardless, what we wanted to do didn't work out despite that mistake. And you got to kind of analyze that situation and then take it from there if you're Method Black, because we know they have a lot of answers.
Yeah, and I think there are so many factors that you mentioned as well where it's like, okay, yeah, you just get hit by a dressed and you're like, okay, we messed up. We didn't see that one coming. We can play better in the next one. We'll find out very quickly, though, where Method Black's mental is after that first game. They only have a few seconds here, and there it is. They're going to the turbo. How do you feel about the turbo here, healing stat?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a matchup that can go either way as well. Definitely with Zinniaki on the Mistweaver, I give Enlight a good shot in this one as well, though. I mean, if this is your counter pick, I think the first game, this is the thing for Method Black, right? They've known exactly what Enlight's playing every single game. Game 1, they get completely blown out of the water. Swapsy dies through every cooldown. Game 2, they're locking in a matchup that we've seen already Enlight is very comfortable in and capable of winning. So I definitely still think Enlight has the advantage in this one. And for Method Black, it's so strange, right? Because we're so used to this being the team that has an answer for everything, but they're going up against what is essentially 3 players just playing their main composition, and they don't seem to be able to crack the code just yet.
Well, and I mean, look at it this way, though. They thought that they did have the answer, right? I mean, the only reason that we know that is because Zico obviously getting to talk to them before this matchup started. But I mean, it wasn't like they casually were like, yeah, I think we know what we're gonna do. They were like, zug zug, NASCAR baby, zoom zoom, easy clap, too easy, and all of a sudden they get deleted in that last game. They're sent to the Shadowlands a little bit prematurely, and now the question is, will they be able to get back in this series? Will they be able to find a win with the turbo? Turbo looked so gosh darn convincing earlier in the day, but I think that Enlight's made it pretty clear that they are the best jungle that we've seen right now. Would you disagree with that, Zico, or do you feel like Enlight's just proved their dominance?
I feel like I've been saying that for a while now. Enlight is the best jungle right now. But I think what's really interesting about this matchup here is that, well, there's a couple of things, but the main thing is that Wildcard refused to run the Enhanced Shaman when they were fighting Enlight, in the last series. And Wildcard did use the Enhanced to beat MyWay, which was Hydra's jungle, right? So... I mean, there's got to be some kind of, war game result or something that told, Wildcard, like, hey, okay, we don't want to be enhanced against these
Do you think it's the Monk?
And now Method Black...
Do you think it's the Monk?
I mean, I think the Monk definitely plays a big factor, but it could also be that Swapsy feels more comfortable on, you know, a melee over his Ellie Shaman. Well, actually, I don't think that's true, because I know that he's been keeping his Ellie, like, you know, polished. So I don't know. I think Method Black are running out of answers, and I think there is a chance that they will lose here. And if they do, I think the only thing left is to bring in Waz, go back to the comfort, go Rogue Mage Pally, do basically what Wildcard did, you know, just go to your main comp and see if you can win that.
Yeah, and this is crazy. I mean, just think about what can happen. No matter what happens in this series, this is always a great feeling. You know that we're going to have an incredible grand final, right? You're either going to have a rematch where a jungle makes it all the way to the grand final, not something that we necessarily expected, or we're going to get that wild card versus Method Black final that has happened so many times. At this point, though, it looks like Enlight has managed to get in the heads of every single team that there is in this tournament, and we're going to find out on Blackrock Hold if they're going to be able to keep that momentum going. I do think that seeing Blackrock Hold is really interesting. As you did mention, Enlight usually picks this map game 2 if they do lose in game number 1. Do you think that's Method Black trying to get it out of the way, Zico, on their own terms? Is it almost like a little bit of a steal pick, or do you think it's a lack of research?
No, I think that they saw the matchup against MyWay, or that's what they did in the matchup against MyWay, rather, Method Black. They locked in Blackrock Hold, and then they had a kind of a strategy where they wanted to go after Hydra on the Priest. I think they just want to do essentially the same thing here, but I think it could backfire since, you know, we are against a Monk healer and not a Priest healer, and also I feel like MyWay, this is not like, I feel like every team has kind of their like go-to map where they try to set up a really nice win condition. And for Wildcard, usually it's like Blade's Edge where they like to go, at least historically. And for Enlight, it is Blackrock Hold. So I think they just don't really care that this is their comfort. They just think the map is going to favor us more, so we're going to lock it in regardless of, you know, if they like it or not.
Well, let's see how that does play out for him. Enlight going to be leading by 1 as these gates get open. Method Black is trying to even the scale.
Let's see if the turbo works out for Method Black here, because if it doesn't, what other options do they have? They're sort of at their limit in terms of strategies. Swapsy and Waz charging forward towards Facile. Suniaki playing very far back. Waz leaps over to Cassidy. Chaz rolls to center tomb. Who's going to get crowd control first, though? Both Mistweavers are free at the moment. Zuni pulling away from Chaz, trying to max range that paralyze. Facile gets stunned up as Swapsy and Waz are going to pop off. Huge pressure with that heroism activated. They're trying to find a life cocoon here before going for the ascendance. Can they find it? Chaz gets swapped to. Huge damage here over onto him. That's the rally from Waz to stabilize. That was just Cassidy. Now they trap Chaz on the rally. Everybody is getting whittled down here by Method Black, and that rallying cry's boosted health is going to fade shortly if they want to switch back to Chaz. I don't like Chaz being on top of the cleave at the moment. He's going to roll forward, look for crowd control, gets rooted on his roll. Cassidy intercepts him. Cassidy absolutely owning Chaz at the moment. Waz is trying to force him away. Facile pushing forward as well. Cassidy finally getting stunned off Chaz. He gets a moment to breathe. Maybe not. They storm up Facile on the grappling hook. They stop the freezing trap for now, but Chaz needs to be aware of that freezing trap. Facile is being pressured. Good damage between Swapsy and Waz so far.
Yeah, I mean, Enlight are just so good on this jungle cleave, finding swap after swap, really keeping Method Black guessing, though to Chaz's credit, he held onto the life cocoon that entire time. Meanwhile, Zunyaki had to trade out his, and that's obviously the big immunity cooldown for these Mistweaver monks. We see a trap now over onto Chaz, still has that major cooldown. Waz in trouble, has to use the rallying cry, presumably running the short rally. There's still a bash here on Chaz. He's going to have to use that life cocoon on someone in the near future, although it looks like he's actually able to escape this one. He uses that aura mastery, able to top them off. Great healing by the Method Black Mistweaver monk here. We'll have to see whether he can keep it up through this game, because Enlight, it just takes one of those stun opportunities. The double stun, it's not going to proc conflict. They're going to be able to get that kill over onto the Mistweaver. He's playing the Relentless. There's another stun coming through. The Drastic F coming through. Preemptive Vitality Conduit, but the Safeguard still procs. Trouble for Method Black.
Oh, triple fear there by Waz, set up into the leg sweep on Cassidy. They've isolated the Feral Druid. They're trying to gun down for the kill, but Lingering Psychic Shell active on Cassidy means he's likely not to go down. Waz now activating his Lingering Psychic Shell, as I believe all 4 damage dealers are running that tank trinket. Chaz trying to retreat back in the room, and this is why Method Black picked this. An Enhancement Shaman is never going to hit Zuniaki, but a jungle is going to hit Chaz. So Chaz benefits as the Mistweaver Monk that can be targeted to utilize these rooms to roll into line of sight or portal out and in. So this map is working really well for Method Black. Waz, though, is low on health. Ring of Peace from Chaz. Right, and will he be able to survive? He gets stunned! Oh my goodness! Barely surviving on 10%. Facile now taking a beating. He is being punished for chasing Chaz, but trapped on the life cocoon. Ends up breaking a bit early. That's unfortunate there for Enlight. That could have been a huge opportunity. They're going to grapple weapon Waz, slow down some of his damage. Mana even between the healers. A very close game 2 between Enlight and Method Black.
Yeah, it's been very back and forth. I mean, every single time Enlight, you know, they're definitely the team with the most threat, though this is a lot of damage over onto Facile. Does have access to that aspect of the turtle, though Vitality Conduit traded out instead. Bloodlust coming in from Swapsy. Big damage from the melees on this Turbo Cleave, but now they're trying to reverse the pressure. Double stuns on Chaz. Is he able to get out? Looks like he's going to trade out the Vitality Conduit, Ring of Peace, kite away. His entire team, though, is dying. Vitality Conduit distributes health, and there isn't much health to distribute on the side of Method Black. Chaz has some catching up to do. Cassidy never lets him relent. Forces out that life cocoon with a wild charge. Now the trap as the pressure continues from Enlight, looking to go 2 in the series.
Interception by Waz, fear into Stormbolt, trying to stall for Chaz. Manages to buy enough time. Chaz is out of crowd control. Zuni building a slight lead in terms of mana, 1 minute away from dampening. Will they be able to find a kill in time? Enlight still continue to mix it up. They're jumping after Chaz. They interrupt him on a heal. Cassidy then switches over to Waz. If they can get a die by the sword with that interrupt, it would be crucial. But that Dark Iron Dwarf racial, the Fireblood, reducing a ton of pressure onto Waz. Nice racial choice there from Waz. They trap him at low health. A little peculiar. Now they go for the stun onto Waz, but it's on diminishing return. Perhaps Enlight just trying to max out their damage. But mana is evened out now between the healers. Zuni getting that crackling Jade Lightning, pinning Chaz against the wall, amplifying the damage of his team. But now Cassidy gets leg swept on the opposite side. Zuni is forced to life cocoon. Now Swapsy switching his attention to Facile with that Ascendance. Big power cooldown for the Enhancement Shaman. Waz gets grapple weapon. Zuni's trying to stall and buy time for that Ascendance to fade, and he has. Both teams take a moment here. Dampening has just begun.
Yeah, Chaz actually made a really beautiful play in the midst of all that as well. He ported or used his Transcendence Portal on the trap, and then Waz, who had full bleeds, walked into the trap to remove all of that damage. Really nice play, and this is something Venruki was saying earlier. If they had a Discipline Priest on the side of Enlight, something like that would be disastrous. That would be set up over, but because they have the Mistweaver Monk, they can just keep it going. They have so much mana. Zuniaki was able to sit down for a little drink there, got about 20% of his mana pool. He's now slightly ahead of Chaz as consequence of that. Dampening, as you said, Sid, it is kick-starting here. Waz, Chaz, and Swapsy, all of them losing health from this Vitality Conduit. The Drestigath forces out another major cooldown. Another trap breaks, though. Unfortunate for Enlight. That could have been even more pressure coming in. On the side of Method Black, Chaz has just been doing such a good job of rotating through his cooldowns, but mana is now starting like it could be a little bit of a problem as well here, Sid.
Yeah, Zuni's got a pretty significant lead at this point in the game. Chaz is stunned up. Cassidy's going after him. Facile disengages to get on him as well. His safeguard is going to trigger. He's trying to fake cast potential interrupts and roll away, but that absorb has now been shredded. Everybody in trouble here on the side of Method Black. Rally available in 7 more seconds. Can they make it to that point? Freezing trap is landed. Waz gets stunned up. He can't die by the sword for a moment. Immediately it trades the cooldown. Zuni interrupted. Swapsy's actually going after Zuniaki a little bit. Is he going to regret this decision? He is getting uptime at the moment, but now Chaz gets stunned. He breaks out, pops a Vitality Conduit, steals some of Waz's health for himself, but now both targets are low. Everyone in trouble here on Method Black. There's a lot of defense still available for Enlight. They're desperate. They're trying to go after Zuni, but they get grapple weapon. Waz can't really attack. Swapsy's rooted in the room. Facile jumps over for what is likely a freezing trap. He's trying to get through the grounding. He fakes out the grounding totem. No, they're actually just going to go after Chaz. A bit surprising. I was anticipating the freezing trap here. Facile stunned up as they intercept the Hunter, trying to force them away from Chaz so they can't land that freezing trap. Cassidy going to trade survival instincts. Cassidy wants to go after Chaz, but Waz and Swapsy are babysitting here excellently, preventing him from pushing forward. Facile wants to land this trap. Will he be able to? They go for the bash. They go for the dress. They go for the drop. Will he just explode? Double fear by Waz. Buys time. Chaz ports back into the room and stays alive.
I can't believe Chaz is still alive. Chaz has been playing this godlike. On the side of Zunyaki, he's also been playing really, really well in this Mistweaver, but one mistake I've seen from him, might not even have time for that as Waz is dropping so dangerously low. One mistake I've seen from Zunyaki a couple of times, he's forgetting to relay his Transcendence portal sometimes. He's got to be careful with that, because it can expose you. That's why Swapsy was able to have so much uptime on that previous period of play. We see Psychic Shells being traded out by all DPS here for Seal, Swapsy, all of them using that tank trinket from Nazoth. Who is going to fall first? That is the question. Why is this caught up in a disarm? He has nothing left. The Life Cocoon comes through in the nick of time from Chaz, but he has no mana resource. The healing is starting to wane here for Method Black. 20% dampening. Either side could still take it, Sid, but I'm feeling like Enlight's running away with this one.
Oh, Chaz stunned up by Cassidy. Cassidy tearing in, and Enlight moved to match point. Method Black have to find an answer, or they are going to be out of the tournament. It would be the first time in a long time that Method Black don't make it to a grand final.
You read my mind. I was about to ask the same question. How long has it actually been since we haven't seen Method Black at least make it to the grand final, let alone win grand finals, right? But I mean, for the most part, I think we saw Method Black, getting to the finals of a lot of the community tournaments, but not necessarily winning all of them. But Zico, it's been a long time since we haven't seen this squad get to a grand final, and now they're just one map away.
I'm trying to think. I feel like the worst placement they've had in like the last 2 years has been at 1/3 place.
Yeah,
and wasn't it the first
in their first cup of last year?
Yeah, it was.
And that was it. Every other time they were grand final.
It was a year ago, and it was
and
third.
They won most of them, right? They won like 4 of them.
Yep, at least.
and then they won BlizzCon.
Casually.
They won summer finals.
I think they had a 3rd place finish where they literally Raikou didn't show up, and they still got top 3 in a tournament last year as well. So these guys are just all over the place. They're literally farming. But Enlight, I don't know. Enlight looks pretty insane today.
They definitely do. Let's talk about that next game. Then we'll really start leaning into what we expect to see, not only in the next game, but potentially the rest of the tournament, because this is wild. We have not seen this team it's been over a year since they've actually been in a position where they might not make it to a grand final. Let's talk about what happened in this game to get Enlight on match point, Zico.
I mean, it's what we were talking about a little bit before. What I was talking about in their series against Wildcard when they started kind of losing that steam against the Mage Warrior. I told them, the Monk is the key that opens up the game. When you go on the Monk, get him low, he uses Life Cocoon on himself, you trap up the Monk. While you were going on the Monk, he wasn't healing the others. They're going to be a little bit low. You're going to get a full trap, and then you're also going to have, a warrior maybe on 70% or a shaman, and then you go on one of them, and that's exactly what they were doing in this match. They were going after Chaz on that Monk, and Chaz played amazing in this game, for the record. He pre-Aura Mastery, or, Thunder Focus, I think it's called for Monks, and he used, just the fake casts of Cassidy's kicks. If he just gets kicked one time, he could easily just die. So Chaz played a great game as well, but he wouldn't necessarily even have to be in that position if they just lock in a bigger map. I feel like especially these kind of alt monks, they need to realize the win condition of the enemy team is killing the monk on smaller maps. So if you're afraid of dying, if you're in a comp where you can die, you probably don't want to go to a smaller map. And the other thing as well is that Zuni was going for drinks really early, and I think that was kind of the tipping scales at the end there, because he still had some mana and Chaz didn't.
Oh man, what do you think we see in the next game, Zico?
RM Pala.
Yeah, they got to bring Raikou in, right, on the mage. I feel like that's what they haven't tried yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so Super Tease, do you agree with that as well?
Well, looking at the draft, I think they're going to try Mage Lock. They're going to try and take the free win Tolvaron with Mage Lock and at least get one win.
And then go Rogue Mage?
And then maybe go Rogue Mage, yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. I just don't want to see Raikou on a Frost Mage again.
Yeah,
did they play against them with Frost yet? I felt like Frost also.
It's just, I'm not a big fan of the Frost Mage, man.
Tolvaron Arena is locked in, like Sid did say, and now we're actually going to see Fire Mage and the Warlock backed up by the Monk for Method Black and Healing Stat. How do you think this will actually fare in potentially the last game of this series?
I feel very confident for Method Black in this one. I mean, they did this last week as well. They played a bunch of different comps, and in Game 7 they brought out MLM. It was the Frost version, as Zico stated, I think, on everyone's behalf. We'd much rather see Fire a little bit more explosive and fast-paced the games when you do swap the mage from Frost to Fire. But I feel like Tolvaron, they've set it up well. There's a very good chance Method Black should be taking this game. But the only thing that's making me think maybe not is that they didn't lock this in initially, right? There must be a reason. Maybe they've been losing war games as this, but I feel like if Method Black is a really good MLM game, they should be at least pulling one back on the board here.
Yeah, Super Tees, what do you think some of the reasons that maybe we haven't seen this composition actually locked in yet could be? As Healing Set did start to allude to, there obviously have to be some reasons.
Well, they've lost before, I think is the main point, but I feel like it's really hard to lose on Tolvaron. If you're fighting two melee classes and you're playing Fire Destro Monk, I feel like you have to throw really badly to lose with this specific matchup. Enlight, I don't know what they're gonna do. I almost feel like Enlight should just target Chaz, run him down. If he dies, we win. We're in the grand finals. If he doesn't, oh well, it's Tolvaron. Like a big deal. Now we get to pick our maps. I feel like just an all-out strategy might be better for them. They've got the pressure advantage too. If Chaz chokes, then it's just over. So, but if they just play the neutral game, I feel like Method Black are gonna just strangle them out, and then Enlight are more or less they're just like taxing themselves a 15-minute defeat. I'm not sure if it's worth it for them.
Yeah, so Zico, do you think that in a war of attrition, Enlight would definitely lose this one? Do you want to see aggression like Super Tees has started to allude to?
On this map, I feel like you have to play for the dampening win condition. If you're Enlight, you have to be the aggressor, but can never kind of overcommit. Like if you can't force any big cooldowns early on, I don't think it's the biggest issue, because those cooldowns are very likely to rotate back. And we did when they fought each other earlier on during Friday, I think they did actually play the Frost Mage Lock Monk with Raikou running the Lonely Winter kind of Deep Shatter Ice Form, big Frostbolt damage build, and from what I remember, they got wrecked. So I think going Fire here is the play, and I think I want to see Raikou go Greater Pyro and Memory of Lucid Dreams, and then just have that big combustion threat later in dampening to potentially secure them a kill, and then also have just the threat of being a Greater Pyro Mage in combination with the Warlock. I think compositionally, they should be in a good spot, Method Black.
Well, the matchup for the grand final may be decided here. It looks like Method Black has been able to set up a scenario that's looking pretty fantastic for him, but when you look big picture, Enlight definitely has the hold over this series. If they can win this, they will head to the grand final.
All right, let's see what they can get done. Currently, they're posted up defensively. And I mean, they could wait until deep dampening, maybe. We often see that. It's either like you're completely YOLO, you run in and it's do or die, or it's, all right, we're going to wait and see what happens in dampening. But Zuni actually gets caught in a poly that could open Method Black up to some potential here. Not finding any damage just yet. Method Black are just controlling Facile and Cassidy with Fear and Polymorph. Raikou blinks back. Oh, that Ring of Peace. I was actually wondering if we saw Ring of Peace locking Cassidy in the room, but it was actually Zuni's Ring of Peace. And Enlight are going to play at the box, and they're going to go for that late game. Let's see if they can make it to that point. If they beat Mage Lock on Tolvaron, I mean, I already think they are the best jungle in the game, but it just affirms it.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an uphill task for Enlight. So when I was talking about this from Friday, obviously this matchup played out, but with Raikou playing Frost, and Raikou is one of those mages who I actually would potentially argue that he's the best Frost mage in the world. I don't think we've seen anyone else having the same level of success this expansion with Frost that Raikou's had. He's been doing such a good job. But on Fire, you can tell, whilst he's been playing it a lot more, he's been playing the RM Pal for their team, he hasn't been preferring it. That's a nice preemptive life kicking coming in from Chaz on the trap there. But for me, Raikou, he's a fantastic Fire mage as well, but clearly he has a comfort preference towards Frost. We'll have to see how he does make it on the Fire Mage here. This is a good opportunity, nice stun setup coming in from Chaz, but it's just not super scary. I think they're going to get the life kicking off. They do. Zuniaki should be able to escape this. This is a lot of cooldowns from Method Black. Let's see what they can get done here, Sid.
Method Black on match point facing elimination to N-Light. I didn't think that I would ever see this. N-Light have been improving so dramatically throughout the tournaments this year. Now able to take matches and almost a series away from Wildcard Gaming. Already beating Method Black earlier on in the tournament, looking to beat them a second time in the same tournament. Can they pull it off? Zuniaki gets feared away, but Raikou is being pressured. The damage from N-Light is substantial, but Raikou gets a polymorph. At the same time, all of Method Black are stun locked. They can't really get any damage out, and Cassidy and Facile are on the run. Zuni ports back to their side and should be able to pick them up. That was a great deflection by the entire team of N-Light, stun locking all three members of Method Black and retreating away from their assault.
Yeah, we can see Swapsy, maybe he's overstayed his welcome just a little bit here. Chaos Bots come flying, but damage definitely being exchanged on both sides. Zuniaki, of course, since he is playing the monk, he has the counteract magic talent. You can see how little mana he's having to spend to keep his team at high health against these wizards. But there is some scary opportunities here as Method Black once again looks for a swap over onto him. He's going to use the double healing sphere, keep himself alive. A nice wall as well coming in. Now looking to get aggressive. Do they ever trap off this over onto Chaz? It looks like Facile is throwing it, lands it easily. But the damage is not there right now. Raikou taking a bit. Drasticev's come in. Talk about damage. But the Aura heal should be enough.
All right, Chaz trying to pick up Raikou. He's finally got him back to full health. I'm just double checking the build here from Raikou. I'd be surprised if he's not running full versatility. He is running versatility. Yeah, he's running enough that I think he's getting the maximum benefit. I really like that. This is one thing you want to make sure is when you're corrupting your gear, you want to corrupt the highest item level pieces. That'll give you the most benefit of the corruption. So he's got the corruption on his 485 gear, his 475 gear, and not going on anything that's lower, making sure that he's absolutely min-maxed. Freezing Trap lands. They go for the 50-50. They actually paralyze the Imp, so the Imp can't dispel. That was a nice adaptation from N-Light to try and deal with that demon strategy of Swapsy. It unfortunately only gets them a life cocoon, but that could win them the game in the future. Zuni gets Ring of Peace out into the open by Chaz. They set up over onto Zuni. Double combo of crowd control and cooldowns. N-Light being decimated at the moment. Zuniaki trying to power through that combo of Combustion and Dark Soul and manages to make it through alive.
Yeah, nicely played. I think one of the stories of this game as well that I'm really watching is Chaz's mana. During that setup, I think Chaz was able to go sit down for a couple of drinks because he was about 50% mana, but he really needs to consistently do that because I think that's one thing when you look at Cloud9, Cubsy's always, when they go aggressive, if they're going to get a kill, he's there, but otherwise, he's sitting down for those drinks. So Chaz needs to find those opportunities because Zuniaki hasn't had to spend a dime yet. He gets caught up in a full polymorph, but preemptively connects that Vitality Conduit, distributing health, and distributing health from a sheep is just going to heal up the sheep, so very efficient healing coming in here from N-Light as they look to press on. Chaz going for a drink right now. The coil on the pet from Swapsy to make sure that there's no denial on that drink. Beautiful plays coming in from the three-time BlizzCon champion as Raikou blinks in, looks to get aggressive himself.
No, Zuni going to reposition to the opposite pillar. Doesn't want to stand on top of the casters. Cassidy chasing Raikou, but Raikou gates so far. There's no way they can chase, and they stack up for a double leg sweep. Nice punish by Chaz. Chaos Bolts are flying in. Cassidy activating that lingering Psychic Shell, absorbing the hits after that stun, but Raikou is being left open. Cassidy has to jump over, interrupt his Greater Pyroblast. I would say that it's a huge amount of damage on Raikou. I feel like I've not seen a Mage Lock pressured this much, this early on. They land the Freezing Trap, but they dispel it with the Imp. Nicely done, but maybe the 1 second paralyze. The 1 second paralyze was enough to get cauterized. This is the best map for Method Black's comp, and I'm not even confident right now that they're going to be able to pull this off. N-Light might reverse sweep them.
Yeah, this is, I mean, N-Light, they're one game away from just advancing to the grand final and eliminating Method Black, the Cup 1 champions, the team that took Wildcard Gaming to that Game 7 last week. They're really cutting through them right now. So you see the Skull Bash come through. Raikou, without that cheat death now, is going to be vulnerable. I'm willing to bet those Drestigev trinkets are coming up soon as well. Be very interesting to see if they can just get a one-shot wonder to finish off this series. N-Light considering to push on, and like you said, Sid, every time I watch Mage Lock play against these melee cleaves, they just have the pressure, they have the map control. These guys are just all over Raikou, playing so aggressively. Zuniaki backing them up perfectly. They have to get crowd control onto him and actually force them back, because right now N-Light's game to lose once again for Game 3.
So Chaz isn't running Vitality Conduit Major on a map where it is easy to drink. I feel like that might be the mistake that costs them the game. Vitality Conduit is so much healing. You activate that right before a stun, target's not going to die. I'm curious to see if it comes back to bite him. Zuniaki, though, in a polymorph. Raikou setting up damage on Facile. Big Chaos Bolt's in off the side, but Zuni gets the life cocoon. Facile should be all right. Cassidy is still pressuring Raikou. They're waiting for that Dark Soul threat to be over. He's going to Survival Instincts a Chaos Bolt, but even Survival Instincts can get cut through by that Dark Soul. They stay alive, they're staying on target, but Raikou repositions. He's in that wizard corner. Now Swapsy can intervene and fear Zuniaki, as well as cast Chaos Bolts onto Cassidy and Facile. I like this position from Raikou a lot better. Cassidy's going to switch back to Swapsy, so Zuniaki doesn't need to overextend to heal him back up to full. Good reaction to Raikou's reposition. Chaz is trying to drink. Zuni's trying to roll across midfield to stop him, but he gets feared, maybe, possibly, not able to get it. And Chaz's mana is very low. Even with the mana build, he's running out of mana. This is devastating for Method Black. Cassidy stuns up Swapsy. He's going after Raikou. Temporal about to fade. Actually switching to Swapsy. This damage is quite insane. I was not anticipating Enlight to even remotely have pressure against the Mage lock on Tolvaron Arena, but Chaz is almost out of mana, and 3 targets are low. Method Black, though, get triple crowd control. Double Mortal Coil to follow up. This is a beautiful engagement by Method Black. Cassidy has cooldowns to trade, though, and easily walks it off as he continues marching forward onto Raikou.
Yeah, regardless, that was still a very nice play there from Chaz. He was able to set up that double stun into the double coil from Swapsy. They needed that because they were really starting to struggle. But Raikou caught up in the stun. That's the ice block. Easily forced out. Chaz has no mana left. This is really scary. I believe he's going to be able to stay alive, but they just keep the spread pressure up, right? Like, they can force out Life Cocoon on one target, but they already have the other target pre-bled at about 80% health, so they're going to continue their pressure throughout this game. No combustion for about 20 seconds. Infernals are coming up. Method Black will get one last chance to make a huge push here as the Infernals are now available. Combustion soon. Dark Soul soon. You're going to need those Survival Instincts for that setup, otherwise this could be game over. Still Method Black with that last chance in this one.
They need to set up a drink for Chaz. He's not going to win this game with the mana that he has. Maybe just closing the game out could be an option. He rolls up for a double leg sweep out of those Infernals. But now with Infernals and Dark Soul available, they should press those to drink. Scare them away from crossing midfield. Chaz moves into position to start drinking. And Swapsy should honestly just press Dark Soul while they're moving in to stop the drink. They stun Chaz. They stop it. He's not getting any mana back on his return here, but Cassidy is taking a beating. Zuniaki repositions and restabilizes. Can Enlight do it? Get a 3-0. Swapsy now popping that Dark Soul. Chaos Bolt. Is there a stop? A nice stun there by Facile. They need another stop, though. Zuniaki rolls in, and Raikou could just be dead. Chaz has to Life Cocoon. He doesn't have the mana to keep pushing through this match, and Enlight are almost about to do the impossible, beating Mage Warlock on Tolvaron Arena. Raikou gates out into center field. Cassidy chases after him along with Facile. He double blinks to try and max range for a greater power, but Facile's back on target. Cassidy switches to Swapsy for a moment, just bleeding him up and trying to tax Chaz's mana even further. They're back on target. The next time those Drestigats are up, it could be over. They get the freezing trap, they get the Drestigats, and they look like they're going to get the kill. Enlight 3-0 Method Black. They beat Mage Warlock. They make it look easy. They made it look easy on the hardest map in the hardest matchup in the game. How did they just make it look easy?
Hardest matchup, first of all, you're going to talk about maps, you're going to talk about limited comps, but this is the first time in over a year that Method Black hasn't made it to a grand final in the AWC. Zico, let's actually talk about how on earth they were able to do it with jungle. Before you say that, I think we can hands down say this is the best jungle in the entire world. We saw jungles get blown out of the water against so many different compositions. You chalk it up to the comp, and then all of a sudden, we see Enlight just say, you know what, we can do whatever the heck we want with this comp. Let's talk about how they did it, Zico.
It's just, it comes down all the way back to the drawing board. The fact that they invested into this monk and they got him, Zuni on that monk, they got him comfortable, they got him, up to shape. It's just giving them that extra little diversity that they need. It's like what we talk about when we talk about the move. We're like, well, yeah, you're limited by one comp, but you're also just playing one healer. We saw them bring out the Paladin yesterday, and all of a sudden, magic was starting to happen. And I think it's the same thing for Enlight. They're getting comfortable on the Mistweaver, and they're getting comfortable with punishing other Mistweavers, targeting enemy healers, forcing out their defensives, forcing them to second guess who they're going to go after, and then just having clean setups. I think they forced the Cauterize in like a 1 second paralyze. They forced, the kill there at the end with the full trap, and they're playing to their win condition. They're not playing overly aggressive. They're shutting down drinks, and it's just everything is just going the way they want it to.
truly, truly insane series. I mean, we've already seen, like, to think about what fully happened here as well. They beat Method Black to knock Method Black down to the lower side of the bracket, right? That's a 3-1 series. Method Black throws a bunch of stuff at them there. Then they see them again, and Light still only has one composition. And Method Black throws even more at them, and they're able to beat it. Like, you talk about the drawing board, they're writing the mysteries of life in numerical equations all over that drawing board, and Light truly looks primed to potentially take the entirety of this tournament. And we look at the bracket now, that was a close series against Wildcard Gaming. Already, they have done something that hasn't been done in a year, in sending Method Black out in 3rd place. Now, are they going to be able to take down Wildcard Gaming, one of the teams that has looked like the best in the world? I feel like it's pretty easy to feel like a believer going into this one, though, Healing Stat.
Yeah, I mean, Enlight, why not, right? They just took down the defending champions from Cup 1 twice in the course of a weekend. Fantastic stuff coming in. They almost won the last series. Wildcard Gaming, the reason Wildcard Gaming was able to beat them was just pure class on their own main composition in the end, right? They tried all these counters, so did Method Black here, and then in the end, the only thing that could actually take down Enlight was just pure brilliance on that Warrior Mage. So I think this could just be a show of skill once again, like we saw last weekend, where it was Method Black's main comp versus Wildcard's main comp going all the way through that grand final. Here again, I think we could see, Jungle going up against Warrior Mage, and it's just going to be pinnacle of skill. Whichever team plays better on the day wins the matchup.
And that's kind of what you love to see, right? For this to be the grand final in Europe is truly, truly exciting stuff. I can't wait to actually see what we are going to see. Just keep in mind, when we actually do get to the grand final, the only change is going to be the fact that it's no longer best of 5. It is going to be best of 7. Do you guys think that hurts or helps either team, Zico?
I think it helps Enlight. I don't think it's gonna matter super much, but I feel like if you do play Mage Warrior, I think it's a little bit more like map reliant than the jungle would be. So in some sense, yeah, because certain maps are just harder for the mage to, like if they play on Blade's Edge, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult for Maru to get the CC and the damage that he needs in the situations that they need. But also, both of these teams are just super good at kind of taking a map and flipping it on its head, that I don't think it's going to matter too much. One thing that will matter, though, is the fact that Method Black are out of this tournament, and they were the number 1 point earner, 120 points. Wildcard was second with 100 points. And Wildcard right now are going to get 20 points more than Method Black guaranteed in this cup. So if they come second, we're going to have a first place tie between Wildcard and Method Black. And then if Wildcard wins, then they're going to pull ahead for Method Black as well. And this is going to matter a little bit later. So I think that's an important thing to keep an eye on.
Really important to be thinking about those standings. Very, very good point there. But ultimately, just excited to get into this matchup. We're going to give the teams a little bit of time to get ready. We have a grand final for EU just around the corner. You don't want to go anywhere. It's coming up right after this.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, but he gets caught on a polybark. The Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away. 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds away. 3 seconds away. 2 seconds. 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinket trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Growth. Do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
We're about to get into our first grand final of the day, and already Enlight has made quite a few upsets and proven that they have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with Wildcard Gaming. Wildcard Gaming wants to be able to pull this down. If they can, they are going to cement a pretty dominant spot for themselves throughout the entirety of the year. When we look at the standings, Enlight just trying to make a huge upset, already doing something that hasn't happened in over a year in the AWC, and that is causing Method Black to not make it to the grand finals. My name is Rich. I'm going to be your host. I'm joined by Healingstat, Zico, and Supatis to cover the action. But before we do go to that, I want to let you guys all know that there might be something going down very shortly. Over the next couple of days, definitely stay tuned to the WoW Esports Twitter. Brand new Twitter. It's been pumping out the good content. But I have a feeling that they're going to be announcing something that I could quickly see becoming a classic. Yeah, that was good. All right, so we want you to definitely make sure that you do look at that WoW Esports Twitter. You definitely want to see the announcement that's going to be coming out very shortly. But now we do want to turn our heads to this grand final. What do we think is going to happen, Zico, when we actually do get this one underway?
I was just checking, some of the player reactions now during this break, and a lot of the thoughts are coming out from Method Black on Twitter as well. I saw Waz say that he's going to be paying attention to see if Wildcard can beat them. He said that they played insane, and that's kind of the reason why he thinks Wildcard was able to win that best of 5. And he feels like actually Method Black and Wildcard don't really have a solid answer for the jungle. So from what I've been kind of looking into, it seems like the players themselves actually are starting to feel like Enlight is the favorite here, and that's because no one of these teams have a jungle in their arsenal, Wildcard or Method Black.
And also Healingstat, we know that there's definitely a pretty large amount of respect between Waz, Zuniaki, Raikou. I mean, these are players that played with each other for a very long time. Zuniaki being a huge staple of the World of Warcraft esports scene for such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, the man's a legend, right? Like, he's been BlizzCon finals multiple times, second place. I can't remember if it's 2 or 3 times. I think it's 2, but certainly either way, like, he's done everything but win BlizzCon. Yeah. Maybe this year could be a chance for him to kind of really put himself back on the map, because he's been a top player, a top healer, but he's always running jungle cleave the last couple of years. He's always playing with this team, and they make it work as far as jungle can go. If this is the season where jungle can go the whole way, I'm very excited for them, because they've been sticking with that. Zuniaki's picked up that Mistweaver, and that seems to be the difference, because we've seen, Hydra's jungle narrowly miss out on top 3. In US, there's been a couple of jungles, but they're all mostly running with that Discipline Priest. Zuniaki, the fact he's made that adaptation over to the Mistweaver, and not only that, he's been playing it super well throughout this tournament, seems to be the difference. And I mean, if they can take this grand final, it would be fantastic for the squad.
Yeah, I mean, it would be huge. And Zico, before we went to the break, you already started talking about something that is very important to keep in mind, and that is going to be the standings so far. But I can see that Wildcard Gaming and Enlight are ready to get this series underway. It is a best of 7, folks, but it always starts off the same. It is going to be a blind pick on the Grand Arena. It's time to jump down and see who's going to be able to strike first blood.
Well, it looks like it's going to be main comp versus main comp. Mistweaver Jungle into Mistweaver Fire Mage Arms Warrior. Wildcard Gaming played out of their minds here to beat
Enlight the first time around, but now they have to do it a second time. Will they be able to? Enlight 3-0 Method Orange. They beat them 3-1 earlier on in the tournament. They are on an absolute tear at the moment. Wildcard Gaming is just the last stone in their way to victory. Blizzo the target at the moment. Looney gets stunned up. Facile jumps over, secures the freezing trap. Blizzo doesn't look like he's in too much trouble, though, as he is pushing Cassidy away. Facile can't get back to the target. They switch over to Morrow. Zuniaki actually getting stunned up. Are they going to go after Zuniaki? Bit of a surprise play here. Double stun. Doesn't hit Zuni, though. Morrow taking a beating. Down below half. Looking to try and recover. And I'm just checking Looney's build. He's still running the Memory of Lucid Dreams. Opting for that over the Vitality Conduit. Let's see if he can make his mana last long enough to defeat Enlight.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Zuniaki. He's proven over the course of this weekend that he can weave mists with the best of them, but now Looney, the final boss, certainly he's got the confidence to go up against them. We can see Cassidy's taking a lot of damage right now, Life Cocoon forced out. But Blizzo, Dressigath Trinket comes out, forcing out Life Cocoons on either side. Huge absorptions from both of these Mistweaver monks. We've definitely seen the strength of that cooldown when these two teams are trading it out, but now an opportunity for the next minute, whilst both teams will be looking for that crowd control. If they can get a trap over onto Looney, with Mara already being slightly low on health, I could definitely see a great opportunity to force out that Cauterize, but it doesn't look like they have the crowd control right now. Blizzo looking to get aggressive over onto Zuniaki, and now he's the one getting punished, has to use that trinket, but Warband is the trap. Beautiful defensive plays coming in from Blizzo, keeping his team from having to trade out too many cooldowns here.
Zuni gonna pour it away from Blizzo. Morrow taking some hits. Looney trying to pick up his team here. Struggling a tad. Temporal Shield rolling on Morrow, gets interrupted on the Pyro, bounces back a bit of health. Looney rolls up for a leg sweep over onto Zuni. Morrow looking to polymorph out of it. Cassidy could be in trouble, activates the Lingering Psychic Shell, but Blizzo's actually on the back foot, has to die by the sword to stay aggressive, looking to try and take down the Feral. They get a Fear off the chain, beautiful crowd control chain, but Frenzy Regeneration on Cassidy buys him enough time. Zuni's out of crowd control. There's no counter spell. There's a pummel, so Zuni is going to roll away from the pummel. His team is back to full. Blizzo switches to Zuni, but Zuni lands a stun on Looney. Facile moves in, gets the freezing trap. Blizzo in a bit of trouble trying to run away from the fight, but gets stun locked. Are they going to take Blizzo out? 2 seconds, 1 second! Life Cocoon. I swear, they just need the tiniest bit more damage, and Blizzo is going to die in these scenarios. But he makes it out alive, and now Cassidy in trouble. Trinket's at 30%. Survival Instincts needs to be enough. Is it going to be Morrow getting pressured by Facile? Facile trying to keep his team in the game aggressively. It looks like Cassidy survives once again. Close calls back and forth. Pyro cast by Morrow. That connects on a Facile. He's going to exhilarate the heal back up. Looney gets interrupted. Blizzo going to Lingering Psychic Shell, anticipating that they're going to follow this with more crowd control. This is going to absorb quite a bit of damage. And Blizzo and Morrow are both getting softened up by Enlight. This is not comfortable for either team.
Yeah, I just love watching Blizzo. Again, beautifully done. Great preemptive trinket. I mean, he dropped 50% there, and that trinket basically reduces that much damage in the stun. So that could have easily been a scary moment for Blizzo. Still a scary moment. Double stun coming through. Life Cocoon is now available, so they are going to trade that out. I don't believe the human racial was used there by Looney, so he was able to hold on to that, clutch it out. Now Sheep over onto Zuniaki. But pressure has been in favor of Enlight once again here. You know, we talked about those tweets. I think Zico is the one that called it out. Method Black saying perhaps that they favor the jungle in this grand finals. I'm still yet to see it. Wildcard Gaming on this Warrior Mage are such a devastating force, and Cassidy is so low on health. The Vivify is coming through. I think that was a revival as well. He's still low. The stun coming in defensively. I don't know if they have enough here. Full polymorph connects over onto Zuniaki, the notoriously tanky Feral Druid of Cassidy. Does he have enough here in game 1 of the grand finals? It looks like he might actually. Dragon's Breath coming through. Charged. They have to execute. I don't think they're going to find it. Life Cocoon's available now. Zuniaki feeling confident, but a close call for Enlight.
Alright, they hold on. Morrow now taking the hit. No freezing trap for Looney just yet. They do get through Temporal Shield. And now they're looking for the freezing trap. Facile jumps in and he gets it. Morrow going to be the target for now. Are they going to switch to Blizzo? Looks like they want to, but he's Blade Storming. They're a bit afraid of the damage. They're going to respect Blizzo's Blade Storm. Cassie going to pull away from the fight, but now Morrow may get greater Pyroblasts. Blizzo going after Zuni, pummeling him on a heal, but then getting leg swept. Morrow getting stunned. No one can stop Zuni from healing. His team's looking A-okay. Blizzo and Morrow on top of Enlight. They find a polymorph, but they premeditate it with a Life Cocoon. So they decide to just break it and go after Zuni instead. Morrow trying to go for a greater pyro, not going to find it, stun locked away. Warbanner on the freezing trap, nice play by Blizzo, reducing a significant amount of crowd control. That could have been a cauterize if he didn't get that Warbanner down. Greater pyro disrupted once again, Looney avoiding Blizzo, but this Warbanner is still down. They root Blizzo on his way over, but instantly dispelled by Looney. Zuni stun locked, Morrow in line of sight. Looney rolls up for the follow-up. Huge pressure here, but Morrow dips low as well. Fortifying Brew needs to be enough here for Zuni. He's powering through with the Zen Focus T, bringing himself back in the fight. Back and forth between these Titans in the grand finals.
Yeah, it certainly has been. It's been such a great game, and this is a best-of-7 series to decide this grand final, ladies and gentlemen. We've got North America coming up after, but for now, we will decide who has been the best European team in this tournament. It's been so close between these two sides, and Game 1 of the grand finals is a testament to that. Zuniaki kiting away. Blizzo caught up in a stun. Does have all these cooldowns available as Maro looks to get aggressive. Can't find the sheep. Zuniaki able to line of sight. Cassidy the one falling behind. Mana pretty even on both sides. And again, it's up to Morrow. Can he find that crowd control? Cassidy all over him, gets the kick. Now they're the team looking to get aggressive. Morrow's used both his blinks aggressively, uses the temporal shield though, should be able to stay in the fight. Blizzo taking a little bit, but he has the psychic shell up as well. So both these teams just trading blow for blow. Major cooldowns available on either side. Zuniaki caught up in a stun now as Wildcard Gaming. They've survived the onslaught. They're trying to get aggressive onto Zuniaki. Can they find the pressure they're looking for?
Ports away, Blizzo the target here, but he doesn't seem to care. Cassidy pre-lingering Psychic Shells the Storm Bolt. That absorbs all the damage during the stun. Nicely done by Cassidy. Morrow looking for greater pyros. He fakes out the interrupt of Cassidy. Zuni caught into a fear, but Morrow caught into a stun. It's so close to call between these two Titans in Europe. Can Wildcard Gaming pull it off here? Suddenly, every team is thinking that Mistweaver Jungle is the best comp in the game, when previously Enlight was getting stomped out by so many different strategies. They've figured out a way to make it work, and now people think it's the best comp. Can they prove it, though, in the grand finals? Looney stunned up. No freezing trap. This crowd control not going to be long enough. Morrow looks for Polymorph. He sneaks it in, but Zuni reads it. He activates Life Cocoon. That's going to absorb all the damage on Cassidy. So they switch to Zuniaki instead. Blizzo trying to go after him, but gets stunned away. Morrow gets interrupted. Zuni able to pull back and recover behind the pillar. Blizzo taking some hits. Looney trying to pick him up. Looney's mana is not in a great place at the moment here. He is running a full mana build and significantly behind. Can he keep this up here in a dampening? Morrow gets a counter spell onto Zuniaki. Looney rolls over to try and paralyze, but gets rooted. He Tiger's Lust out of it. Trying to get on top of the target. Who's he going to go for the leg sweep on? He wants to hit at least 2 players, so he's rolling towards Zuni. Goes for the paralyze, but it gets intercepted by Facile into the freezing trap, and now Morrow in a ton of trouble. If Cassidy can get on target, Cassidy decides to not go after Morrow, though. He's just attacking Blizzo. Greater Pyro going to be line of sighted by Cassidy. Facile going after Blizzo behind the pillar. Looney trying to roll back to save him. Picks him up. Now Blizzo leading the charge on Cassidy. Zuni has to respond with Life Cocoon. Looney looking like he wants to try and drink. He's pulling far away from the fight. Can he get a drink here? Are they going to trade Cauterize? Facile rolls over to stop it. And now no mana will be found. Slight advantage for Enlight here in dampening. Blizzo leaps forward, but he's quite low on health. Activates that avatar to get a little bit of a shield. And now Looney looks to pick him up. I would say that it's looking good for Enlight in this position. Unless they do something soon. An intimidating shout into a Ring of Frost is exactly what they could do soon, and they get it. Cassidy responds, though, and then stun locks Blizzo. Blizzo's very overextended.
Nice.
Facile moves in, double dress.
Huge play.
Double dragons is not enough. Blizzo gets taken out, and Enlight get point number 1 in this grand final.
Zico, how is Enlight able to do it? Obviously, blows traded back and forth on this one, but how was Enlight able to come out on top on the blind?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of things we got to talk about here. Number one, this is obviously a best of 7, and Cassidy has 9 lives that he can use in this best of 7. I'm pretty sure he used like 6 of them that game. So that's the real downside to this first game for Enlight. But I mean, there at the end, it's just Faciles, man. This guy, I mean, it's all of them, but in this case, it was Faciles going across the map, making sure that Looney cannot go for that drink, and then when Looney crosses the map to get back to Blizzo, he actually used his intimidation stun there, forced out the human racial because Looney did that decision to try to go for the drink, and then he didn't trap him. He was just waiting. Blizzo was a little overextended. They got him a little low, and then all of a sudden, Facile snipes the trap, and then they have the damage with the dress. They combine everything to take Blizzo down. So, I mean, This is going to be a series, guys. This is it.
It definitely is going to be a series. What do we think that we do see, though, as we get deeper and deeper? Do you think, Healing Set, that this is going to be a battle of just like straight up mains going into mains?
I think so. One thing I am very curious about, though, and I think, if I remember right, it was Venruki who talked about this a little bit yesterday. I think Holy Paladin could be pretty scary for these jungle cleaves, like especially Cassidy. Yeah. Not only in terms of defense, obviously you have a ton of cooldowns, you can run an Ineffable Truth build, but I think in terms of killing them as well, like Cassidy's so slippery on that Pharaoh. He goes into bear form, presumably he's playing the Guardian affinity, so he has the Frenzy regeneration and all of that. They need to have cross crowd control on him every time, and I think a 6-second Hammer of Justice with crowd control into Zuniaki is a way they could really kind of crack this jungle open a little bit. So I don't know if that's something they'll actually opt for with Looney on the Paladin. I think this might be something more of a US strategy, but I would like to see it if they do find themselves struggling with the Mistweaver version of this comp.
Earlier, before we actually did go to the break and before we started off this series, we were talking a little bit about the maps that we might potentially go to. Dalaran Sewers is going to be the map, but Supati's, one of the ideas that came up was, it seems like in the best of 7, it's not necessarily... You guys don't think that the maps are going to be the biggest factor. Does that remain true now?
I think if the comps don't change, that's going to be true, which I don't think they are. I feel like Wildcard's going to... Maybe they change it if they lose 3 in a row. It might be like obvious at that point, like this doesn't work. But for now, I think they're just going to keep playing the same setup, the same strategy. You can tell that maybe Blizzo was getting a little bit lucky earlier when he kept living at 1%, and now in that situation there, he didn't get away with it. So maybe the luck is starting to run out a little bit for Wildcard Gaming. I'm wondering if they try a Frost Death Knight strategy, because I still think that that's a good option into a Mistweaver cleave. If you get a composition that's durable enough that runs on top of the monk, you either just going to kill the monk if no one ever comes near him, or if they come near him, then you kill everybody. I still think that is a good option. So maybe like they even try a Windwalker Death Knight at some point, but I think that's only if they get desperate, and that's like they're in a 3-0 position.
How do you feel about that, Zico?
I think Wildcard, they're gonna stick to Mage Warrior, and like Sid said, if they get forced off of it by continuously losing, then I can see them swapping up. But I feel right now it's their best kind of option. And when we look at this specific two comps going head to head, Wildcard did win twice with it, in the upper final a little bit earlier, right? So if you look at it from that perspective, they're still up 2-1, in total in this matchup. Obviously, the score for just the finals is 1-0 for Enlight, but even if you just look at it results oriented, I think only Wildcard can really answer that, because they're the ones who have to analyze the game and think, okay, well, we were kind of lucky to live here, or if they did this, we would have died here, or, they're the ones who can look into it. And they are going to look in Warrior Mage, so I think that makes a lot of sense.
It definitely does. For anybody who's just tuning in right now who hasn't necessarily gotten to see how some of these matchups have played out, Healing Stat, how's Enlight looking to win on Dalaran Sewers?
Well, I mean, Enlight, they kind of... I think one of the big things when you're playing against healers like Looney and Chaz that they played against in the last series is keep them guessing. I think that's one thing Enlight's done a super good job of. Like, if you're playing on ladder, when you play against the jungle cleave, you can normally predict they're going to stun your healer, they're going to trap your healer, and they're going to ride one of your DPS, or they're just going to tunnel your healer the whole game, right? And that's going to be the game. If you survive it, you're probably going to outmana them and beat them. But with Enlight, it's been a little bit different this tournament. They brought in the Mistweaver, so they have that good attrition on their side with the mana. But just Cassidy and Facile, I mean, Zika called them out. Their swaps, their traps, everything has been so good the way they've been playing. They get those traps on healers, then they'll swap to the healer, then they'll trap them low, swap it up to a DPS. So when you ask me, Rich, how they're playing, I mean, honestly, it depends game to game, map to map, comp to comp, because their strategy, they've been playing this jungle through and through, but they're changing up who they've been killing every game. Like Maro can die, Blizzo can die, Looney can die. So I'm just curious where the next trap, where the next stun is going, as much as everyone else.
Enlight is making everybody look like a juicy target. They are on an absolute tear. They've made it back into the grand final. They lead by 1. Will they be able to take another victory on Dalaran Sewers against Wildcard Gaming, or is Wildcard Gaming going to be able to get back into this one and even it out on this map? We're going to find out right now.
The one thing I just want to see in this matchup is I want to see Enlight go for Looney. Because right now, Morrow is a really high kind of value target because he's always, pushing in to get polymorphs. And Blizzo as well is just doing a lot of pressure. And they're both kind of squishy targets if you do secure a trap. But I think the way they open up the game and get all of that, triple pressure point momentum going is actually by going after Looney. So I hope they go after him a little bit.
To see if they decide to opt for that. The Greater Pyroblast is a threat too if they leave Morrow open too long. Cassidy going to duck off the side here. Blizzo stuns him downstairs. Zuni rolls over to get in line of sight. Vitality Conduit activates, healing Cassidy through Blizzo's assault. Morrow pushing forward aggressively, but may regret it as Looney is stunned up. The War Banner hits the bash. It stalls the freezing trap, but now the freezing trap will land without its defense. Morrow appears to be the initial target, but it's so hard to tell with Enlight as to who they're going to commit their burst damage to. Looks like they want to switch over to Blizzo as he's overextended, but a Greater Pyroblast sneaks in. And it looks like they want to go after Zuniaki. He's trying to fake out the pummel. He has to deal with a pummel and a counterspell. Pretty stressful situation for Zuniaki, but he is dealing with it expertly, not getting interrupted at all. Blizzo takes some big hits, but Looney isn't crowd controlled. He should be able to pick him up. Looney posturing with his portal right behind him as if he wants to move in for a stun, but Morrow blinks in. Dragon's Breath, no polymorph, stopped by Facile. Cassidy now jumping over to Morrow. Full freezing trap on Looney. This is trouble for Morrow. They may be able to get it. Oh, huge damage. How did they not get cauterized there? How did they not get cauterized?
I can't believe it. Great survivability from Mara, I suppose. He is quite tanky on that mage running, of course, the full versatility, but now huge damage coming out onto Blizzo. One thing I did want to call out in favor of Zunyaki, how many times when we've seen this warrior mage play has a kill just come off of a blink CS from Mara into a combustion into a one-shot on DPS? I feel like I've seen Zunyaki interrupted maybe 2 times in the entirety of this, out of every game they've played today. This guy has been doing such a good job, as I say that, he just got off kicked by Blizzo, but he's been doing such a good job of duking out these CSs specifically from the mages, and that is crucial in these games. We see preemptive survival instincts on this stun swap, but it's still a lot of damage. They're going through it. Maledicts coming through. We talked about those Maledicts, how scary they are, reducing the incoming healing. Double fear from Blizzo as they taste blood in the water, but the defensive shell comes through. That survival instincts was almost a false pretense of survivability for Cassidy, almost dying without using his trinket there, but he does hold on, and he does hold on to that cooldown.
What a scary moment. I mean, if he didn't survival instincts, he would have lost. Counterspell sniped by Morrow. Cassidy breaks out of the stun. Let's see. He's just talking him up, and then he gets counterspell, might lose, but they do recover. Polymorph lands. Cassidy needs to run away from Blizzo as soon as possible. He's line of sighting him on the boxes with the stampeding roar. He's moving quite quickly. Blizzo gives up on chasing that kitty. He's going to switch targets, go after Zuni. Zuni rolls away. Full freezing trap. Blizzo pre-lingering psychic shells, but now they're going after Morrow. They're pushing for the cauterize. Denied by the life cocoon. Zuniaki in a good position to recover, but Cassidy getting left behind. Is he going to be able to survive? Blizzo goes into battle stance. He's looking to cleave down. Life cocoon right before the polymorph. Beautiful play here by Zuniaki, anticipating that crowd control. Now Morrow getting intercepted with a stun. Looney rolls up for a leg sweep. Is he going to be able to find it? He gets interrupted. That Skull Bash could cost them the cauterize. They drop the War Banner. They're desperate to try and reduce crowd control here, but they're patient. They don't waste any crowd control into that War Banner. Facile kills it, jumps over to Looney, gets the freezing trap, looks to bounce back on target. Blizzo appears to be it. They're kind of splitting at the moment. Facile going to Morrow. They get temporal, then they switch back to Blizzo. These constant swaps from Enlight, man, are throwing Wildcard Gaming for a loop. How can they keep this up in the grand finals? Morrow sneaks into Poly. Cassidy is isolated. Beautiful crowd control chain, but did he pre-Vitality? I think he pre-Vitality conduited Cassidy. He takes no damage from that setup. Life cocoon from Looney on to Morrow. The pressure is endless from both sides.
Yeah, we thought Nigrand was an explosive game. Well, take them somewhere smaller and both sides can have even more opportunities with crowd control and healer stun setups. This is another one. Blizzo choosing not to trinket out of that one. Let's see if he ends up regretting it. Looks like he calculated perfectly. Blizzo math on point in this particular game. 4 minutes into the match, neither team has fallen just yet, as we see mana on both sides pretty reasonable. I think Looney might have sat down for a tick there because he was a little behind before, but he's able to even it up. Might have just been his lucid dreams ticking. We see Sheeps coming through. Morrow denied on that one. Nice intimidating stun coming through from Facile. Looney caught up in a trap now. This could be a scary situation for Blizzo. Do they have the stun to find a kill on him? Doesn't look like it again. Mighty Bash no swaps over to Looney this game so far. They've been really focusing on pressuring Mara and Blizzo. Seems like for the jungle cleave, attacking 2 targets is working out very nicely for them. It means they have options should Life Cocoon come through, but this is a scary situation. And an overlap of cooldowns from Enlight. Big mistake there, using the human racial and the trinket on that double stun from Looney. Huge net win for Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, they could get a win off of that in the near future. Greater Pyroblast blink from Maro. Facile harpoons over and interrupts it. Now in a polymorph. Looney pushing forward, Maro pushing in, trying to get on top of Suniaki. Blizzo is currently there. He gets Ring of Peace on the staircase. Nice usage of Ring of Peace there. Blizzo trying to make his way back onto target. Maro gets stunned up. Zuniaki going to switch sides. Looney intervening him. They find a polymorph, but again, he pre-life cocoons it. Well done. Looney into a stun. Maro could be in trouble. He's already so low. Big Drestagath. And that's going to be an ice block. And Light bite back.
Yeah, quite literally biting back. Huge damage over onto Maro. We can see how they're going to recover from that, because if that happens again, it's just game over. Looney running the Relentless. He's not going to be able to break out of those traps, so if his mage is in too much trouble, they just won't be able to do anything about it. We can see the mana being regenerated on Looney right now. He just used that cooldown, so he's going to be restoring a little bit, but that doesn't seem to be the end game for this team. They're not burning Looney out of mana. Sure, they're pressuring it, but the real way they're winning is just raw damage in these traps. Are they able to find another one here? It looks like Looney might have ported a trap there from Facile, buying him a little bit of time, but Mara's still taking a lot of damage, forced to use his temporal shield. Now he won't have that available for the next crowd control chain coming in from Enlight.
Looney's mana, again, getting kind of low here as we enter the first stages of dampening. Facile disengaging over to stop Looney from drinking, I believe. He does manage to roll up in time. Maro interrupted for a moment by Cassidy. Pre-Life Cocoon, pre-War Banner, but they bait it out, and they're going to kill the War Banner, probably wait for the Cocoon or go after Blizzo. Looney is standing right on top of Facile. Bit of a gamble when he has Freezing Trap. Maro blinks in for Dragon's Breath. He gets stunned on the Polymorph. The shutdowns have been so amazing, and they snipe the Freezing Trap on Looney. Zuni's going to come out of the polymorph. It could be Blizzo or Maro in a lot of trouble. Cassidy looking like he wants to roll over. They stun up Zuni. They stun the whole team. They're switching to Zuniaki. They're trying to get a surprise kill. But Zuniaki's not going to be surprised. Life Cocoon will stabilize him. They're pushing forward on Maro again. He temporal shields, absorbing all this damage, healing himself back up, saving Looney a little bit of mana. Who are they going to go after? They stun Blizzo instantly on his battle stance. Nice punish on Blizzo. He's going to take a lot of damage. Facile leaps over to try and bait a port, I think, before the freezing trap. Facile's still trying to bait any disruption. He gets the full freezing trap. Big damage potentially from Cassidy if Facile makes his way over here. Do they have the Drestagass? Zuni rolls into midfield. Switching sides. I mean, Zuniaki has been bouncing back over and over and over, making this very difficult. Blizzo gets knocked away by that Ring of Peace. They have to go after Cassidy instead. Maro trying to blink through the Ring of Peace. He does. He snipes the poly. Cassidy gets stunned up, but he pre-survival instincts the Stormbolt. I think it's unlikely that we see him go down there with the bear form as well. He's line of sighting Maro. They don't get the repolymorph. Zuniaki repositions. Looney has to Life Cocoon Maro. And they've just constantly been having to chase after Zuniaki. And they've been exposing themselves to potential near-death experiences. As soon as Facile gets out of this polymorph chain and lands a freezing trap, Maro could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, one thing I've been noticing this game that's very interesting is I only see one statue actually active on the map. I've been really trying to look for the other one. I'm not exactly sure where it is. I'm not sure which healer it belongs to either, but it looks like if one of the teams might have actually sniped the statue, maybe Zuniaki on that ult healer, he wouldn't notice that, and that might be a way that Wildcard Gaming are able to get a bit more passive pressure in that game. Sometimes that statue can equate to about 30% of a monk's healing, so it really can end up being a big deal as dampening continues to stack up higher and higher. We'll have to see how that does continue to play out, or I could be missing it and it could be completely irrelevant. But Blizzo getting caught up in that stun is certainly not irrelevant. Forces out the trinket there. Cassidy in the meantime taking a fair bit of damage. Mara also, we're really starting to feel the pinch of that 23% healing reduction, Sid.
I love Zuniaki using Crackling Jade Lightning to get that Mark of the Crane up. It's 5% physical damage. The Feral and the Hunter doing a lot of physical damage. Nice Ring of Peace bouncing Blizzo off the side away from his healer. Cassidy tearing in. Facile going to connect as well. Lingering Psychic Shell, though, should save Blizzo, but look at the mana. Looney needs a drink. He's sitting off on the corner, but there's no Ice Block to trade for it. It's a bit of gamble here. Maro gets stunned up. Looney doesn't really get any mana. They Stormbolt Cassidy to intercept and try and recover, but dampening is stacking up. All three members are targeted. They have to go after Zuni. He pre-life cocoons Cassidy. Blizzo's making his way to the target. Pummel and Counterspell available. Zuni going to jump off the side. If Blizzo chases him, he could die, but if he doesn't chase, how does he win? He jumps off the side. Looney's desperately trying to keep up with him. Maro trying to sneak into Greater Pyro. Myro. Blizzo gets stunned around the corner. Looney repositions to pick him up. Facile jumps in, snipes the trap. Everybody in crowd control. But Maro's ice block has come off cooldown again, so he will have a second one. But he may have to use it right now. Insane pressure. Cauterize triggers. They have to life cocoon, but now Cassidy in trouble. Stormbolt into leg sweep. Wildcard Gaming look to put a point on the board. Vitality Conduit, though, saves Cassidy. Blizzo is low, but he goes for the fear anyway. Trying to push through the pain, but he is so dangerously low. Defensive stance going to activate. Hovering at 30%. Looney's trying to pick him up with basically no mana remaining. They knock Blizzo off the side with the Ring of Peace. He tries to Bladestorm back in line of sight of Looney, but then Looney gets freezing trapped. He has to die by the sword. He may die through the sword. Lingering Psychic Shell absorbs the hits. Freezing trap is over. Looney takes a moment to try and pick him up. Now Maro is low on health. Cassidy keeps going for the kill, but he may overextend. Nice preemptive life cocoon again, but they're cutting through it with the combustion. Can they take him out? Maro in trouble. He may have to ice block. This is insane trades from both sides, but I feel like Enlight is ahead.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. Without that life cocoon, Zuniaki might really struggle to keep Cassidy alive now. He has no more defensive cooldowns. We see the war banner. They need to get aggressive here. This is Wildcard Gaming's last chance in this game. There's a full trap on Looney. Blizzo tries some neat tricks to kite and stay alive in this one. Life cocoon is available. They trade it out immediately, using it with the commanding shout for that increased percentage health. Are they going to be able to stay in the fight though? Looney also low. They could even turn some damage onto him at this point. But the rally falls. The life cocoon will also fall. Wildcard Gaming are living on a thread in this situation. Cassidy, the life cocoon for him is available momentarily. If Zuniaki can connect that, it will surely be game. It will surely be a 2-0 lead for Enlight in this grand final. And it's certainly looking like they are going to be able to survive to that. Cassidy even topping himself behind the pillar. Meanwhile, Blizzo just struggling. Greater power is coming in, but that will not be enough. Blizzo falls, and Enlight are 2-0 up in the European Grand Final.
I'm not going to lie here. I'm like 99% sure Zuniaki forgot to put statue down. No, it's in the middle of the map. It's just in the waterfall. I see a statue
He might have
in the
put it
middle.
at the end. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I think there was a point. Maybe what Mara is doing is he's killing it off with the fire blast and stuff like that. Sometimes you can do it to kind of catch them off guard for a little bit, get it low, and kill it for a swap, but I could believe he would put it back up if it was down at all.
Still, I mean, how are we in this position, Zico? Have Enlight just cracked the code to the meta? Have they found a composition that's going to take some time to find an answer for?
I think we're all starting to see the light now. I think this is the comp. This is the meta. Yeah. Or Enlight are just insane. I'm not sure.
Look at it this way, though, right? I mean, just think about it. It was last week when we were casting over the North American teams that made it with this composition. We were just like, yeah, you know, they're just out-comped. They get blown out of the water. They get torn apart like a napkin that's been sitting in a cup of water for 4 hours. It just doesn't look like a composition that's going to have the flexibility to be able to compete. And now, all of a sudden, when we look at these replays, Zico, we're just going to see a composition that does look like it can answer most things.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this replay in particular is going to highlight the situation where I feel like Enlight could have just easily lost the game. And I think it's important to highlight these kind of moments where the game is just on a razor's edge. You can see Cassidy has no trinket here, and Maru does an insane play. He blinks behind a pillar, Dragon's Breath Zuni, and then he goes for the sheep. And the first time when you blink Dragon's Breath around the pillar, he's line of sighting all the kicks, and then he kind of spins his camera and blinks down the ramp. And if you play a mage, it's really hard to angle this blink here, but he has to do that to avoid being kicked. And if you don't angle it properly, you're going to blink into the wall and then get kicked, and then you're going to have no blinks and die. But Maru pulls it off perfectly. The only thing here that actually allows Cassidy to survive is a preemptive Vitality Conduit, and Zuni got Dragon's Breath into Sheep. The thing that allows him to even get that off is just that Maru didn't have enough haste. So if Overwhelming Power procs, or, you know, just any haste proc from his gear would proc there, he will land the sheep without the pre-vitality, and they will just win the game. So it really is, it just comes down to literal 0.1 milliseconds here between these two teams.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that, you know, we talk about the compositions a lot because this is exciting and not something that we expected to see. But these teams are just playing out of their minds, and we truly do have some of the greatest players playing up against each other right now. Do we expect to see any changes, though, now, as we do continue to move forward in this series? Healing Stat, do you think we're at the point where you kind of just throw your hands up in the air if you're Wildcard Gaming and say, okay, even if we can win this, can we win it convincingly time and time again? Maybe it's time to actually break out something different.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I still, like I said prior to that game, I think Paladin would be an interesting swap. I know Looney has a fantastic Holy Paladin. I would just be curious to see it, but I mean, it feels like this jungle is just unbeatable, right? Like, they've just been getting better and better. Sure, Wildcard took those 2 games in the upper finals, but it's just not looked that way in these games. It's been close a couple of times. Cassidy certainly has dropped lower and has required some huge plays like pre-survival instincts, pre-Vitality conduits or cocoons coming through from Zuniaki. But at the same time, we talk about how important it is to kind of spice up and have variety in your play so that these top-level healers can't pre-do those cooldowns. At Wildcard Gaming, they only really have one killable target, I feel like. I mean, sure, they're hitting the other guys a bit, but they have to kill Cassidy. And a healer like Zuniaki, a healer of that caliber, when you give him 2 45-55 second cooldowns that he can use preemptively to keep his team alive, he's going to land that quite often. And I mean, they've just looked like they've got what they need to survive till the deep dampening, force mana pressure on Looney, and find those kills. So I think Wildcard Gaming have to change it up to something else, otherwise they're going to lose the series.
Let's see what they do pick, because we're going to Tolvaron Arena. Zico, what's it look like they're trying to set up for here? Wildcard Gaming obviously getting to lock in the map. Then Enlight does respond because they won the last series, or last game rather, excuse me, by picking their composition. And then with full information, we do see Wildcard Gaming getting to pick their composition. What's it look like they're setting up for?
Ellie Boomkin Mistweaver or Ellie Boomkin Holy Paladin maybe on the side of Wildcard Game. I would like to see it with a Holy Paladin just because it's, you have a squishy Ellie, you have a squishy Moonkin. If you do get caught up in a long CC chain and like, double dressed somebody, they don't really have, like a big, damage reduction. The Shaman has it, but it's on 1.5 minutes, so, Looney could get trapped 3 times in that time. So I feel like if you play the Holy Paladin here, you're still going to be able to play a long game. You're going to have that additional offense that you need, and you're going to have that, big defense. So I think it could work. They might delete... I was wrong about the healer, but they could delete Cassidy in a Lightning Lasso for sure. We've seen them do it. And the only thing that I hope that Zuni does right now is that he logs out and logs on his gnome monk that he already prepared before the tournament, because Zuni is a great student and he had 5 different monks prepared with different races, and he's going to log it now. He's going to just insta-gnome racial every single root beam. And I'm not saying this because I play a gnome. I just love gnomes.
True. Let's actually talk about that just a little bit more. So a few things that we're just actually set up to look up for by Zico. It's going to be that root beam, which is a potential kill condition. You can get out of that with Escape Artist, but also the Lightning Lasso. Zico, Supatees, what else? And I'm asking you right now because it's not every day that we get to talk about the Moonkins. What else can Wildcard Gaming do to actually set up victory with this composition?
I mean, Thorns is pretty good damage as well into double melee, specifically. And I think they picked the Mistweaver, right? So it's not going to have that Hammer of Justice threat or Repentance threat. That's more of like they're going to try and late game win this. Mm-hmm. It's a similar idea as the Mage Lock, where you just kind of bounce around, maximize your damage. If Zuniaki plays Gnome, though, and I actually think he should play Vision Major. If he plays Vision Major and just strips Flame Shock, Moonfire, and Sunfire off everybody all of the time, and they're stunning Zeepai and Morrow, I feel like it's going to be really difficult for them to actually get damage out. I do think that the Vision of Perfection would be a really good choice for him. The Vitality Conduit is also, I mean, you can't go wrong. I wouldn't be surprised if he plays Vitality Conduit, but I would like to see the Vision just because I think it could totally counter this, the same way that we saw Sea-Doo counteract Hamsty's team with the Vision.
Yeah.
The Shadow Priest. You can do the same thing to an Ellie and a Moonkin.
Well, Enlight has already in this series forced Wildcard Gaming to switch. We talk about the fact that Enlight, to get to this situation, knocks a team out of the tournament that has for the past over a year made it to every single grand final in the AWC. Now, one of the teams that in the current meta has looked like they have been the most dominant, especially if you're going to talk about some of the community tournaments that have been going on. They've been forced to make a switch. They've been forced to make a change on Tolvaron Arena. We're going to see if this change will bear any fruit, or if Enlight will already find themselves on match point in this best of 7 series in our grand final. Enlight is going after the crown. They want to be the best team in EU. Already, as Zico has mentioned too, this is going to have big implications that Healingstat can actually talk about over the entirety of the year. We looked at where the standings already were, and we noticed that 2 of the teams in the top 4 aren't here right now, which widens that gap for Wildcard Gaming and widens that gap for Method Black. Now Method Black in 3rd place. Well, this is looking pretty juicy, Healingstat, for Enlight.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was one of the things Zico talked about at the start of the series, right? It was like, well, if Wildcard Gaming wins this series, they go number 1 in standings. They overtake Method Black because Method Black couldn't make the grand finals this time around. Well, suddenly that's not looking like such a likely scenario with Enlight taking the 1st place. Very likely here. They're 2-0 up. They need 2 more wins to take the best of 7 in their favor. I think the biggest story in terms of overall standings, especially when we look at the top end going into the circuit, is that for the longest time, it has been 2 juggernauts in Europe, right? It's been the story of whether Wildcard Gaming wins this tournament or whether Method Black wins this tournament. And Enlight are just, they've ripped a hole in that, you know, they've gone right in. They're playing this Mistweaver Jungle Cleave. They're looking so good. They haven't lost a game in quite a while now. 3-0ing Method Black in their last series, 2-0 up in this one. So I think that's the real story, Rich. I mean, you know, these are the cups, these are the qualifiers for that circuit, but the big money, you know, is in the circuit, in those finals. And Light, they're just setting themselves up for success here.
They definitely are, and as you've alluded to, they're looking to not only prove themselves against one of the teams that has looked like an unbeatable force in the EU, but both of them, and it's going to be getting started here very quickly. The matchup where they could actually get on match point. We're entering Tolvaron Arena right now. Wildcard Gaming has yet to win a game in this series.
I mean, Enlight have beaten like every single metacomp. Mage Lock, easy mode now. Warrior Lock, easy mode. Rogue Mage, we haven't seen anyone really try Rogue Mage, but I don't think Wildcard Gaming really have that as an option. They've tried Warrior Ellie, that didn't work. Warrior Mage sort of kind of worked. Enhanced Warrior's definitely not going to work, and now we're at the point down the grocery list of, okay, Boomkin. Let's see if Boomkin works. Is Boomkin going to work?
Pretty far down.
Yeah, that is one thing I'm interested with. I know Gelubaba's team, Diabolos, they ran RM Pal into them, and I know Method Black tried it too. One matchup we haven't seen is Rogue Mage Monk into this. I wonder if that would have like kind of the longevity and the cooldowns to potentially contest in the deep damp games as well against jungle. Something we haven't seen. Maybe, you know, teams are going to go back to the drawing board after this week, and that's something we could see. Huge damage coming in right now over onto Cassidy. The beam, I believe it was juked by Zuniaki. He didn't get locked out, and he is I can't quite see him, but because I can't see him, I am going to assume he's playing a gnome because you can't really see them anyways. We see a full bash coming through over onto Zipai as they look to reverse the pressure.
Oh no, he's actually not a gnome because he's playing that Relentless, and I'm pretty sure I saw a little human come out there from that pillar. So Zuni, potentially with a big mistake there in the starting area. Big damage here onto Cassidy. What are you going to do here, Zuni? Life Cocoon on cooldown. Cassidy taking huge damage. Going to activate that lingering psychic shell. Still not using his... Whoa, Maro now taking a big hit there as well. Looney going to be the one using his Life Cocoon right there. So both teams coming out swinging here. Zipa is still quite low. He's going to go ahead and... just get topped off here by Looney. Maru had to use his trinket and his bark skin. Full trap now. Maru could be in massive trouble here. He gets stunned up. I hope someone has a maledict. This could just be the game here. Zipai is spamming out the heals, and they don't have any interrupt for him. And this is something I wanted to say before the game started. I would have loved to see a maledict come out of Facil's here. I don't think Facil needs to have the tank trinket and the dressed. I think he can just play dressed maledict. And that's the biggest weakness of Moonkin. If you actually stun them in the setup and you maledict them, they will just straight up die.
You know, I don't think Suni even needs to be a gnome. He's got the Hunter Master's Call to get him out. He just benefits from more stats. Full Lightning Lasso on Cassidy here. Suni can heal him though. And one thing that's interesting is Maro and Zipai are wearing full Gushing Wounds. They're not wearing any versatility. So they're maxing out for the most damage possible to try and get a win here. Let's see if Enlight are ready for that amount of damage. But At the same time, he is running the Vision of Perfection for Zuniaki, so he will proc revivals and dispel all of the damage over time effects periodically. Still, even with that, Facile takes a hit. He's trying to disengage away from Maro on that balanced druid. Now let's see if they can get a freezing trap here. There's no grounding totem for quite some time if they want to jump in. They're pushing towards Looney a little bit, although they're not feeling entirely comfortable. Those gushing wounds are starting to sink in. Facile jumps, he gets the freezing trap. They're going to go after Maro. He's not in bear form. He bark skins. Is it going to be enough? Zeepai is helping him with some healing surges. Looks like he will survive the freezing trap. Zuni's mana not in a great place. Looney rolling in to stop him from potentially drinking. Zeepai repositions as well. Wildcard Gaming try and bank on mana as a win condition as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking, like, looking at this game, like, what are we looking at right now? Mistweaver Jungle versus Moonkin Elemental. It's been so much fun to see all the different classes that people have been bringing to these tournaments. You know, we've had the Rogue Mages, the Destros, the Cleaves, the Rogue, the other, like, comps like this where you have the Jungle and the Mage Elia. I'm pretty sure we're also going to see RPS later in North America when Golden Guardians get playing. So we've seen a little bit of everything so far. Mara taking a lot of damage. It does have the Thorns available. Probably going to trade it out. There it is, exchanging a lot of that damage. And this is the thing for Wildcard Gaming, right? They have such a deep roster of compositions. They only need to find one answer for Enlight. Enlight are going to stick to this comp through and through. It's going to be the jungle all the way. So if Wildcard Gaming can win reliably with this Gushing Wounds full-on damage comp of the Moonkin Elemental, sure, this is their best map, but it gives them a very good lifeline in this series. And it is a best of 7, so we're not on match point just yet. Cassidy taking a lot of damage. And for the first time I think I've seen in a while, Zuniaki is actually the healer behind on mana.
Ooh, they get the trap here onto Looney. Big damage onto Zeepai. Knife Cocoon is available for Looney. He just activated his Fort Brew, but he didn't pair it with that Cocoon. So Looney, I think he anticipated the swap action and they just trapped him on it. So pretty heads up plays there from Looney. Now Zuni in leg sweep right there. Cassidy taking a little bit of damage, but Zeepai does get interrupted. So he's going to be fine. Stormkeeper coming out from Zeepai. And I would love to see them go more for Maro. I think Maro is the better option here. Whoa! Big hit there on Cassidy. I think one thing that Maro can do right now, since Zuni isn't playing Gnome, he can try to use his Root Beam like that and just try to lock Zuni on a cast. But I think if he kills the pet of Facile, actually the pet is dead right now. So if you actually, he's playing Bash, but if he does get a root into a beam, that could be something, and he can clone the pet. So there is ways around that pet when that is the only way to kind of free up Zuni from those roots. But since Maro is opting for the Bash, I think it's very unlikely we're going to see a root beam even happen this game onto Zuni.
Cassidy cycloned at low health, denied on the defense of that life cocoon. Zuni's in a paralyzed. Cassidy's in trouble. He's out in midfield. Maro looks for the clone. He gets disrupted on it for a moment. They need a freezing trap on Looney right here, right now. They fake out the grounding totem, I believe, but Cassidy's caught in a lightning lasso. Zuniaki's trying to pick him up. Those gushing wounds are doing work right now. Cassidy's so dangerously low, wraps around the corner right before an Earthshock would have killed him. Zuni repositions across the map, but can Cassidy keep up with him? Cassidy runs out in midfield. He activates the lingering psychic shell. They cut through that instantly. Facile leaps in. He gets the freezing trap. They need to kill Zeepai here. They're so far behind. He activates the astral shift. Will it be enough? He knocks them away. I don't think he's going to go down today. Cassidy now ducking for cover. Facile was left, though. He's out in midfield. They don't seem to care about him. They're just dogpiling on top of him. Looney gets intercepted with a stun. Zuni trying to reposition, get that crackling jade on Zeepai. Min-max his team's damage. Full hex. Cassidy has to trinket and dispel it. Nice crowd control there by Wildcard. Now Cassidy doesn't have a way to get out of stuns for 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, we're starting to hit those dampening numbers, 11% healing reduction for both these teams to contend with. Zuniaki behind on mana, but the Vision of Perfections are proccing. This is a huge swap over onto Zeepai. Drestegef's come through. He uses his racial to remove all of those bleed effects, and that's actually going to keep him alive barely in this situation. The Drestegef must have been distributed there with a pet or something, because I think it would have killed him otherwise. Beautiful plays by Zeepai to put that down in advance.
Yeah, that was exactly what happened. So in the previous setup, Zeepai had to use his Astral Shift, and he preemptively did it before the stuns. Facile taking big damage here. Zuni does have the life cocoon on Cassidy. Facile should be fine. So what happened was Zeepai preemptively Astral Shifted, and he was isolated, but they didn't want to commit the dress. That's why they ran back. That's why Cassidy actually trinketed to do a counter go when he did get lassoed and Zuni got hexed. and they were going for the kill there, but Zeepai playing that elemental, placing it on top of himself, it also has a damage reduction component to it, but stacking with it, split the dress, and he would have died there, but he is able to survive that situation, and now Cassidy's in massive trouble. Zuni's left on cast Sid.
That solar beam could be game-winning. Cassidy activates his last line, but Zuni's still paralyzed. He's now in a leg sweep. Cassidy is starting to recover. He jumps to Zuni. He wants to line of sight. He's waiting for Zuni to get out of stuns, but it looks like they are going to recover. Probably some Vision of Perfection procs there for Zuni, removing the dots, stalling the fight for his team. They hold on with such minimal mana. Maybe they can tie it, though. Looney's not looking too healthy at 19% dampening. We see a life cocoon activated on Zeepai. Cassidy switches over to Looney for a moment. Zuni was trying to drink, but he's not going to find any mana. Wildcard Gaming are all over him. They stun Morrow. They're desperate to try and recover. Facile is soloing Looney at the moment. A little bit surprising. I don't think they're going to be able to stay on him very long, though. They're trying. I think it's going to kill Looney. They stun lock him. He breaks out. He barely survives. Zeepai uses Lightning Lasso on Cassidy. He's pinned down. Zuni has basically no mana remaining here at 22% dampening. Those gushing wounds doing so much work. Cassidy wraps around the corner. Zeepai's chasing after him on the left. Morrow on the right as they pincer Zuniaki. Stun into clone. Gets shut down by Cassidy's bash. Facile is low on health as well. Zuni has to heal the entire team with basically no mana and nowhere to run. Wildcard Gaming are all over them. They're desperate. They're attacking Looney. They bait out the thorns. Now they're switching back to Morrow and they don't need to worry about the thorns. Nice bait. Zuni fakes out the solar beam. Morrow cycloning Facile, just trying to stall. Lightning Lasso on Cassidy. He breaks out of that instantly. He can't afford to take that damage. Zeepai's got Stormkeeper rolling. Big lightning bolt for Life Cocoon. They go after Looney again. They're desperately trying to take out Looney, but now he's portaled so far away. Stormkeeper lightning bolts are incoming. Morrow is free casting. Facile's down at half. They Life Cocoon Cassidy? Why are you Life Cocoon Cassidy? Facile's basically dead. He has to Aspect of the Turtle. Zeepai has to Astral Shift. I mean, this is coming down to the wire. Basically, there's nothing left to work with on either side. Looney gets stunned up. If they get this freezing trap, Zeepai could be in a whole lot of trouble. Morrow's desperate. He's spamming out the clones. Cassidy breaks it, but now he's into a Lightning Lasso. Zuni drinking? I think he's drinking. He's getting ticks. But now he's stunned. Oh no, they stun, they try and run around the corner, but Zuni is still in crowd control. He just needs a little moment, just the tiniest moment, but he's not going to find it. Wildcard Gaming put a point on the board, but man, that was close, and that's going to be their best map. I don't know if that's repeatable.
What a game. Yeah, I mean, close has kind of been the name of this series, though, right? In quite a few games. Even though Enlight's been showing dominance, Wildcard Gaming has still been able to keep it close. Obviously, a fantastic team. This composition, though, how much better did it look? Obviously, there is the win. It's right on the razor's edge on their best map. Zico, are you convinced that Moonkin is the thing to keep Wildcard in this one?
I'm not sure. I feel like the Moonkin would have died the first setup of the game if they just optimized their gear a little bit better for it. Like you said, it's the hardest map in the game to play on. There's a couple of moments where Looney could have died, where a lot of people could have died, and also when it came down to the mana there in the end, it's hard to say, but it could have gone either way. And I think this is largely because of Tolvir being Tolvir. So I'm not sold yet. I'm gonna still say that this is looking like an Enlight series to Lou.
I think that's very fair to say. Now let's actually break down what did happen to get us in this place. Let's actually talk about how, even with it not being the craziest counter comp by any means, but the answer that they do have, how were they able to find this win?
Well, it's just the amount of lockdown that you have on the Ellie plus the burst, and then you combine that with the Moonkin's burst. Basically, the biggest weakness of Ferals is that they can go 100% HP to 0 in a stun lock. If they don't die in the stun lock, usually they're gonna, access their bear form, and they're gonna be, for the most part, fine. They're gonna have a lot of movement speed. They can't really be slowed. So a Feral Druid is gonna be fine if he doesn't die in the stun. The problem is, he can die in the stun very quickly, and a comp like this is basically built to one-shot Feral Druids in stuns, and that just makes it extremely difficult for Cassidy. Even if he survives, the Lightning Lasso, Earth Shock, with the Star Surges, even if he survives that, he's still going to be extremely low HP, and he has to kind of retreat, and that's, I think, buying Looney a lot of freedom, a lot of time to just stay back and extend the game for his team, and just allowing them to also keep gearing offensive. So I think map is playing a big role here, because on a map where you can duck for cover after you get set up down as a druid, you can just quickly get topped and then you're back out in the action again. But on Tolvir, you have to run such a long distance that you actually take so much damage on the way back that you might still be in trouble by the time you're getting aggressive.
Yeah, it's a funny paradigm shift inside of the series, though, because when we were actually seeing the original compositions, pretty much everybody was saying, the map really isn't going to be the biggest factor. Now, all of a sudden, Wildcard Gaming puts themselves in a place with this answer that makes maps matter again, when Enlight by far has a map advantage here, right? Just based off of the flow of the series. Wildcard Gaming on the blind. Ellie, Boomkin on Blackrook Hold, of all maps. How do you feel about this, Healing Stat?
So one thing that's really interesting, I love this elemental Moonkin pick. I talked about it a little bit during the game. I love the fact that these guys, they've been bringing in new comps left, right, center. They reintroduced Elemental, then they played Enhanced, now they're playing this. It's been fantastic to watch. I think one thing I really like about this comp is just it's so sturdy, it's so tanky, that they can afford more offensive options, right? When it comes to gearing, and Looney's back on his mana essence builds for his monk, and it's kind of like it's letting them get pressure. The Vision of Perfection from Zuniaki, which we thought would be a huge factor in this game, proccing dispels on all of those magical overtime effects, it became more of a Vision of False Hope because it wasn't removing the gushing wounds. And ultimately, when you run all those gushing wounds, we know how devastating that can be. The nerfs aren't in just yet. They come in next week. So for Zuniaki, he had a tough time healing through this, and he felt the toll in his mana. On the smaller map, I was actually going to posture whether they could play Disc and try all in and play really, really aggro on Wildcard Gaming, but it's a very high risk reward. I can totally understand why they wouldn't, because if they don't succeed in killing this super tanky composition, presumably if they go first into that, then, they just lose on mana. With the Mistweaver, they've got their chances. It's a smaller map, should be more in their favor, and the last game certainly wasn't one-sided either.
What a series already. Seiko, with the cards that are in front of us right now, how do you feel this one's going to play out? Blackrook Hold, and we got the Moonkin Ellie.
I think, this is kind of the map that that the Enlight likes to go on. Whenever they lose, they like to take things to Blackrook Hold, so a lot of comfort on the side of them. And I think this, this is the time where you could bring out the Priest, like you guys kind of mentioned, but I feel like Zuniaki is slowly but surely becoming a Mistweaver main at this point. I don't think we're ever going to see him on Priest in this entire series, just because the Monk buys them that flexibility, that kind of room for error. If, their setup doesn't go the way they want it to, if they don't force the cooldowns they need, they can always just fall back. They can still get a win condition later on. Just removing that, kind of timer that's kind of ticking away when you play with a Priest, I think it's just nice for them, and I think it's a big reason to why they're able to do what they can do. I think a small map against this comp is going to be big for Enlight. If Wildcard can win on this map, then all of a sudden the comp that they're bringing is starting to look a lot more convincing.
Okay, well, we're headed to Blackrook Hold. Wildcard Gaming trying to switch things up. They were able to grab one map. Will they be able to tie up the series, or is Enlight going to use jungle to just rip on through them and get on match point?
I really wonder what build Zuni's going to run this time around. I still think the Vision got value, though. That's is Vitality Conduit going to get more value than Vision got, I think. I wasn't really a big fan of the Healing Sphere. It didn't seem like they were really using them that much. I'm trying to think of what else he could have ran there. Maybe Zen Focus T instead, to try and get through the root beams. Either way, this game is now underway. Finally, a point on the board for Wildcard Gaming. Z-Pi going to be the target, though, for Enlight initially. Facile and Cassidy switch, though, over tomorrow. They switch off Thorns. I like that. Don't attack into Thorns. Don't add any extra damage that Zuniaki needs to deal with. Though now, Cyclone on Facile, Lightning Lasso on Cassidy. Looks like the leg sweep on Z-Pi interrupted that Lightning Lasso. Nice play by Zuni. The Lightning Lasso is going to be a pivot point for the team here of Wildcard Gaming. Incarnation is also a very big threat that's currently rolling for Morrow. They're kind of just playing out in midfield and tanking it. This could be a risky move. Looney rolls up. Do they want to swap to Zuni? Looney is chasing Zuni around right now, and Morrow's moving in as well. He Solar Beam Zuni on cast. Nicely done into a paralyzed. Beautiful setup from Wildcard Gaming right now. They might just eradicate Cassidy. Barely in time that Life Cocoon lands, but it's cycloned, and Zuni can't heal through a cyclone, so Cassidy's health is still low. If they can flip that cyclone over to Zuniaki, it could be devastating. Can they flip it? Mara's moving in position.
They win Zuni, and Wildcard Gaming, I mean, they're playing a lot more aggressively here. It looks like they could win this game early.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good in the early stages for Wildcard Gaming. Zuniaki swapped over to Mana Essences, so he's going to lose a little bit of that throughput from the Vision of Perfection, but equally his mana should be a bit better in this game, which we'll see how that plays out for him. I think for the Healing Spheres, it's an interesting one when you talk about Sid, like whether we want those extra dispels on the healing or damage over time effects, or whether we prefer something like an Aura Mastery. I mean, in that situation, certainly it looked like Aura Mastery would have been better 10 times out of 10. He had to use his human racial to recover. Now we see Maro pushing for crowd control once again, gets kicked on the Cyclone though, fortunately, so the Life Cocoon's going to connect. Cassidy should be fine here. They're trying to reverse the pressure, but Wildcard Gaming, because they have such a good start here, it's really hard for Enlight to get something going. This is the first time I think Looney's been crowd controlled in this game. It's one bash coming through, there's no trap to follow it up. Fasil still looking for it, but unfortunately Looney with the pro play, he ports it. Now Zipai gets to remove all his bleeds. Wildcard Gaming, stellar gameplay.
Yeah, and that's the thing. As soon as that trap, gets evaded by the healer, you, as a DPS, the guy who's getting focused, you want to do what Zipai did there, just walk into it. It's going to dispel all of your bleed effects. It's going to reset that pressure. Zuni now in a big cool CC here. Let's see what they can do to Cassidy. He gets Cyclone on his Survival Instincts. Maro now going to look for follow-up CC here onto Zuni. He's going to go for a reclone onto Cassidy. Now he's going to try to swap it to Zuni, but Zuni is avoiding him. Maro getting stunned up. Fasil takes a huge hit right there and activate the Exil heal as well as his tank trinket to survive that one. And it's just looking like Wildcard are getting better and better here. The small map looks like it's favoring them.
Zipai is stunned up, Looney is stunned up, Maro is stunned up, Looney breaks out, but now in a freezing trap, he life cocoons it preemptively. They may switch to Maro. Maro looking for Cyclone. Cyclone's the life cocoon. Really big fan of these Cyclone timings, just denying that defensive cooldown time and time again. Looney looks like he's trying to drink. He's off to the side on the left. He does get a tick of mana, putting him in the lead. Nice little move there. 3.5 minutes in game number 4. Remember, you do need to win 4 games in a best of 7 here of the Grand Finals to be the champion of Europe Cup number 2. We're basically just at the halfway point of this Grand Finals. Will the Mooncanelli work on the small map? It's at least looking good here as Fasil gets blasted and Cycloned at low health. Cyclone rotates over, Lightning Lasso to follow up. Big damage on Fasil. He feigned deaths, removes some dots, reduces the damage for a moment to allow Zuniaki to try and recover, but now Zuniaki's wind sheared. He's going to be able to pick Fasil up after it. Solar Beam available. Stormkeeper's rolling. Are they going to try and combo those together? Cassidy chasing after Looney. Looks like they do want to try and attack the healer a bit here. Is Cassidy going to kill him by himself? I feel like it's unlikely. Fasil and that Cyclone not able to support. Cassidy takes a big hit from the Incarnation and the Earth Shock, but Zuni's ready and waiting to pick him back up. Bash from Maro. Cyclone out. Nice chain from Maro. Star Surge is lobbed out. Nice double stun by Looney. Perfect setup here by Wildcard Gaming. Lightning Lasso to follow it up, but Cassidy able to interrupt it just before getting Cyclone. Totally shutting Wildcard Gaming down.
Yeah, very nicely played there. I mean, for Wildcard Gaming, this game certainly has been looking better on the small map, and I know traditionally we would say that casters are disadvantaged here, but when you look at the 2 casters they've picked, neither of these guys really want, they don't really need to cast too much to get their damage off, right? Like Elementals, I think, are the caster that if you had like a Mage Lock versus Ellie on a pillar, you would much rather that, because he can Lightning Lasso whilst moving, he can build up his Earth Shock still. A lot of his damage is instant or channelable around the pillar, so definitely the small maps aren't going to be as disadvantageous for Wildcard Gaming, though there is a full trap onto Looney right now, damage coming through over onto Maro. Huge drastic effort at the very end. They try and punish the lack of cooldowns with a last minute burst, but they don't find the kill. Life Cocoon gets traded out and Thorns is still available, so big exchanges coming through. The big change that Enlight did make though that we talked about was those mana essences, and previously Zuniaki was really struggling on mana. In this game he has a lot better mana, so that is something going into deeper dampening that I could see being a big difference here in favour of the jungle cleave.
I'm actually not sure why Cassidy went for Zipai during that last setup there. It looked like Maro could have just died there, but I think maybe he wanted to keep Zipai and Maro spread so that they could get that single target Drestigath hit. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Now we see Lightning Lance coming out on Cassidy. Cassidy just got his trinket back up. He had to use it earlier to save Facile in a close situation. So he's going to have that to trinket out of a lasso or trinket out of a cyclone and then interrupt the lasso. Looney now getting stunned into a trap, and there's a full hex on the Facile. Cassidy needs to get that. He does dispel it, but whenever, even if there is a hex and you dispel it there, it's still in the middle of your trap. Whenever you've trapped the healer, the only thing you want to be doing is spamming damage. And stunning the guy that you're focusing while you have that CC. So even if Zipa just gets off a hex there and it gets dispelled right away, it still slows down the assault of Enlight. And it's just small things like that that Wildcard Gaming are doing to kind of survive a lot of these setups.
2 interrupts in a row, and Zuniaki, his team dips low as a result. He has to life cocoon Facile. They could switch to Cassidy, but Morrow gets stunned. Looney rolls up for a leg sweep, but gets intercepted in that freezing trap. Morrow could be in trouble. He bark skins. He ducks into bear form, catches a frenzy regen, healing himself back up to full. Mana slightly in favor of Enlight as we step deeper into dampening, and Zuniaki's change of build could get him a win, but this is a lot of damage on the Facile during that stun. They cyclone him at low health. They switch the damage over to Cassidy, a 2-pronged assault, looking to cyclone again. Trying to deny the heals of Zuni. Zuni rolls in, but he rolls into a bash. Morrow looks to switch the clone over. Not able to. Denied by the bash of Cassidy. Now taking a huge amount of damage. Zipai and Looney both healing Morrow during that bash to pull him back into the fight. Now there's a mana advantage to Wildcard Gaming. Zipai the target for now. Morrow gets interrupted. Looking for some Lunar Strikes to generate Astral Power. Hex Lightning Lasso is a dangerous combo here that Zipai's trying to find. Looks like Cyclone on Facile. Lightning Lasso is just as good though. They can't stop it, so Zuni's going to drop that life cocoon. Now Looney in a freezing trap. Zipai in trouble, stunned up, barely surviving there with that Glaire's Medallion Astral Shift. And Light show that they still have potential in the matchup here as we move deeper into dampening.
Yeah, not only that, they get the life cocoon there, which means Morrow can also be an exposed target. I'm not exactly sure where Thorns are. It looks like they are on Morrow, so that's going to be a deterrent to hit the Moonkin for Enlight in this moment of time, but both teams are doing pretty reasonable on mana, so it's going to come down to these big swaps coming through from Enlight. I'd say that's the most likely source of a kill we have for the next minute or so. So let's see what they can set up. Can Facile get the traps? He's trying to play open field right now. He really knows he wants to get aggressive. Morrow spamming out the Cyclones, just shutting down and slowing down Enlight on this jungle cleave. They need to get something going here before that life cocoon comes back available. Zipai is completely exposed at this moment in time. He has no Astral Shift. He has no Trinket. So if they can find a kill, his pet's also despawned now. He's in a lot of trouble. They need to find crowd control over onto Looney. There's the stun. He humans out immediately, recognizing the desperation of this situation for Wildcard Gaming. They could be put on match point. DR stun comes through. They land the trap. Do they have enough damage? It looks like there's no interrupts for the Cyclones from Morrow. Wildcard Gaming with the peels will survive, but that could have been a scary situation for the team.
That was really, really well deflected by Morrow. Landing the Cyclones, rotating them between the Feral and the Hunter, and then the Lightning Lasso from Zipai on the guy who wants to kill him, the Feral Druid in this case. But nice kick here onto Looney into a bash. Morrow could be in big trouble here. He gets a Cyclone onto to Cassidy, but no trap yet for Faciles. He's looking for it. Zipai has the life cocoon. Morrow is completely stabilized. And once again, they're going to have that win condition here onto Morrow this time around. They need to get damage onto Zipai and Morrow and get them both low. Morrow is just going to get CC'd here. Zipa's going to activate that Astral Shift. Should be enough to keep him alive, and that's why I wanted to see the setup happen on Morrow. Instead, now Cassidy taking massive damage, getting Cyclone on that life cocoon, and now instead they're turning their attention to Facile. He's going to have to duck for cover. Zuni in a full Cyclone. Cassidy now going back out. Morrow in massive trouble. No life cocoon. Zipa's already spamming out the heals. Looney's actually sitting down for a drink. Oh, that Ring of Peace barely locks Looney back into the room. If Zuni could have angled it a little bit better, it could have been what Enlight needed to push this game over, but instead it's going to be Wildcard once again getting aggressive.
Look at the mana though. If Enlight just hold on a little bit longer, they're going to win on pressure alone. They could just win right here and now. Looney has to life cocoon right before the stun. Clutch timing there, but now they could switch to Looney. He's down at half health. They're not going to. Cassidy on the run. Survival Instincts. Morrow on top of him with the Incarnation. Gets stunned on it. Good denial. They need to wait for Thorns to be over. They can't afford to take too much extra damage here at 33% dampening. Looney trying to pick up Zipa. He's got Stormkeeper. He wants to get some big lightning bolts here. Morrow just building up damage. He's got Incarn still rolling. Big Star Surges, 2 in a row onto Cassidy. He moves over to crowd control Zuniaki. Is he going to get the clone? No, Cassidy jumps over, stops the Cyclone. Zipai looks for the Hex. Lightning Lasso doesn't land the Hex in time. Zuni line of sights it, but Morrow gets the clone regardless. They do pre-life cocoon. Looney doesn't have that luxury. 2 of his teammates critically low, deep into dampening with no mana left. And Enlight look to take game number 4. They just need the tiniest bit more of damage. Morrow's trying to shut them down. Cyclones over onto Facile. Totally negating the kill potential here for now. Can they keep the Cyclones going over onto Cassidy? They're trying to power through with damage. Cassidy has to jump back to Morrow. Morrow breaks out, but Zipai's getting owned by Facile alone. He has to Astral Shift. They overlap with the Life Cocoon. Zuniaki gets Windshield. Facile is now low on health as well. This is constantly back and forth. Facile ducks for cover at center pillar. Zuniaki rolls in to stop the drink. He crowd controls Looney, but Cassidy is in trouble. Who's going to fall now? Zuni in crowd control from Looney. He has to stun up Morrow. They stun up Looney. This could be the game-winning trap. If they land it, they use the grounding totem. I think they bait out the grounding. Facile needs to land this trap. Can he get it? Cassidy gets cloned. Facile can't stay on top of Looney. He's going to disengage back towards Zuni. Try and recover at the pillar, but do you really recover at 40% dampening?
Oh, we're to find out what these monks can get done here. Zuniaki, I think he definitely stopped the drink from Looney, but then he overcommitted. He wasn't able to get his leg sweep on Looney. He ends up getting crowd controlled and using his human ratio. Is it going to matter though? Zipai is so low on health. There's the interrupt. They just need a trap. Can they find a trap? Maybe they don't even need one. Zipai falls in game 4, and Enlight now are 1 game away from winning the grand finals in what was yet another enthralling game. Morrow's going to play it out, but he's the one that will surely fall. Wildcard Gaming, for them, Thunder doesn't strike twice with this composition. Enlight 3-1 up.
Yeah, the question is, will it actually be able to strike again at all? Zico, after watching that game, what do you think Wildcard Gaming needs to do to stay inside of this series?
It's hard to say. I think since you see the map at least first, if you see a small map, I'd go Warrior Mage. I feel like it's hard because they won the first 2, but then they also lost the second 2. So you can look at that 2-2, or you can look at that as, okay, well, we won the first 2 because Enlight didn't know what to do, and now they know what to do. But it's at the same time, with this comp, I feel like on a small map, it looked convincing early on, but the longer the game dragged on, the worse it got for them. So I don't know what Wildcard should do here. I feel like Mage, Warrior, Monk is like the safest bet if you are Wildcard, but there's a lot of lineup plays that they can make here.
Man, to see Enlight this close to closing it out, I will ask, where do you think we're going to go map-wise heading into this next one, Supatis?
Ashamanes, I think. But I don't know. At the same time, Zuni's playing a different build, and it got him deeper into the match. And if they get to that point deep into the match, does it still work even on a big map? It probably does. I think it's going to be Ashamanes with the same setup here.
This is
from Wildcard
This
Gaming.
is just so wild to actually think about. Obviously, we've been talking about it quite a bit, but for anybody just coming in right now to see who is going to actually win for EU, to even get here, and Light already had to take down Wildcard Gaming. They managed to do it, and then Method Black. Then they go up against Method Black again to face Wildcard Gaming, and now they are looking so good to actually take down this squad, and one more map will be enough to do it. One more will be enough to crown them as the champions of this second cup. And Zico, you already started to talk about how big that is for the entirety of the year with standings the way that they currently are.
Well, it would put a first place tie between Wildcard Gaming and Method Black if Wildcard loses this next game. So obviously Method Black are going to be happy about that we got knocked out, but at least so did Wildcard. Yeah. Because when they look at the points, that's their main competition right now. But I also, because the team that was 3rd and 4th in the point standing both aren't here today, and they didn't make the top 8. One of the teams disbanded, the other didn't even make top 8. It just gives Enlight a chance to be the 3rd team essentially. So I feel like Enlight has a massive opportunity right now to kind of just pull themselves ahead, because I feel like as the jungle, you're not going to have a performance like this that many times, I feel like all the teams are going to go home and you're going to put a massive target on your head if you're taking out Wildcard and Method Black with the jungle. They're going to find an answer.
Yeah, that is definitely the thing, right? When you're talking about progressing the meta, the second that you do enter it into the equation, people are going to start trying to figure out answers and push it even further. Now, Ruins of Lordaeron will potentially be the last map that we do go to, and Light picking their composition right now, and the only potential tweak that maybe we're expecting to see is the Priest coming out, but Healing Stat, I feel like the Priest is but a dream at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they're living the dream right now, and it doesn't involve any priests, so Zunyaki is going to be very happy with himself. I mean, this guy's been a legend, right? Like, he's played the Shaman at BlizzCon, he's played Priest for such a long time, both Shadow and Disc, now bringing out the Mistweaver and looking great. And I wanted to talk about the point with Wildcard and Method Black as well, because on one hand, you've got Method Black being like, well, we're happy Wildcard isn't winning this because they won't leapfrog us in points. I believe the two will be tied after this, assuming they end up in second. Mm-hmm. But on the other side, like, look at the added level of stress now. Like, before, Method Black and Wildcard Gaming were only worrying about each other, right? So they were just like, okay, what's the other team practicing? How do I beat them? How do I beat Warrior Mage? And now, like, this is a massive Enlight curveball, and I feel like this happens every year. There's one cup where Enlight will just destroy everyone, win the cup. I think it happened last year too, right? Didn't they win the last cup? They didn't have enough points to qualify to one of the lands, but they came through and just crushed everyone with the jungle cleave for one cup, if I remember right. I think, like, this is a team that's capable of being like that, and, you know, with circuit format coming up, it's going to be all play all. If you lose that series to Enlight and then someone else finds something and beats them, that's going to really hurt you in that format. So these guys, you know, they're kind of a one-trick pony when it comes to the compositions they've been running. Sure, they flex the healer a little bit, but if they now are winning it, now it's going to come down to, in the next couple of weeks, who finds the answer to jungle cleave. I don't think I'm 100% convinced that jungle cleave is just unbeatable god tier comp. I think it's probably got its place in the meta clearly today, but there's going to be, you know, put Wildcard and Method's brains at it. I think they're going to find stuff in the next couple of weeks, and it's going to be really interesting to see who's actually coming out on top by Cup 3, by Cup 4 of this meta.
Yeah, I think, like, that's a very good point. Yeah, I don't think that we're going to get to the realm of reality where the only thing that people are playing is just jungle all day long. I definitely do agree with you there. But the question is, just how far can jungle go in the meta? But in this series, can jungle take one more game? Can Enlight win this tournament? Wildcard Gaming still using their time, trying to figure out what they are going to play on Ruins of Lordaeron. Zico, what do you think we're going to see?
Oof. Let me think. I want to say Holy Pala, Ellie, Boomkin. That's what I want to see. That's really what I want to see. But if I was Wildcard, probably would just go Warrior Mage or with a Mistweaver.
Turbo.
Whoa.
There we go. That's the Paladin I wanted to see.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So we saw the Turbo a little bit earlier in a matchup like this without the Paladin. How does this actually play out here, Healing Stat?
So the reason I like the Paladin, I think Enlight, we've seen that Mistweaver jungle has a ton of damage and a ton of healing, so it can play out into dampening and out dampen any team. So if you can't win the war of attrition, you gotta go more aggro, and the Paladin does just that. The Mistweaver, sure, has more healing. Probably, I mean, you can debate whether it's more mana efficient. It depends how much single target healing is required, but the Paladin definitely is just going to bring brute force in. You know, Hammer of Justice, such a scary ability. The Judgments, the Holy Shocks, there's so much damage on this character. So they're playing it with Turbo as well, and we've seen the burst that Zebai and Blizzard can put out on this comp. It's a strong composition. It's a high action, high damage composition from Wildcard Gaming. I wouldn't be surprised if they can find kills, you know, in stuns on Cassidy, maybe swaps to Zunyaki. I'm really excited to see them play this.
Zico, do you like the pick?
Yes, I do like the pick. I mean, I've been crying for a Paladin for a long time. I feel like even in the Method Black series, I wanted to see a Paladin because I feel like Paladin is just the best healer at punishing monks. Like, you can't necessarily, you know, drag out a game as long as a monk and play that really long game. But I feel like the Paladin is better at closing out the game early. I feel like Paladin right now in the meta is basically where Priest should be. Like, I don't even think necessarily that you want to be playing Priest jungle. I think if you're going to just play an aggro jungle, you're probably just better off playing a paladin, maybe going ineffable. You're going to have short CD blind, you're going to have short CD hammer of justice, you're going to have instant responses as well to combos that are trying to one-shot you, and you're going to have the most important thing, which is extra damage during your setups. Those judgments do insane damage, especially if you have low HP. So I think all around it makes sense.
All right, well, with that, we're just about ready here to get to Ruins of Lordaeron. You've already heard it from everybody on the desk. This is definitely an interesting thing to be pulled out here in the final moments. It seems like it might have a solid chance to extend this series just a little bit further, but Enlight going to try on Ruins of Lordaeron to close out the tournament for EU. If you're sitting there right now saying, man, but I want to watch more WoW, don't worry. We are only halfway through the day. We still have all of North America to cover, and we're going to get to see whether or not North America is going to have a new champion, potentially like EU is going to after this game. This one is going to be the deciding factor. Sid, before we do jump into Ruins of Lordaeron, is there anything in particular that you're looking out for from either of these teams?
I'm just wondering what build Looney's going to play. Is he going to play a Repentance build? Try and go for crowd control on Zuniaki? Is he going to play Avenging Light build, where they just focus on doing the most amount of damage possible, win with Hammer of Justices? Maybe they go for Hammer of Justice on Feral and then try and Hex Mistweaver at the same time? I feel like we've never... When was the last time we saw Pally Turbo? I guess it was at BlizzCon occasionally with Pally throughout Legion, and maybe even BFA a little bit. But it's not very often you see it with a Paladin. It's usually historically been a Druid, for most matchups, particularly Rogue Mage, and then Mistweaver was the turbo answer for Cleaves, and then Paladin never really kind of made its staple for this comp, so I still think it's kind of a gamble. I think I would have rather have at least seen them take the Ashamains win with Boomkin Ellie, and maybe tried the Paladin with Boomkin Ellie on Ashamains, because going to Ruins of Lordaeron like this, if your Paladin gets trapped, there's no Jade Statue healing the Shaman. There's no Renewing Mist healing anybody. There's literally nothing healing anybody when you play with a Paladin. So if you're crowd controlled, like, I feel like it's pretty risky.
It's high risk, high reward, but I feel like they need high risk, high reward at this point. I mean, you still have cooldowns too on the Paladin, right? Like, he can always run, for example, Vitality Conduit for the, something to do preemptively on those traps. He's got Sacrifice. There's no Purge for Blessing and Protection. So I mean, Paladin heals completely differently to Mistweaver, right? Like, you don't have so much healing over time. You're less efficient, but you have those massive cooldowns. And they're losing with the Mistweaver, so I would say the risk is certainly worth it.
It's just, I mean, if, let's say Wildcard Gaming is able to pull this down, is this something that can win them the entire series, Zico? Or do you think it's just going to be a thing that works now, but then when Enlight has the advantage in pick, they'll be able to shut down?
I feel like a Ret would be kind of good into this. Like, maybe we'll just see Kara come out on the Ret if Wildcard wins. That could be... That would be pretty wild.
That'd be a very wild way to end the series indeed. But, I mean, on paper, Super T's, that's one of those things where you just hear it and you go, yeah, that does sound like it would be the right answer if it's practice.
I mean, Enlight, even if they win this cup, I feel like they should start to figure out when and how they're going to integrate Kara. Because right now, the only comps we see with Ret do any sort of success is like Ret Warrior. And they have the problem that Kara plays the Ret and the Warrior. And I mean, Ret Warrior could be really good into this right now. Let's say Arms Warrior Enhanced Holy Pally wins. And then Ret Warrior could be really good into it, but they don't have it as an option at the moment. So I mean, they could just be banking on a patch where Ret Hunter makes a return from the dead. And then they have Jungle and Ret Hunter, which is, that's a good combo when they're good. But you're taking a pretty big gamble on Ret being good again, especially after we've seen so many changes made already. I think you'd be kind of risking that. I'd much rather them try and figure out another way to get Kara utilized on the roster, because I do think eventually people will figure out the Mistweaver jungle, and Gushing is getting nerfed.
Yeah.
So that could be
contributing a lot to how they're winning, and then when that's gone, maybe it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, because I mean, look at those moments where they are like right on the edge, right? They're like right on the edge of having enough damage or not having enough damage, and this is with gushing before the nerf comes in. It was kind of a similar dynamic of what we were talking about with the Golden Guardians, right? So the question is, will they be able to keep that going? And it is funny when you bring up the dynamic of also having a Ret that you can use, and when Ret Hunter is strong, I feel like a lot of the times that we've seen a lot of tournament success come out from jungles is when they can fall back on those Ret Hunters as well. That's not the reality that we've been looking at yet. Enlight has been able to just steamroll so far in this tournament with their jungle. We're headed to Ruins of Lordaeron. They could end the entire tournament here, Sid.
All right, Ruins of Lordaeron would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery. Wildcard Gaming are backed against a wall, and Death's knocking. Are they going to be able to pull off a victory here with the Paladin switch? Mistweaver has been dominant throughout, and Looney is going to switch off the Mistweaver. Is the aggressive take going to be enough? I'm really curious to see what build he decides to run. I'm literally just refreshing the the build page to wait for it to update so that I can see what Looney's running, because that's going to tell me how they want to play the matchup more than anything.
Yeah, I'm looking at the builds too. Also, he said it, chat. He said it. He said the thing. It's Ruins of Lordaeron, potentially the final game here for Enlight if they can win it. Meanwhile, Wildcard Gaming are looking to take this one the distance like my hair in quarantine. Let's see if they can find it. Looney needs to be aggressive here. It's going to come down to him on the Paladin. You can already see him charging through at Zuniaki. Is that going to be a telltale as to the strategy? I believe it will be. Zuniaki taking a little bit of damage in the start here. He's going to have to play a very solid defensive game if he wants to take this tournament. He's not done being tested just yet. So far though, good Vitality Conduit. Reverse pressure onto Zeepai. Now Cassidy taking a lot of damage, and this is the aggression I wanted to see from Wildcard Gaming on the Turbo Cleave. It's time to speed things up, Sid.
Looney's moving in. He wants to go for a Hammer of Justice pretty soon. Is he going to be able to get in position? Zuni needs to move away from Looney as soon as possible. Looney's moving in. He uses the Judgment to try and reduce that cooldown of his hammer. He pre-life cocoons Cassidy. The damage from Wildcard Gaming is quite literally insane. That life cocoon could be cut through if they want to stay on target. Cassidy is also running the Cyclone, so that is going to alleviate some pressure for Zuniaki when Cassidy looks to utilize that crowd control. But Looney's on the run, charging forward. Hammer of Justice, Stormbolt, nice timing here. Blizzo charges, sharpened blades, big connect, lingering Psychic Shell from Cassidy. Going to absorb some damage there, but not too much. Zuni's repositioning away from the pummel, portals away from Blizzo to pick his team back up in the fight. The Paladin is looking a lot more sturdy than I anticipated, although when it's freezing trapped, is it going to be as sturdy? Blizzo pre-lingering Psychic Shells, the incoming stun, nice read, he's going to take 0 damage. They should switch to Zeepai, but they're not finding momentum.
Yeah, but they're just trying to wither down all these cooldowns here. Looney is in a Cyclone, so Cassidy is playing Cyclone. I think it's very intelligent. Looney also could taunt the pet as he is getting trapped. So whenever they trap Looney, they have to do it out of a stun. Otherwise, preemptive sacrifice. There's a lot of things that the Paladin can do to kind of avoid that. Looney now pushing in for a Hammer of Justice. He's kicked right now. If they can follow it up with a stun, there it is. Stun into trap coming out. You're stunning to Cyclone. Gets cancelled. Zeepai dropping the grounding totem there. Facile jukes it out. Gets the trap on the Divine Favor. And now all of a sudden, big damage are about to follow here onto Blizzo. Dress comes out. Looney now activating his Avenging Wrath, those wings, and look at Blizzo's HP back to full. Cassidy now taking huge damage. Big swap to Zuniaki. Just used his life cocoon onto Cassidy, but he did activate that Fort Brew to boost the cocoon, and then he got swapped on with that Fort Brew damage reduction still. So bit of a blunder there from Wildcard Gaming, but they could still push Zuni over if they can keep getting uptime onto him. But Cassidy's making it quite difficult with those Cyclone attempts, and I think Enlight just wants to play a little longer game here, but so far they haven't actually forced out a single one of Looney's cooldowns, and Looney is getting that Hammer of Justice back again. Cassidy's taking huge damage. One wind shear. Look what it does to Cassidy's HP. That's a trinket. That's the survival instinct, and now Zuni is getting swapped to here as well. Could just go down here. Big damage here. Doesn't have the life cocoon, and he does have to be careful with those wind shears. Zeepai, in my opinion, the best interrupter in this game, just sniping Zuni time and time again. Look at him activating that Ascendance right now, trying to get range damage onto Zuni. Gets trapped right there, and trinkets out. The only reason why Zuni's still alive, but here, I don't think he's going to survive this. One more stun should do it. Zuni gonna fall, and I think he actually life cocooned Cassidy right there at the end. His life cocoon did go off, so I'm pretty sure he just could have survived there.
I think he did before the stun lock, and they swapped him because of it, if I saw correctly. Well, I guess we'll see on the replay. But either way, I mean, that is a lot harder to heal than some of those slower Moonkin Elemental games. Zuniaki really being tested in that one.
It definitely is. Let's actually try to break down exactly how this one did come to a close. Supertees, well, what caught your eye in the final moments of that game?
I think the builds in particular. So Cassidy and Facile went full gushing wounds, and Looney went an honor talent called Divine Vision, which reduces the damage of shadow damage over time effects by 15%. And gushing wounds is shadow. So in my mind, I was expecting Cassidy and Facile to play verse, at least some verse, and then just win with crowd control. They were way squishier than they needed to be. But even having said that, their offense didn't look too great either. I mean, the Paladin I was expecting to be a bit more flimsy, and it was really sturdy. They didn't get a bop or a sacrifice the entire game, so I don't know. Maybe this is the answer. I would definitely be a bit worried right now if I was in light.
Zico, do you think this is the answer?
Yeah, I mean, I liked this comp as soon as I saw it locked in. I've been wanting to see a Paladin, and now we finally see it. It looked solid. It definitely looked extremely solid.
Now the question is, Healing Stat, in your mind, how does this composition lose? Right? It's obviously a very exciting composition. We've seen a little bit of it, and it looks like it's pretty damn good. But are there any weaknesses that jump off the page to you where you go, okay, maybe if we take it to a map like this, maybe if there's some strategies or gearing choices like this, it won't be able to close it out?
Yeah, so I think this is going to come back down to Enlight's lack of depth in their roster, because Paladin Turbo, I could think of a number of things that I would love to see played into this. You know, Rogue Mage I think would be great. In fact, probably a bunch of Mage comps, because there's an Enhancement Shaman and a Holy Paladin. But I mean, Enlight, you know, they've been riding this wave of jungle euphoria through this tournament. It's been going great for them. But I think Zico and I were on the same page when we were saying, I really do think the thing that makes it so much harder for teams like Dilly over in US is that Holy Paladins are just, they're so devastating, right? And jungle is a reasonably flimsy comp, especially when you catch the Pharaoh or the healer in those stuns. So we saw Looney playing super aggro, running for stuns on Zinni, then they swapped the damage in the Stormbolt or whatever it was onto Cassidy. I think for Enlight, they had the right idea of just going full aggro talents and trying to run them over, but I think they're almost relying on a mistake unless they can make some sort of comp swap of their own. Maybe the disc, I don't know, I'm not convinced. Maybe the Ret Paladin, again, not convinced, but they've got a couple of games to work with.
Okay, well, let's see what the next game does have in store. Super Tees, let's actually start to look at the draft as it does come together. Keep in mind, anybody who's just tuning in, probably pretty obvious by now, but this is the grand final. That is also a best of 7. That's the big tweak. It's been very important to keep your minds on. This was something that Zico and kind of everybody did point out, that maps in the map pool actually getting small shouldn't affect the series that much with the compositions we're seeing, but it does lead to situations like this. We're headed to Mugambala, the Prophecy.
The Prophecy finally, but it's game 6 though. The Prophecy commands it. Well, that means Enlight is gonna win. Yeah. It's finally happening. The Prophecy. The Mowglis from the jungle, the Cassidys, they're coming out and finally completing the Prophecy of Mugambala. Last game in the finals. And Light's going to win. 100%. I don't even need to see the comps.
All right. Well, we're going to take a look at the comps anyway, but you already heard Zico's prediction coming out in this one. And we are still waiting to see what Wildcard is going to do. And Healing Set, what do you expect Wildcard to do in this situation after that last game?
I am honestly, I mean, for Wildcard, I think it's fairly obviously they have to give the same stuff, right? Like they've been like struggling to find something that actually works into jungle. So whenever they find it, they're clinging onto it like, please, dear, you know,
keep working, please. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, but Enlight, I mean, big map makes sense to me. They're probably going to look into Masufa again. Hope that Zuniaki will have more room to work with. He's got 2 tiers, so if Looney's trying to chase him, he can jump down, pop back up. There's no knocks on Wildcard Gaming, so it makes perfect sense for me. I think Enlight also locks in the same comp and hopes for Zico's prophecy to come true.
All right.
This would be the time.
Here it is. Yeah, that composition is going to get locked in. Now it's all going to be on Enlight to see what they actually do decide to do in this situation. Mugambala. Why do you think they actually do set up for Mugambala, Zico, prophecy aside?
I think that they probably just want. The fact is, knock effects are extremely potent against wildcard gaming. So if anything ever goes badly, then he can kind of just maneuver his way back up on that little ramp, and then he can stand up there, still be able to heal. And if Looney pushes in, if wildcard pushes in and tries to dogpile on top of him over there, they can use Ring of Peace. They can use the Hunter Trap to knock people off, and then. There's like if you knock an enhancement shaman off, he's not really gonna have a great time. But typically you would see the enhance locked in with another Mistweaver on his side, so then you wouldn't typically go for this line of play because they can do it back to you. But in this case, I think it's just trying to kind of elevate the monk here.
Okay, well, let's see if that monk can get elevated. This is going to be a very, very telling game, obviously, with where we are at in the series. This one still can close it out, and Light using all of their time here to actually pick their composition as well. Not too much of a surprise here. You don't want to be throwing this one at all, especially with all the momentum that they have had so far, and they are going to stick to their guns here. Do you think that it will be enough, Supatis?
I think if they play the map well, it could. If they position on the top side of the balcony, they use Ring of Peace to knock Blizzo and Zeepai down, and then start root and snaring them, stunning them on their way back up, land freezing traps on Looney like they did. It's definitely a better map for Zuni to survive. Wildcard Gaming won because they kept that fight on top of the Mistweaver, and they kept it on top of the Mistweaver without dying. The without dying part is the hard part of staying on top of the Mistweaver. So this map allows Zuni to be able to actually get away, so they're not able to be on top of them. And I think that's what they're banking on, to be able to win.
All right, well, Mugambala going to be the map that it's going to go down on. Always a surprise and a pleasure to go to Mugambala. It doesn't happen very often outside of the best of 7 series when the map pool really does start to dwindle. A map that a lot of teams were kind of spooked out by for quite some time. Wildcard Gaming, like Healingstat said, every time they get close to something that might look like an answer, they try to cling on to it. It's what they need in this series is an answer. Is the Paladin and the Turbo going to be enough to get them a victory? They want to win this series to be the #1 in the standings in EU. Already, Method Black no longer in this. They're bowing out 3rd place because Inlight was able to shred through them. Can they shred through one more squad? I just am curious if this affects NA at all. Like, do you think that this can push the meta in both regions, Zico?
Yeah and no. I mean, I think definitely a lot more people are going to be willing to try jungle and also try with different healers. But I'm not sure how much is going to push the meta because NA has a lot of Holy Paladin teams. They have a lot of scary Holy Paladins there in general. So I feel like Holy Paladins in general is a pretty good answer for jungle. But the one thing more than anything that I've learned today is that jungle feels like the best comp at punishing Mistweavers. I feel like if you take things to hook point and you play jungle, that alone is going to set up a really good win condition for you. And I think as long as you keep facing Mistweaver teams, or teams that are just heavily relying on Mistweaver, you're going to have a good time playing that jungle.
I think the other thing that we've kind of learned too is just, Enlight really is the best jungle. I'm not sure if other jungles would be able to do.
I didn't learn that today, to be honest.
Yeah. I think though that one of the things is it's like, okay, if Enlight's able to do it, that doesn't mean the jungle is necessarily able to do it, right? Yeah, we talk about the composition a whole bunch because it's something that is unique. It's something that we haven't seen in every single tournament. It's definitely not something that we've seen get this far, but the credit goes to the people who are playing it at this high of a level. And I think Healingstat, you've really done a good job of talking about just how much of a legend that Zuniaki is in the scene, how much of a legend he truly has been in the scene, is backed up by players that have plenty of accolades of their very own. But it's time to touch down in Mugambala. Is this going to be enough to close the series for Enlight?
Curious what builds, if they're going to drop the Gushing Wounds. That Holy Paladin talent seems like a really good... I mean, it's like Gushing Wounds is nerfed when Looney runs that talent, so I really think they should consider changing their build at least a little bit, maybe some gushing, but they were running no verse amps whatsoever. They were just getting owned. I mean, everybody was dying on Zuniaki's team, so They may change their build as a result of that. But Wildcard Gaming stomped that last game. I feel like it was incredibly one-sided. So Enlight are banking on this map to make the difference. And if it doesn't, and we go to a game 7, Enlight could be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they really could be. Enlight are 1 game away from winning, but Wildcard Gaming have a little bit of momentum with this Paladin Turbo. I was thinking back to the last time that Paladin Turbo was really played competitively, and the last I can remember was 2018 BlizzCon. It was played by Method Black against a Hunter, and the Hunter defeated it, and that Hunter will be playing in our next series. It was Jelly Beans, of course, made it through to the grand finals off the back of that. Wildcard Gaming will not want to repeat history there. They want to make sure they can take this all the way to a game 7, and they're looking to do it on Cassidy right now. Full Stormbolt coming through, big damage over onto the Feral Druid, but reversed onto Blizzo. Blizzo wasn't touched much in the last game. Now Zuniaki damage everywhere as we see the offensive fear coming through, the Ascendants, all of those damage cooldowns coming through and wrecking Enlight in the early stages of this game.
That was Zuni's human racial right there coming out, and that was just in the first second of the game. He's gonna need that. He's gonna have to play through like 5 or 6 Hammers of Justice without like, any way of breaking out. That is a scary opener here for Wildcard Gaming, already putting a massive lead on top of them. But Zepai doesn't have his trinket. They get a trap here onto Looney, but I think it was Warbanner. Yeah, Blizzo again, always on point. And Looney has all his cooldowns. He has Hammer of Justice. There it is. Onto Zuni. They're dogpiling over there. Zepai coming in with that barrel lunge. And there it is as well, the knockback effect from Zepai. But Zuni is going to use that Vitality Conduit. Should be fine. Blizzo in massive trouble. Full kick into stun onto Looney. Can they secure a trap here for Seals? Trying to get it. They don't have it just yet, so Paralyze is going to come out instead. Blizzo had to use his Trinket there, as well as his Lingering Psychic Shell. Zepai now having to use his Ascendance here as well. And Zuni, you can tell how he's positioning out of line of sight for Looney. And now Trap could come out, so he's waiting for that DR. He messes up the DR right there. Forgot about the Paralyze that Zuni did a little bit earlier, and now all of a sudden, Enlight are the ones on the back foot, Sid.
Blizzo gets disarmed into a stun. I want to see Zuni reposition and use the ledge. Why is he just playing up top right now? He could be knocking them off with the Ring of Peace. He's getting tunneled down to that Hammer of Justice. He gets pummeled by Blizzo. Blizzo leading the charge. Zuniaki is desperate. Is he going to be able to escape this situation? He's so low. He ports back upstairs. Cassidy gets swapped to. He could drop. Looney gets trapped. Blizzo could be in trouble. Wildcard Gaming on match point. Triple fear. That's it for Cassidy. Wow. Wildcard Gaming are stomping with this composition, and we're going to game 7.
Oh, man, we're going to game 7, but it also kind of feels like we know what might happen there. It looks like the code has been cracked. Healing Stat, what do you make of this last game?
Well, I mean, it just looks like complete destruction, right, on the favor of Wildcard Gaming. Sure, there are opportunities for Enlight to win it, but I'm willing to bet that Looney hasn't practiced Paladin coming much into this. He was probably expecting to run mostly Mistweaver. He brings out the Paladin, and I mean, they've had a couple of instances where he's getting off-kicked and stuff like that, but they're just making it look easy, aren't they? They're winning very quickly with kills on Feral, pressure on Hunter even. It's so insane. It's night and day from what we saw before. And I mean, we were looking at the tweets after Enlight beat Method Black, and Method Black was saying, like, how can we ever even take a game off of this jungle? I'm willing to bet we're going to see some Paladin Turbo from them next week, because this is looking insane.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, is what makes a balanced team now? If you're going to be playing the jungle into a lot of these monk compositions, what do you want to be playing into the Paladin? Like, in an ideal world right now, Zico, what would you play into this Paladin?
Another Paladin. Well, I mean, in an ideal world, I would just play a mage.
Yeah.
but
it's an enhancement Paladin.
But if I was Enlight, then yeah. Definitely, in an ideal world, I would be playing mage with a rogue. And I think that would be a pretty good way to win here. But for Enlight, obviously, I think in terms of healers, you're going to have to match the Paladin with your own Paladin. Problem is, I don't think Zuni can just pick up a Paladin and he's going to, be able to go toe-to-toe against Looney. Looney's so good on that Paladin too, so...
you just instantly...
You come with one comp.
It's so annoying playing against Looney, right? It's like I'm beating his Mistweaver. I'm so excited. I finally got his Mistweaver. He just logs onto the other healer. He's probably the best in the world at or something. I
mean, also, this situation's just got to be so tilting, right? Like, you're in the driver's seat all the way until match point, and then you're in a situation where you're just like, wait, now we're the ones who need to change a comp when they couldn't find an answer at all. Like, you just need to close out one game, and how do you do it? Do you come out with trying to cleave a little bit? Obviously, you already mentioned the fact that there really aren't many options there, especially when your paladin and your warrior are the same human being. Then you look at the other scenarios, and it's like, do we try to over corrupt and find more damage? But that doesn't really seem like it exists either, Sid.
It doesn't. No, but I feel like they could play the map better. I feel like they didn't use Mugambala to its
I
full
didn't see a
extent
single
whatsoever.
ring.
Well, I saw a ring of peace, but it was really just random and not good. It was like in the middle, top side. It didn't really do very much. I was expecting them to just knock Blizzo and Z-Pie off the side, rinse, repeat, over and over and over until they get a freezing trap and win the game, but they never got that. They're going to Ashamane. They're going to play the same thing. I feel like they're going to play the same. They're going to get stomped if they do, I think.
Freeze time?
That's going to die really fast. Maybe not, but I feel like that's going to die really fast.
Rich, careful.
Yeah, I just saw that. Obviously muted.
What?
Careful, buddy. You're in solar beam.
Oh yeah, wait. That's on delay, dude. I already broke that with my gnomish racial, dude. I got root solar beamed.
Finally.
Insta popped, man. Scooched on over to the side. But what do you actually think of the priest coming out here? I alluded to it for a second. Do you think that there's any chance that we see it come out, Zico?
Well, the bad thing about Priest is that they're going to die even quicker. But the good thing about Priest is that you're going to have better offense. You're going to have Mass Dispel. You're going to have, just more damage as well. So there is a world where the Priest could come out. But I don't know what Enlight wants to tweak.
Ret Hunter.
I think they could.
Do you think Ret is the answer?
Ret Hunter.
Ret Hunter.
I don't know how I feel about Ret Hunter, maybe. But I think if they go Ret Hunter, or if they play this next game, I would love to see them play Diamond Ice and run at Looney, because I think that's one thing that Paladins struggle with a little bit. They have to cast a lot more than some of the other healers, so if you can truck him down and actually put crowd control into these DPS, play like the knock trap and stuff, they are playing Ret Hunter.
Oh!
So Kara is coming out. That's so exciting for Game 7. That's incredible.
All right, so wait. Let me just recap here. In this final, we've seen meta stuff like Fire Mage Warrior. We've seen Moonkins. We've seen LA Shamans. We've seen Enhanced Shamans. We've seen Paladins. We're seeing Ret Paladin right now. And we're seeing a Discipline Priest. Gentlemen, welcome to EU.
Yeah, I mean, this is truly wild. I mean, just look at the course of the day, though, and it looked like Enlight just was going to be able to clean up the day, and now all of the sudden, on the last map that we're going to see, on Ashmane's Fall, they need to switch their composition. We're going to see Kara for the first time. Ret, obviously, could look good healing stat against a warrior and against an enhancement shaman. Typically the anti-cleave. How do you find a win condition with this Cupid cleave?
I was just thinking about it. I think we've seen every class now. I'm wondering if we've seen every spec. We're very close to at least all the highly represented PvP specs. We've seen a lot of them in this tournament. It's been crazy. But how do they answer Cupid? Well, I mean, I think the nice thing about the Ret Paladin is when you're losing consistently with jungle, as Ret, you're going to run the Vision of Perfection. It's going to proc the Avenging Wrath, the huge damage wings that we're used to seeing, this burst, and it's going to add that level of unpredictability, right? Like, there's going to be more random damage coming out of Enlight, and if Looney isn't so practiced on that Paladin, we're not sure. I mean, he looked pretty good on it the last couple of games. Maybe there's opportunities there. They can Hammer of Justice him. They have the Discipline Priest now to Mass Dispel Bubble, to dispel the Blessing and Protection effects. So there is a ton of offensive options for Enlight. And on top of that, Kara, he's going to have the Sanctity to remove the stuns. He's going to have the Blessing and Protection of his own to help Zunyaki if they just run at him the whole game. So I think this is a fun pick. I still think if Wildcard Gaming plays a safe game, I would give them the edge in this one. There's a reason we don't see much Ret Hunter in these tournaments, but I mean, it's Enlight, right? I'd never count them out.
Probably Turbo, though. That's the reason we don't. It's like Mage Lock. That's why we don't.
Mage is
No,
the
Mage in
reason.
general, yeah.
But I think a ret getting tunneled by Turbo doesn't fill me with confidence either. You know what I mean?
He's gonna do 60k DPS. Kara is
What?
literally going to annihilate somebody.
I think the
see.
good thing here about having the priest and the ret is that you have two high threat targets that you want to take down. Like, you want to be going for the ret, but you also want to be going for the priest. And if you go on the ret, then the priest all of a sudden can really change things up in the matchup, get fears, set up kills. And if you go for the priest, all of a sudden, like Adrian or like Sid alluded to, the ret can just do 60k DPS and one dig somebody. So I think it's interesting to see what Enlight is bringing, but I would still give this comp to Wildcard. I think not to be a party pooper, but I think that's.
It's definitely a better chance than
definitely
jungle, I
favorite.
think.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It seems like it's definitely their best.
Wait. Can we take a moment here? There's no Mistweaver, there's no Warlock, there's no Mage, there's no Rogue in the Grand Finals Game 7. Literally, like, none of the good...
Yeah, none of
I guess
his
That's
Warrior...
probably the
you would
first
expect,
time in
right?
all of BFA, right? We have a final like this.
I mean, the thing that's so crazy about
Enlight
it is
things.
just like the fact that Enlight completely sets up the scenario, right? Like they managed to win a bunch of games that you don't expect them to win. You get to the grand final and they force a team to answer, and it can get super wonky when they're playing something that's not really in the meta. It's been funny as well to see how much of so you get like a certain amount of time that you can actually take between games, and how much I've never seen teams really like pause this much besides Method Black, but that to actually just think about what they need to play. It has been a back and forth, and it has been a game of chess towards these final moments of the game. And now on Ashmane's Fall, we're actually going to be figuring out who the champion of the EU region is, and we might be crowning a new champion.
Yeah, I mean, it might be Enlight. It would be truly fantastic if they were able to pull it off, especially if they manage it with the ret in the end. I think that would make a lot of people happy. And these guys, they're two fan favorites because of the compositions they play, right? Like, how many people in chat right now are cheering on Enlight because they're playing jungle and ret hunter? It's fantastic to see. But Wildcard Gaming too, they spent the entire of last year going up against 3 different rogue mages in Europe and another one in North America, defying the odds with different compositions, finally breaking through. Like, both of these guys in the past have been on those underdog compositions, representing those underrepresented classes, and now we've got this as a grand final. I mean, the best team, may they win.
I'm honestly, I'm in heaven right now watching these matchups. This is paradise for me. Yeah, I'm ascending. I'm getting to the Shadowlands early because of this matchup. It has just been so much fun to get to watch, and now we're going to find out who is going to win a Turbo backed up by a Pally Healer or a Ret Hunter Cupid Cleave. This is one of the craziest grand finals that we could possibly see. It's going to have huge implications on the standings, and this one is about to get underway. It's time to find our champion of EU in Cup number 2.
Enlight has changed the meta so much that there is not a single spec that people consider the meta in the final game of the Grand Finals for Europe Cup number 2. Can Enlight pull it off here? We're seconds away from the gates opening. This is it. This is the final game for Europe. After this, we'll jump into North America, but who's going to take it? The gates have opened. Zeepai Blizzard, are they just going to charge on that priest? Or are they going to go Ret Paladin? They're going Ret Paladin for now. Facile in position to land a trap. Hammers down over on a Zeepai. That's the Avenging Wrath. Kara is going to ramp up his damage. Ret Paladins are capable of upwards 50,000, 60,000 damage per second. Let's see what Kara can get done during this time.
Yeah.
Oh, Zuni trying to get a fear here. He actually lands it. Zeepai is going to trinket that fear and drop a tremor totem. So already they force out the trinket there. They force out Kara's trinket. Now going for Zuni here. Zuni preemptive barrier. Going to go ahead and try to cast a mind control, tanking out some of those kicks. Casting penance, using both of his schools here to try to keep his team nice and healthy. And I think that was the power word barrier, meaning that it's a talent that makes his barrier even stronger right there. Zeepai could be in trouble this next trap. Right now Kara getting stunned. stand up to not free Zuni. Zuni looking for the fear. He gets it. This could be big trouble here, Adrian.
Yeah, that was beautiful. The Master's Call to set it up. One thing I was concerned about for this game is it's a huge thing to swap from Mistweaver to Discipline Priest. That is a big adaptation coming from Zuniaki, but so far it looks like he's doing great. He used that barrier. He's now rotated in the Vitality Conduit, and honestly, even though that looked really scary, he still has a ton of cooldowns. He held onto the Pain Suppression, they served the Blessing of Protection, and the mana is looking pretty good in this one. Meanwhile, on the side of Wildcard Gaming, they've already had to use that Avenging Wrath. There could be a good opportunity here. They're looking for yet another fear. Is Tremor available? Yes, it is, but they stun over it. Beautiful plays coming in from Enlight as they look to push forward.
This is so evenly matched, but a full freezing trap slips through. Is Zeepai going to fall? He's running away, but wings are popped. Kara's tearing in. Huge damage from the Ret Paladin. Zeepai has to respond with the Astral Shift. They are just zug-zugging Zuniaki. Is Zug-Zug going to buy them a win here in game number 7, or is it going to cost their lives? Looney has Avenging Wrath rolling. His team's going to be stable for some time. He moves in for the Hammer of Justice. He nails it with a double fear onto the DPS. They can't support Zuniaki. He doesn't Pain Suppression that stun lock. A gamble here, to say the least, for Zuni. Interrupted on Shadowmend, going for the penance, getting himself back into the fight. Zeepai looks for a cheeky Hex. Feign Death from Facile, he avoids it for a moment, then they rebuke the Hex. Good denial of that crowd control. Zuniaki's moving in, he's freedomed, he's looking for a fear out of the Hammer of Justice, he's in position. If they get this freezing trap and fear, it could be the Divine Shield, but the Tremor Totem is laid down by Zeepai, breaking the fear. They save the precious Divine Shield. Everybody on Enlight is being torn to shreds right now. Wildcard Gaming's Turbo is online, and Zuni could just fall. This is insane damage. Vitality Conduit, Pain Suppression, Blessing of Protection, every single cooldown in the book, but they snipe a freezing trap. They need to win off this. Can they? Divine Shield is available. They're keeping themselves in it with this, but the Rallying Cry stabilizes. Bop over on a Zeepai. They stun Looney. They're so desperate to win before that Avenging Wrath comes up for Looney in 20 seconds.
Big push there. Both teams still swinging. Looney, you have to use his Blessing of Protection to get out of that CC chain. Blizzo still taking a lot of damage. Big cleave pressure here. I gotta say, Zuniaki playing that Power Word barrier with that Dome of Light has been saving them so much. That 20-second cooldown there is gonna be big for his team. 70% damage reduction for everybody. Increased healing on a 96 CD. And now Looney getting Hammer of Justice. He bopped himself earlier. Could still be on forbearance here. Taking quite a bit of damage. He gets feared, but it does break out there. Now Zuni on the back foot gets feared before the Power Word barrier. As soon as he comes out of this, he's going to use it. He's going to drop it right there. He should still be able to stabilize. Kara going for the Flash of Light. Zuni going for the Shadow Man. And by the skin of his teeth, Zuni is still alive right now, Adrian.
Yeah, Kara was very unfortunate there. He feared. He got triggered it straight into a Hex. Had to use the Divine Shield for those desperation Flash of Lights to keep Enlight in the tournament. Game 7 of the series, Grand Finals. Winner of this one is our champion for Europe today. Facile forced into the aspect of the turtle. One more turtle survives for another day as we see the wind shears coming through over onto Zuniaki. Pressure on both sides. No major healing cooldowns available for Looney right now. He used the sacrifice on the last exchange, and that Avenging Wrath is currently active for Kara. This is scary times for Wildcard Gaming, Sid.
Hex being cast by Zeepai. He's trying to fake out the interrupts. They go for the Psychic Scream, but Tremor is down. Zeepai is going to be stable. Big Divine Favor. Zuniaki in trouble. Trying to line of sight the Purges here with the Rapture powered shields. Is he going to get enough heals to stay alive? His cooldowns are so limited. They interrupt Looney. Are they going to win? They land the Freezing Trap. Lingering Psychic Shell gets shredded. Zeepai is on the run. He wants to push for the win, but is he going to risk his own life? He's just going back and forth. He doesn't want to line Looney, but Facile grappling hooks over. Hammer of Justice, but Zuni gets bursted. Who's going to fall first in the Grand Finals? Game number 7. Triple stun by Zeepai, beautifully timed, but Zuni is on a razor's edge. He's interrupted, and he's gonna get cut down. Wildcard Gaming are your Europe Cup 2 champions.
Oh man, what a final game as well. You gotta say that it's easy for us to say, you know, Enlight should be incredibly happy with their performance. They played like absolute gods, but I cannot imagine the pain that they're going to feel going out in that final game when it looked like nobody had an answer. Wildcard Gaming, though, Healing Stat, were able to figure it out in the final moments.
Yeah, they really were. Zinni and I, you know, we know the pain of second place, and he's going to get an extra refresher of that one for today. Such a close series. Such a great play from both sides. I mean, for Wildcard Gaming, they've got to feel really good with that, right? They got faced with a real challenge here today. Something they wouldn't have necessarily expected. The jungle cleave causing them so many issues, but in the end, they find an answer. It's Zeepai going back to his shaman, it's Blizzo on the warrior, Looney comes in on the Paladin. And I mean, they had to do that 3 games back to back. They were 3-1 down in the series. They played it perfectly. That last game was a super great one to watch, and worthy champions and our worthy number 1 seed now from 2 cups.
Yeah, I mean, look at what Enlight was able to do, right? They were able to take down Method Black not once but twice. We see Method Black not make it to a grand final in the AWC for the first time in over a year. Then they go toe-to-toe with Wildcard Gaming, and they make it look like they're going to be able to take the entirety of the series. But we do truly see just how great Wildcard Gaming are at competing, right? To be able to use each game to get more and more information, find a solution, and ultimately take a pretty big risk when they could be eliminated by switching over. Like, they didn't go... I think one of the things that Method Black ultimately did was they fell back on comfort, right? They're like, yeah, we can get eliminated here. We fall back on comfort. We play it safe. Wildcard Gaming goes like, yo, you want to YOLO a Pally right now? It takes courage to be able to do something like that. And it really is impressive, and you got to give it up to Looney as well. I know, Zico, you give Looney praise quite frequently, and I think quite frequently Looney just shows how much praise really is earned.
Yeah, I mean, he deserves it, right? Yeah. His Paladin is stellar. His Monk is, in my opinion, it's him and Draenor really like up there in terms of monks in Europe. And, you know, he's Druid. You guys already know how I felt about it in Legion. This guy, he picks up what he needs to. He's a great competitor. He's, you know, competitive. He puts in the work, and it shows. So just hats off to them. And again, Enlight doing 2 best of 5s against Method Black and winning, and then doing 2 best of 5s against Wildcard, losing 3-2 and then losing 4-3. I mean, Enlight has just showed up massively in this cup, and I'm just excited to see what these guys can do.
I mean, you say it shows. It's going to show on the bracket and also on the standings as well. I mean, you talk about what Enlight does. They start by taking out AWC, first of all, an incredible team. Like, you actually look on the road here. They start by 3-1ing AWC. Then they 3-1 Method Black. Then they actually go up against Wildcard Gaming for the first time. It's a 3-2 series, as close as it can get. Then they're knocked down to the lower side of the bracket, where they do take out Method Black in a 3-0, and then they play against Wildcard again, as close as the series could potentially be. ABC definitely having a little bit of a rough time so far in this season. But when you do look at Enlight, now they're in such a good place, healing stat on the standings. Like, I feel like you have like a full understanding of how these standings really are going to work. And when we see the consistency coming out from a few of these teams, and then we see some of the less consistent teams having been a sponge in week number 1, we're starting to see the clear front runners in the EU.
Yeah, and that's truly amazing, right? Like, I think North America, and we've got North America coming up next, there's a lot still to establish when it comes to it. There's so many good teams contesting around there. We've got new teams in top 4 all the time. Here in Europe, it's been a lot of fun seeing these jungles play out today, but Enlight, you know, like the way the format works is that these qualifiers are just the start for the Arena World Championship this year. We've got the circuit, we've got the finals, there's big prize money to play for, and if Enlight, you know, if they can really be a top 3 contender, they should be getting through to those finals. And if they can, you know, they were so close to taking this tournament, you know, if they can run this into the next couple of weeks, they could really come out of this as our number 1 team. I'm super excited for them. Zaniaki, I think he played fantastically on multiple healers today. The one thing we've got to say about them, and I think Sid called it out perfectly, they integrated Kara a tiny bit today. They've got to find more use for him, because the jungle can only get them so far. Wildcard proved that today with the turbo cleave. They need to have answers for some of these things, and I think it's going to come down to them over the next weeks and potentially going into the circuit to figure that out.
Now, when you do talk about getting into the circuit, we've already mentioned that you're going to need to be accumulating as many of the points as you possibly can. As we do look at the standings for just today, of course, we do see Wildcard able to grab that extra 20 points in the grand final, 120 points going their way. In light right behind them, Method Black only grabbing 80. And Zico, as you did already mention, we're going to wait for everybody to grab their calculators, make sure that all of those numbers do add up when we get the calculated standings for the EU overall between Cup 1 and Cup 2. But some pretty big things do happen on the standings, even with the quick maths, as you already mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wildcard Gaming is pulling ahead now of Method Black. So if they actually lost there, they would have been tied with Method Black. because they would have had 100 points, and Method Black had 80, and last week Method Black had 20 more. But this week, since Wildcard Gaming are 40 points ahead, they're actually going to be the #1 team in Europe in terms of point standings, and you're going to have Method Black still in second place, and I do believe we're going to see Enlight in third.
Now, I still we only are halfway through the day. So if you want more arena action, you are in the best place. Now we switch things over and we start to look at the North American region. And Healing Stat, which teams are you most excited to see when we do start moving through that top 4 and ultimately crown our champion?
I mean, I think people know this about me. I think I said last week, I said I'm completely unbiased between all teams. Shadow Priest may be excluded from this. So I want to see the Shadow Priest. I want to see WizK. I want to see them. They played some insane games yesterday. I remember that Mind Control in the final game against Method Orange. That was like beautiful. Like that was pure art in terms of World of Warcraft PvP. So I want to see more of that, and that's our next series, right? So I'm super excited.
Yeah, guys, next up is going to be Space Station versus the Golden Guardians. We're going to really quickly here get on over to the NA, get ready for all of this action, and when we get back, we'll catch you up with everything that has happened in this region already to set up this top 4, dive into what we're going to see today, and get that first series underway. Space Station Gaming versus Golden Guardians. We got one more champion to crown in North America right after this.
Cyclone by Chaz. There needs to be a little bit more crowd control on Looney. Then Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage. And Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive diffuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadow Star. The kidney shot. And Snuts is in the top 3.
Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again.
We already crowned a champion in EU, but the day's just getting started. It's time to take a look at North America. Congratulations to all the teams in EU who made it to the top 4, and of course, congratulations to our champion in Wildcard Gaming. They are in a great place for the entirety of the year, but let's shift gears and actually take a look at everything in North America. Space Station Gaming versus the Golden Guardians going to be kicking things off, but we should take a look at the bracket for anybody just tuning in right now. Maybe you did miss everything that went down in North America. To break all of that down and to cover all of the action, we got Venruki, Healing Stat, and Zico. Now, let's actually take a look at the teams that are still in this one. We got Cloud9 and we got Charlotte Phoenix. And then in the lower side of the bracket, we got Space Station versus the Golden Guardians. As we already mentioned, that's going to be our first series, and it is an elimination series. Venruki, what do you think of this one?
Space Station Gaming and Golden Guardians, I mean, I don't know. Golden Guardians put on quite a performance when we did see them last time, bringing in the Holy Paladin. They made it work quite well. It was nice to see Absurge kind of step up and multi-class a little bit more. But I think going up against Space Station Gaming, this could potentially be the hardest team in the entire tournament for them. Space Station, they've been playing, a lot of different compositions, but their main bread and butter comp has been that Windwalker, Mistweaver, Destruction Warlock, and I think that is an excellent answer into what Golden Guardians likes to run. So I think Golden Guardians, they definitely have their hands full, but if there's any team that's up for the task and try to really put a team on the back foot, it would be the Golden Guardians. I really like their offensive playstyle.
Okay, and with that, let's actually start to think about what we might see in the blind pick. You've already alluded to it, Venruki, but we are back to best of 5s now. Zico, when we get to Negrand, is there anything in particular that you think we might see?
I want to see the Golden Guardians, Absturge on the Holy Paladin, showing up, being aggressive, do what got you guys here against Method Orange. That's what I want to see from these guys in game number 1. Space Station Gaming, they have a lot of options, but I do think I would rather see a cleave setup. Actually, I think Windwalker Warlock should be pretty good for them in this matchup. Destro Warlock is just great into other casters in general, so probably bully Whizcape pretty decently if they bring in Thug.
Healing Set, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think when I play my Shadow Priest, the composition I dislike playing against the most is Windwalker Destro. It's like you want to line of sight the Destro, but then you stack up with your healer behind a pillar. Windwalker punishes that, so I think that's probably the most annoying composition you can play up against. And yeah, I think Absurge on the Paladins have to play some crazy good game to help them win that one.
Also, Ben, we talked about it a little bit. I know obviously you were off the last series just getting to watch the grand final, but we talked about the idea of certain teams being in the position right now, especially when you look at some of the corruptions, when you look at where we're at in the meta right now, where it feels like this is the tournament that they want to get the most work done possible. Do you feel that way for the Golden Guardians at all?
Absolutely. I mean, this is one of those teams that has really been playing. I mean, like we saw in Europe with the Jungle Cleave, kind of needing Gushing Wounds to seal the deal during their setups. It's the same thing for the Golden Guardians, right? If they don't have that Gushing Wounds, it becomes really difficult for them to actually finish anybody off. So definitely need to have a strong performance this week, as the future's a little bit uncertain for them. But the nice thing is, I mean, going to this blind pick, definitely have a nice little surprise here coming in from the Golden Guardians.
I haven't seen the other team load in yet, so I'm not sure if we should say anything yet, because it might be a little bit longer until we actually do jump into this one. But yeah, we have a surprise to start off the day from the Golden Guardians. I'm just waiting to see if this is actually going to be a go. waiting to see if their competition of Space Station Gaming is going to load into Negrand. Oh, it looks like it is good to go. Actually, I might be wrong. But yeah, Zico, you know what? Let's just spoil it. We got a Warlock coming in. How do you feel about this?
WizK on his Destro Warlock. I mean, this is something that the Golden Guardians used a little bit. Do you guys remember? They went on that kind of deep run towards the end of last year. They didn't have enough points to qualify to the World Championship at BlizzCon. But we were just saying, where has WizK Warlock been this whole time? Like, I feel like if they picked up that, Absterge picked up the Paladin, they would have that kind of diversity that they need to really become one of the top contenders in the region. And I mean, it's exciting to see that, you know, they practice something and they're bringing it out here because they know, you know, based on what Healing Stat said as well, that playing Shadow Priest into the Destro Windwalker is not going to be that nice. So WizK is gonna have to perform here on the lock.
Yeah, I mean, how do we think the lock is going to go though, Healing Stat?
I mean, I'm excited for it. This is the thing with Golden Guardians. We've said forever that we just want to see them not only practice the ults, because they do, right? They have, you know, Peekaboo playing as Monk on stream sometimes, they have Jelly Beans on Mage, but then have the confidence to actually lock them in and play them as if, you know, like how Method Black or Wildcard Gaming or Method Orange do, right, with their ults. That's the thing that I think their team has lacked a little bit in the past. They're so good on their mains that you can't really blame them too much for it, but I'm excited to see this Warlock. As Zico said, you know, I think it's going to be a very scary matchup if the Shadow Priest was locked into this. Destro versus Destro, it's still going to be tough. Chun-Li's going to have a lot of lockdown, but with Peekaboo and Sturge backing him up, I have good confidence in Golden Guardians. I'm curious to see how they do.
All right, well, as we get these gates open, I have one question for everyone in chat, and that is WizK's Warlock the move? It's time to see the blind pick on the Grand Arena, Space Station Gaming versus Golden Guardians.
Yep, I don't know how this one's going to work out for them, to be completely honest with you. This composition, the Warlock, Rogue, Shaman, we haven't seen in quite some time. I think we might actually be getting into another game here shortly, but we can keep talking about this matchup.
Yeah, man, Space Station Gaming, failure to launch more times than SpaceX now.
They're stuck on the International Space Station, apparently. They can't make it back down to the
Yeah,
ground.
next, right before they get the kill, the signal's going to drop out. I don't know, dude. we're going to be remaking this one more time before we do get into the blind pick on the Grand Arena. Ben, what were you saying, though?
I just think this is going to be, I mean, this is a tall order for WizK. I mean, I don't know how much Destruction Warlock he has been playing, but going up against Thugonomics and Chun-Li, I mean, these guys are the masters of playing against Destruction Warlocks, locking them down, pushing the pace. So WizK, he's going to have to find a way to find counter pressure, and I think it really is going to be, you know, up to Peekaboo and Absterge to really try and enable WizK in this matchup. I think the one thing that is nice is Absterge on the Shaman. He brings a nice crowd control with Hex, and there's no Hex dispel. So if he can sneak those in consistently on Gorecki, that's when I think we're really going to see the Golden Guardians develop some momentum in the match.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, you talk about tall orders for WizK. He has constantly been one of the players on this team to step up time and time again, picking up different alts, trying to give this team more flexibility. And let's see if that flexibility, one more time, will get it done for the Golden Guardians.
Yeah,
they're gonna have a lot of, you know, kill pressure. Like if Chun trinkets poorly, for example, he could easily just die in a smoke bomb. I think Peekaboo's smoke bomb in general, especially when you're playing against a Paladin, is, you know, just a way to kind of end the game when the team still has a lot of cooldowns left on their healers. So a lot of burst, a lot of lockdown, and let's see if the Golden Guardians can do it here on Grand Arena, gentlemen.
All right, here it is. Kitty shot on the Thugonomics. Let's see if WizK can get the damage. Nice Hex coming in from Absterge, and he's going to be able to consistently find those Hexes in this matchup. But here we go. It's the Spike Trinkets onto WizK, as if this matchup wasn't going to be difficult enough for him. Now he has to deal with the Spike Trinkets without the, you know, the added luxury of a Blessing of Freedom or a Ride the Wind to really help him out. So I think those consistent spikes are really going to punish WizK in this matchup. We'll see. Golden Guardians trying to strike back a little bit here, getting some damage on the Thugonomics. Gorecki so far has been able to easily heal through it, but the damage it keeps going. I mean, WizK, he's finding the Chaos Bolts. Cheap shot on Gorecki. Thugonomics could actually be in some real trouble here.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong start, honestly, coming in. There's the wall forced out, the smoke bomb as well. Grecky's going to push in, use the Avenging Wrath to top off his Warlock, but definitely a promising start. The first spike set up from Space Station Gaming as well wasn't super scary over onto WizK. They used a couple of cooldowns, but they still have that unending resolve. So for Golden Guardians, promising start. Really happy to see WizK stepping up on this Destruction Warlock. It feels like it's been years since we've seen Destruction Warlocks in the arena after what we just saw in Europe, but they're back, and we have two of the best coming in here. Thugonomics in a little bit of trouble. Now Gorecki being kidney shot. They're falling far behind. They have to find something here.
Ooh, I really like Peekaboo kind of dipping in and out of line of sight, avoiding the fears from Thugonomics, finally getting feared away, and here it is, Spites once again. Do Chun-Li and Thugonomics have theirs available? WizK is going to be in a lot of trouble here, forced to use the Unending Resolve. Absurge using a lot to keep him alive there, but there is really good pressure in this match from the Golden Guardians. I am surprised. Thugonomics getting low, another Hex onto Chun-Li. Peekaboo really ripping in here. Gorecki definitely has a tall order. Can he keep him alive? Divine Favor, but it doesn't seem to top him off at this point. Gonna require more healing than that. Good pressure here for both sides, but I fear for Thugonomics. If Gorecki gets hexed, and of course he does have the Divine Shield, I guess Space Station Gaming, they actually have a lot more defensive tools to work with, and that's one of the nice luxuries of the Paladin, also winning on mana. So I don't know, Golden Guardians, they're gonna have to figure out something here quickly.
Yeah, I think for Golden Guardians, I agree with you. They need to find some way of utilizing that Polymorph DR on Gorecki, whether it's the double coils going out on Gorecki, or it's the Spike Trinket, the Spike Trinket's coming out now, or the Hexes, I was going to say, onto Gorecki. This is a big Spike push over onto WizK. We see the Oven Shield Totem is down, but they don't have those massive numbers of cooldowns that we talked about. Defensive Blind therefore comes through onto Chun-Li, making sure that WizK is able to stay in the fight. Mana is falling behind though, and the Golden Guardians, this is something they love to do. When they play the RPS, they'll really turtle, they can beat you in deep damping, they can beat you early. But here, I feel like the numbers are against them. If they do play this turtling strategy, they need to get some CC over onto Gorecki to help get the pressure to take Thugonomics down before Absurge runs out of mana.
Ooh, big touch of death with the Fort Brew on WizK. Gorecki also under fire right now. Absurge responds with his Ascendance to keep WizK alive. Both teams having to exchange a lot of defensive cooldowns. Nice interrupt, snuck in by WizK. Thugonomics could outright just die. Nicely done here by the Golden Guardians. Thugonomics eats a huge Chaos Bolt, and what a statement from the Golden Guardians. WizK coming in on the Destruction Warlock, going toe-to-toe with Thugonomics, and winning game number 1.
Now, I want to start by saying, obviously this is huge for the Golden Guardians, right? This gives them a real shot in this series. But even after winning, Zico, do you think that they stay on this composition? Or do you think they go, okay, we won that one, whew, we need to play something else because that felt like a near impossible matchup to play?
I don't. No, I think they stay with the Rogue Warlock. I mean, if they blind lock Rogue Shadow Priest, they're probably just gonna face Windwalker Lock, and I don't think it's gonna be a matchup that they can win. Okay. But when you have so much burst damage that they have with the Destro Warlock, if they get a kidney shot into a Mortal Coil on the Paladin, they can, take him down. They can smoke bomb Chun-Li, take him down, and they can do what they did here, just, have Absurge Wind Shear and then get a spell lock by WizK, and then they can secure the kill that way. So it feels like there's a lot more win conditions when you actually kind of have the damage to back up your go.
Yeah, it's just a very interesting thing to see WizK switching to this Warlock and ultimately able to get the win. Once again, WizK stepping up. Let's break down the game, though, just a little bit, Zico. Let's unpack what happened in game number 1, blind pick against Space Station Gaming.
Well, I think Gorecki moved in because he wanted to start, playing a little bit aggressive, get the CC chains here onto Absurge, and Absurge was kind of harassing him that entire time. And Gorecki went for a heal, and he just got immediately spell locked by WizK. WizK had his pet on him, and at the same time, they were able to find the Chaos Bolts that they needed. There was no Hand of Sacrifice as well to kind of just pause the damage completely. Instead, they traded out the Blessing of Protection, but it wasn't enough because, WizK does damage through it. So, Golden Guardians, bit of a surprise kill, I would say, but the game in general didn't look too bad. Only on mana, really, okay. I would say, was a big problem for them.
You know what you have to say coming into this time? I talked to Pika on Thursday, and he was like, I think it's been a pretty long time since we've made it into a top 6. Now, all of a sudden, they're in a top 4. And you know what we saw? We saw a Paladin healer from them already. And now we're seeing them actually bring WizK on the Warlock. Healing said, do you think that these are the signs of multi-classing that we've needed to see from this roster to have more consistent results in the current meta?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm super happy to see them doing so well on the Destro. I mean, as Zico was alluding to, it's one game and it wasn't the most clean, but the fact that they can literally lock in WizK into Thugonomics, who I would think most people, him and Channels, are the two Warlocks that have been playing AWC at the highest level in North America. It's like insane. So they need to be able to do that. They already did the Paladin so well yesterday as well. Maybe even bringing both of them out. Honestly, maybe I'm getting greedy, but I think Paladin Warlock would probably be the best blind pick, because I could see Shaman Warlock getting crushed by some cleaves potentially. I'm a bit scared for this next game if they do blind lock that. But I mean, great signs for Golden Guardians. We already said it in Europe, it's only the cup season. If they can really clean these and polish these classes, they could be great contenders for even #1, taking down Cloud9 come circuit.
I mean, hey, the last series that we actually got to see the grand final in the EU, and now this series already, I mean, it just really has been a light in my life. Absolutely beaming right now, getting to see all of these series. It's been truly fantastic to see the Golden Guardians start off nice and hot. They're able to grab that win. Now Space Station is just saying, you know what? Let's keep on going. Let's go again. Tolvaran Arena. Venruki, how do you feel about seeing this one run back?
Well, I mean, with Gorecki on the Mistweaver Monk, a lot of the times on that Mistweaver Monk, you just want to be the person who's playing max range, kind of relying on your overall throughput. I mean, Mistweaver Monks, I would say, have some of the best healing in the game, and I think if Gorecki is just sitting far away, trying to just keep Thugonomics alive, we could see that mana lead Space Station Gaming had on the Grand Arena develop itself even more, because I think it's going to be a lot easier for Gorecki on the Mistweaver Monk to get away, sneak behind the pillar, drink to full. Meanwhile, for Golden Guardians, I think Absurd is really going to have his hands full, having to keep his team alive through the damage of the Windwalker Monk, the Destruction Warlock, and also just, you know, maintaining his mana for a long period of time. So I think that's kind of the thought process here for Space Station Gaming, but we'll definitely have to see.
We will see very shortly as well. We're going to wait to see everybody queue on up and get rolling in this series. Keep in mind, if the Golden Guardians do manage to win here on Tolvaran, they will find themselves on match point. That best of 7 that we saw in the previous series was because it was the grand final for EU, and we're already on our way to find out who the grand final for NA is going to be. This is the first elimination series that we will see. We're going to have our top 3 after this one is over. Space Station Gaming, do you think that there could be a little bit of like ego? I feel like it could hurt your ego a little bit if you're the Destruction Warlock and all of a sudden you lose to WizK. Do you think that Zico, that could be a factor in this one? Do you think that Thug might actually be thrown off at the fact that WizK is just brazenly locking in for that Destro versus Destro meatball sling?
No, I don't think it's Thug. You know, to quote my man Venruki, he's been competing for decades at this point.
Yeah,
and you know, I think he's got the experience under his belt to not let something like that get to him. The interesting thing here is that Gorecki is on a Mistweaver. I actually feel like Gorecki could go down on that Mistweaver if they can blind him, force out his trinket, and then maybe swap to him later, maybe get a smoke bomb or, you know, a big Dark Soul Chaos Bolt. They could just close out the game. The one thing about the Shaman that's kind of nice is that in addition to the fact that you can ground, you know, Thug's Chaos Bolts and, you know, help your team interrupt Thug and slow him down, which would, you know, help WizK. In addition to that, you can also drop a grounding when WizK wants to burst and kind of use that as like a immunity to spell lock from Thug. So the Shaman does add a little bit of interesting dynamic there.
All right, well, Golden Guardians going to be leading by 1 against Space Station Gaming. It's time for game number 2.
All right, gates open up. Peekaboo's going to be moving forward again. Let's see how much pressure he can really get. Cheap shot on Chun-Li, Garrote on Thugonomics. Very standard opener here. Going to be getting that damage rolling. But the question for me is, are they going to be able to find any crowd control on Gorecki, or are they just going to try to rely on pure, sheer aggression? I think at some point Peekaboo is going to go for the blind sap. Gorecki likely will just trinket it, and then at that point, I mean, how do you really get crowd control on Gorecki? Peekaboo actually taking a huge hit of damage early on, forced to trade his trinket and retreat to play a little bit safer in the game.
Yeah, so one of the big things, of course, to Gorecki playing this Mistweaver, the Paladin We've seen people defeating Golden Guardians with Holy Paladin healers. It just seems pretty good into the Shadow Priest. You can play the Shadow Aura, but it didn't feel so good into the Destro Warlock. The CS especially, definitely the reason they literally lost the game. So with Mistweaver, healing throughput's going to be a lot better, and that's going to really put the test to Absturge's healing throughput on that Shaman, because this is very close to a mirror outside of those healers in the melees. So it's very similar compositions types. We can see the Ascendants coming through, the Vendetta coming through right now from Peekaboo, trying to kind of peel on Chun-Li. But the way that this game's playing, he's not getting the same levels of pressure on Thugonomics that he was passively getting with the Holy Paladin healer. And that concerns me for Golden Guardians, because a lot of what they were doing well in the last game came off of, having high pressure, then setting up with a CS or a random coil or something like that to force cooldowns.
Yeah, and without that, I mean, like I said in the pre-match, the Mistweaver Monk is just so powerful. It's such a strong healer. Gorecki actually does get interrupted. Let's see if they can capitalize on that at all. What are they going to be able to get done? Peekaboo still, actually, he has no blind. He traded it for Gorecki's Trinket. And, I mean, it's very standard for Gorecki to make that play, but they're actually just going for Peekaboo. He might just outright get deleted. He's getting down to 10% health. Abster's forced to Trinket, getting the Vitality Conduit, and that is a really, really scary setup. Paralyze on Peekaboo, paralyze on Absturge. Double leg sweep on both Absturge and Peekaboo. And I mean, what do you do? Peekaboo, if he doesn't have a trinket or Absturge doesn't have a trinket, it's just game over. Thugonomics going to be taking a few hits here. It was WizK does manage to find some big Chaos Bolts. If we look at mana, Gorecki, of course, does have a little bit of a lead. I'm curious to see if we do see Gorecki actually run away and try to go for a drink. Peekaboo has the Vanish, so he could always threaten the Vanish sap if Gorecki leaves himself out of combat for too long. So definitely something Gorecki is going to have to think about as we move forward.
Yeah, potentially. His mana's looking pretty good right now. The thing is with this Resto Shamans, like, the comps Resto Shamans are normally best in are the ones where they have a lot of self-sustain, and Warlocks can have that too. But I don't know if this is... When I see this composition, it just doesn't seem like the sort of comp that will keep itself alive without a lot of input from his healer. That's why Mistweavers and Paladins and stuff are great. Absturge is really struggling in this game so far. Already down to 50% mana at 3-minute mark. A lot of cooldowns being traded out as well. His entire team rotting. Caught up in yet another full fear here. And I mean, the one-shots on Peekaboo are quite something, but they might not even need that to win this game. Golden Guardians looking great here on Tolvaron Arena. Sorry, Space Station looking great. Golden Guardians looking for swaps over onto Chun-Li. They are finding some stuff here. They're getting a bit of damage, but I mean, I don't need to tell you about this, Ven. You can tell me just how tanky those Windwalkers are when they get the full verse.
Oh, yes, they are incredibly tanky, especially when you go into a stun. I mean, it is absolutely ridiculous at that point. And Chun-Li not afraid to stack maximum versatility. Peekaboo getting a little bit low there. Kidney shot on Thugonomics. WizK throwing in a couple bolts. Actually, an interrupt on Gorecki as well. This might be an opportunity here for Golden Guardians. Can they get anything done? Peekaboo with the big dress to Gath. Life Cocoon shuts that down and says, hey, no way. And still, Gorecki with his mana lead, looking good. 1 minute away from dampening at this point of the game. What is Absturge going to be able to get done? Looking for heals over onto WizK. Manages to find it with the Vitality Conduit, trading that out. 1 Chaos Bolt onto Thugonomics, 2 as well. And I mean, if Thugonomics is playing Conflict and Strife, I almost wonder if they should not even try to burst during the kidney shot. It seems like wasted damage at that point. Better off just trying to get the damage without the stun. Use kidney shot as kind of just like an interrupt, because I mean, when Thugonomics is getting kidney shot and the Chaos Bolt lands, it doesn't seem to move his health at all.
Yeah, it's looking rough. I think the thing is, for Golden Guardians, this is the worst map as well. Like, they would love to have Peekaboo stepping over onto Gorecki, getting kidneys on him, and then they have like this kind of pronged attack where Peekaboo's getting solo pressure on the Mistweaver, and then WizK's throwing bolts out on Thugonomics. I think that's the kind of ideal situation for them, but it's difficult for Peekaboo to have good uptime on a Mistweaver with Windwalker peels, and of course, just the size of the map. It's difficult to get there, so we'll have to consider that going into Game 2. Maybe even the Shadow Priest could be pretty nice if they are forced to lock in this Mistweaver, and it could go back and forth like that. But right now, Peekaboo's got to make something happen in this game. With Dampening's just starting off, Thugonomics hasn't really taken too much damage. Mana's starting to even up a little bit, though. Gorecki's starting to feel a little bit of pressure, although I'm not exactly sure where his mana's going. Big swap over onto Peekaboo here as Chun-Li looks to get the kill for his team.
Yeah, Peekaboo forced to trade out his trinket, and that is scary for him now, because Chun-Li didn't use his Dress to Gath. The next stun on Peekaboo could absolutely be devastating. Absturge, no trinket. All they need is one good setup. I mean, if they get a paralyzed leg sweep on Peekaboo with Dress to Gath and any damage from Thugonomics, and crowd control and Absurge, the game could outright just be over. Space Station Gaming doing a lot of burst now over on the WizK as well. Absurge with his Ascendants will keep him alive. Smoke Bomb now as Thugonomics gets bursted down. Gorecki caught into a fear. Good plays from both teams, but I really have my eye on Peekaboo. I think he's the one that's in the most trouble in the near future.
Yeah, he is. So we saw, I think there was a Hex going out onto Gorecki, but it broke immediately, so unfortunate. Maybe I missaw that one. But I was gonna say one thing for WizK. He's been doing such a good job of actually getting out bolts and key fears on Gorecki. I'm super surprised, because you'd think the lockdown from the Windwalker plus the Destro of this caliber would be making it way harder for him, but that's the reason Gorecki's actually starting to struggle on mana. Golden Guardians, I would be beyond amazed if they managed to turn this into a win, because they have looked like they've been struggling to generate pressure this entire game, but they're actually starting to find a little bit of an advantage here in terms of mana. I mean, Absterge on the Shaman, sure, his mana's low, but I feel like Shamans, with the way their mastery works and everything, it's going to still take a little bit of dampening to actually finish the game. Meanwhile, Mistweavers, once they're tapped on mana, it's really difficult for them, and that's another full Hex connected there by Absterge. Beautiful plays coming in from him. He recognizes when his team needs to get aggressive, needs to create these opportunities for themselves. Peekaboo using the tank trinket, WizK taking a little bit of damage. They just need to find that one opportunity with the swap. Maybe they can pull out a win. It would be basically pulling out something out the hat at this point.
Oh, that was so nice too. They tried to do the setup on Peekaboo, the game-winning setup, but WizK shut it down with a beautiful Shadow Fury. Very nicely done, but now WizK actually in a little bit of trouble. He gets interrupted by Thugonomics. Absurge, of course, trying to deny with the Earthen Wall Totem. That's going to make them tanky enough to survive. About 15% dampening right now, and WizK has his Dark Soul rolling. He's going to be looking for Chaos Bolt, potentially finds one. Thugonomics actually reflects it. WizK going to be taking, a big chunk of damage from his own Chaos Bolt. Blind onto Chun-Li. Another Chaos Bolt on Thugonomics. Gorecki responds with the Life Cocoon. That will be more than enough to keep him alive right now. Vendetta is rolling. They might just shred through it, and they do. They manage to break through Life Cocoon, but too little too late. Thugonomics manages to get topped off. Gorecki backing him up. But still, this pressure from the Golden Guardians, like you said, it's starting to add up, and the mana lead we saw from Gorecki, it's not nearly as high anymore. Peekaboo getting swapped to with a Paralyze on Absurge. A little bit of a setup here from Space Station Gaming, but it looks like Golden Guardians are able to hold on.
Yeah, we see another Vitality Conduit coming through. Chun-Li is actually taking a fair bit of damage from those conduits as well, so they got to be a bit careful with that one. WizK taking damage here. They do still have that Spirit Link available. Earthen Wall Totem comes down. Great grounding totems have been coming through from Absterge. He preemptively grounded on one of the previous stuns. How come WizK didn't have to use some of those major cooldowns? We've got the Unending Resolve available. Dark Soul is coming up for Thugonomics though, so I'm a little bit scared here for the Golden Guardians. They're trying to deny the drink of Gorecki. You can see Absterge crossing the map, trying to make sure that this Mistweaver isn't able to drink. I think a full drink for Gorecki would be GG in favor of Space Station Gaming, but so far it's not so clear. WizK taking a lot of damage though. They need to get the Spirit Link off. They barely are able to. Nice plays from Absterge to keep his team in the fight.
Yeah, but that was Spirit Link. That was Ascendant's Touch of Death rolling up here for Chun-Li. I actually fear for WizK quite a bit. He's going to have to make sure he gets a high-value Unending Resolve. Speaking of Unending Resolve, Thugonomics is just faded. Not many defensive cooldowns left. Gorecki with his Fortifying Brew and Life Cocoon keeps his team alive. And now Space Station Gaming, they're looking to get the counter pressure. WizK a little bit low here. Chun-Li needs to connect if he can. He's kind of just attacking Peekaboo as well, trying to develop multiple pressure points. Paralyze on Absterge. What are they trying to set up? Touch of Death now on WizK. This is really scary. Peekaboo forced to trinket out of the leg sweep of Gorecki. They're trying to stop his peels. He trades his trinket because he just needs to slow down Thugonomics. WizK was in some trouble. He's forced to use his Unending Resolve on that Touch of Death. But now, I mean, in terms of defense, both of these Warlocks, they basically have nothing left.
Yeah, I mean, that I thought was going to be a really, really big pressure point for Space Station Gaming, but they just get that Unending Resolve. Thugonomics has to trade his back, and suddenly Gorecki's actually completely out of mana. And this is what I was saying. The Shaman can kind of keep going because of the way the mastery works, but they need to just survive this little bit longer here. The Earthen Wall Totem isn't available for a bit. That Vitality Conduit comes in clutch for Absterge and the Golden Guardians. Now the Life Cocoon traded out. That's the last line of defense here, but WizK will fall, and the Golden Guardians will end up losing this one. A tied series, but again, closer than I was expecting, given I really think the Shaman should be disadvantaged in this one.
I feel like it does look really close after seeing it a second time as well. I'll be completely honest, after seeing it the first time, even with the Golden Guardians winning, I felt like it was a situation where I was like, maybe they should play something else. But Zico, after seeing this second game, how do you actually feel about this composition that the Golden Guardians have been bringing? Do you think that Space Station Gaming is going to consistently be able to find wins like they just found?
No, I think a lot of it is because of map. Like, you can't actually punish Gorecki for trinketing. If he trinkets blind, well, you can't actually get back onto him and get a big setup. And the reason why is because Gorecki is always going to be super far away, and if you do a kidney shot setup, you're gonna need to get some bleeds on Gorecki and then Shadow Step Kidney him when he's already like 80%. If you Shadow Step Kidney him, he doesn't have, a rupture and a garrote and everything like that, and you have to apply it in the stun, you're not gonna have enough damage to 100 to 0 him. So even if you have, a big juicy bolt or two. So I think the map just makes it super, super hard for them to do that, because Gorecki is always just staying far back, threatening to get drinks, and he can just basically do whatever he wants. So I expect us to go to a small map, and I expect us to see the same comp from Golden Guardians if we see that Windwalker Warlock come out from Space Station.
Then, do you think we're in a situation here where it is just going to be the map that is the main back and forth, and everybody's kind of just keeping these comps locked in for the remainder of the series?
I actually see a world where we see RPS. If we go to a small map, I actually think if we see the Mistweaver Monk from Gorecki, I don't think the Golden Guardians are going to be afraid to play the Shadow Priest Rogue. Yeah, I mean, they could potentially try to play that and take advantage of the fact that he is on a Mistweaver Monk. I mean, we saw what they were able to do when they played against Sidu. Sidu kind of struggled on that Mistweaver Monk, and I think it could be a similar story for Gorecki. And I mean, you have to think about the blind pick and what we saw from both these teams. For Space Station Gaming, they went into the first game blind. They were expecting the RPS, and there was a reason why Gorecki was on a Paladin and not a Mistweaver Monk. So if they decide, hey, you know what, we're going to try the Mistweaver Monk once again, I think it's perfectly reasonable to assume that Golden Guardians might just try the RPS.
Well, Healing Set, we all know you love your Shadow Priests. How would you actually feel about that decision? How do you think that matchup would actually go for them?
I would love it. I was starting to think that the light that has kind of like engulfed you is what has scared away the shadows of these tournaments, because WizK just not willing to lock in the Shadow Priest. But I mean, I completely agree with Ven. I think forcing the Mistweaver from Gorecki actually sets up Shadow Priest pretty well. I mean, it's still going to be rough, right? But it's the move. It's Golden Guardians. They love to play these comps. Like, they're the comps that they're the best at, the Shadow Priest, RPS. Sure, may or may not be an advantage matchup. You can argue that either way, but they're going to have great opportunities against that Mistweaver. The other thing I was kind of toying with in my head, and I can't wait to get completely shut down by everyone, but WizK actually, I remember a couple of years back, he played an entire tournament as Feral, right?
Yeah,
with Jelly Beans.
They
played the jungle.
I knew you were going to say that.
And I mean, we talked about it into Mistweaver. I mean, it would come down to Sturgy as well, like on the Shaman. Maybe he could play something else, but why not? You know?
Do you think with picking up the Warlock and all of the alts that we've seen WizK play, that he was like, I should keep the Feral up to date?
Well, you know what I was gonna say is it's kind of weird to me. I feel like even I find myself doing this sometimes, but when you think of WizK, you just think of Shadow Priest. But I mean, he's proven over the years.
Yeah.
He's played what Feral. He's played Death
Okay.
Knight. We've seen him on Warlock, on Shadow Priest. Maybe some other things as well, but I mean, this guy has proven that, I think, didn't he actually play Discipline Priest? I swear.
Yeah, Absturge was out for one of the community tournaments.
Didn't they win a game or a series?
Maybe. I remember. I mean, I think it's not really a hot take to say that WizK is by far the best multi-classer on this roster, right? Like, the guy just seems to play everything at such a high level.
Whoa. What about Jelly Ellie? What about the Jelly Mage?
Jelly Ellie, dude.
True.
The Jelly Ellie.
But I mean, this
Jelly
I would love it, because they already play DH Hunter, right? It's like, how do you use Jelly? Jelly is like insane on the Hunter. They don't normally have Feral, so I mean, maybe not for this cup, but it could be something going forward.
I actually I want to see Jelly Beans in multi-class more, to be honest with you. I really believe that Jelly Beans is like one of the best PvPers. I think he's just one of the best PvPers, period. And I think like his knowledge of the game, his mechanical skill, like he's just really, really intelligent. It's super fun to watch him play, but I think he could easily pick up other classes and really excel at them.
Yeah, I definitely think it would be great for the roster as a whole, right? Jelly, though, when you do see him on his Hunter, frequently gets praised for being one of the best to ever do it. Not very often that we actually do see this roster utilize him, especially in a meta like this. Question is, could we maybe see something get put together here for the Golden Guardians? Could we see it be broken out? Hook Point is going to be the map, and Zico, you already talked about how important you think the maps are going to be in this series.
Yeah, I mean, smaller maps are definitely going to favor our boys in the Golden Guardians. They want to have that small map where, you know, especially if they go up against the Mistweaver, where they can kind of abuse the Mistweaver, get the, you know, blind on him, try to swap to him later, you know, maybe kidney him, force his trinket, blind him, and try to kill somebody else. It just opens up the game way more when you can actually hit the healer and one of the DPS compared to when you're just hitting one of the DPS or just hitting both of the DPS and the healer is just kind of free healing in the back.
All right, now we just wait to see what Golden Guardians are going to lock in. Before we got into the series, I think a lot of us didn't think we'd really truthfully be asking that question throughout this series. I think a lot of us felt like they would fall back on what we've seen them play so many times, but all of a sudden, they just open up with a curveball. And now, if they are able to win this next one, they will find themselves on match point. But Space Station can say the same. Ven, is there anything in particular that you want to see?
Pally RPS?
Yeah, Pally RPS could be an option too. I think they could really pressure Gorecki, make it difficult for him to actually get away. I mean, their all-ins are absolutely stellar. I think Golden Guardians are one of those teams where when they can play a composition and they can gear towards it, they can play these really, really, you know, aggressive rushdown strategies, and they do it better than almost anyone else. But they're going to be deciding to lock in the Destruction Warlock once again. I mean, really taking their time, so maybe bringing in the Shadow Priest is something that they thought about, but I think just in general, the small map with the RLS is going to be significantly better than Tolvaron. It's just going to be a lot easier for them to actually, you know, push in when they have pressure, get wind shears, potentially even hexes onto Gorecki to really shut him down and make him fall behind. And I think it's just going to be a lot better for you know, the composition Golden Guardian has on Hook Point.
Yeah, and I think this is going to show how much like this was the composition that they prepared to try to get deeper in this tournament, right? It seems like they are pretty set on this strategy. We'll have to see how it does actually play out. Space Station Gaming has shown that they are vulnerable on the larger map. They were able to utilize that space pretty well, but now we're in close quarters, and the question is, who is going to win game number 3, Hook Point, Space Station Gaming versus the Golden Guardians?
Yeah, I'm excited to see it. I think this is exactly what we were talking about a little in the last game, that it was closer than we thought. Golden Guardians are very close to ooming Gorecki, which would be a big deal on the Mistweaver. I just think on this smaller map, they need to be making more swaps to him. There was a couple of times where they went for these Desperation Peel Goes on Chun-Li. I don't think they even forced a touch of Karma in the game, did they?
Well, look at it. He's going to be within range of wind shear. Gorecki's always going to be in range of Shadow Step Kidney. There's always going to be immense pressure on him, and that's kind of why I like seeing the Rogue Lock, because if you actually catch somebody, it's not the way the RPS functions where you have to swap 100 times and keep the pressure and rotate it, and then you get that big kill. Instead, it's just you lock somebody down. If Whiskey can free cast the Chaos Bolt, there's a good chance he goes down.
All right, here we go. Let's see if the Golden Guardians can do it or if Space Station Gaming can hold on. This is the composition they're known for, the Windwalker Warlock. Whiskey kind of making a statement here, logging on the Destruction Warlock, going toe-to-toe. So far, this has been a very close series. This game really could go either way. We're looking to see Golden Guardians get some big pressure here on the Gorecki, really kind of force his hands by pressuring him with stuns and interrupts. See if they can develop momentum on Thugonomics that way.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice start too. They get the triple stun from the capacitor out of the infernal stun. Unfortunately for Peekaboo, it means that his kidney shots aren't going to be so useful for a little bit, so he needs to make sure he holds on to DR. They actually get some massive Chaos Bolts over onto Chun-Li, but that means that there's some reverse damage over onto WizK. We can see the Touch of Karma was exchanged there. Now Trinket Life Cocoon coming out over onto Chun-Li. So contrary to what I was saying earlier, maybe on this smaller map, even Chun-Li is a viable target. They forced a lot of stuff out of him there. WizK in the meantime held his cool, didn't use the Unending Resolve to the onslaught from the Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, it's just so important to not panic, not overreact. Absurge pushes in, he gets caught into a Paralyze. Spelllock as well, so a bit of an overlap there for Space Station Gaming, not getting full utilization of that interrupt. Thugonomics still just going to be pressured down as we see Peekaboo and Chun-Li kind of take their respective positions on the enemy Warlock. Chun-Li forced to portal away, and WizK, I mean, he pressuring Chun-Li in a way where he's forced to run away. Definitely nice plays coming in from him. Peekaboo putting a kitty shot on Chun-Li. He trinkets out. And look at this. I mean, right now, Space Station Gaming, all 3 members, no Gladiator's Medallion, a full Hex on Gorecki. Thugonomics is actually in a lot of trouble here. He gets bursted down. I believe that was the Hellstone, potentially Battle Masters as well. So Thugonomics trading out his own defense in order to survive, but that was an extremely good burst setup there by the Golden Guardians.
Yeah, and I mean, it's worked out really well for them. Space Station Gaming, I think Thugonomics, he got kidneyed, and they are actually going to overlap the kidney and the coil, but he trinketed straight into the coil, so that worked out super well for the Golden Guardians, and it kind of led to this period where they haven't really had any trouble. It's been WizK free casting, he's had damage on Chun-Li forcing him back, he's had damage on Thugonomics, and they really are making good use of this map. Absolurge feels a lot more confident to go for those hexes. Looks like he's trying to land one right now, sneak it over onto Gorecki, because every single time one of those 8-second crowd control lands, you know, they could go for a Vanished Sap off of it, they can go for a kidney off of it. There's so many opportunities this set up, so Gorecki needs to be super, super careful in this game. Peekaboo, though, I think he recognizes they haven't forced too much in a little bit. Gonna hop over to Gorecki, gets out the fortifying brew, but they need to find a way of kind of continuing this pressure on Gorecki, because if he's just free healing, we saw how that went in game 2.
I mean, it's just really difficult to push through the sheer healing that the Mistweaver Monk has available. Interrupt onto Gorecki, nicely done by WizK. This is where they could start getting some damage. Full blind on Gorecki. Is he going to trinket out? He's forced to. Piku with the Vanish Garrote. Now looking like he wants to get a stun, but he actually gets caught into a leg sweep of his own. And now WizK has kind of been left alone. Peekaboo might have to help him. They're going all in. Chun-Li trades the Touch of Karma, the Touch of Death. He's using a lot of offense here to try to take WizK down, but with Absolurge's positioning right now, using Ascendance, WizK is going to be more than fine. And once again, Chun-Li is forced to retreat. He's got no trinket for another 10 seconds, no Touch of Karma. I can see Golden Guardians maybe trying to punish him if he continues to play in the open for too long.
Yeah, I like that play from Chun-Li, though. It was the smoke bomb coming in from Peekaboo. He just poured it back. I didn't see which ringer piece it was, whether it was his or Gorecki's, but either way, it was just great peels coming through. He needs to be careful right now, though. Does have access to diffuse magic, so he can deny this Chaos Ball damage, but you can really see the Golden Guardians finding their element here on the RLS in this game. They have pressure coming in onto Gorecki. Peekaboo's able to go for those flashy plays with the step, the kidney, the kick. And they're also getting some off pressure onto Chun-Li, who still doesn't have access to that Touch of Karma for a little bit. They need to be careful, though. WizK, though, this is a big push coming through. We do see the Unending Resolve is down for him, and Absolurge starting to fall behind on mana. Do they have damage onto Gorecki here? They're committing the kidney shots over onto him instead of Thugonomics, but it doesn't seem like they have the damage to push through just yet.
Definitely not. Thugonomics interrupted, trying to get out of line of sight. WizK, he's got the Dark Soul up. Nice ring of peace there by Gorecki and Chun-Li. WizK basically just bouncing around during his Dark Soul. Potentially might find one bolt, but that was really good denial. I mean, this is something we've seen from Chun-Li and Gorecki in the past. Definitely styling on their opponents sometimes with that double ring of peace. But a big leg sweep coming in. Gorecki actually caught into a kidney shot. Does Peekaboo have any damage? Doesn't look like they do just yet. Peekaboo just trying to get his bleeds up on as many targets as possible, and actually just soloing down Gorecki right now. WizK unfortunately cannot get there for any additional damage, but somehow, some way, Peekaboo is literally forcing big cooldowns. Peekaboo almost gets taken down, though. He's in a lot of trouble. The Vanish Cheap Shot comes into Chun-Li, and we've seen this in the past. I mean, Peekaboo gears his character so aggressive in these matchups that he's really susceptible to big Dressed-to-Gath trinkets from Windwalker monks. We almost saw him fall down right now, and he has to be very careful of those situations.
Yeah, Dressed-to-Gath in return, though. He almost kills Gorecki, forces out the life kick. Now he's going to force out the trinket with that blind, and this has been a game on a knife's edge for both sides. Such great play coming through. They get the kidney on Chun-Li. He's in so much trouble. Any interrupt on Gorecki could finish it here in favor of the Golden Guardians. They get a full hex. Where does that hex come from? They just need to connect here. Peekaboo looking for the re-stealth. He gets it with the sap. There's a Fist of Fury, desperately trying to survive. Do they have any more damage? It doesn't look like it. The Golden Guardians, they were so close to taking this game in that situation, but narrowly Space Station Gaming are going to escape with their lives.
That was such a beautiful play, both offensively from the Golden Guardians, but also Chun-Li defensively played that beautifully, getting away from Peekaboo, getting the stun on the Garrote immediately. keeping himself alive, buying Gorecki the second he needed to actually connect that Vitality conduit. Just really high-level plays from both these teams. 6 minutes have elapsed, 9% dampening, and things are really going to start, heating up for both these teams. Absurge, his mana isn't looking great. Chun-Li actually eats a huge Chaos Bolt. With no Karma, no Trinket Diffuse, Chun-Li is still super susceptible. We'll have to see if Peekaboo tries to punish him or if he's just going to continue this push onto Gorecki. Chun-Li says, you need to get off my healer, and tries to force him away by coming back and playing a little bit of defense.
Yeah, Guardian Chun-Li coming in there, but he's going to get kidneyed for his troubles. These plays coming in from Golden Guardians are exactly what we wanted to see, but Peekaboo needs to be careful. As you said, he gears very aggressively, relying on those quick reactions to the Drestageths. Another one comes through there, almost taking him out, but the backup from his healer with that Ascendance is going to answer some of this. Now we see the Touch of Death rolling onto WizK. He does have the Unending Resolve available should he choose to use it. Looks like he's going to try hold for now. The Life Cocoon is still down for Gorecki off of that swap from Peekaboo. I'd love to see him just kind of throw more kidneys their way. It seems like every single time they can force that Life Cocoon over onto Gorecki, that's where all their pressure comes. Gorecki needs to recover, then he can get caught up in hexes, and they have an easy way to win the game. Blind comes through, Trinket forced out, no Life Cocoon, and for a few more seconds, and no Touch of Death either. They've got a few more opportunities to win this one as Dampening starts to play out.
Getting shot on Chun-Li, but there's just no damage. Gorecki gets the paralyze on Peekaboo. WizK still out of line of sight. And I mean, I've said this before. I feel like Chun-Li is one of the best defensive Windwalker monks. If he knows he's a target, it is extremely difficult to take this monk down. But we'll see. I mean, Golden Guardians are trying to continue the push. Gorecki with no trinket. He's actually susceptible to a swap here. If they can get the pressure rolling, Thugonomics looking for a Chaos Bolt. Nice smoke bomb by Peekaboo. Denies that damage coming in from Thugonomics. It would have been a massive Chaos Bolt incoming from him, as he does have that Dark Soul up. 20% dampening makes it so difficult to heal through that kind of pressure. Double Ring of Peace once again onto WizK, kind of bouncing him around. Not really accomplishing too much, honestly, just mostly for style points there, but it will deny WizK getting any peels out. Chun-Li still getting pressured down, and it seems like for WizK, he's kind of just trying to develop pressure wherever he can. If he can't get a lot of sight of Thugonomics or Gorecki, he's just going to try to bully Chun-Li by fearing him, by Chaos Bolting him. And sometimes as a Destruction Warlock, that's really your only option.
Yeah, I feel like these double ring of pieces, I mean, it looks cool, maybe some sort of RP with space stations and denying gravity or something, but it's 2 45-second cooldowns that you're committing, and then if a kidney shot goes out into Gorecki, Chun-Li would love to just ring a piecing that, I think. So we've seen it a couple of times. First time looked better, this time maybe not so high value, but they are just going to rotate them back up. I think the real story here for Golden Guardians is how good they've been playing defensively this game. Like that smoke bomb on the Chaos Bolt was so impressive, and they followed up with a perfect wind shear into a perfect spell lock. They've been playing so well, and you can start to see the mana paying off. Absurge's mana is way better this game than it was on the Tolvaron game, and Gorecki's the one starting to fall behind. And Peekaboo, if he sees people at about 60-70% health, he's going to have no hesitation getting those step kidney drests. It's a scary situation for Space Station Gaming. They need to find their way back into this game.
They definitely do. Gorecki now into a kidney shot. Peekaboo continuing the push. The Drestagath trinket lands. And Gorecki, I mean, I fear for him at this point. Absurge has been doing a great job maintaining his mana. We kind of talked about how one of the main win conditions for Space Station Gaming is Absurge going but I don't know if he's changed up his gear or what, but he is absolutely holding on to that mana. And if he has enough mana left in the tank, at 40-50% dampening, that's when those purges really start adding up. Chun-Li going to Absurge as WizK does use his Unending Resolve. So for Space Station Gaming, that is a massive victory for them. They managed to get that major defensive cooldown, but Chun-Li, he's got to be very scared here. No Karma, no Trinket. Big opportunities for Golden Guardians to try to punish this Windwalker.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, he's in trouble. We already saw Chun-Li. I mean, this guy is, as far as Windwalkers go, the hardest to kill, I would say, but he lived on 1% earlier, definitely playing with those lives. Gorecki's low on mana now. He's being very careful with that Life Cocoon. He doesn't want to be using that too freely, because as soon as he does, he knows Chun-Li or himself are very viable targets in this matchup. Even Thugonomics at 35% dampening, they could just start attacking him. I'm pretty sure get one good hex over onto Gorecki, they could easily take the game on the Warlock. This is big damage coming from Thugonomics. They need to respect the Dark Soul. Too many games have been won from Dark Souls. Nice step kick comes from Peekaboo though. Denies that for now. Do they have a kidney to follow it up? They might need it. Absurge instead trinkets out. He knows that this is a tough situation for his team. If they survive these cooldowns, they've forced a lot. Life Cocoon's down for 35 seconds. They have an opportunity to go 2-1 up in the series.
Here we go. Let's see what they can get done. Almost 40% dampening at this point. WizK gets caught into a spell lock. Chun-Li just pushing through. Thugonomics looking for a big bolt, but Absurge backs him up with a nice wind shear. Does he have the grounding totem? He does. Grounding totems, and I mean, that's what Zika was talking about. The beautiful grounding totems, the wind shears, make it difficult for Thugonomics to get out his damage. But the problem is the Shaman just doesn't have that great of healing. You can see it right now. Everyone is rotting down. There's no Ascendance. He does have the Spear Link if he needs to, that final safety net. But, I mean, look at this. Golden Guardians, they've held on for such a long time. Gurecki, his mana is not doing well. Peekaboo has been able to create a ton of pressure. WizK also. And now, I mean, Space Station Gaming, I don't know how much longer they have in this match.
Yeah, Absurge, I swear, like, I love playing with this guy as well because he's so calm, so mellow, but then sometimes he'll just pull off these miracles where he keeps his team up till 60% dampening, and you're like, well, there's no way they win this game, but suddenly at 60% dampening, anyone can win the game. So he's doing another one of those games here. It feels like he still has about 20% mana, so that little healing that he's been achieving has been just about doing enough for his team. Peekaboo needs to be careful here. Uses the trinket. Wouldn't want him to get drested right now. We saw that happen a couple of times on Saturday. He needs to be super, super careful in this situation. But Gurecki is the one under pressure. No life cocoon available. The entire team rotting. Maybe they should just go after Thugonomics at this point. Like I said, it's 50% dampening. Shut down the Destro. He's not going to be healing himself much. Gurecki's going to struggle. They need to be very, very careful. And here, that's what they're going for. The Reflect on the Chaos Bolt. Beautiful plays from Thugonomics, but it's still a smoke bomb. It's still scary as they force out the unending resolve.
That's a beautiful time to get it at this point. I mean, Thugonomics, he might not recover. Gurecki, he doesn't have the mana. Absurge, if he can throw Purges, but I don't know if he can afford to. He does have the Spirit Link Totem. That's going to be so important for the defense of Golden Guardians at this point. Thugonomics in a lot of trouble. WizK also. Peekaboo with not a single defensive cooldown left. Anyone could fall. WizK lands a Chaos Bolt. Thugonomics gets interrupted, but he's looking for a Chaos Bolt of his own. Now that WizK is in a stun, Chun-Li is going to be able to get out a ton of pressure, actually trading out his Karma. Nobody has any defensives. The only thing we see is Absurge with his Spirit Link Totem. If he can land that, I could see Golden Guardians winning this game. Are they going to be able to do it? Going up 2-1 against Space Station Gaming would be absolutely amazing for their roster. WizK, can he pull off the miracle here, Adrian?
Yeah, I mean, this game has been truly brilliant, and this is a huge swap to Chun-Li. The kidney shot comes through. He narrowly survives. How is he still alive? Both monks portal back with those vitality conduits. This is a big Chaos Bolt. Reflect comes through, but it's grounded by Absurge. So frustrating for Thugonomics. This is an elimination series, and you can tell the teams are playing it out. The kick from Peekaboo. The Infernals come crashing down, and Thugonomics, surely he's going to go down here. Golden Guardian somehow, some way, they take the series to match point.
Dude, I have to just call out the end. I mean, Peekaboo literally going in looking like a ninja the last moments of that game. He gets a cheap shot on Thug, Garrote on Chun-Li, kick on Gurecki, literally interacting with all three players within a matter of seconds. It's just so nice to see.
Dude, what is this series? It's been awesome so far. I gotta say, I heard, or read rather, in chat, somebody said that Chun-Li hasn't died in a competitive AWC match since 2010, and I believe that after watching this. It was truly crazy. But let's talk about Golden Guardians and how they've been able to pull this off so far. Zico, how are they able to grab this win?
Well, it comes down to the map. Like, what opens up all of these scenarios is the fact that Peekaboo gets uptime on Gurecki, on that monk. He gets to kind of, build up pressure there. And while he's doing that, he's keeping Gurecki, healing himself only, keeping Gurecki, out of line of sight of his team. And that gives WizK the freedom to kind of, okay, I'm going to fear you, Chun. If you kick me, I'm going to Chaos Bolt you. And that scenario there just kind of allows them to get pressure, to get people low. And, if Gurecki tops himself, they can still just blind him, and they're going to have a low target, and that's going to force his trinket, and that's going to set up win conditions later on. And I think the biggest thing here is that they didn't overcommit. If, a kill wasn't going to happen, they weren't afraid to just throw out defensive smoke bomb, throw out, just defensive gameplay, and just use Dark Soul on cooldown, just try to push Chun-Li off of WizK as much as possible. And all of a sudden, you're in dampening, and you still have a little bit of mana left. You still have a couple of key defensives left to work with. And, that play as well by Peekaboo in the end, the Shadow Step kick on the heel, and the Sheep Shot on Chun, and the Garrote on Thug, the rogue staff coming out. It's beautiful to see.
All the good rogue stuff.
You love to see it.
Rogue stuff.
Although I have to call out Peekaboo a little bit earlier when Chun did that miraculous, when he lived miraculously. Pretty sure he would have died if Pika just cheap shotted him. But
Yeah, cheap
it's
shot
fine.
Zediger out, yeah.
Yeah. As soon as that happened, I was like, no, why didn't you cheap shot, bro? You had that. But it worked out anyway for them, so good for them.
All right. Well, another thing that you did mention, Zico, before this game even got started, you were talking about how maps might actually come into play. What are you thinking as far as maps are concerned as we move into the next game?
100% Ashen Mains.
100% Ash Mains. I'm waiting to...
It's not. It's not.
Is it going to be Muggle?
What?
Blades Edge.
It's
Blades.
Blades. bro.
Blades Edge!
Oh god!
Right, 100%
All the-
win for Golden Guardians. If we see a Mistweaver.
You
You think
On the
so?
side of space.
I mean,
Okay.
double rig a piece as a Destro Warlock is going to be so annoying. Like, even Shadow Priests are more mobile than Destro Warlocks with Fade and stuff. It's, I don't know.
Dude,
I
I
don't
love-
dislike it.
Using
They're
Ring of
giving
Peace
them a
on
win
it.
condition.
I-
Like even if they knock them and stuff, at some point Peekaboo's going to be on top of the bridge and he's going to be able to step Kidney Goreki. On Ashermans, he's never going to be able to do that unless Goreki actually makes a positional error. I think that's why this has got to be a comp change. There's no way I see a Mistweaver on Space Station Gaming.
So, yeah, I mean, they picked the map, right? They could be setting up for something like that. Healing Stat, what are you expecting to see on Blades Edge?
I mean, I think for Golden Guardians, it has to be the RLS, right? Like, that Roguelike Shaman's been looking great. Space Station Gaming, like, the thing was, in Game 2, I actually thought they might cleave this. I feel like a cleave, into especially a DH cleave or something, like DHDK or something, into Destro Resto Shaman, that sounds horrible to play.
Is it turbo time?
Or Turbo, yeah, like, something like that would surely crush the Destro Warlock. But you have to
Imagine.
play it with Pala, I think. Because otherwise Peekaboo can pop off, maybe.
Do they actually
I
have...
don't know, man. I would be so scared for WizK.
Do they actually have
I wonder if Space Station Gaming plays turbo.
They do, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no,
Well,
they
maybe
don't.
not,
Who's the
actually, yeah.
warrior?
Smexon's
Is a warrior
Yeah,
and the shaman
Smexon's
and
both.
the DK.
Smexon's literally everything for like it's the same predicament that we got into where it was like Kara's literally everything for their cleave setups. Like I don't think that they have it unless like
Oh, here it is.
There we go. This is their cleave, right? This is
Yeah,
their
yeah.
version.
This
of
is their
Turbo.
turbo.
I think this is a mistake.
I feel like DH Warrior might have been a better version. I really value the DH in some of these matchups, and I think it could be super scary.
I don't even like. I'm gonna be honest with you. I feel like, well, I don't even. When's the last time Thugonomics played Demon Hunter? Like, I just feel like they're never gonna pick that.
Maybe.
To be honest,
I don't remember
like,
the last time he actually did
I don't.
play it.
Can you actually remember the last time Thugonomics played Demon
was
Hunter?
Legion.
Didn't you play
General.
some DH Windwalker or something? Nah, they've played it more recently than that. I'm fairly sure.
long
Honestly, it's
Might have
been a
been
while
a bit.
for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
But the one thing I don't mind the DPS that much. I don't mind if it's a Windwalker or a DH or a Warrior. The thing that kind of bugs me about this comp is that we have a Mistweaver on a small map again.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think he's gonna get punished.
So how can they avoid getting punished here? What do you want to see Space Station do to try to protect that potentially vulnerable target?
Well, they're gonna have to swap to Peekaboo. Like maybe if Chun can keep his port like far back, him and Smexin are hitting WizK. Peekaboo goes for the healer in the back. Then you can port on top of him and try to punish him, or knock him off and try to punish him. They're gonna have to immediately react to whenever Peekaboo is on their healer. Gonna have to react and try to do a lot of burst damage because he takes a lot of damage and he's gonna be overextended. But if Peekaboo also like pre-evasions or gets to do what he wants a little bit, kind of predicts the swaps, it still just puts them in an uncomfortable situation when I feel like they could have just gone to a big map and not been in that situation at all.
All right. I'm excited to see how this one actually does go. Keep in mind, Golden Guardians can win it here. If they do, they move on to top 3, which is just a fantastic performance for them already. You have to say that, I mean, I think the Golden Guardians are going to be pretty happy no matter what happens. They hadn't top 6 in a while, already making it to top 4, now looking to get to top 3. This is going to be a great performance from them. They've already had some consistency, grabbed down some points. Space Station Gaming, though, they are looking for a big performance, and that might be just snuffed out here as a dream for them for this week. As we do jump into Blade's Edge, let's see, is Golden Guardians going to be able to close it out here, or will Space Station Gaming extend the series all the way to Game 5?
I mean, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I've really missed the Arena World Championship because it's so hard to predict what happens, especially start of the season. Like, Think about the constants we've had. In Europe, we had barely any. It was all jungle cleaves and Wildcard almost getting toppled by Mistweaver jungle. And then here, we've got Golden Guardians who didn't... They just about scraped top 8 last week. Now they're looking good for top 3 with WizK on Warlock beating Thugonomics down. So it's like, what's next? I mean, the only thing that stayed consistent, and thank goodness, is Cloud9 just playing that ML and crushing everyone. But other than that, it's been anyone's game.
Thank goodness.
At least we have some consistency, okay?
Okay, I believe, yeah, change is scary, that's for sure. But we'll see how this goes. I mean, right now, I feel like the Ring of Pieces are going to be really annoying for WizK to deal with. Lots of Ring of Piece usage, knocking him off the edge, keeping him out of line of sight, making it really difficult. There we go. You can see WizK already being knocked off. See how much damage they can get going. Gorecki trinketing out of the blind, so no trinket. Fair trade, but now definitely vulnerable to some swaps and crowd control. Keep in mind, there is no Hex Dispel. If Absurge can sneak a Hex, it's going to be absolutely disastrous. And right now, it just seems like Golden Guardians, they've got all the pressure. Gorecki, he's in so much trouble. He's all by himself. He rolls in, almost dies, 10% health. Peekaboo going to help out his team right now, but Gorecki, once again, he's forced away. He's basically traded out all his defense at this point. And right now, Golden Guardians, although it's a bit scary for them, having Smexton and Chun-Li in their face, I feel like Gorecki's a major vulnerability.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, WizK there, he actually got off like 3 Chaos Balls with his Inferno, which means he's really stacking them up. I think he just set up a gateway there because he wants to gate in, press his wall, and really go for a one-shot on Gorecki soon, because there's no Life Cocoon, there's no Trinket. That could easily be the setup they're looking for. They're trying to set it up now. Wall had to be used defensively, though. Space Station Gaming do have an offense of their own. We can't forget about that one. It's huge damage from Chun-Li and Smexin that really is starting to hurt WizK as well, and because of that pressure, Peekaboo's forced to retreat, and Gorecki, they don't get that perfect swap they were looking for. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer in this one.
That Smexton and Chun-Li, they're just going to be all over WizK in this matchup. Here it is. Peekaboo Shadow steps over, but they're trying to punish him. He's getting low. Trades out his Feign and his Cloak of Shadows as well as that lingering Psychic Shell. So exactly what we talked about. I mean, Chun-Li and Smexton, if they can catch Peekaboo trying to bully Gorecki like this, they can absolutely blow him up really quickly. So that's something the Golden Guardians are really going to have to think about here. If Peekaboo has no trinket, he is super susceptible to getting bursted down. But if Chun-Li and Smexton leave WizK alone for too long, that's when all of a sudden things get really dicey for their team. Full Hex snuck in nicely down there by Absurge as he gets knocked off. Peekaboo in a stun, they're making a big swap. Peekaboo's in so much trouble, they might just take him down right here, right now. Absurge with the clutch Spiritling Totem keeps them alive, but that was such a beautiful setup from Space Station Gaming, and now Golden Guardians are flailing for their lives.
Yeah, I gotta say, Space Station Gaming, the map is definitely working out. They're sending all these players down to ground zero 24/7. It's so difficult to get that connection over onto Gorecki when he's just playing on a tier above everyone else right now. It's really looking rough for WizK. I think for Golden Guardians, they'd almost benefit more from sitting downstairs, but then if Gorecki sits up, it's going to be really difficult to get those swaps. They're going to have to rely on hitting Smexin more and Chun-Li more. Chun-Li actually uses the Touch of Karma, maybe expecting some of that damage to be reversed onto him with the Smoke Bomb, but it was definitely a kidney shot on Smexin. Either way, both these melees super tanky. Now Chun-Li could get punished for that. The blind comes through, but it breaks. Unfortunately, it breaks on Gorecki. They don't even get the trinket, and that's disastrous for the Golden Guardians.
I mean, it really is. You kind of rely on that cooldown, getting the trinket. Now WizK and Peekaboo once again into the stun. Smexton and Chun-Li have been able to put out tons of pressure, but I mean, at the same time, there's good damage on Chun-Li and Smexton. They put a kidney shot on Chun-Li. Absurge gets a nice wind shear. Chun-Li actually getting bursted down. And keep in mind, there's no Touch of Karma. That is going to be the Life Cocoon. So until Life Cocoon rotates back up in about a minute, Space Station Gaming will be semi-vulnerable here. If you look at mana, just take a look at that. Absurge a little bit behind now. And I just don't know how much longer he can keep up with this damage. I mean, if there's one thing that the Arms Warrior and the Windwalker Monk brings, it is a big, consistent damage in this match.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly a race against time for the Golden Guardians. And I mean, they have to wait 2 minutes before they can even use blind to get trinket back. They have to create something in those 2 minutes to try to get Gorecki's trinket before the blind, maybe, because look at the cooldowns. WizK has nothing left. They're using the Vitality Conduit, but that's really the last line of defense. Absurge has no mana. They don't have the Spirit Link. The Unending Resolve is coming back up, and somehow, some way, that Vitality Conduit was able to top the entire team, so that's good news for Absurge there. We can see Space Station Gaming continuing the onslaught. Gorecki pushing in. Doesn't quite have his leg sweep off cooldown, but does get the in-cap to continue the pressure here, and they just don't have to worry about about anything. Look at Greg, he's just chilling upstairs. The WizK is never going to get back up there. Maybe you should set up a gateway or something, because right now they're just struggling to get any sort of pressure. The double coil comes through, but it's once again purely defensive. They don't even have the smoke bomb, but they do force out the life cocoon on Chun-Li slightly early coming in from Gorecki, and that again could set up an opportunity, a last opportunity for the Guardians.
What a bizarre way to play Blade's Edge Arena. I mean, look at this. Everyone is just dogpiled in front of the starter zone. I don't think we've seen something like this in quite some time. No one can really use the verticality because of the Ring of Pieces. Big Chaos Bolt's going to be landing, but Smexen in a stun with versatility will not be taking too much burst damage. Touch of Karma trades for Chun-Li, reversing a lot of that damage on WizK. WizK could absolutely be in some trouble here. Absurge with the Spirit Link Totem might actually have to trade. The damage might just be overwhelming, but a huge heal comes in from Absurge. I don't know what that was, but WizK gets topped off. 3% dampening. Once again, WizK looking for a Chaos Bolt. Stormbolt from Smexen saves the day. There's going to be no pressure on Chun-Li, but, I mean, Gorecki with Peekaboo all over him is really going to struggle to top off here.
Yeah, Peekaboo just destroyed Gorecki. It must have been a drastic F off center there. I mean, he went from about 80 to 50 instantly. But WizK is the person I'm worried for. Double stun comes through. Trinket Spirit Link from Absurge. Earthen War Totem. That really is it when it comes to defense. And to be honest, mana is also dwindling for Absurge. This is looking very likely that we'll be heading to a Game 5 in this elimination series between two titans here in the North American scene. The winner of this goes through to top 3. Golden Guardians still have a chance in this one. They're looking for a kidney shot. They actually get 2 Chaos Bolts. Huge Chaos Bolts coming through. I don't know how WizK was able to sneak those through the 2 melees on Space Station Gaming. Nothing short of a miracle, if you ask me. But equally so, the miracle comes through that Gorecki has survived it. And now his team needs to find the kill, because we've seen it before. If Absurge keeps his team alive forever and ever, they will win this game.
I don't know how much longer this game's going to go. A fear onto Absurge. WizK, he gates away, but he's all alone. He's in so much trouble. He's in execute range. Can they find the damage? Leg sweep onto Absurge. All 3 members of the Golden Guardians are getting rotted down, and there is no ascendance in sight. But it looks like they might be able to stay alive. Absurge pulling off absolute miracles here. Gorecki once again getting interrupted with the pre-life cocoon, though, is going to be able to survive. See another pummel on WizK. Chun-Li and Smexen, they just have to shut down WizK. And equally so, I mean, we need to see WizK get out some damage. Who's going to win that race? Gorecki in a kidney shot. Dressagath, Trinket lands. The Mortal Coil. Do they have the damage? Gorecki, Infernal Stun. They could take him out. Golden Guardians, they did it! They knocked Space Station Gaming out of the tournament, claimed their spot in the top 3. Absolutely beautiful. I mean, we need to, like, this is, I cannot believe WizK was able to do it. I'm at a loss for words right now.
What a weekend. What a weekend.
I swear, when WizK swapped off his Shadow Priest, they forgot to take life swap off of him, because the number of times he went from like 20% to 100% in this game, I was like, what on earth is going on?
Man, what a crazy series. It didn't look easy for anyone at any point, Zico. I think that's the main thing to say. Fantastic series to watch. Ultimately, it is going to be Golden Guardians who are going to move on to be in the top 3 teams here in North America, but I mean, that was not an easy series for either of these teams, Z.
They were in full control the whole game. I knew it. I told you guys, if they lock in Monk, they're gonna lose. I knew it the whole time. Seriously though, that one blind that broke really is what set Golden Guardians back for a really long time. It just made it super awkward for them, because they didn't have, you know, the threat of, okay, we're gonna kill Gorecki or we're gonna kill Chun-Li, and he didn't have to second guess, and they had them pinned there, you know, in front of the starting room during that time. It just started to look a little hopeless, but WizK got a big Chaos Bolt out onto Chun. They forced out the Karma. They blinded at the same time on Gorecki, forced out his Trinket, and now you are in that situation where, okay, Gorecki, you're too passive. Chun dies. You're too, active. You die. And they were able to set up that kidney shot. There was a pretty awful Ring of Peace from one of the monks in Space Station. Didn't knock Peekaboo down, and you could still kind of stay there. Able to get a kidney shot on Gorecki in the line of sight of WizK. 2 Chaos Bolts, and that's kind of what allowed them to all of a sudden just swing the momentum in their favor. And then on the next kidney, they were able to find a kill. Beautiful lockdown as well from WizK on that Warlock with the Mortal Coil into the Infernal Stun. Looking like a Chanimal.
Dude, I can't believe WizK. Like, even the swap before that where he sniped those 2 bolts, this guy is like playing out of his mind on no matter what class you put him on. Like, how is he even queuing that into Thugonomics? You know what I mean? Like, he plays the Shadow Priest.
Shadow Priest.
Yeah, I don't know.
He was only playing Shadow Priest because he wanted to play on hard mode, man. And now he's playing the meta, and he's just absolutely smoking people. But that is my biggest question right now. Is this composition that they clearly have worked on over the past week, and probably even before then, obviously, but is it enough to answer some of the other things that are left in this tournament? Like, do you see, now that you've seen this composition, do you think that they are going to continue using it, Venrique?
I mean, yeah. I don't know if they're going to use it for every single matchup, but I certainly expect them to continue to use WizK on the Destro Warlock. Like we kind of said, I mean, Destro right now, it is exceptionally meta. A lot of teams are trying to utilize it to their advantage, and it's just really nice to see. I mean, Golden Guardians, earlier on in this tournament, in fact, when they were just playing the Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman, I actually threw some criticism their way. I said, hey, you know, we've seen them just lose his RPS in the past, not make any adjustments, and they ultimately, you know, they didn't have the best season last year. Already, just in this tournament alone, I mean, we're seeing a lot of flexibility. WizK on the Destruction Warlock looks phenomenal. Absurge on the Holy Paladin. You can tell this team, they're a lot more prepared for this tournament, and it's awesome to see.
I really want to focus on, though, like the other compositions that we do see on the top side of the bracket. Like, how do you think WizK on the Warlock and Pika backing it up with the Rogue could potentially play out, Zico?
I think that this entire tournament, much like the EU tournament, is completely wide open.
Yeah.
The team to beat is C9, and when I look at comps, I think C9 should beat the Golden Guardians. But Charlotte Phoenix could be the X factor here that can take down C9 all of a sudden if they're able to do that. And, you know, we could be in a situation where if the Golden Guardian brings out one of these newer comps that we've seen, the Rogue Lock, or maybe they bring an Absturge on Pally, and they somehow beat C9, all of a sudden the entire tournament is just wide open. I really think right now C9 is essentially wildcard gaming over in Europe, and these are the new challengers, you know, and we don't know exactly what they can do at this point, but anything can happen, as we saw in Europe.
Man, I feel like, you know, we look at EU, and all of a sudden, that tournament is cracked wide open. Now we're here in NA, and this one seems wide open as well, but there are only 3 teams left. We're going to be jumping to a quick break. When we return, we're going to figure out who can go the distance. We have a few more series left before we crown our champion.
CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Conrad's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second. Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block.
To be careful, they need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to see him just trinkets. He needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind, Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough Vanish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
Man, if this day keeps going the way that it's been going, I think we're just in store for one of the best days we've ever seen in the AWC. First, we have our final for the EU, and we crown our champion. A crazy series. If you missed it, definitely suggest rewatching it. Then, we actually see the Golden Guardians manage to take down Space Station Gaming. WizK going toe-to-toe with Thugonomics on the Destro Warlock. Now we turn our attention to the two teams in North America who have not dropped a single series, Cloud9 and Charlotte Phoenix. What do we think is going to happen in this matchup, Zico, between these two teams that have looked so good in this region?
Well, Charlotte Phoenix was kind of the kryptonite of C9 a little bit last season. They had a strategy where they played Rogue Mage Pally and they just sat behind a pillar. And then in dampening, they just ran in and all into the Warlock and just try to run him over. That's the last time I saw these players fight off in a competitive game. A lot of things have changed with the game since then, so it's still a good comp, so it's still, it could still potentially be an answer, but I'm not sure. I think for Cloud9, it's safe to assume we're going to see Mage, Warlock, Monk.
I'm going to give Healing Stat a very difficult question that I think is a fun one to actually ask right now. Sorry for throwing you under the bus and making you ask answer the hard one, Adrian. But
I'm scared now.
Yeah, when we look at the field,
I'm just relieved.
I usually throw all the hard ones to Zico. But
at the analyst,
when you look at the field of play, we got 3 teams left right now. Who do you think has the best lay of the land? Who do you actually favor to win here?
So the thing is, I think there's a little bit of a circle here. I think Cloud9, I favor against Charlotte Phoenix. Charlotte Phoenix, I favor against Golden Guardians, and Golden Guardians, I favor against Cloud9, actually. So
okay.
I think there is a world where Cloud9 can be toppled. For me, the team that's most likely to topple them is actually the Golden Guardians. But I don't know if those two teams are going to meet. It comes down to Charlotte Phoenix a lot. I think if Charlotte Phoenix can win this series, they'll probably win the tournament. And I think if Cloud9 wins it, they're by far my favorites, because I don't see Golden Guardians ever beating Charlotte Phoenix. They're going to have to pull out something amazing to win that series.
Okay, yeah, a very good point. We're pretty much in that old rock, paper, scissors, shoot conundrum. That very, very well said. We have that triangle going on right now. Now, Venruki, as we do get into the next one, what do you expect to see as far as compositions are concerned? We already started to hear some of Zico's ideas, but I want to hear what you have to say.
Into the next one. We're just getting into the first one right now, right?
Yeah. Oh wow, sorry, I didn't.
The game's live, man.
The glare is so bad that I can't see the game, and I was looking at YouTube. So I was looking. I was staring at our thing. Game's already underway, guys.
Yeah, get ready. Here we go. Channel taking some damage early on. Charlotte Phoenix locking in the Destro Rogue Paladin. And so far, there is great damage on Channel. He's getting low. Burn is looking to play really aggressive here as Cubsy, she torpedoes in line of sight in the smoke bomb and lands the cocoon in order to keep Channel alive. But Channel took a huge hit of damage in the opener. Wealthy Man trying to get some counter pressure rolling with his combustion as Burn does rot down. He actually is burning down right now. Korlik tops him off with his Avenging Wrath, but not a bad start here for Charlotte Phoenix at all.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, it's been a beautiful spite setup. I think it's going to be interesting to see how that continues to go. They used the smoke bomb there. Honestly, The fact Chanimal is able to hold on to his unending resolve is a very big deal. That's obviously a long cooldown for the Warlock, a lot of damage reduction attached to that one, so holding that very, very good for the side of Cloud9, but it was a scary moment, and we're going to see a number of those every minute. To be precise, we should be seeing them. Chanimal on top of his gateway for this one, so he's able to escape that spite, but won't be up for the next one. Could be a scary situation for Cloud9. There's quite a few teams like this in North America that they play these really, really aggro Holy Paladin, or not necessarily aggro, because you can see them hiding behind the pillar right now for dear life. They've angered the beast a little bit, but they when they do go all in with the Paladin, it is super scary, because you have the Blinding Light, you have the Hammer of Justice, the additional damage. The kill potential on Charlotte Phoenix is certainly something that Cloud9 are going to have to respect in this game.
Yeah, I mean, there is really no question about it, especially the Blinding Light, like you kind of mentioned. Korlek, they have a lot of all-in crowd control, especially playing the Spite. And they actually kind of baited Chanimal to use Gateway. They threw in some Spites, Chanimal immediately gates. Guess what he's not going to have for the next go? Gateway. He doesn't have his cloak as well, so if Nick can reopen on Chanimal, they have the Blinding Light from Korlek, and they can get the crowd control on Cubsy. I think Chanimal is going to be in a world of trouble here in this next setup. Nick actually shadow steps away as Korlek gets caught into a polymorph. Definitely not ideal here for Nick, but he's going to be charging forward. Here it is. Can they get the Spites? A bit preemptive there by Burn, as Chanimal can just walk out of it. Super unfortunate. I feel like if they had just played that a little bit more patient, definitely jumped the gun on that one. Unfortunately, that setup's going to be completely botched, and that was just a little bit sloppy by Charlotte Phoenix, and well done by Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a good call path too, took him directly out of it. I wasn't sure if that was genius or error from Cubsy, because he ran right into a Hammer of Justice, but maybe he was like, well, Nick doesn't have Shadow Step, there's no way they can actually go here. Might as well tank the crowd control, in which case, top-notch gameplay coming in from Cubsy. Works the treat either way. Cloud9 continue to be fine. Gateway cooldown should be back off for Chanimal. I'm not 100% convinced, though, that this going to deep dampening is necessarily going to be an easy win for Cloud9, though. There's a lot of immunity cooldowns on the Holy Paladin. There's a good Dragon's Breath push coming in. Chanimal, you can see he's the target of choice, so he's sitting back. But Wealthy Man is playing super aggressively, trying to make sure that if Chanimal is the one that has to be targeted the entire game, they're still getting counter pressure and forcing cooldowns before that big point in dampening. But as I say that, another Spite's coming through, and we already see a thing from Beyond. This is a big push on Chan.
Yeah, one thing from Beyond lands, huge hit of damage on Chanimal. And basically, if Chanimal doesn't have a way to get out of, he's going to take a lot of damage. He uses the gateway, he uses his cloak. Chanimal in so much trouble. Cubsy has to trinket out of the sap. He's pushing forward. He lands a cocoon. But, I mean, now, Adrian, the next Spite is going to be absolutely horrific here. This is a great game plan from the Charlotte Phoenix. These all-in attempts with the Paladin. This is a composition we see a lot more of in North America than we really have in Europe. And I mean, there's a reason why. Very aggressive, lots of crowd control, lots of burst damage. And I don't know what Chanimal is going to do. If they don't mess up their next Spike go, he's got no gateway, he's got no cloak to remove the corruption. Cubsy's going to have to put a lot of healing into Chanimal to keep him alive.
Yeah, it seems like Charlotte Phoenix are playing a game of the Spite is right, but are they going to be on the money with the next setup? That's the question here. We'll have to see if they do it soon, because cooldowns will start to rotate back up. Life begins up in 10. Cubsy looking for that one. You can see he's playing super defensively. Doesn't want to be anywhere near Korlek or Burn. Just deny any follow-up crowd control, because as we know, you say now that the Windwalk or the Mistweaver has to put out a lot of healing to heal through those Spites. If he's out of crowd control, he'll probably do it. But Korlek's pushing in now. He gets sheeped. He gets clotheslined by Wealthy Man. That could be huge. Nick now maybe being the person having to run away. He has to use the Cloak of Shadow, surely. He does. Korlek just getting completely outplayed by Wealthy Man. That's one of the disadvantages of the Paladin. Of course, going into the Mage, essentially naked into those crowd controls. And because of that, now they're the ones on the back foot. There's no Cloak of Shadows. The Hand of Sacrifice might have to come through. That was a huge Aura Mastery heal from Korlek, but it certainly wasn't what Charlotte Phoenix were looking for. That could have been a kill attempt there if the hammer had landed, but it was not. Cubsy and Wealthy Man all over the play.
I just love the positioning of Cloud9. It's really nice. I mean, Wealthy Man, one thing he does a great job of is making sure he is punishing the team for pushing into the midfield. And they might just outright close it out here. Nick barely surviving, using the Shadow Meld. He does have to vanish, so not completely out of defensive cooldowns, but that was an extremely scary moment there. But like I said, I mean, when Burn and Korlik push in to assist Nick, Wealthy Man is there to deny them and really punish, getting the damage rolling. Now looking for a polymorph. Here is the triple spite once again. Channel on top of his gateway. Can he actually gate away? Gets triple stunned. The spite has, or the corruption has stacked up here on Channel. Will he be taking a bit of damage, or was it just a bait? And I mean, I feel like a lot of the time what they're trying to do is just use the spite, say, you know what, every second spite is basically just a bait for the gateway, and every second spite is going to be one that's exceptionally powerful. But they do push forward. Can they get any crowd control on Cubsy really is the question, because like we talked about, without the CC on Cubsy, or without getting Channel to an absolutely ridiculous level of corruption, I don't think they can actually just outright kill him.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. And the thing was, if that was their bait go, they committed the blind and they didn't get Cubsy's trinkets. That's certainly unfortunate. In the meantime, you know, we talked about that swap to Nick, that forced Divine Shield and Hand of Sacrifice, mana's in favor of Cloud9. And we've been here before where there's this chokehold. You can see even the Ring of Peace contributing to Burn not being able to be behind the pillar right now. And this is exactly what Cloud9's known for, just this perfect brick wall defense. They haven't made a mistake yet. It's not looking like they're going to. So Charlotte Phoenix are going to have to pull something amazing out, because right now Nick is getting hit by G-Pie after G-Pie. It's a full-on bakery out here on the Grand Arena. The smoke bomb comes through. Let's see what Cloud9 do to react.
We'll have to see. Nick forced to run away. He's used his Cloak of Shadows. He actually has no defensives. He might just die to Wealthy Man. Korlik needs to connect some heals. Wealthy Man doing a great job with the Dragon's Breath. Nick still just trying to line of sight. Burn, Korlik, Nick all just retreating behind the pillar. That smoke bomb didn't really accomplish too much. Unfortunately, they didn't have the spites. Big Chaos Bolt's going to land. Korlik now, he might just outright get completely devastated. One heal lands, double leg sweep coming in, and Cloud9, they smell blood in the water. They are pushing in. They're looking to close out game number 1 on the Grand Arena. Can the Charlotte Phoenix hold on?
Yeah, this is like, you know, some of those raid fights, they have like a stage 3 where it's like you've actually won the fight and you're just doing damage. I think the Lich King had one, if I remember right. It's kind of like what it's like for Cloud9 right now. They've essentially won the game, barring like all of them jumping off the edge of the map. It's looking like they should be able to take Nagrand. They have so much pressure on the map. The mana is in their favor. Cubsy, this is one thing I was talking about when Chaz was playing this comp earlier. Sometimes Chaz, when they play these matchups, they continue to be aggressive for a little bit longer, so they don't actually have the mana, but Cubsy's mana is always good in this sort of game. He's drinking at the right times. They get the full blind sap. They're trying to go for an all-in with the Infernals. This might be the last chance here for Charlotte Phoenix. They need to find it. The Hodge comes through. They serve the blinding light, but Cubsy is yet to trinket. Reflect comes through. He needs to use it. Trinket comes through. Life Cocoon. They are able to survive, and now it's up to them to finish the game.
Cannibal just refuses to ever use Unending Resolve. It doesn't matter how much. He always just has the perfect moment, you know? He's willing to let himself get low. It's like, I don't know, he's got a computer brain analyzing all the different situations and how much damage he can take, because he rarely ever goes down without using it, and he is so greedy. Dampening is getting higher and higher in the match. Chanimal now, he does not have his gateway. So what the Charlotte Phoenix are going to be looking to do is wait, kind of step back, hold on till they have spites, and that's what they're going to make a push with the Dark Soul. There's no Infernals, but I think they should have more than enough damage to take down Chanimal. Unless, I mean, there's no crowd control on Cubsy, and then, I mean, we've seen what Cubsy has been able to do. Wealthy Man trying to just keep them at the pillar at this point, or at least try to generate some pressure so they can't go for a full reset. It is nicely done. I mean, Nick hasn't been able to really get any re-stealths off in this match, and I think that's largely due to the fact that Chanimal has really good pet control, and also Wealthy Man just doing a really, really great job finding those flame strikes. Now, Charlotte Phoenix are looking to make a push, but Nick, he pushes out by himself. Cloak of Shadows lands. Unfortunately, he has to retreat. This is an absolute disaster, and this is what I'm talking about. Nick goes for the push, and then immediately his entire team is crowd controlled. He has to use Cloak of Shadows defensively instead of offensively, and this positioning Cloud9 has is just making it so difficult for Charlotte Phoenix to do what they want.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, Wealthy Man looks like he's in the real estate business, because he just has 90% of this map on lockdown. He's just not letting Nick come out for even a second. Like, the guy tries to peek around the pillar, gets 2 G-Pies, and he's right back there with Korlik. I mean, the poor guy really, really struggling here. We can see Nick getting a friendly reminder about social distancing as he gets robbed away from his pala. Big damage coming in from Wealthy Man. They just need to find this finishing blow, because you always get the feeling with these Paladin rogue comps that even if the game is going in the favor of the other team. One big one shot can finish it all, and that's what they're going for here. Blind comes through, but they in-cap Nick. There's no sap. They blink out of the spite, and so many resources went into that. That's heartbreaking for Charlotte Phoenix.
Honestly, Cloud9 just seems like I don't know. Charlotte Phoenix is doing, a pretty good job in this matchup, but a significant amount of their setups are getting shut down from Cloud9, just playing absolutely insane. Here it is, big combustion coming in from Wealthy Man. Burn really not taking too much damage. It is Nick in the midfield. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. He has a Vanish, but he's forced to run away. Corlic's mana is not doing great, and the problem is, we are getting to 40% dampening at this point. It is extremely unlikely we ever see Corlic go for a drink. It's just not going to be possible. And Nick's taking Chaos Bolt, Burns eating Greater Power Blast, Corlic's in a Polymorph. Things are falling apart here. Nick eats another one, forced to vanish away. Corlic with the Divine Shield. Charlotte Phoenix, they got to make a play here. They cannot just sit behind the pillar. Cloud9 punishing them so much.
Yeah, someone's going to have to get me a Photoshop version of the "This is fine" meme for Corlic right now, because he has to somehow heal through this. How on earth is he going to do it? 42% dampening, Cloud9, complete control, chokehold on Charlotte Phoenix in the upper bracket finals. And this is a top 3 team in North America, and they're just completely crushing them. That's a beautiful gate, though, coming in from Corlic. Gets the Hammer of Justice. Is he going to... I don't think he has any breaks, so he can't get the Blinding Light. They step sap. Beautiful play from Nick. This is the last ditch, and the Unending Resolve has been forced out. When Channelmore uses that cooldown, you know it's time for trouble on the side of Cloud9, but there's no more crowd control. Nick is very low on health. Somehow gets stunned through the evasion. Nicely done by Cubs. He must have landed that one from behind. Corlic has so much work to do, and look at his cooldown bar. There's literally nothing left, Elliot.
Oh, here it is, the spites though, and at 46% dampening, you said it in the past, anyone can win the game, and if Chanimal is over-corrupted, he eats a kidney shot, it could be the game. One Greater Power Blast is going to land, but Nick abandons the chase. Corlic's not feeling too confident with no defensive cooldowns. Game's not completely over yet. This style of composition can just do one big push and win the game. Charlotte Phoenix, it looks like they are losing miserably right now, but it is still possible that they win. Chanimal with no Unending Resolve, all it takes is one big all-in push. Can they get it done? Wealthy Man gets caught into a spell lock, denying him of that Greater Power Blast. Nick goes for the kidney shot, now forced to run away once again, but this hit-and-run strategy from Charlotte Phoenix, certainly looks scary for them. But like I said, if they just get one good go, they could take Chanimal down.
Yeah, no, I guess when we think back to what was beating Mage Lock, it was like these Paladin teams turtling behind Pillar till some obscene amount of dampening. It seems to be working for them right now. Full CS comes through onto Burn, though. Again, Corlic is playing that Relentless talent, which is probably the best, or I'm fairly sure it is the best, but it's so scary. This is a really scary situation, though. This is triple spite on the blind. Do they get the sap? If they get the sap, they could just win. The kidney comes through instead. The cheap shot. Do they have any follow-up crowd control? Yes, they do. The blinding light. They have to use everything here, Cloud9. This could easily be the end of the game. Does Channel have his cloak available to reduce those corruption effects? It looks like they've, again, survived it, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. Burn's still in position to get Fears potentially on Cubsy, but he's on DR, and again, Chanimal survives. I really thought that could have been the game there.
Yeah, I thought so too. Nick committed a lot there. He uses his blind, he uses his vanish, but it is still not over yet. Charlotte Phoenix, they are still not out of this game. 57% dampening. Cubsy's going to really struggle. He's got no defensive cooldowns left. Chanimal, he uses the Dark Soul trying to get the team of Charlotte Phoenix back to the pillar, and that's exactly what happens. They're happy to go back to the pillar, play it safe, wait for some cooldowns, and then once again, they're going to make a big offensive push. Wealthy Man's going to have to deny that. He has his combustion. I want to see him, as soon as Charlotte Phoenix push, he needs to get that combustion rolling, try to really counter-pressure them away at all costs, because, Cloud9, I feel like they're actually running out of time. These big setups are going to be absolutely devastating to him here shortly.
Yeah, Cubsy may have 100% mana, but 100% dampening, that's not going to matter, right? Hand of Sacrifice and Divine Shield are going to be much more effective. That Spite from Corlic was maybe slightly preemptive, as Chanimal had no issue just walking out of that one, and that could actually be a big mistake here. Now full Polymorph connected. This could be the reversal that Cloud9 have been waiting for. Burn caught up in midfield. Full Fear comes through onto Corlic. Game 1 is looking like it might be over here. The Vitality Conduit was snuck, though.
Way.
The Smoke Bomb comes through. They're still alive, but I don't know for how much longer.
Vitality Conduit is absolutely insane, and now they're actually counter-pressuring, but Corlick gets interrupted. Nice spell out there by Chanimal. They always had an answer. Charlotte Phoenix, they managed to hold on to 65% dampening with their hit-and-run strategies, but I just think it was too many setups that got botched by them. Cloud9 denied too many of their setups. They weren't able to develop as much momentum as they kind of needed. But that being said, I actually think this isn't that bad of a situation for Charlotte Phoenix. I think if they bring it to, a different map, they clean up these setups a little bit, I don't think they're out of the series at all.
They were absolute live lords in that one, but as Venruki just said, Zico, I want to ask you, do you think that that's what it comes down to? Do you think they want to just be in these same scenarios but just clean up their setups?
Well, I think what they want to do is essentially they want to just drag on the game as long as possible, and then they want to get that big setup with the Hammer of Justice, Blinding Light. Maybe they can get a sap as well, and that's how they can set up a kill condition, and then maybe use Blind later to secure the kill. But the problem is, I think, was that they blinded Chanimal to set up the spites, and I actually think that laid into dampening. You can just blind Cubsy after he trinkets, and maybe set up a spite on him, or just kill Chanimal. Regardless, I think it's extremely hard for Charlotte Phoenix to do anything because of Wealthy Man basically being a goalkeeper in this matchup. He's just standing as far forward as possible, and anytime an offensive push is about to happen, he's immediately crowd controlling the Paladin. He's immediately casting out the Greater Pyroblasts and giving Cloud9 the pressure. So I feel like on a small map, you would assume that's going to favor Charlotte Phoenix, but if they're just running the whole game, I think they're just going to die faster in a small map.
Okay, all right, we definitely want to keep that in mind, but this is definitely an interesting series to see. And Healing Stat, I do want to talk about stakes just a little bit, because you've kind of set up a pretty clear scenario of what you think could happen depending on the way that this series does go.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 it's really important they win this one, because we haven't seen Golden Guardians versus Cloud9 yet this season. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct in that stat. And Cloud9 versus Golden Guardians is always a super close series. I feel like with Cubsy being forced onto the Mistweaver in this meta more than the Druid, it actually might even swing slightly further toward the RPS. Like, I actually feel pretty confident for the Golden Guardians in that matchup. I could be proven wrong, but I think for Cloud9, they definitely want to win this one, not have that eventuality, and Charlotte Phoenix have them do the dirty work in the lower side.
We are going to be going to hook point on this one, Zico, so close quarters here. Cloud9 does have the lock in their composition on the blind.
Yeah, so we're assuming we're going to see Mage Lock Monk again from Cloud9. And I think for Charlotte Phoenix, if they try to go after Cubsy on this map, like, they're going to have to be aggressive. If they just stay back and try to wait for that same win condition, I don't think that's going to work. I think that's the win condition on a large map. On a small map, you have to be proactive. You have to stall the game, end the game before it gets to that really ridiculous dampening, where C9 are just basically going to kill you with, things like Cataclysm and Flame Strike and just little poke damage. I feel like you're going to have to really pressure Cubsy on the Mistweaver, good swaps between him and the other members on C9, and get pressure rolling that way.
Okay, all right. We will see what they lock in right now. Are there any strategy changes that you want to see besides the ones that you mentioned, Venruki? I know you said mostly you wanted to see those clean setups, but after you hear what Zico says, do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I just think for Charlotte Phoenix, if they're going to play the Spike Trinket, they need to make sure it's well coordinated. If one person slips up and does it at the wrong time, all of a sudden it's not nearly as a threat. And we saw that multiple times in the last game. Basically, it was just a rinse repeat for them, right? They use the Spike Trinkets, Channel Gates. They're happy with the gateway. They wait till Spike comes up again. It might be even more difficult. I mean, Hook Point is a really interesting map because, I mean, we saw Charlotte Phoenix really implement the pillar in the last game, in order to survive for such a long time in the match. But this pillar is small. It's going to be easy for Wealthy Man and Chanimal to really poke damage here. And I think it's going to be much more difficult if Charlotte Phoenix wants to implement the same strategy to make it work. That being said, the smaller map makes it much more difficult for Wealthy Man to, find those situations where every single time Charlotte Phoenix is pushing in, he's meeting it with Greater Power Blasts and Polymorphs and kind of denying their go before it even starts. So I think that might be the idea. They just want the small map, so when they do make that push, Wealthy Man isn't just completely denying it right away.
Okay, yeah, and if you are just tuning in, we did earlier today actually crown our champion in the EU, and now we have our top 3 in North America. Whoever does win this goes straight to the grand final. The loser plays against the Golden Guardians for a spot in that very grand final. And now we do see
Yes.
The
I'm happy.
debut.
This is it. This is what I wanted to see.
He hasn't
I
played
saw
on their team yet, right, Jamili?
No, I don't think so. Were you? Yeah, I saw someone in the chat type "Unleash Jamili" and then immediately locked in Jamili here on the Fire Mage. They're going to be playing the Rogue Fire Mage Paladin, and this is a composition we've seen do extremely well into the Mage lock in the past, specifically with the Druid healing it, but I think against the Mistweaver variant of Mage Lock, it could also be pretty good if they go for those spite setups. I think it's going to be a lot easier for Jamili, as an example, to get off his combustion, get off some more instant damage than we saw Burn really capable of. So I don't mind this pick at all.
All right.
I want to see if they can. I think Cubsy can easily die here. If he ever has a Trinket of Blind, I could see Cubsy just getting destroyed in a like Kidney Shot, Hammer of Justice setup.
Okay, something that we definitely do want to keep our eyes on. Jamili finally going to be broken out, freed from his cage. What havoc will Jamili be able to wreak against Cloud9 here? Anything in particular that you're looking for build-wise now that they are bringing in Jamili, Zico? I know you love to theorycraft the 500 IQ strats for the mages. Is there anything in particular that you want to see?
And Jamili usually doesn't actually agree with my theory crafting.
Pretty
He came up to
public
me
too, right?
and let me know at BlizzCon what he thinks about it.
That was
but
funny.
I still think that he doesn't, he's not the greatest arcane, so whatever.
Oh, jeez. I'm actually
Either
curious.
way,
I want to hear your thoughts on this one because I have my own ideas of what I would do. So let's hear what you have to say.
I don't want to see a Greater Pyroblast build. I want to see an aggressive Combustion build. I want to see Firestarter. I want to see Lucid Dreams. I want to see Mechagon Bracers. And I want to see Blinding Light on the Paladin. I want to see, a kill setup where they're blinding Cubsy into a sap and they're trying to force his Trinket by attacking Channel or Wealthy Man. And then I want to see a big Combust swap onto Cubsy, deleting his existence. What do you want to see then?
I like it. All those things sound quite nice. I agree. No Greater Pyroblast. I think it gets shut down too easily. I actually think Reaping Flames might get more value than the Lucid Dreams, just because I think for Wealthy Man, he's just going to be trolling his Kleptomania the entire game, basically just sitting on it. The moment Jamili uses his combustion, he'll just be taking it from him instantly. So having the Reaping Flames for your go is really, really nice. And if they don't use spites, what I want to see from the Charlotte Phoenix is use just literally six on use trinkets with both Corlick and Jamili using the Claw with Maledicts to really empower their goes, and Nick also using Maledict and the Adrestigath trinket. I think the 6 on use is actually so good.
The thing about Maledict that people don't realize, 3 ticks of Maledict is like 150k healing absorb. So against the Duster Warlock, that's pretty insane. Against Renewing Mist, that's insane. Against the Mistweaver statue, that is insane. It's going to give you more value than just having, a little bit of damage. So I really hope they're running those Maledicts.
All right. Is Jamili what Charlotte Phoenix needed? We're going to find out right now. Cloud9 leads in the series by 1.
I must admit, listening to 2 Fire Mage players talk about how easy it is to kill a Mistweaver, as a recently reborn Mistweaver myself, I've been on the receiving end of that a couple of times already. So I definitely sympathize with Cubsy as to what he's going to have to deal with this game. Wildcard Jamili comes out for the first time. Charlotte Phoenix going to look for a very aggressive set of plays. Let's see how they actually set up, because so far they're kind of sitting back. There's the blind to kick it off. Are they going to be able to force out that trinket?
Yeah, we'll see. Jamili uses combustion, and like I thought, it instantaneously gets Kleptomania'd from Wealthy Man, Cancel Aura'd, and loses a lot of value there. However, if you get a Meteor and a few Pyroblasts, that's basically best case scenario when it's Mage versus Mage. So definitely can't fault Jamili there. Nick actually taking a huge hit of damage. He's got no Cloak of Shadows. Who are they actually going? I think they want to make setups onto Channel. It just hasn't been super clean so far. I think for the most part, Charlotte Phoenix needs to be very careful of, overextending themselves in this matchup. They do get a nice polymorph onto Cubsy, and now a kidney shot on Chanimal. Potentially, they might be able to take him down. Wealthy Man trying to deny. Beautiful spell lock from Chanimal also. But Chanimal in a little bit of trouble. The Life Cocoon actually connects before the Blinding Light went off. And now, unfortunately, for a core like that, Blinding Light is not really going to net any value.
Yeah, that was... At the start of that one, it felt a bit forced from Charlotte Phoenix. They used the Cloak and the Vanish to get the sap off of the first blind. But that second go was going very, very well until that little gap was left by Corlic before the Blinding Light. If they hadn't left that gap, maybe they could have squeaked out a Trinket. Either way, that's the blind and the Blinding Light down now. Nick has no Cloak of Shadows, so he's not super scary. Can't go immune to kind of force out this cooldown. The last attempt they really have is the Smoke Bomb for now. They can look for a Smoke Bomb go, but I think it's probably better that, like, as you guys were saying in the pre-game, save everything for these big all-ins, like, you're not going to Smoke Bomb right now because if you're lucky, you're going to force a rule. You want to really get that Trinket from Cubsy with the blind or the Blinding Light, then look for a big all-in on him later in the game.
We'll see if they can actually land that all-in. It's going to be really important. Jamili taking some damage, forced back to the pillar. Nick actually all alone by himself. I just don't know if I like this positioning where, Jamili's sitting back.
CS.
And now actually Nick's in a lot of trouble. He's forced to use his Trinket as well as the Cloak of Shadows. And that's what I'm talking about. If he is in the open for too long, it just makes it super difficult. Jamili actually using his Combustion now, looking to get some damage rolling onto Chanimal. But unfortunately, the Reflect is going to shut that down. Wealthy Man as well manages to get the Polymorphs. Charlotte Phoenix is getting slowed down quite a bit here, but Chanimal's still taking some big damage. They might just actually fall. He gets interrupted. Cubsy freaks out. He has to Trinket. He has to Life Cocoon to keep Chanimal alive. Cloud9. I mean, that was a little bit of a scary moment. Nick getting a surprising amount of burst damage out there. Wealthy Man still just looking for the greater Power Blast, but Charlotte Phoenix, I mean, in that position, they're more than happy with that exchange to just sit back. They got Trinket from Cubsy. It's desynced with Blind as well, so there's a big opportunity in the game for Charlotte Phoenix to try to close it out, or at least get the unending resolve.
I feel like this is a thing with Jamili's playstyle too. Like he's certainly less predictable to play against than other mages. Like some people will kind of wait for that perfect setup, and then you get a hint of, oh, okay, Nick's walking towards me for blind, or Corlic's walking towards me for Hodge, so you can kind of react around that. But with Jamili, he'll just pop his combustion, and then let his team kind of respond around that. He's a very impulsive player when it comes to his cooldowns, and it actually is the hardest to play against sometimes as the healer. Because of that, they get the mistake from Cloud9. Maybe Cubsy could have held onto that Trinket. Now they have a polymorph off script as well. This is the swap we were looking for. Kidney comes through. It's beautiful peels by Chanimal, but is it going to be enough? Do they have the follow-up stun? They purge the safeguard, and Cubsy gets exploded. Charlotte Phoenix tie it up.
That was just such a nice setup there by the Charlotte Phoenix. They managed to get Cubsy. He has no Trinket. And I mean, it's exactly what Zico was talking about. A Mistweaver with no Trinket, he is very susceptible to an all-in. Jamili had a nice play with his burst on his Combustion, also managing to spell steal off. I think it was actually the Safeguard from Cubsy. Yep. Yeah, so he was running the Safeguard and got dispelled really, really quickly, and that's ultimately why we saw Cubsy fall down, and Charlotte Phoenix were able to tie it up.
Is Jamili all they needed, Zico? Do they just need to jam with Jamili for the rest of the series?
The problem is, what they did here is a lot harder to do on a large map. Still, I think so, yes, because during the kill setup, when you run the Warlock doesn't actually kill by just spamming out instants. The Warlock has to get a Chaos Bolt off, usually in the setup. But with the Fire Mage, as long as you have damage when you're going, like as long as you have your Fire Blasts, you're going to do a Meteor, a couple of Fire Blasts, Pyro Blasts, and you are going to add in a little bit of damage that you need to secure those kills. And that's exactly what we wanted to see. Fire Mage, RM Pally, try to get Cubsy's Trinket on a blind by committing on one of the DPS, and then later look to swap to Cubsy, Kidney, Hammer of Justice. You're going to have a Paladin as well that can, remove stuns, that can dispel, that can bubble and keep your team aggressive. And it's perfect execution.
Okay, and now all of a sudden, man, the competition today has just been so close. Healing set, we talked about it a lot last week, but I feel like we haven't mentioned it nearly as much this week. Like we kicked off the first week with so many teams actually signing up, and the results have been crazy close. I mean, we look at both EU and NA, and the top three teams. It really does feel like any of those teams could take the entire tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it really does. I've been super excited watching AWC this year just because there's been so many teams, and in the past you would have a pretty clear top 6 or top 8 for each region, but right now we don't. Like we got new teams showing up each week. Hydra's team in EU, here in US, Charlotte Phoenix really making a good showing for themselves. So it's super exciting to watch. And I mean, all these teams, the other thing that's super cool is they're just playing completely different stuff, right? Like Cloud9's playing those super attrition compositions like the Mage Warlock, and then you got the explosive Golden Guardians. Everyone loves to watch Peekaboo going for those flashy plays. And then Charlotte Phoenix, I feel like they're their own flavor on that flashy play with Jamili. Kind of, he did such a good job that game. Like the sheep at the end set everything up. His offensive combustion, putting them behind, setting up for that smoke bomb play. He did such a good job in that game. And I mean, like you say, any of these teams could win it, and it's great to see.
Yeah, and I think a really good point as well to just bring up some of the differences that we have seen. It very much feels like it isn't 100% settled at this point at all. I mean, you have all of these teams still figuring out all the different things that they can be doing with the corruptions, all the different ways that that's going to interact with all the different traits, and we're just seeing builds get refined as we move through this tournament series. And as you've mentioned, it's just not even a solidified top 8. Usually, at the very least, it's like, yeah, there are a few teams who are maybe on the bubble, but usually when we look at the top 8, it is relatively crystallized, and the top 2 is usually just, it's not even close, right? I mean, we've seen that time and time again, that the top 2 teams in each region tended to be very far ahead. That's just not the case this time around, and I'm excited to see how everything does end up working throughout this month and also throughout the entirety of the year once we see where all of these points do fall. But now Ashmane's Fall will be the next map. Zico, anything in particular that you're keeping your eye out for here in the draft?
I want to see Charlotte Phoenix lock in the Fire Mage again. Either they go Mirror, which in my opinion would be insanity, or they just go Rogue Mage. I don't think the Rogue lock has what they need, because the lock, if he gets, stunned or crowd controlled or Dragon's Breath or anything during that setup and he can't get a Chaos Bolt off, then Cubsy's going to survive, and then it's going to be very hard to kind of put yourself in that situation again if you are Charlotte Phoenix. So I want to see Jamila on that Fire Mage do what they do. Stay back, try to get the Hammer of Justice, try to get the Sheep, try to get the Blinding Light, force out the Trinket by either focusing Wealthy Man or Chanimal, and then find a win condition on the DPS or on Cubsy, similar to what you did here. Obviously, much harder to do on Ashmane's Fall.
Okay. I do want to mention, too, while we have a little bit of time when this draft is playing out, obviously I mentioned a whole bunch of teams like jumping on, getting on the tournament realm. Healing said, I know that there is still the ability to sign up for all these online cups.
Yeah, so if you guys do want to sign up, get a taste of the tournament realm. You can have all the corruptions you want. You can play arena against some of the very best, and we've seen it in the brackets, right? Like some of the teams have started streaming their open brackets. I was watching Peekaboo's team a little bit, Dilly's team, some of the North American ones. So you guys can sign up right now. I think it closes just after this. I'm gonna have a little look at the draft because I'm assuming something crazy's happened.
This is what I was talking about.
This is so Jamili, by the way.
This is what I was talking about.
It's literally what I just said. I said if they lock in Mirror, they're insane, but they could.
Dude, I was thinking, dude, imagine they win. Imagine they win.
Could.
Nothing
They
to
could.
lose, I guess, other than the tournament. But
Dude.
But this is a big statement, man. This is like have we actually seen a single Mirror?
There was
in general
one.
this whole weekend. I don't think so, right?
Not this
Dude,
weekend.
you know what would be even more funny? If Cloud9 locked in a counter to Magelock Monk for the world.
Oh, if they did that,
Like,
then the
this was
whole
the
world
counter the
would
whole
thank
time,
them
guys.
after.
I feel like when Jamili mirrors you,
bring in
you
snuts.
really, really do want to mirror him back and just kind of put him in his place. Like, I feel like that's the muscle reflex that you typically have to something like that. I love this move by Jamili, but yeah, I think the first thing that pops in my head is like, is there any counter that uses Snuts? Because Zico, I definitely want to see Snuts not be on the bench.
Yeah, I mean, Snuts is just insane. So seeing him would be nice, but I think we're gonna get a full-on Mirror here.
I think
I
so.
do.
The only thing I can think of that might actually smash this comp is double Destro, for real. It would just be
do you remember
way
when they
more
ran
damage.
that?
And they have
When
Snuts and
Chanimal
Chanimal.
ran that?
Can you
That
imagine?
was so fun.
That was, it's like that composition that seemed really good in the right scenarios. Is this the right scenario to run it? Would you like to see it come out here, Venricky?
I mean, would I like to see it? Yeah. Do I think it's their best option? I don't know. I actually like to see this, a mirror match. Here we go. Cloud9,
Right.
Charlotte, Phoenix, Chanimal, Wealthy Man, Cubsy, Corlick, Burn, Jamili. This is actually, I mean, this could be a long one. This could also be a really, really quick one. But one thing's for sure, I mean, Charlotte, Phoenix in this position has nothing to lose. I think most people expect them. I mean, if they beat Cloud9, that would be absolutely insane. But I do think it's possible. I really do.
It could well be. Someone else mirrored Cloud9 once last year as well. I don't remember who it was. I was really trying to think back. There was some Mage Lock and they almost beat them. It was a super close game. Was it Golden Guardians or someone? No, there's no way, right? I have to look through the VODs. There was definitely a mirror game and we were like, they were losing the whole time and then they found a kill. So Mage Lock mirrors can be super explosive.
They're volatile. That's the best way of putting it. Like,
yeah.
The challenge
just lose
comes in
quickly.
from Jamili. He takes off the glove, drops it on the ground, and Cloud9 ultimately is going to accept. The mirror has been locked in on Ashmane's fall. I cannot wait to see who takes it, but as you've already heard from all the analysts, this one could be quite volatile, just like Jamili. Let's see if they are going to be able to grab a win with the composition that truthfully has kind of cemented Cloud9's position in the current meta. Even though they're a team with a lot of answers, this is really the composition that they have been using to get so much work done. Zico, what do you think is going to happen when we touch down for this matchup on Ashmane's?
Well, I think it's, to be honest, I feel like it's a pretty good play by Charlotte Phoenix. I mean, it's quite a statement, but when you think about it, your options are you go Roguelock Valley, on a bigger map than Nagrand, and Nagrand by itself looked hopeless. You go Rogue Mage Pally. I mean, if it's not hook point, are you ever even gonna have your rogue be in range of blind? I don't think so. And then you have this, and the reason why I even mentioned this was like, well, they have the comp, but I think it would be crazy because C9 are so experienced, right? And I mean, it's gonna be focus Greater Pyroblast, focus Chaos Bolts, healers are going to get swapped to and they're going to try to 100-0 them. It's going to be a meta game between these mages who can shut the other down more, who can get more damage out. It's just going to be a slugfest all over.
Yeah, I mean, even if they are really experienced, how experienced are they in the mirror? We're going to find out right now. It's all tied up. Whoever plays this composition, the mage and the lock better, is going to pull out ahead and find themselves on match point on their way to the grand final.
This is I'm looking forward to this
I'm
one.
so happy. Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna be taking a look at the builds of everyone
Yeah.
to see if there's any differences in the mirrors that are interesting. We'll have to see. It looks like actually this is kind of surprising. Wealthy Man's gonna be playing Conflict and Strife, I believe. So going for that Conflict and Strife, the additional actually he's going for Memory of Lucid Dreams. Sorry, I just updated. Memory of Lucid Dreams, so he's going to be going for that massive combustion. Jamili, he's actually opting for the Memory of Lucid Dreams as well. So big combust available for both these teams. Excited to see. I mean, right away, Jamili already getting the life cocoon here from Corlick, trying to avoid some damage. It's Wealthy Man that is under fire. Beautiful temporal shield, popping himself back up, but a beautiful leg sweep by Corlick, really setting his team up. A nice triple. Double Mortal Coil as well. Burn. It looks like Charlotte Phoenix are really just trying to push the pace in this matchup.
Yeah, this is definitely Jamili's way of playing it. And I was thinking, because I've played a few MLM mirrors, and they go one of two ways. Like, if the teams are playing defensively, it can end up being really long, right? If the pillars are a big factor. But when both teams play aggro, it can be so fast. Like, G-Pies, Chaos Bolts, you only have so many interrupts, and you can see Jamili and Burn, they seem like they're just kind of chasing Cloud9 around the pillar. Both sides had to trade out Life Cocoon in the early stages. Cooldowns have been used by both sides, but the Dark Soul, interestingly, not used yet by Chanimal. Burn currently has his active. He's getting crowd controlled a lot by the force of Cloud9. Both players standing with each other, Wealthy Man and Chanimal. We can see, Jamili, he goes in for the blink. Is he going to get the sheep? No, he doesn't. Unfortunately, just about whiffed the blink. He got caught up on the side of the pillar, couldn't get the DB around the corner, and hence gets denied on the crowd control. He used both his blinks for that one, so now he's going to be forced to play D.
So both of these mages are actually playing a little different builds here. Well, there's small tweaks, Jamili is opting for that flame cannon. So if he stands still, he's gonna have a little bit more damage. He's gonna have a little bit more range. damage and HP. And then Wealthy Man is actually running that Netherwind armor, which basically is going to reduce the amount of times that he gets crit, which is very good, you know, against the Fire Mage. You're going to reduce the amount of Pyros, and I do believe it's also going to reduce the damage of Chaos Bolt. So Wealthy Man opting for a little bit more defensive build, but as long as he gets to play on top of Charlotte Phoenix here, it's going to be fine for him. Jamili, though, if it turns into kind of a long-range turret game, is going to have the advantage in terms of spec. And then there's also a pretty significant difference between the monks. A little bit of a difference here is the trinket on Cubsy compared to the relentless of Korlik. So Cubsy is going to be able to trinket out of something and just use that life cocoon to keep somebody alive, whereas Korlik is just going to be in crowd control a little bit less in general. A sheep is just going to last, you know, less duration on him, for example.
Very interesting to see the decision making for both these teams so far. I mean, everyone really has a lot of their defensive cooldowns. No ice blocks have been forced out. Jamili in a polymorph right now, as he did use his combustion. He's getting spam controlled, polymorph fear, now looking for some damage. Double leg sweep though from Cubsy, sets up his team. Wealthy Man gets the full polymorph. Jamili could be in some trouble. He had a nice temporal shield though, but still just taking so much damage. Dragon's Breath on Wealthy Man. Chanimal actually gates in, or sorry, Burn and gates away to defend his healer and try to get some damage rolling. That was a really nice push there by Cloud9, but I think Charlotte Phoenix is going to be able to recover.
Yeah, the thing is, this game, right now, it's just kind of an exchange of bolts, but at any moment, if just one too many of them hit, a blink counterspell comes through on one of the healers, the game can literally end there and then. So that's why both these teams are showing so much respect. For Cloud9, I gotta say, for the most experienced team in the matchup, they're certainly playing with what would seem to be less confidence. You know, they're really hugging around those pillars, but maybe that's just their experience. They know that's the way that this matchup should be played. Don't take any unnecessary risks. You know, Burn right now midfield, if they didn't have the interrupts, 2 G-Pies land, that could potentially be a kill opportunity. But the way the Chanimal and Wealthy Man are positioning, if they're ever taking too much damage, it's quick to a pillar. And we can see that right now. Burn taking so much damage. A quick stun coming through from Cubsy, finds the double and forces out the life cocoon.
Yeah, the good thing about both of these wizards is that Fear, if you do lock Burn on his Fear, like they did right there, he can't really access, you know, his Nether Ward, he can't access his Unending Resolve, he can't, you know, obviously spam Fear you, so he's just going to be forced to kind of sit there and take whatever damage you throw at him, and a lot of plays like that is going to force, you know, big vital defensives, and like Adrian kind of mentioned, if you secure a counterspell on one of the healers, and you get a counterspell on Jamili's Poly or Burn's Fear at the same time, that alone is enough lockdown to get a kill if that happens at the right time. So they have to be extremely careful when they do push in, because if they do get interrupted on a Poly when you push in, you're going to find yourself in a pretty bad spot, and, you know, without access to your, you know, best defense. So you're going to have to use, you know, things like Ice Block.
Ooh, Jamili pushes in with Combustion. Wealthy Man denies it with the Kleptomania Spell Steal once again, and one thing I've actually noticed about Jamili's build, and I don't know if I like it that much, is he's actually not playing Kleptomania. So if Wealthy Man realizes that and, you know, pre-buffs himself and has a lot of trash debuffs, it's going to be extremely difficult for Jamili to actually remove his Combustion. And, I mean, that's going to be very scary later on in the game. Wealthy Man could get big value because of that decision. But we'll see how it plays out. Leg sweep now on Jamili, 5% dampening in the game. He's taking a huge hit of damage, but it doesn't seem like Jamili's that afraid to really be pushing in. Like we kind of mentioned, Cloud9 taking a very defensive position. Jamili, a very aggressive player, wanting to be pushing in and actually starting something here for his team. Chanimal caught into the open, taking a huge hit of damage, but good positioning from Cubsy, denies any crowd control, and it looks like Chanimal should be able to survive this one.
Yeah, that was a really nice play there from Burn. Chanimal tried to reverse the pressure with his Dark Soul. He got the Reflect on the Dark Soul Chaos Bolt. It led to quite a bit of damage, though, honestly. I was surprised how easily they deflected that back. I think Chanimal used his Reflect at the back end of it, and Cubsy didn't really have to commit too much healing. It's interesting, like, in terms of the actual build of the... I was taking a look to see how much Verse and Haste are being run, because those are the two stats you really want on these wizards in the wizard mirrors. And it seems like it's pretty even on all the players. The one big difference I noticed is that both the Warlocks are running the Vita for a lot of haste, but one of them's running, and this is a huge swap over onto Jamili, forcing out the Ice Block. That's a big deal for later on in the game. But Burn's running the Battlemaster, and Chanimal's running the Claw. So Chanimal does have a little bit more offense and dampening. Jamili there getting caught out, and this is what I mean. Charlotte Phoenix, they play very aggressively, but that does leave them susceptible, whereas when you're behind the pillar like this, it's going to be very difficult to find a kill.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know, when Jamili pushes in aggressively like that, if he gets spell locked or if he gets stunned behind the pillar there, all of a sudden he's going to find himself in a situation where he doesn't have blink, he's out of line for his healer, and then when his healer tries to get in line of sight, he has to cross the map. That's going to, you know, lead to Corlick getting paralyzed by Cubsy, like in that last attempt, and things like that is going to force out the ice block. So now we kind of need to expect Jamila to just kind of sit back and be a little bit more passive because he doesn't have that immediate defense. He's also playing a dwarf and he's playing with that relentless, so he's not going to have a way to kind of break out of any leg sweeps or anything like that. So really needs to be kind of careful right now. One bad push could be the end of the game since Corlick is also running that relentless.
Greater Power Blast being channeled out by Jamili, and Wealthy Man interrupt comes in from Jamili. But yeah, I mean, I think Zico's right on the money with that one. I mean, Jamili, he's just going to be sitting back, playing defensive, the aggressive plays. I mean, at the end of the day, he had to use his ice block because he's just in the face of Cloud9, and they were able to punish it. Cloud9 kind of realizing the vulnerabilities here. They're going to be looking to push forward. Wealthy Man gets Mortal Coiled away, but Jamili, he shimmers into the midfield, eats a fear, and eats 2 Chaos Bolts. Nice Temporal Shield by Jamili, though, will end up keeping him alive, but I expect Cloud9 with the defensive cooldown advantage to try to play with that advantage, push forward, get the damage rolling. Jamili could potentially have to use his Cauterize here, but with the Life Cocoon, it looks like he should be okay.
Yeah, I feel like Cloud9 simply have the patience to play this one out very, very smoothly, whereas Jamili, he's certainly been the only player on the map so far that's given exposed weaknesses, I suppose, and this is another one of those. He's very low on health. He does get healed through by Corlick. If there'd been an interrupt or anything there for Corlick, any crowd control, that could have been the Cauterize. It could have been more trouble for Charlotte Phoenix. It's 1-1 this series currently. The winner goes through to the grand final. Loser goes down to play against the Gone Guardians, which certainly aren't an easy opponent down there in the lower bracket. Shark lurking in the water. And Jamili, I think sometimes his feet are dangerously close to the water with the way he's playing in this game. Maybe without that ice block, I'd love to see him just kind of hugging the pillar a little bit more. He's doing a good job of it right now. Ice block's up in 1 minute, dampening's at 30%. If he can hold on to that cooldown, he's getting a lot of damage out on Wealthy Man. They're trying to reverse the pressure right now.
Ooh, big damage on Wealthy Man, actually.
Ooh, could still be in a little bit of trouble here. Burn gets Mortal double. Leg sweep comes out. Wealthy Man's still in a lot of trouble here. Jamili getting counterspells on a polymorph, but they do break it out. They get the life cocoon there. Cubsy using his trinket. So now Cubsy could actually go down as well in a swap later. If they paralyze Cubsy and they pop a combustion on him and they get enough damage, they can easily secure a kill by doing that. So this game, Jamili's going to have his ice block coming back up. He has his Cauterize still, so surely he's not going to die without getting that cooldown back. And I think at this point, it's actually Cubsy that could go down. He's in a Ring of Frost. If they get a follow-up CC, there we go. Greater Pyroblast comes in. Do they have the stun to back it up? No, Wealthy Man shuts that down with a beautiful counterspell there on Jamili. Jamili's going to reposition defensively here and get out in the open. He's actually going to just run back, realizing that the game maybe wasn't the best use right there. I have a question for Van as well, real quick. Do you think some of these mages maybe should run the haste proc, the Racing Pulse in this matchup? Some of the mages in Europe are actually running that, and I feel like this is one of those matchups where if your Greater Pyroblast is half the cast time from Wealthy Man, I think that's just a huge advantage in itself, bigger than Bursa IMO.
Yeah, you're not really tanking that much damage, right? Like just moving in and out of line of sight of the Chaos Bolts, of the Greater Power Blast, and I really feel like the haste is super duper valuable, so it would be nice to see that kind of experimented with. Jamili actually using some corruption haste, so trying to get them faster, but yeah, the Racing Pulse is super nice. Big setup here. Who is it actually on? I believe Burn. He gets the preemptive Life Cocoon. Cubsy actually using Life Cocoon on himself as well. Both mages could be in some trouble. Jamili, of course, he has his ice block off cooldown now. This combustion is just ripping into Jamili. This could easily be the Cauterize and the ice block. And that is the problem when you don't play Kleptomania. I mean, if he had just spell stolen Wealthy Man's combustion, it would have just been gone immediately. He could have canceled it. And I just feel like that situation could have been diffused a lot easier than what we saw. But unfortunately, that is going to be the ice block, the Cauterize, and now Charlotte Phoenix at 42% dampening. I mean, are we really going to see Jamili get a second ice block? They need to start getting defensives from Wealthy Man.
Yeah, I'm really happy you said that because this has been, maybe it's just because of all the GPIs and everything, I'm trying to track it all, but this has been the fastest road to 40% dampening I think I've had in quite a while in the AWC, because for so long, like everyone's at 100% health and then there's one Chaos Bolt GPI combo and that's an ice block, you know, like this game really does turn on a knife's edge just like that. Jamili, he has nothing left right now. I could easily see him being the first person to fall in this game. I've been saying it, but equally, he's getting so many G-Spies off of this aggressive gameplay. Sometimes he's forcing the trinket from Cubsy. Maybe they can even get a kill on him. Double blink comes through for the G-Pie, but I don't think they were able to land it. Maybe it landed onto Chanimal. Now a full fear over onto Cubsy. He uses the Vitality Conduit. Before that, you can see his health getting distributed just a little bit with Chanimal. Looks like they should be able to survive once again. Jamili's positioning good, but he's caught up in a polymorph. He's out of line of sight of Korlik. Korlik blinks in and is able to save his mage. Nice plays there. Good positioning on the Transcendence.
Nice live cocoon there as well, right before he got CC'd. But he is maybe gonna get Ring of Frost there. Wealthy Man actually drops the Ring of Frost. Korlik walks into it, DRing himself right there. Korlik doesn't have any defense for himself. I think he might have his human racial, so I don't expect a swap to him. Still, I expect aggression onto Jamili. Blinks in for the polymorph, but look at his HP. He's taking so much damage here. Let's see what they can get done, though. Chanimal in big trouble. Cubsy did not need to use his trinket there, but Chanimal had to use his unending resolve, and that's going to be a big win here for Charlotte Phoenix. But Jamili still taking a lot of heat. Full sheep, full fear there. Can they swap the CC here? Can Chanimal get a fear onto Korlik? He's looking for it, not able to find it right now. Still a DR, now he's going for it, not going to be able to find it. Finds it on Burn instead. And an interesting thing here is that Cloud9 are just relentlessly going for the mage. Greater Pyroblast connects. Wealthy Man trying to win the game. Here's a combustion as well. And where is that Kleptomania? Not going to be found. Instead, they're going to get that live cocoon and swap to Korlik. But an interesting thing is that one team has been going for Chanimal and the other team has been going mainly for Jamili in this matchup then.
Well, they're not winning the mage race at all, right? So I feel like going after Chanimal is probably your best solution at this point. Cubsy caught into a polymorph, Chanimal with no any resolve. One nice setup here from the Charlotte Phoenix could close it out, but equally so. I mean, Jamili, he gets interrupted on Arcane. He has to run. He has to hide. Korlik gets put into a polymorph, and this could just be the end of the game. Jamili, Temporal Shield, gets devoured by Chanimal. He blinks into the middle of the map, uses the gateway to escape. Can he escape? He's just rotting down. Cubsy rolls over and finishes it off. And that's going to be it. I mean, Cloud9 show wizard dominance here on Ashermane's Fall.
Charlotte Phoenix goes for the mirror, but that mirror gets shattered. Cloud9 going to be able to win on the composition that they are most likely, I think most people would say they're best known for. And Zico, the first question I want to ask is, do you think that Charlotte Phoenix would go for a play like this again?
It's hard to say, to be honest. Like before this game, I said if they could look in Mage Lock, but it would be insanity, and they did it. So I feel like you know, the fact that Tolvir is still open, right? They won on Nagran, and then Cloud9 won on Nagran, and then Charlotte won on Hook Point, and now we played Asherman. So next map, I assume is going to be a small map. We're going to see Rogue Mage Pally, and if Charlotte Phoenix wins that, we're going to go Game 5 on Tolvir on Arena. And at that point, they honestly could do it again. It's still, I feel like it's still better than their other options. But I think they need to take some kind of risk with their gear. I wanted to see them go full out haste procs, go racing pulse, try to get yourself a cheesy win by just gearing differently. And that's how you're going to knock Cloud9 down. Because I think on the small maps, they have a good answer. They just need something for the larger maps.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll have to see what they do lock in, because Charlotte Phoenix is going to have to figure out something. They only have one more game to work with. After that, Cloud9 is going to be able to get into yet another grand final here. They only need one more game at this point. And keep in mind, the Golden Guardians are waiting in the lower bracket. Whoever does lose this will play against them for a chance to get back to the grand final to play against whoever does win this series. Venruki, what do you think we will see when we head to the next map?
In terms of map, Dalaran Sewers, something really small, I think is likely. Blackrock Hold, Dalaran Sewers. I think Charlotte Phoenix, they want to set up for the small map, the Rogue Mage Paladin once again. And then if they do win that, I think it's going to be another Mage Lock Monk mirror. I think they're going to try to take what they learned, and we're going back to a mirror in game number 5 would be my guess for how the series plays out. But, I mean, it's not a free win as the Rogue Mage Paladin, if that is what we see. And Cloud9, I mean, maybe they do a different blind lock. I think that's extremely doubtful at this point, but Yeah, we'll see. But I do expect the small map.
I just asked our admins as well if they could get a damage breakdown because I was super curious. You know, we were watching the GPIs and everything. And the difference in mages is there. Wealthy Man did 14 million to Jamili's 11 million. But the unsung hero of that one, Chanimal, did 20 million damage to Burns 14 million. So
wow,
definitely the damage difference showing for Cloud9.
Okay, yeah, that's definitely that is a big discrepancy on the side of the locks. Now, I am curious what compositions you're thinking might get locked in here, Hailingstat.
I mean, I agree with what we've been saying. I think small map makes sense. Bring out the Rogue Mage again. Jamili played so good in the Rogue Mage game. I was super impressed. I think that's his element. It's just like the Paladin as well. Just provides so much offensive utility. They do that. They try to take it to Game 5. Game 5 is going to be a tough one. I actually didn't mind the mirror. I thought, you know, they had some decent chances, but it's clearly not going to be advantageous to them against a team that's playing almost exclusively this comp. I wonder if they have like Elemental or something. Maybe Ellie Mage or something could be decent. I don't know. Like, honestly, if we have an answer for big maps against Mage Lock, then a lot of teams would probably pay big money for that. So.
Yeah, Dollar and Sewers was locked in, and Cloud9 confidently going to be able to lock in the same composition. They're going to be able to lock in that Destro, that Fire Mage, and Cubsy going to be on the Monk. Now it's on Charlotte Phoenix to answer here, and you do have to give them credit. It took a lot of courage to go in for the mirror, definitely showing their confidence, which is an important thing in any matchup like this. But now we're just waiting to see what they will actually play. Already today, we found one champion in the EU, and it was very close to being a brand new champion. We're looking at NA right now to see if we will find a similar scenario. Now, Charlotte Phoenix is going to be bringing Jamili again. Nick's going to be back in on the Rogue. Zico, how do you feel about this decision for this next game?
Everything makes sense. No criticism.
Yeah. Very, very, very fair. I feel like you already said it took like a little bit of insanity for them to go for the last composition, but I think that little insanity is definitely a valuable thing to have. Obviously, not winning on it makes it look like it was a bad play sometimes, but having that deviation and throwing a wrench in the series, imagine if it did work, everybody would be saying it was the best idea ever. But now they're going back to something that has already seen a lot of success. For anybody who didn't get to see those previous matchups, Hailingstat, how does this composition that Charlotte Phoenix is using, how does it win?
Well, it's just about like these all-in aggressions and then kind of running. So it's the in and out strategy that we've seen from Rogue Mages for quite a while. They basically play that way no matter which caster they put on their team. With Korlek, you know, they'll be behind the box and then they'll set up a gateway or they'll double blink in. If it's with Mage, they're running Mage right now probably. So they basically they want to run in, do their go, which is where they apply their crowd control to their enemy healer, so the Hammer of Justice, the Polymorphs, the Blind, the Blinding Light, whatever it may be. Try get a kill, try force some major cooldowns, and then once that's over, they want to basically scatter behind pillars, avoid lingering damage, and then rinse and repeat. So that's the way they play these all-ins, very, very scary. Someone like Cubsy, you know, even Cubsy got caught out in Game 2 by it, so even the best can struggle. Cloud9, they've got a tough one up against them on the small map.
All right, yeah, on that small map as well, Zico, I do want to hear your prediction as to who you think will come out on top.
I think we're going to Game 5. I think we're going to go to the sandy sands of Stolver.
Wizard Bear, right?
Yeah, and that's where things are going to be decided.
Okay, maybe we will make it all the way to that Game 5, but first, we need to jump into Game 4. Cloud9, hoping that Zico is wrong here. They're going to try to close this one out. Charlotte Phoenix, though, going to try to make Zico's prediction true as we jump in to this next game in the series.
All right.
A lot of pressure on my prediction now.
Yeah.
Can we just say the caster's prediction?
Zico's prophecy.
That was kind of my prediction as well when you asked me.
Will Zico be right or will Zico be wrong? We'll find out when the gates open.
It all comes down to this. Cloud9 up 2-1 right now. Charlotte Phoenix looking to battle it back with the Rogue Mage Paladin. We'll see if they can do it. They had a beautiful swap. I mean, the last time we saw Charlotte Phoenix play this matchup, they basically got Cubsy's trinket out of the way by going after Chanimal, and then set up a beautiful swap on him out of a polymorph, absolutely destroying him. So, I mean, if Cloud9 isn't careful and Cubsy kind of throws away his trinket, then all of a sudden Charlotte Phoenix is going to have a huge window of opportunity.
Yeah, one thing to note for Cubsy is he is actually playing Conflict and Strife. I believe he was running Vitality Conduit last time they played this matchup, so he's going to be a bit more tanky from that. Of course, the Hammer of Justice and the Kidney, whenever he's put in either of those stuns, he's going to get the double versatility proc from the Conflict, and he's running full versatility since he's a Mistweaver Monk. I actually wonder, to Zico's point about mages going haste procs, I actually think when you run so many verse amps, you can afford to go like 1 or 2 verse procs on Monk as well. It's going to hurt your throughput healing overall, but it means when you do get attacked, because they only proc when you get attacked, you just have so much versatility. It can be really good against rogue mage swaps.
I did a little bit of math on the haste one, and I think after you get rank 12 racing poles, you can afford to stack, or it's better to stack percentage haste. The problem is on TR that's not possible because the cloak cap. But Wealthy Man taking huge damage right now. Could be his cauterize. They have the CC on the Cubs. They get the sap. Another sap. Do they have anything out? Garrote Silence comes out. Wealthy Man's cauterize triggers. And they do get that life cocoon. And this is something that I do like that Charlotte Phoenix is doing here. They're going for the mage, not the warlock. And because the warlock has so much self-healing during the setups that it's extremely hard for them to actually force out his big cooldowns. A lot of those blind attempts are just kind of get botched. We saw that happen a couple of times on hook point. So going after the mage is gonna have a much harder time surviving the kidney shots. Mage is also gonna just have a really long cooldown like that. That cooldown that they just forces a 5-minute cooldown. So if Cubsy wants to be greedy next time, it's gonna be an ice block, and after that he has to trinket. So Cubsy is going to be forced to make, kind of a bad decision there. And if he holds on to his trinket too much and Jamili and Wealthy Man has nothing, then all of a sudden they can also just kill Wealthy Man. They get a nice sheep here.
Ooh, there's a Maledict as well. Wealthy Man definitely in a bit of trouble. Chanimal shuts down the crowd control chain, but Jamili extends it with the Dragon's Breath into another polymorph. Wealthy Man trying to run. Maledict definitely doing a little bit of work here, but it looks like with good defensive play, Wealthy Man should... No, he can't. He's forced into the ice block, and all of a sudden, Charlotte Phoenix, I mean, this game is just looking so good for them. Wealthy Man, no cauterize. He's got no ice block. Jamili's been able to find beautiful crowd control in this match, I must say. Good teamwork between him and Korlek. And right now, I mean, Cloud9, they're kind of forced to this position where they need to start playing defensive because Wealthy Man, he cannot be feeling too safe right now.
Yeah, and this is one of the things, I mean, for the healer, and I really do, again, for Cubsy, I've been in this situation, you really don't want to play Conflict and Strife because Vitality Conduit is just so core to the rotation of cooldowns that you do as Mistweaver. You basically Life Cocoon, 55-second cooldown, and then Vitality Conduit, 45-second cooldown. Both of those rotating between them. You have one for every single DR against Rogue Mage, and it's so powerful. Now that he doesn't have that, you can see these situations where he's actually out of crowd control, but they don't have enough healing to actually keep Wealthy Man alive. He has less tools to kind of outplay with preemptive use before crowd control too. So just the fact that Charlotte Phoenix have scared the living daylight into Cubsy has meant that they now lose that cooldown. And with Ice Block already down, we can expect Charlotte Phoenix to cross the map soon, no trinket on Cubsy, and go for that all-in play.
Jamili just stacked up. He was behind that pillar and just spammed Fireball on the pet and reset his combustion cooldown by a whole minute right now. Nick, though, getting set up. Counter go here from Cloud9 before they push before they pull the trigger here. And anybody could go down right now on Cloud9. Wealthy Man or Cubsy. It's going to be Wealthy Man because they led with the stun. That means there's no swap opportunity here onto Cubsy. Smoke bomb comes out. Full sheep secured as a result of that smoke bomb. Wealthy Man not going to be able to access his counterspell because Jamili is in that smoke bomb. And there we go. Sap coming out now onto Cubsy. Do they have the blinding light? Korlik is in position. He gets it, but it removes Wealthy Man's bleeds. And the health stone plus the peels from Chanimal with that unending resolve means that Wealthy Man is going to survive. And if I have one criticism right now of Charlotte Phoenix on that setup is that they led with the stun. If they can lead with the blinding light, it's always going to be a better setup. Or if they can start it with the smoke bomb, because then Cubsy has to be afraid of getting destroyed in a stun like the last time they fought each other.
Very interesting. I mean, Wealthy Man definitely survived that really scary moment. If you look, he's only got about a minute and 30 seconds left on both his major defensive cooldowns. And once those are alive and online, then all of a sudden Charlotte Phoenix, they lose a lot of kill potential. Nick, though, he's getting swapped to. He gets stunned into Immortal Coil. Jamili doing what he can to try to keep him alive, but that's going to be it.
Wow.
Cloud9, they send Charlotte Phoenix down to the lower bracket, to the Golden Guardians, and Cloud9 once again advance to the grand finals, absolutely dominating everybody with this composition.
Yeah, I mean, domination is definitely going to be the main thing that you do need to say in a situation like this. Zico, break down how that did happen.
It all came down to that final setup there. They weren't able to secure the kill onto Wealthy Man, and the reason why is because Chanimal is Chanimal, activating his unending resolve, making himself, immune to just spell lock, counter spell, everything like that. Jamili could have shut down some of those fears, but instead Jamili was just getting spam feared over and over and over again when they were trying to get that kill onto Wealthy Man. And after that, they still would have had a good win condition because Blind was coming back up, and Wealthy Man had no ice block, so Cubsy would probably have to just trinket it. But again, the counter setups from C9 as Charlotte Phoenix is making that final push is what allows them to turn the tides of that game and actually secure themselves that win. And Korlik also bubbled offensively, by the way, during that botched kill attempt. So they went really all in and weren't able to kill.
Now, let's talk about what the next series is going to look like, because now with that, Charlotte Phoenix drops down to play against the Golden Guardians in the lower side of the bracket. Healing Stat, you already told us a little bit earlier what you thought of this matchup. After seeing Charlotte Phoenix play, do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I mean, I think Charlotte Phoenix still look really good in this series. It's a tough team, right? No one's reliably beaten Cloud9 really in North America for a very long time. They lost some of the cups to the boys, now Space Station, but ever since it's been the Arena World Championship, they've looked nigh unbeatable once again. So tough series, but I still think that the Rogue Mage Pala from this team and the Rogue Lock Pala looks good. I think both of those are scary for Golden Guardians. And if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure the team that knocked Golden Guardians down to the lower bracket was this squad. So definitely I would still give advantage to Nick and their team.
All right, well, keep that in mind because we still do have 2 series left. The next one is an elimination series that will determine which team gets to play against Cloud9 in the grand final. It is going to be Charlotte Phoenix versus the Golden Guardians. That's coming up right after this.
be a little bit more crowd control on Looney, then Method Black will close out this game. Adamaster's going to fall. Adamaster's going to fall. Bomb drops. Kidney shot on Bledsoe. Massive damage, and Method Black does it. Big takedown.
Entirety of both teams, honestly. Chun-Li at the preemptive defuse magic, but they're just so far behind. Greggy can't do anything. He has no cooldowns left. If Snuts is able to connect one more kidney shot, well done. The Shadows the kidney shot, and Snuts is in the top 3. Don't you ever put Snuts on the bench again!
It has been a day filled with AWC action. Already we have crowned a champion in the EU, and now we only have 2 more series before we crown another champion. And to cover all the action, we got Venruki, Zico, and Supatis on the desk. Sid, you got a pretty decent break with the way that those matchups did play out. Did anything in particular catch your eye that you want to talk about with everybody?
I mean, I'm pretty surprised that WizK Locke was able to beat Thugonomics Locke.
Oh yeah, you've been gone for a while.
That was...
Yesterday?
I was getting ready for that last series to go to Game 5. I was like, okay, Wealthy Man's going to die. We're getting Wizard Mirror on Tolvaron. This is going to be another 15 minutes. That's what I was expecting. And then I was like, oh, he didn't die. All right.
So coming into this one, obviously, yeah, you did get to see Golden Guardians surprise quite a few of us by WizK breaking out the Warlock. What do you think we are going to see on the blind pick in the Grand Arena?
I mean, he can't play Shadow Priest because Korlik plays Holy Paladin. There's no way. He can't.
Yeah. Just to add some context to that, WizK literally tweeted out, he's like, you can't use Shadow Resist Aura against me now, or something like that.
Oh,
it doesn't counter me now.
Don't make Jelly go off the bench.
I mean, their team is like double countered by it though too, right? Because then on top of that, like
Gushing
it's gushing, yeah. So it's like literally all of their damage. WizK and gushing wounds is like, all right, what are we gonna do, guys? Yeah. So very true. But do you think it is gonna be the Warlock that we actually do see?
What else?
What else could there be, right? So.
I think RM Pala's going to just totally destroy Roguelock Shaman, though, if Jamili locks in Game 1 with RM Pala.
Do you agree, Venruki?
Yeah. I think that would be a decent blind pick. The problem, I don't know. I don't think RPS is that bad of a matchup into Rogue Mage Paladin.
Yeah, I guess
I don't think
it's a mind
it's
game.
horrible. I think it's a bit of a mind game that's going to be going on right now, to be honest with you. Because, like I said, we've seen them with the RPS in the past do exceptionally well into the Rogue Mage Paladin. They're going to be really, really durable. I mean, Nick also on that Windwalker Monk, or on that Rogue, of course, they're going to get a lot of benefit from, having conflict and strife. So it's not going to be super easy for them to burst anyone down. Honestly, I kind of expect Nick to play Windwalker Monk. Like for Charlotte Phoenix, I think it is going to be the Windwalker Destro Paladin or Warrior Destro Paladin as a blind pick for Charlotte Phoenix.
Okay. We will be finding out very shortly. If you are just tuning in, I know we have already mentioned it, but I just want to make sure that you do know this is for the grand final. Whoever does win this gets to play against Cloud9. So we're either going to have a rematch or we are going to see Golden Guardians going on one of the deepest runs that we've seen out of them. But already we're setting up for... I don't think that coming into this weekend, this was necessarily a grand final that most people would have predicted, Zico.
I mean, we would have predicted Cloud9 to be there, but Charlotte Phoenix or the Golden Guardian, honestly, as their opponent, not something that we expected. If you would have said maybe Method Orange or Space Station Gaming, that's kind of what we, coming into the whole season, those are the teams that we expected to be, the upper tier teams. But it's been interesting to see, honestly, all of these guys, what they've been able to do so far. A lot of these newer rosters in Europe and in North America coming together and shaking things up in the meta and shaking things up in the standings. It's awesome.
Yeah, and with that, let's just jump right in. It's time to see who's going to take this one. Is it going to be Charlotte Phoenix or the Golden Guardians?
All right,
Well, I was going to say, this looks like an interesting matchup. I mean, Golden Guardians are going to be playing WizK on the Destruction Warlock, Peekaboo on the Rogue, and Absurge on the Shaman. So it's essentially a mirror match, except one key difference. I mean, Korlik, of course, will be playing that Paladin. I think for Absurge, he adds more disruption with the grounding totem, with the wind shear. If he can find hexes, that's going to be great. But I think in terms of sheer defense, Korlek definitely is going to have an edge in this one.
All right, Peekaboo and Nick both crossing center field, trying to find saps, but not going to, as Burn and WizK meet each other in midfield. And this is kind of the story of WizK. Can WizK Warlock beat Burn Warlock? Can it get to the finals to face off against Chanimal Warlock? WizK really going to be tested in this tournament overall. He beat the first Warlock boss, Thugonomics.
Yeah, beat Thugonomics, and now he's going to have to go after Burn, and this is not going to be an easy matchup. Peekaboo actually putting a little bit of attention over onto Nick, trying to get some damage rolling onto him, as both Warlocks are exchanging Chaos Bolts. Smoke Bomb does land. Peekaboo looking to get aggressive right now. Does he have the blind available for himself? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to find it on Korlek just yet. There's the full blind. Big damage here on Burn potentially, but he gets topped off, looking like he's going to be fine. The sap comes in from Peekaboo onto Korlek, and now Burn. This is a really scary moment. The Dressagath lands. Mortal Coil swats Peekaboo away for a second. WizK responds with a Mortal Coil of his own, looking for a Chaos Bolt, but Nick shuts that down. I think Nick, in this situation, should be able to stabilize his team, and the attempt from the Golden Guardians should be over.
Korlek recovering with the Avenging Wrath, moving in for a Hammer of Justice. WizK isolated for a moment, blinding light out, but it's actually Nick and Burn that are on the back foot. They have to use Cloak of Shadows. Sap out of blinding light. Beautiful play by Nick. WizK could easily fall here. Silenced and blasted down in midfield. Another sap out from Nick. WizK is absolutely getting destroyed out in midfield. Charlotte Phoenix go for an all-in, and Golden Guardians could do nothing to stop it.
Wow, yeah, very well done. So Supertees calls the all-in. Zico, what do you make of that all-in that Charlotte Phoenix threw forward here?
I mean, that was awesome. They force out Abster's Trinket with the blind. They play the Blinding Light. They go in. They get the Hammer of Justice. They get the Blinding Light. And Abster's trinketed before Nick used his Vanish on that blind. So he could just sap off the Blinding Light instead of, blind, vanish, sap. If Abster's Trinket's, a follow-up there, it's going to stop this situation here. But it's always a tricky call. If you trinket too late, and you get resapped on your trinket, you're gonna look bad. It's really tough to make the right call, if you are Absterge in his defense. But yeah, just beautiful execution there. Charlotte Phoenix, definitely, you can tell this is one of their main comps, and they're not gonna lose to K-Lock in an almost mirror.
Yeah, how do you think now, after seeing that, Supertees, what are you expecting the rest of the series to actually look like?
Well, there's two scary moments, right? It's blind sap and Absterge used trinket, and then there's another scary moment called Paladin blinding light sap, and then if he doesn't have a way to get out of it, then maybe WizK just dies through everything. So Absterge could mirror, he could play Paladin too.
You imagine?
that would be wild.
For the Charlotte Phoenix, if I had to say that one comp was their main comp, this would be it.
Yeah.
This is their main comp, the Rogue with the Destro with the Paladin. They have extremely good crowd control and burst setup. So, if the Golden Guardians have Absterge on the Paladin and they actually just decide to go for a straight mirror, that would be definitely quite the statement, but I think it would be really, really difficult. But
it would be almost as
what can they really
it'd
do?
Be almost as crazy as the statement that they made, Charlotte Phoenix made in the last series, right? But sometimes you are in a situation where that bold statement is the only real option that you do have, kind of like Zico and I wearing these shirts today. It's just the only thing that you can do.
Sometimes you just gotta risk it, right?
Okay, I'm making a bold statement. Okay, I'm doing the second button.
Is that bold, Rich?
All right, I'm making the bold statement for them. Okay.
Wait, you're making a bold statement? You said?
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna make that joke while I still can. Go ahead, Sid. What's your bold statement?
I just did my second button undone, okay? That's my bold statement. Absterge didn't make a bold statement, though. I was gonna say I'm gonna undo my second button like Absterge is about to do playing Paladin, and then he didn't play Paladin. He let me down.
Okay. I was expecting a bold prediction, but you're simply undressing. Now let's keep talking about what is going to happen in this draft. Oh, it's already locked in. Never mind. So we are going to see the Warlock and the Rogue, and no Pally is going to come out here for Carl. we are going to see him staying on the Shaman. Zico, what tweaks do you want to see on Ashmanes?
Maybe I think it's just gameplay things, you know. Like I think just try to respond a little differently to the blinds. Try to respond if Absterge can, you know, drop an Earth Elemental when Korlik is pushing in. That's gonna stall their go by, you know, 40 seconds or so. Just small things like that. If he trinkets after Nick uses his Vanish, it's gonna be a little bit harder for Nick to sap him because you know he's gonna have to rely on that Shadow Meld. Just things like that. I think small tweaks are gonna allow them to survive that situation. But I'm not sure what they need to do to actually land the kill. I feel like if they want to land the kill, it's gotta be at the back of a swap to Korlik, or at the back of a Hex, or at the back of a Smoke Bomb. That's really the only kind of tools that I see on the side of Golden Guardians that can net them a kill.
Okay, well, we're jumping into this one. Will Charlotte Phoenix be able to get on a match point nice and quick, or will the Golden Guardians strike back?
I mean, the Golden Guardians are going to have to strike back if they want to stay in this tournament. But I think it's an uphill battle. They have to avoid these big all-in setups. Give Absters the opportunity to use that Shaman utility, the Purge, the Wind Shear, the Grounding. Those are what are going to be able to, you know, give him the advantage in the matchup if he can find it. But it's just so much crowd control from Charlotte Phoenix when they decide to pull the trigger with the blind from the Rogue, with the blind from the Paladin. It can be very overwhelming to deal with, especially, you know, if you're getting a Blessing of Protection on Burn. That just allows him to do basically what he wants. But Golden Guardians, they're going to be looking to get aggressive. The blind sap onto Korlik. Unfortunately, it breaks. That's a bit of a disaster. They're not going to be getting too much from that sap, as I think it was an Infernal from WizKid that actually broke that, but definitely unfortunate for Golden Guardians.
I mean, that's the main pivot point, is the blind in the matchup, so they lose one major way of winning. And right now, Absterge is in a blinding light. If he trinkets, he's going to lose to blind. They're trying to hold strong here with the Unending Resolve and Mortal Coil. They do manage to survive through the blinding light. Nice Hex on Korlik, excellently timed. Right during his Avenging Wrath, he's going to lose out on all that bonus healing, and look at the damage. I mean, all three players are very low on health. If WizK is able to find a Chaos Bolt here, it could be devastating. He goes for it. Burn Nether wards it back at WizK. Korlik is struggling. Peekaboo's owning him right now at the pillar, going back and forth. Blind on Absterge. See how he decides to deal with it. Is he going to save the trinket? No, decides to break out and stabilize WizK with the Vitality Conduit. Now Korlik is patiently waiting for that blinding light to become available again so he can start another crowd control chain. It's going to be that Vanish from Nick, the Shadow Meld, Re-Stealth Rachel as well to re-sap that crowd control chain. How are they going to survive it?
I really don't know. I mean, without WizK having that Unending Resolve, Peekaboo's going to have to pull out some miracles here. Kidney Shot now into Peekaboo. Do they have any damage on him? Doesn't look like it. Maybe just mostly Shutdown coming in from Nick. Peekaboo responds with his own Kidney Shot. I mean, the Rogues are just going after each other, but none of them really accomplishing, or neither of them really accomplishing anything on one another. Now going back to the Warlocks, trying to deny the cast, trying to deny the Chaos Bolts. If they can, the all-in setup from the Charlotte Phoenix should be coming here shortly. And I mean, the question is, what is Absterge going to be able to do? Maybe a pre-Earthen Wall totem, if he can, a pre-Spirit Link totem, something might have to be done. But I mean, if the Golden Guardians can hold on through that setup, there's actually a Hex snuck in. Burn actually could be in some trouble. But here's the double Mortal Coil. Beautiful Dispel. There's the blind onto Korlik. Burn still rotting down. Chaos Bolt's landing on WizK. Absterge deals with it. Decent setup coming in here. Nick actually shuts down the sap with a beautiful cheap shot on Peekaboo. Super unfortunate for the Golden Guardians, but despite that, they are still pushing forward. Cheap shot on Nick. Kitty shot on Burn. Good control here from the Golden Guardians. A ton of pressure, Sid.
They really need to get that blinding light from Korlik as soon as possible onto Absterge, but they're struggling just to even stay alive at the moment. Korlik gets interrupted by WizK. Peekaboo Shatter steps over to kill him. Beautiful combo. Nice comeback. Golden Guardians tie at 1-1.
Hey, let's talk about how they were able to do it. It kind of looked like it was going to be a quick series after that first game, but Golden Guardians very quickly, Zico, showing us that they have plenty of tricks still up their sleeve, even if it's not going to be on the compositional front.
It just seems to me like having the Shamans, you know, extra lockdown, extra interrupts, grounding totem, helps swing the momentum in your favor. Having, Purge as well for things like Nether Ward, it just helps you out immensely, I think, in terms of keeping the pressure on the side of the Golden Guardians. The one thing that they need to worry about is those big all-ins, and this time Absterge did exactly what we were kind of talking about in the pre-game. When he got blinded, he had an Earth Elemental down, keeping him in combat, things like that really goes a long way. He was waiting a little bit with Trinket, and then he insta-Trinket, used the Vitality, good response from Absterge. And the thing that really set them ahead here was that Absterge actually secured a Hex, then they got the blind, and Corlick decided to sit through all of the CC. And when he did that, they just got so much pressure on everybody. Then a beautiful spell luck from WizK to just secure the game. And WizK with these counter spells, man, I feel like WizK, he's like, oh, so this is what it feels like to have a kick, huh? This is pretty good. And I don't even need to be in line of sight of the guy I'm kicking. Okay, I can get used to this. Okay. I think WizK is just becoming a lockman at this point, because this is the second game they win like that. They won a game against Space Station at the back of one of his spell locks as well. With Gorecki on the party.
WizK is kind of just the GOAT, man. Like you have to, we have to give it to him. I mean, we've said it so many times. It's just this weird dynamic when the team overall has been criticized for not picking up as many compositions as we would like to see them play, but WizK's always been the player who can just pick up nearly anything. It truly is incredible to see what he's been able to do.
Yeah, he's just an excellent WoW player. I mean, he's a great strategist. Can always just, show up when he is needed. He rarely has a bad day, if ever, to be honest with you. I don't remember seeing too many mistakes from him specifically, but it is nice to see him on the Destruction Warlock. I was just thinking, could you imagine a world where WizK tournament debut on the Destruction Warlock, at least for this season, comes in, he takes down Thugonomics, he takes down Burn, and then he gets the trifecta in the grand finals against Channel. That would be it. That would be legendary.
That would be absolutely wild. And now we are going to Tolvaron Arena, Zico. What's this extra space going to add into the equation?
Well, it's kind of what we talked about a little bit earlier. When Peekaboo gets to bully the healers, that's when you're gonna have a good time. If you are the Golden Guardians on the larger map, it's gonna be a little bit more tricky. The good news is, if they play a Paladin on the side of Charlotte Phoenix, the Paladin still is gonna have to push in and try to get aggressive with Peekaboo, or against the Golden Guardians. Try to look for those hammers. Try to look for those blinding lights, and that's still going to be an opportunity for the Golden Guardians to get aggressive on that healer. So I would have liked to see a Monk actually on Tolvir, just because I feel like the Monk going to win that long game, and the Monk is not really going to be like a factor that you can swap to on a map like that.
Okay, we are going to see the WizK Warlock yet again. It very clearly in this tournament has been the move. What does Charlotte Phoenix want to do here, in your opinion, Supatis?
I mean, this time around, WizK just got his abilities off. He got his Unending Resolve off at a high health. He saved Mortal Coil for it, so he didn't die or even really dip low during the Blinding Light, and that wasn't the case in game number 1. So perhaps the Golden Guardians are sturdier than they appear if they save those Mortal Coils, and it means that Charlotte Phoenix will have to win in a window outside of those blinds and the blinding lights.
Okay, well, we're jumping into Tolvaron Arena. It's all tied up 1-1. Who is going to pull ahead, the Golden Guardians or Charlotte Phoenix?
Well, let's see. I mean, like we kind of talked about, for Charlotte Phoenix, they have superior, all-in crowd control if they can find it. For Golden Guardians, they have some tools that Absterge, on the rest of Shaman can use. The Wind Shear, the Grounding, the Purge, all excellent. Even the Hex, I mean, that's a great crowd control that they can utilize. They just have to avoid those all in, and if they can, and they can get Corlick on the back foot and force Charlotte Phoenix defensive, that's when I think things can kind of snowball in favor of the Golden Guardians.
Well, let's see if they can get it done here. Gates have opened. Both Warlocks get their gateways. No saps just yet, but Peekaboo's pretty close. He gets a sap. Kidney shot on Burn. How is Nick going to help the team here? He's going to cheap shot Peekaboo, but he gets rooted before he can get back to silence WizK. Nice Earth Grab totem there by Absterge early on, reducing some nice crowd control and early pressure from Nick. Double Mortal Coil from Burn as he tries to deflect the Golden Guardians back. WizK in a kidney shot.
Korlik not in position to go for crowd control just yet. He's snared by that Earthbind totem still. And we're just waiting for Charlotte Phoenix to pull the trigger on their blind or their blinding light. They're just playing it patient, trading Chaos Bolts in the midfield, trying to develop some pressure before going for crowd control. Burn is taking a ton of damage right now. Smoke Bomb gets dropped. Is he just going to die? Huge pressure from the Golden Guardians. They go for the blind.
Nice sack.
Oh, beautiful preemptive play. And now Korlik engages with crowd control, and it's going to be WizK in trouble.
Yeah, WizK in trouble. Korlik with the heads-up sacrifice denies the blind. Unfortunately, they just made that blind a little bit too obvious. Korlik was able to read that situation, play it perfectly, and now will be ahead in terms of cooldowns. WizK looking for a Chaos Ball. Burn still in trouble. A Hex! It sneaks in. Absurge potential with game-winning crowd control. Burn gets interrupted. He can't use anything defensive. Peekaboo actually just throws the kidney shot onto Korlik, and it looks like Korlik and Burn will be rotting down quite a bit. Korlik trying to play catch-up, but with no Avenging Wrath. I mean, Golden Guardians, they have great damage and great pressure. Nick actually with a beautiful Vanish Sap onto Absurge. Really difficult spot for Absurge to be in right now. He might have to Trinket and use the Spirit Link. The Chaos Bolt will land. He greeds it, gets the Spirit Link. Nicely done by Absurge, but a beautiful sap by Nick out of the fear, and that really set his team up nicely.
Peekaboo's actually going after Korlik a little bit there, trying to pressure him. Absurge pushes up to Windshear Hex, but he gets Shadow Step kicked by Nick. That's going to put Absurge pretty far behind here. Burn trades out the Unending Resolve. He's trying to get both defensive and aggressive with it. Korlik needs to buy 8 more seconds for the team. Are they going to be able to even get 8 more seconds? Burn is getting blasted. Vitality Conduit stabilizes, but they're all down at half health. Avenging Wrath comes up, but he gets hexed on it. He has to bubble out of Hex to try and recover Burn, but now WizK on the back foot. Earthen Wall Totem placed down to stabilize him. Cooldown after cooldown traded between these two teams. They are running thin in terms of defense. Anyone could fall at any point. Infernal's called in for WizK. He's going to be ramping 30 seconds before Burn. Full blind on Absurge. Is he really going to try and sit this? There's such a limited amount of defense. WizK Nether wards a Chaos Bolt. Absurge sits through the blind. They deny the sap. Nick couldn't find one. Korlik's trying to go for a heal, but he's very afraid of getting spell locked. WizK is still being blasted out in midfield. Double Mortal Coil kidney shot. Dark Soul active for WizK. This next Chaos Bolt could be lethal. If WizK can get it, he needs to fake cast the interrupts. I think he got through all the interrupts. One Chaos Bolt. Oh, kidney shot right at the end. But Peekaboo keeps the crowd control chain still going. WizK needs to just find a Chaos Bolt. He's just not able to. He's totally locked out by that kidney shot Infernal Stun. And now that they've survived WizK's Dark Soul, Burn is ready and waiting to use his.
Yeah, Burn looking to get aggressive. Peekaboo actually trinkets out to keep the lockdown on Burn as Absurge moves forward. Maybe looking for a wind shear, maybe looking for a hex, but they need to kind of play aggressive in this situation. Golden Guardians could be in some trouble. The kidney shot on WizK. Absurge, though, sat the blind earlier on. Keep that in mind. So he can use this trinket when he really wants to. There's going to be no blind threat for at least another minute, but the problem is if they get his trinket now, then the blind is potentially game-winning. So having your trinket desynced with blind can definitely backfire. Absurge is going to have to be careful of that. If we look at mana, relatively even for both of these teams right now, but there's just been so much pressure. About 4 minutes into the game right now, and a full Hammer of Justice onto Absurge. Do they have the damage to take WizK down? Double Blinding Light comes in, but unfortunately it removes the bleeds from WizK also. That's going to be slowing down their offensive push. Nick gets the Vanish Sap. Cheap shot on Peekaboo. Nick trying to set up his team, continuing the crowd control chain, and WizK could be in a lot of trouble if Burn gets one Chaos Bolt. He does. It's Dark Soul also. Playing with fire, spell lock on Burn. WizK looking to reverse the pressure. All 3 members of the Golden Guardians, so they are rotting down here, Sid.
Guess what comes up in 7 seconds? Guess what Absurge doesn't have? Blind comes up, and Absurge doesn't have a way out of it. How are the Golden Guardians going to pull this off? Burn gets stunned away. They're in their Earthen Wall Totem, but Nick is just happy to wait for that. All right, the Earthen Wall Totem's over. Nick is going to have to try and go for the blind here momentarily. Infernal Stun. They're trying to scare Nick away. Can they scare Nick away? Absurge standing right on top of WizK, getting ready for this. Kidney shot on WizK. Nick, why? He's sitting on the blind for so long. They have a big opening now. Korlik caught into a blind. Peekaboo is going to lead here. If they can kill Burn before Nick even gets a chance to blind, Golden Guardians will take it. Nick is still waiting, just not going for it. Burn might just die on Ending Resolve on very low health. Absurge moving in with that Spirit Walker's Grace Hex, but it's on diminishing return. Maybe it doesn't matter, just that little extra time. Full blind, no trinket. WizK needs to Unending Resolve. He does it at very high health, and it looks like he's going to be able to soak through. Do they have a Shadow Melt Sap, no follow-up. And, I mean, that was supposed to be the scary moment of the game. Golden Guardians easily deflect, and now Burn on the back foot. He's still in midfield. If WizK gets a Chaos Bolt here, it could easily be the end of the game. He fears Nick away. He banishes the Fell Hunter. Chaos Bolt. Burn Nether wards it right back at him. And Infernal stuns the follow-up. Beautiful shutdown on WizK there by Burn.
Yeah, now into a Kidney Shot. They're looking to reverse it. Kidney Shot also on WizK. Both Destruction Warlocks getting controlled here in the midfield. 6% dampening. Mana relatively even. Vendetta's rolling for Peekaboo right now, but really not netting too many defensives. They did get the Unending Resolve. I mean, that's pretty nice trade there for the Golden Guardians. WizK, though, with not too much left. No Unending Resolve for another 3 minutes. Hammer of Justice on Absurd. Do they have anything else to follow it up? Potentially a double Blinding Light. Burn, though, getting pressured down. And it just seems like Golden Guardians, they've got the momentum. They're keeping Burn on the back foot. As I say that, Nick rolls over for a cheap shot on Peekaboo. Gets the Garrote Silence on WizK. Trying to carry the pressure for his team. Burn gates away, realizing maybe they're in a bit of trouble right now, needing to reposition, trying to move away. Absur's looking to sneak in a Hex. Can he find it? Manages to find it. Now Nick, he's in trouble. WizK, does he have a Chaos Bolt? Nick forced to use his Cloak of Shadows, and now Nick, no Trinket, no Cloak of Shadows. Peekaboo equally, though, with no cooldowns. In a Kidney Shot, Smoke Bomb, that could just be it. Absurd runs in, he gets the Spirit Link, and it was actually an MVP Shadow Fury from WizK that slowed them down enough, bought Absurd enough time to get that Spirit Link, and now Golden Guardians are looking to reverse it with a blind onto Corlick here.
Whoever gets momentum is going to win the game right now. Golden Guardians are building it. Burns down at half. He Nether wards to avoid some damage. Corlick gets out of crowd control, but a smoke bomb gets dropped. Who's going to die? Corlick rolls into the bomb, but he walks into a fear. Peekaboo desperately trying to get a kill here for his team. Absurd has no mana left. WizK is feared away. Peekaboo is stunned. Charlotte Phoenix look to take down Peekaboo. Absurd breaks out of the blind. How can he keep Peekaboo alive? He Vitality Conduits. He heals himself with Ghost Wolf. Some free healing. He's trying to Lightning Bolt. Absurd is doing whatever he can with little resources that he has to get every single point he can in this game. Absurd's recovering in Ghost Wolf. Astral shifts the Chaos Bolt. WizK gets stunned away. Double Mortal Coil by Burn. Spell lock by WizK denies the Chaos Bolt. Corlick is just dying in the backline to a sack dot. Maybe they could switch over to him. He still has Divine Shield, though. Burn activates his Dark Soul. WizK has his rolling. It's going to be a race here. Absurge pops that Ascendance. He needs to get as many heals out as he can right now with that a cooldown up, but he gets spell locked on it. Game-winning spell lock here from Burn. Corlick is moving in. He's laying down the Judgments. He doesn't go all the way, though, for the Hammer of Justice. WizK still on the back foot. Earthen Wall is down. WizK's defense is bolstered. Corlick moves in. He gets the hammer. Absurge can't heal. Peekaboo gets feared out of the Earthen Wall, but he stunned Nick right before it. Blinding Light ends up breaking. Big mistake here by Charlotte Phoenix. That crowd control was necessary. They lose out on it. Corlick's got a little bit more in the tank, though, with the Avenging Wrath. Going for that Holy Light. Needs to get a lot of procs here. He gets another one on the Holy Light. Absurge, look at him. He's got no mana. He's silenced. He's at 30% health. Nick is just going at him, but that actually might be a blessing in disguise. As a Resto Shaman, you can heal yourself without spending mana by just going into Ghost Wolf. Nick needs to kill Absurge, or he might just be wasting his time, but he gets rooted behind the pillar. Nick's attack on Absurge could backfire, and this could open an opportunity for the Golden Guardians. They get the Unending Resolve from Burn, and they've realized chasing Absurge is the lost cause. They go after WizK. He blows his Unending Resolve instantly. This is such a tight race. No mana, basically no cooldowns on either side, but Corlick is sapped by Peekaboo. Vendetta is rolling. Peekaboo's going for the solo kill across the map on Burn. Can he find it? Corlick denies it with the sacrifice. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so back and forth in this game. The Vendetta is rolling. The sacrifice should be enough. Nick, though, also getting low with no Cloak of Shadows. He gets caught into a stun. Vitality Conduit lands. WizK looking for a Chaos Bolt. Finds one onto Nick. And both these healers that they've used, basically, they've exhausted all their resources. Absurge's trying to sit this blind if he can. WizK in a Kidney Shot, but with no Unending Resolve, he cannot be feeling too confident. Burn also in a Kidney Shot. Both these rogues putting out immense pressure. One Chaos Bolt lands for Burn. Absurge doing everything he can to keep WizK alive. Corlick in the backline, looking for a heal. Fakes the Wind Shear from Absurge, and now Absurge actually gets feared. Burn! Chaos Bolt lands. WizK trying to close it. Burn's just holding on by a thread, and Peekaboo manages to take him down. Nice setup there by both these teams. It's just so evenly fought the entire match, and I can't believe it. The Golden Guardians once again putting another point on the board. They're up 2-1 in the series, and now the Charlotte Phoenix, their back is against the wall. I mean, are they going to be able to come back in the series? I mean, with how close that game was, I think it's absolutely possible.
I mean, it's absolutely possible, but it's absolutely volatile, right? It's just like, I think that this series is still just so very much up in the air. But Zico, how do you feel about it? You're the expert. Break down what you think is going to happen with the rest of the series after what we just saw in that game.
There's been so many good series today. Can we just like take a second and just appreciate that? This game, I mean, it could have ended 2 minutes into the game, and it took them, like almost 10 minutes to finish the game. And that's because both teams are playing insane. Both teams are setting up win conditions. Both teams are making plays. And both teams are responding. And this is the result. Two teams just playing super, super well.
Zico, if you had to pick one or two moments to actually highlight, what would they be?
Well, I did pick actually 2 moments to highlight. So you'll see what they
We'll
will
see.
be. All right, so moment number 1, it's got to be the sap from Nick a little bit early in the match. Forced out a lot of cooldowns. And you can see it right here, full fear secured onto Absturge. Nick dropping the smoke bomb to make sure that Absturge drops combat in that fear. Gets the sap, sets up his team to force out massive cooldowns. And right after that happened, Absturge actually just activated Spirit Walker's Grace, ran in, hexed Korlik, and forced out the bubble himself. So I don't have a clip of that, but the clip right after that as well, this is Peekaboo. Shadow Step, he's getting Dark Soul, Chaos Bolted, and Dressed on like 20%. Absturge is in a blind that he does Trinket out, but Pika Shadow Steps the Dress Trinket and stops the Chaos Bolt. Only reason why he survives here as well. Both of these teams just making insane plays. Both of these rogues setting up their teams and just escaping. And if I could have another clip, I would clip Absturge surviving on 10% behind the pillar with Nick, and then rooting him after his Cloak of Shadows, and then surviving and just putting his whole team on his back there. I would have clipped more hexes. I mean, this game was an entire highlight reel.
Yeah, Super Tease, I kind of feel the same way. I feel like this one was an entire highlight reel. I feel like today's kind of just been a highlight reel in general.
Absolutely. It has been great.
We need to make a montage of what's going on in these games.
I'm pretty sure that on the WoW Esports Twitter, there are going to be top 5s and things like that. So
Yeah, top 5. It's going to have to be like top 100 from this
We're going to
week.
make a montage.
No, wait.
You should just put up the whole VOD.
Well, that's one of the great things
Just
about
click the entire
YouTube. It's
VOD.
already, you're watching the VOD. So yeah, if you ever do want to watch any of it back, you can do it live as well. But yeah, I mean, but here's the secret. You know, if next week, if the plays aren't as good, then you use a couple from this week, then you get 2 top 5s. It's called banking evergreen content. Because I feel like all of these series have truly been evergreen content. They're just good. Wow. Now we are going to see Golden Guardians are going to be locking in a composition that I don't even think that we knew that they had until today. And now it just seems like the move every single time. WizK, Warlock main confirmed. Now it's on Charlotte Phoenix to decide what they're going to play in this situation, or if they are just going to keep on rocking what they have been rocking. Then Ricky, what do you want to see?
I mean, I don't have to guess. I was going to guess, and then it got locked
Yeah.
in. So, I mean, spoiler alert, it is going to be the exact same matchup we've seen. And like I kind of alluded to, I mean, this is just one of those matchups that these teams are very evenly matched, very back and forth. It just seems like if one team slips up at the wrong moment, that's when they could lose at any point. But, I mean, when you get so late, what dampening was that? 40% or something like that?
It wasn't that high. It was like 27 or so.
All right, with 27%, you know, a modest amount of dampening, but still, with these
drop bit of
compositions,
damp.
yeah, just a drop in the damp bucket. But yeah, I mean, even past 20% dampening, I mean, things become really, really volatile just with the nature of these compositions. There's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of swaps. Healer's mana is getting taxed. I think it's just going to come down to, you know, who plays better in the series, who makes those little outplays, who finds those moments to actually take down their opponent in a big all-in. And Golden Guardians are up 2-1 right now. Things are looking good, but Charlotte Phoenix, if there's any team that could come back in this type of rogue lock matchup, I definitely think it's them.
Of the Diaper Gnome, Robodrome. Golden Guardians lead by 2. They're looking to close out this series, get a spot in the first grand final that they've been in I don't even know how long it's been since they've been in a grand final.
Probably BlizzCon.
Probably BlizzCon.
2
Yeah,
years
2
ago.
BlizzCons ago. Before, like, it seemed like we were going to see more and more of them casting, but all of the sudden, they finally get that resurgence that they need. They start multi-classing. They get the top 6, already a huge surprise. Then they make it to the top 4, then top 3, and now they want to keep on trucking. Will they be able to do it, or will Charlotte Phoenix be able to slow them down here?
Charlotte Phoenix have to. This is a match point. If they lose here, they're out of the tournament. 3rd place. Golden Guardians get a shot at Cloud9 in the grand finals. Peekaboo immediately opening on Burn. Nick opening on WizK. Moving towards Absturge. Blind engaged. Charlotte Phoenix lead aggressively. Blind on Corlick. Peekaboo intercepts. Corlick's now playing the Gladiator's Medallion, so he can break out of those blinds every 2 minutes. A big change for the team. Gets the Hammer of Justice, still on diminishing return. Doesn't want to go for the Blinding Light just yet. It will be on diminishing return. The early aggression has been thwarted. A full Hex sneaked in by Absturge. That could be game-breaking if they can push Burn over the edge here. Not enough damage, it looks like. Maybe. Infernals, double Cataclysm. WizK's ramping. He gets interrupted on Banish, which means Chaos Bolt can be casted. Burn Nether wards it on such low health. Very scary moment for Burn, but he clutches it out.
Yeah, Burn has been doing a really good job with his Nether Wards. He's reflected some very key Chaos Bolts coming in from WizK, reversing that pressure. But now it's Peekaboo, who could be in a little bit of trouble. The kidney shot lands, but it ultimately will survive. The Vitality Conduit from Absturge will keep him in the fight. Nice kick there by Peekaboo as Burn is rotting down. If WizK can find a Chaos Bolt, this could be absolutely horrifying for the team of Charlotte Phoenix. But the double Mortal Coil from Burn slows down the onslaught. And it looks like Burn will be able to survive, buying Corlick just a little bit of time to actually get those heals out. But Peekaboo has to be careful. I mean, he still has his trinket. He's got defensives to work with, but Burn is really rotting him down in this match. And if Nick comes back with a kidney shot, a smoke bomb, there is potential that they could take him down.
I mean, Peekaboo is attacking Corlick a lot here on match point. He's really putting the pressure and testing Corlick's healing capability. And I mean, I don't blame him. You're on match point. You still have a game to work with. You may as well go all out here and put them under as much stress as possible. WizK in midfield looking healthy. Trying to get through Nick's interrupt. He does manage to get through it. Chaos Bolt in the sky. Burn Nether wards it again right back at WizK. WizK looks for a second one, but gets double Blinding Light. They swap over to Peekaboo. Peekaboo trinkets the evasions, but he gets cheap shot on his trinket. Beautiful stun lock by Nick, but not enough damage to finish Pika. He's going to line of sight with that evasion and cloak, but he's going to have to be careful about playing as aggressive as he was earlier on because he doesn't have a lot of things to trade if it gets caught again.
He's got literally nothing, actually. And Nick, in fact, has not only Vendetta, but he also has the Smoke Bomb. So if Peekaboo gets too low, Absturge is going to have to be there to keep him alive. We're going to need to see a Shadow Fury from WizK, as I think Peekaboo is a major vulnerability for the team right now. Blind onto Absturge. And look at Peekaboo. He's just out of line of sight. He's running. He's hiding. But he can't stop Burn. If Burn lands too many Chaos Bolts on WizK, it might be a situation where Absturge can't recover. Coming back at the nick of time, the Garrote Silence onto Burn, the cheap shot onto Nick. Nicely done. WizK almost just deletes Nick from the map. Nicely done. Big Chaos Bolts with that Dark Soul, but not really netting too many defensives. Corlick keeps him alive. The lingering Psychic Shell from Nick proves to be enough.
Swap over to Peekaboo. Absturge sees it coming. He's got the Earthen Wall Totem on both of his teammates. Chain Heal to top the team. Nice coordination. Mana about even, maybe slightly ahead for Charlotte Phoenix. Peekaboo, Shadow Step, Kidney Shot, swap back to Nick. He has to evasion and cloak. He gets cheap shot on his evasion. Now he has to trinket as well. Both of these rogues going at each other here in game number 4, keeping it spicy. It's not only the Warlocks that can be a target in this matchup. Burn takes the high ground, decides to give it up immediately after getting up there. Absturge with Peekaboo in the back line. What are they trying to set up back here? Waiting for that Kidney Shot Vendetta. They stun Nick. What's Corlick going to do to deal with this? Chaos Bolts are flying in. They drop the Smoke Bomb to line of sight the Vitality Conduit. They Mortal Coil Nick. Double Mortal Coil into a full Fear on Corlick. They need to get Divine Shield with this crowd control, but lingering Psychic Shell from Nick should be enough to absorb this. Corlick sits through the crowd control, and Absturge looks like he expended quite a bit of mana during that push. Advantage to Charlotte Phoenix.
Yeah, a little bit of a mana lead. Burn taking some damage. Peekaboo actually going over onto Nick, getting the kidney shot landed, and it looks like both teams are opting to go after the Rogue a lot more in this matchup, and they're not playing versatility. It's full gushing wounds, so definitely susceptible to some big Chaos Bolts from Burn and WizK if they can find it. WizK gets one Chaos Bolt on Nick, potentially getting a second, but it looks like the sacrifice from Corlick is more than enough to keep him alive. The ultimate sacrifice going to be redirecting that damage to Corlick, but now Corlick could actually rot down, and maybe Peekaboo looks to try to exploit that. No, a kidney shot on Nick. Is there going to be damage? One big Chaos Bolt lands from WizK, but a massive heal from Korlik tops him off. And now it's Peekaboo. All of a sudden, it's in trouble. Barely getting out of that kidney shot. Big Drestagath from Nick trying to set his team up. That's going to be the Cloak of Shadows as well as the Feint. No Vanish available just yet for Peekaboo, so perhaps a little bit scared. Nice Hex there by Absturge. Burn getting a little bit low. Korlik, he's got no trinket. This could easily be his Divine Shield. If we see any damage, Nick and a kidney shot, there's just nothing left for Korlik. There's no emergency cooldowns. Golden Guardians, they do it! WizK on the Destruction Warlock, knock Charlotte Phoenix out of the tournament. They will be marching into the Grand Finals to challenge Cloud9.
Did you see that BM Spirit Link from Absturge? After they killed Nick, Absturge ran up to Korlik's face and then put Spirit Link in his face.
Well, I know not everybody on this virtual desk knows it, but if you don't use it, you do in fact lose it in the Department of Defensive Cooldowns. But let's talk about how we were able to see a team that has had a long road to get back in the graces to a grand final manage to do it here, Zico. How did the Golden Guardians pull this off?
Rich, why are you gonna do him like that? There's not even a mage, on the map here, and you're still gonna.
Because I was trying to make it not BM, and Ven likes the joke.
Love it.
It's true, but then
He just.
I mind it.
He's a paid actor when he looks like he's upset about it. As soon as it's done, he goes, "Yo, could you do a couple more?" And I go, "Oh, sure. Are you sure, Ven?"
I've never, for the record, I've never asked you to do a couple more.
What are you talking about? I heard that. But honestly, though, Golden Guardians, man, what a story, what a team, just what a day for them. Honestly, going into this, I thought, okay, well, Golden Guardians, they're going to probably get knocked out by Space Station Gaming, and then we're going to see either Charlotte or Space Station Gaming go against C9 and lose. That's going to be the tournament. But it's nice when teams, they bring in a little bit of extra spice, and, the Golden Guardians, they just performed on the day. Beautiful adaptations from both teams. Korlik going Trinket so he can deal with the blind better, and also just punishing Pika more when he was going for those aggressive plays. Is kind of what shifted the meta a little bit within the matchup, away from the Warlocks and more of a try to give the Rogue meta. So it was interesting to see how both teams kind of responded to that, reacted to that, and obviously we gotta give WizK massive shout out for performing so well on his Warlock. But also Absturge securing these hexes, I think, was a massive.
I feel like WizK's been in this position where you've given him praise multiple times for being the one to step up and just learn so many different specializations. It's at this point, it's Feral Druid we've seen, and he looked good on that. We've seen Warlock, obviously now, obviously the Shadow Priest, Death Knight. It's just, the list goes on. And I think Ven mentioned that he even saw him healing in a community tournament. I did not catch that one. But WizK has been able to do quite a lot for this team. But you have to give it up for Absturge as well. I mean, the Paladin looked really clean in the scenarios that they did use it. And I'm just curious if you guys think that we are kind of getting to the place where we start to see this squad multi-class more and more and more. Obviously, it's not going to happen in this tournament beyond the realms that it probably has already happened, but do you think in the future we might see more of that from them, Supatis?
I would like to. As much as I enjoy watching the Shadow Priest Rogue, it just seems like there's a clear answer for it. So if they face a team that has that, they need something else, and that's been the Destruction Warlock so far, and it's worked out for them. Now, Korlik's team tried that, the Rogue lock into Cloud9, and it didn't work. It was a Paladin instead of a Shaman, which I think the Paladin would be better than the Shaman. So, we might see Shadow Priest Rogue actually in Game 1 as a blind pick. And then Cloud9 might be thinking, well, we should do Paladin, but has Cubsy been playing Paladin enough? Maybe he hasn't. Golden Guardians might be able to win with Shadow Priest Rogue if Cubsy hasn't prepared a Paladin.
Do you think they need it? Do you think they need Paladin?
Maybe. After watching Sea-Doo on Mistweaver get torn apart, maybe.
Zico, how do you feel about that?
I think that it's going to be one of those series that comes down to map, and the fact is we start off on Nagrand. Nagrand is, spacious enough for C9 to have an advantage on that map, and if they take down Nagrand, all of a sudden I can see it, going back and forth, small maps going in favor of the Golden Guardians. And I mean, because it's a best of 7 in the grand finals, I feel like there could be, you know, a scenario where we're gonna run out of big maps. Like, you only have Ashamains, Tolvir, and Nagrand. You have Tigers, but it's not really as good as Nagrand, and that's it. All the other maps are small. I mean, aside from Mugambala. Maybe we see the Mugambala prophecy finally come true, but I don't think so.
we could see quite a lot. You know, I'm not counting out anything today. We've already seen one of the craziest days of AWC that I can remember in like actually years. Obviously, this is week 2 of this particular season. It's all the way since back to BlizzCon, right? But this is one of the craziest days across seasons that I think we have seen. Really incredible stuff coming out from multiple teams, and Cloud9 and the Golden Guardians are going to be going head-to-head in our second grand final of the day. We already crowned our champion in EU. Who's going to be able to take it? Is it going to be the Golden Guardians, or is it going to be Cloud9? We are going to be going to a quick break. Give the teams a few seconds to regain themselves. Obviously, Golden Guardians just had to play a full series against Charlotte Phoenix. When we return, though, we will see that grand final, and we're going to find out who the champion of NA is going to be.
seconds away from CMD's ice block. Can they push for it? Ironbark, when he gets caught on a polymorph, the Ironbark may not matter. 10 seconds away, 8 seconds away for it. Can they gun down for the kill? Cloud Ride's about to trigger. 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds, 1 second.
Oh my goodness! Oh my god! My heart is still racing from that ice block. Need to be careful. They need to keep the heals going for just a little bit longer. Looney has his trinket available, but that means blind is also available. I'd love to save just trinket. Trinkets, he needs to keep his DK in the fight. DR blind. Waz is pushing for the kill. Does he have enough banish? Garode, do they have the polymorph? It doesn't look like it just yet. Even the Vivify is coming in, but it will not be enough. Method Black go through to the grand final.
We've already seen 7 series today. We've already seen 1 champion crowned, but we have 1 more. It's a best of 7, Cloud9 versus the Golden Guardians. The winner of this is going to be the champion of North America. And Cloud9, a lot of people expected them to be able to get to the grand final again. Golden Guardians, I think a lot of people hoped that they would be able to get there, but not many people were sure they would be able to do it. They have already achieved a lot. But do you think, Zico, that Cloud9 is going to be a wall too big for them to be able to tear through?
Well, to quote my good friend Healing Stat, he thinks that Golden Guardian is, the team that really could bring Cloud9 down, that could give them a run for their money, and I feel like they might be able to do it, especially because we're going to be in a best of 7. There's going to be a lot more limit on those maps, and when you're playing against a team that basically only runs, Mage Lock, that's going to be a big factor. If you can snag some of those wins on the smaller maps, especially with a Rogue on your team where you can kind of go after the Mistweaver a little bit, I think it's going to be big for them. So I would say Cloud9 is the favorite, but I expect Golden Guardians to put up a fight and maybe even take down the whole thing.
Yeah, I think, it's pretty easy to call Cloud9 the favorite in this one just based off of the consistency that they've put up for so long. But based off of what we have seen thus far from the Golden Guardians, I think it's pretty clear that a bunch of things are possible for this roster, not only in this tournament, but the entirety of the year. So it's best just to see what they can do. That's the move. We're jumping into Nagrand Arena right now. Blind pick. Then, Ricky, let's take a look at the compositions that they are going to be bringing here for the blind.
Well, I mean, both teams kind of leading with their best foot forward. Cloud9, they are going to be playing the Mage Lock Mistweaver. I really don't ever expect them to change their composition until they lose with this one, so no surprise there. And for the Golden Guardians, they're going to be bringing it back with WizK on the Shadow Priest and not the Destruction Warlock, bringing back that classical Golden Guardians RPS. Is that the move, is the question.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of a surprise, too, to Cloud9, which is crazy to say, just after what we saw from Golden Guardians throughout the entirety of the day. This might be one of the first times that somebody's surprised to see an RPS from the Golden Guardians. Will it be enough to take down victory?
Oh, Golden Guardians are just rampaging right on top of Cloud9 seconds into the game. They want to get on top of Cubsy. They want to get this thing over with quick. Golden Guardians are one team that will say they do not like playing for dampening, and Cloud9, they're known for it. So let's see if the Golden Guardians can beat the antithesis strategy here that they've been taking time and time again. Peekaboo crowd controlled in center field, stunned up after it. Beautiful chain onto Peekaboo, but he breaks out, he survives. Blind on Cubsy. Wealthy Man the target. They need a sap, but he gets Infernal stunned. Is he going to get it? He gets the sap. This could be the caught. This could be he gets sapped on the trinket. Beautiful play. Executed so well there by the Golden Guardians. It's very important they got the Hellstone from Wealthy Man, because it seems like that Hellstone is just as valuable as an Ice Block in this matchup for Cloud9. That was a great setup by the Golden Guardians, but now what are they going to do? They're trying to run away while Absterge is crowd controlled, but he gets dropped right back out into midfield. Smoke bombs himself defensively, trying to run away while Absterge has crossed the universe, basically. Absterge windshears channel, but now Wealthy Man sets up for a full polymorph. WizK's out in the middle of the map. Greater Pyroblast. Peekaboo steps in to save WizK with the kidney shot. WizK repositions with Absterge. Peekaboo starting to pull back as well, but they're going to leave a Greater Pyroblast mage open. Combustion gets popped by Wealthy Man. Peekaboo immediately ducks for cover, but Cubsy rolls up for a double stun. they're not really in position to really capitalize off of it, unfortunately, there. And the Golden Guardians are going to recover at the pillar.
That was a great push for Golden Guardians. They got Cubsy's trinket. If WizK got that fear a little bit sooner, they all of a sudden would have, been able to force Cauterize, maybe Ice Block as well. So, and Ice Block isn't that big of a defense against the Shadow Priest because there is that threat of the Master Spell. So if they can do another beautiful setup like that, it could potentially be big here for the Golden Guardians. They get a silence. Do they have any damage to back it up? Unfortunately not. Peekaboo had to use his Smoke Bomb defensively earlier when they were split like that. Now WizK taking huge fire here. Wealthy Man canceling out that Greater Pyroblast because of the fade from WizK, and now we can expect him to sheep WizK and look for more opportunities here, but instead you can see Abster's WizK both piling onto the same pillar here as Cubsy and Wealthy Man, and now you can expect Wealthy Man and Cubsy to go back to the flip side of the map here. They never want to be on top of Absterge, they never want to be in range of that blind, and there it is, full blind secured. Now Peekaboo looking for the sap, gets it. Let's see, Cubsy, is he going to trinket? WizK channeling out the mind control. Absterge actually in a counter setup right now. Polly comes out, another sap by Peekaboo, presumably a third sap into a Garrote, maybe a cheap shot, and there's a kidney shot actually. So much CC here from Peekaboo, but Wealthy Man just not gonna fall to that Shadow Priest pressure, but instead now they have that classical the move pressure where they're going after the healer, they're going after the DPS, but unfortunately they're gonna have to retreat here, Ben.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, Cubsy, he just has so much mobility. He can position himself from one side of the map to the other in just, a few global cooldowns. And every time Peekaboo and WizK and Absterge try to reposition themselves to get on top of Cubsy, they have to deal with Greater Pyroblast and Chaos Bolt and Polymorph and Fear. So definitely not easy to chase down Cubsy with the way he's positioning himself. And I think, if they're going to go after Cubsy, it's going to have to be in an extended chain. I don't think they can do it, in just a few moments. I think that'll get shut down too quickly. There's too much diminishing returns they kind of have to work through. Peekaboo opens up and will get grapple weaponed immediately. Cubsy just trying to slow down some of that pressure. But it looks like Golden Guardians are looking to make a push here. Kidney shot on Wealthy Man. Where's the crowd control? And Cubsy doesn't look like they have it just yet. Nice Master Spell coming in from WizK, freeing Absterge of crowd control. However, it looks like he will get polymorphed up, so the Master Spell was nice, but once again, Chanimal and Wealthy Man both have spammable crowd control. They managed to get the fade from WizK and the Ascendance from Absterge, so slowly working through some of the defensive cooldowns Golden Guardians has available.
Cubsy currently silenced into a fear. Nice crowd control by WizK. They're trying to push through and get a Cauterize, but they don't have the damage to do it here in this push, and Dark Soul is up. Chanimal's lobbing out a lot of big Chaos Bolts. WizK trying to duck for cover, but Chaos Bolt's already in the air. He's down to half, but out of line of sight. Absterge is still polyed. Peekaboo's left out in midfield. What's he going to do? Greater Pyroblast being cast. Absterge interrupts it. Peekaboo goes back onto Chanimal, trying to disrupt him there, but there's two threats that he needs to deal with. Ultimate blinking into the distance, getting another Greater Pyro. Peekaboo stun locks him after it. Absterge is trying to recover from all that damage. Feared away for a moment, but had Tremor down. Broken out immediately. WizK gets feared on his Void form. Nice fear timing there by Chanimal, reducing a little bit of damage, but Greater Pyro, once again, a big threat onto Peekaboo. Peekaboo's going for the blind. He's trying to win the game. Cubsy trinkets blind. Life Cocoon. No damage to be found on Wealthy Man. They switch targets, trying to go after Chanimal. They silence Cubsy. Do they have anything out of the silence? Doesn't look like it. Maybe they don't need it. Shadow Step kick by Peekaboo. Nice play, but now he's stunned up. He can't get back to Chanimal. Wealthy Man is blasting out Greater Pyros. WizK fades, but it was a little bit too late. Now they're switching to Absterge. Anyone is a target. Peekaboo's going for a kill on Cubsy. Is he going to be able to pull it off? He gets polymorphed. He gets dispelled. Peekaboo trinkets for the kill, but he doesn't get it. Just a moment away from taking out Cubsy.
Cubsy's still not out of the woods yet, though. Actually, whole team is on top of him. He gets silenced here. Wealthy Man now taking a lot of damage in this setup. Can they force out the Cauterize? They do, and they won't get the Ice Block, but that is a big win here for the Golden Guardians. Having so much pressure. Now Cubsy again in a kidney shot. No Fortified Brew, no Life Cocoon for a couple of seconds. Could just go down here. Activates the Fort Brew and the Life Cocoon. No Trinket for a minute, and no Cauterize for Wealthy Man. We just set foot in Dampen Land, and all of a sudden, it's looking like there's opportunity everywhere here for the Golden Guardians.
This game for me is just zooming by. I can't believe we're already 8% in dampening. Honestly, Shadow Fury on Absterge. Right now I have to say Golden Guardians, they have a ton of pressure in this game. Wealthy Man and Chanimal are going to really just have to find that big one-hit KO, because it seems like Golden Guardians, defensively, they always have an answer. And I mean, just the sheer pressure Peekaboo's been able to put out onto Cubsy in this match makes me feel like they could definitely win this one. WizK getting a little bit low, has to use the dispersion as well. They're kind of dogpiling on Cubsy, needing to get to the safety of the pillar. Peekaboo, of course, has a Cloak of Shadows as he needs it. Going to be a kidney shot onto Wealthy Man to deny the greater Pyro Blast. Now Peekaboo in some trouble, goes for the Shadow Step kick, but he's caught in midfield. He doesn't have too much mobility. This could easily be his Cloak of Shadows if he's not careful.
Greater Pyro Blast, double Mortal Coil. Chanimal setting up for a Fear. He gets Fear on Absterge, but it breaks. Unfortunate there for Chanimal. Now WizK in Void form is trying to lead the charge. Good damage onto 2 targets. Absterge is pushing into midfield. This is the blind. Cubsy trinkets it even though he pre-life cocoons. Rolling away from Peekaboo, realizing that Cubsy could be a target with no trinket. Needs to get as far away from Peekaboo as possible. Peekaboo Shadow Steps back to Chanimal for a swap to the Warlock, and Golden Guardians are bouncing between all 3 targets on Cloud9, and it's taxing Cubsy's mana heavily moving into the late game. If they can keep it up here, Golden Guardians are looking good for game 1.
Yeah, and Abster's now in a full polymorph here, looking to get some pressure, but nice mass display coming out of WizK. Wealthy Man actually casting a few graders there onto Absterge, but he's just going to duck for cover, deflect that easily with his Ghost Wolf. Now WizK looking for crowd control, once again gets the Shadow Priest silence. I think Peekaboo's going to drop a smoke bomb here, and he does. Wealthy Man's going to use his Human Racial, trinket out, but Cubsy does get feared here. If Peekaboo can get out of this sheep here, potential could be huge. He could have follow-up CC, but big pressure onto Chanimal and Wealthy Man. Cubsy, who are you going to hit? Full Hex sniped in here. Wealthy Man dispels it, but Chanimal could have to use his unending resolve here. Benruki said it earlier, Chanimal is just so greedy with that cooldown. Once again holding on to it. Once again Cubsy pulling out miracles, keeping his teammates alive, but look at his mana bar. It's not looking good here. Looking like Golden Guardians are actually just going to be able to pull this off, Van.
This is the most pressure we have ever seen against Cloud9. The most defensive we've seen them really play in a matchup. WizK, Peekaboo, and Absterge really pushing the pace of this match. Wealthy Man in midfield, once again looking for a greater Power Blast. Peekaboo charging forward, shuts that down with a kidney shot. Absterge getting extremely low, though, using the Ascendance to top himself off, wants to allow his team to remain aggressive. Cubsy is almost completely tapped. I mean, if he doesn't get a chance to drink in this match, I think that's going to be a massive win condition here for the Golden Guardians. Nice polymorph, though, snuck in by Wealthy Man. Peekaboo gets caught into a Mortal Coil. Cubsy pushing in. This could be danger time. Easily the dispersion of WizK. If any damage lands, he has to be careful. Dispersion does trade. WizK will survive, going back to the pillar just a little bit, but still, I mean, Cubsy, his mana's not looking good. He could be sneaking away right now. If he goes for a drink, it's going to be devastating. Blind onto Cubsy, did not want to get sapped. Nicely done there by Peekaboo, threatening the sap with his Vanish, forcing the trinket with the blind, and now it's Chanimal and Wealthy Man once again on the back foot. Life Cocoon comes in from Cubsy, keeping Chanimal nice and healthy, but Cloud9 is exchanging their defensives quite rapidly.
Oh, 2 greater Pyroblast snuck through. WizK could be in trouble. 10% health, he's at the pillar. Cubsy's totally out of mana. Golden Guardians just need to keep their grip. That's all they need to do, and they're going to be able to take this. They have such a huge mana lead. Can they hold the grip? Cubsy drinks. No, it's slipping away. That massive lead that they established is gone. They're just going to have to power through it. They pop Vendetta, but they get Grapple Weapon. They switch over to Wealthy Man. Those Greater Pyros are too big of a threat, but now Peekaboo gets feared. Greater Pyro is going to connect. Big Chaos Bolt combo. Cubsy rolls into midfield to leg sweep. Peekaboo evasions the leg sweep, dodging it, and now leading the charge to take out Wealthy Man. Can he deal enough damage to close the game out? WizK is being spam feared by Chanimal, having a difficult time getting damage out. Absterge pushes out to try and assist the team, but he gets feared away into a polymorph. Full polymorph lands. WizK needs a Mass Dispel. Doesn't look like it's available. Greater Pyro, oh, barely interrupted in time by Peekaboo, but WizK is still just getting crunched. He's crawling back to the pillar. He void shifts Absterge to stay in the fight. Peekaboo wraps around the corner. Cubsy did burn basically all the mana that he drank back, but he should be able to drink again in this position. Everybody is rotting down in this game. Who's going to fall first?
That was a big rain of fire there by Chanimal. Cubsy is going to get the drink because of that rain of fire. Peekaboo actually got the restuff there. Wealthy Man might need to use his Ice Block here. He's extremely greedy. That Life Cocoon does come out in the nick of time here. Should be able to stabilize him. And Absterge on the other side has to trinket out of that Shadow Fury. Chanimal basically soloing both of these players here with that Dark Soul. Actually didn't even pop that Dark Soul. Still has the Dark Soul and the Infernals coming back up. Chanimal has all of his damage. Peekaboo does have his Cloak of Shadows. Gonna have to activate it here, and he actually dodged the leg sweep again there from Cubsy. So Peekaboo definitely putting on a show here, but How long are they going to be able to keep this up? Every time the Golden Guardians retreat like that, Wealthy Man and Chanimal do everything they can to keep Peekaboo in combat, and if they are able to do so, then Cubsy gets to drink. Right now, Cubsy is just sitting there drinking. That's forcing Peekaboo's hand. He's going for the Vanish Sap here. He might get it. No, Cubsy too good on the day, sneaking around the pillar, putting himself in combat once again, but he does have to trinket that blind there, Vinruki.
Ooh, really nice mind control. Growth Silence on Chanimal once again. That's going to be the Life Cocoon, but they shred through it with the Dressagath. There's a Polymorph on Absurge. Peekaboo. Oh no, he's got no defensives. He's caught in the midfield. This could just be it for Peekaboo. There is no defense left. The Chaos Bolt lands from Chanimal, and Cloud9 claimed game number 1. Beautifully played. I mean, Cubsy just dancing around the map, finding the drink opportunity. He manages to just always sneak away. I really thought it was just because he was a druid, but even on that Mistweaver Monk, he's just always creating the space, finding those moments of opportunity to go for those drinks, keeping his team in the fight, and eventually, I mean, they just found the damage on Peekaboo where he didn't really have a solid defensive response, and honestly, that was just that was a beautiful game, I mean, for both these teams.
Yeah, it definitely was, and there were definitely a lot of different factors that resulted in that victory. I mean, first of all, those drinks were obviously huge, but let's talk about the beginning, Zico, when we really did see Golden Guardians starting to potentially pull ahead and create an early lead. How were they able to do that?
I'm not sure, but I think the root of it all is the purges from WizK. I think WizK is dispelling a lot of these renewing mists.
Okay.
I would love to see a stat on how much dispels he's actually doing, but basically you have Peekaboo running at the Monk a lot of the time. That's going to create, time for WizK's dot to start kicking in, especially if that renewing mist is not on Chanimal and Wealthy Man, and then they're just swapping between all 3 targets. This is the moves RPS. This is what they do. They blind, get the trinket, and then they set up kill conditions on the Mistweaver. They set up, kills with the silence into the fears. They set up kills with the smoke bombs, and they just are really good at kind of keeping the pressure once they have it. The biggest problem was just, I swear, the most game-changing thing that happened this game was Chanimal. Peekaboo went for a super early re-stealth, knowing that his team had to fall back, playing heads up, and Chanimal just sniped him with that Rain of Fire after he got that re, taking him out of stealth. If Peekaboo's in stealth there's no way Cubsy drinks, because his teammates are super low. If he gets sapped, it's the game. So just small things like that is what allows Cubsy to get those drinks. Obviously him looking for, drinking at the right perfect moment as well. But just C9 in general sets that up, and that's why they win.
Okay, so what I want to know, though, is how you actually do feel about the RPS going into this composition, Zico. Is this a matchup that you actually do like?
Hashtag healing stat was right.
Yeah, I think it's definitely it definitely doesn't seem like a bad matchup. I mean, it's pretty even, but I think we have a real chance of seeing both of these teams play their main compositions throughout this series, which is usually a pretty exciting prospect and something that we've gotten to see quite a lot today in this tournament.
Ooh, there he is.
I actually don't see the draft yet.
I do.
Wait, what?
Supatis is using his draft tag.
Yeah, when he says there he is, who do you think he's saying?
Snuts?
Yep.
What's he playing?
Windwalker.
Windwalker Lock?
Windwalker Lock. Yep.
Okay. Is it a small map?
It's a small map. Took point.
Okay, what do we think the Golden Guardians are going to be playing here? Oh, I got the draft now. All right, so yeah, we are going to hook. Oh, wow, that was my first prediction ever. That was the first time I ever did a prediction. Kind of.
I held your hand a little bit, but we won't.
You kind of did.
Nice prediction, Rich. You've been on point lately, man.
On
Great.
point, but they're about to be on point too. Hook point. And Golden Guardians are going to be playing the Destruction Warlock alongside the Rogue WizK, back on his new main on the lock. Zico, you said that you did like the RPS in the matchup that we saw when we actually did see Cloud9 on the composition that we know them for, but how do you actually like the Warlock and Snuts coming in on the Monk? Some big changes coming in here.
Well, I can't speak about Snuts and the Monk because, I don't have that much experience with seeing him playing it, but Snuts is a phenomenal player. This is kind of why they brought him on the team. This guy obviously plays a phenomenal shaman, shadow priest, rogue, warlock. Whatever you need, he will pick it up and he will do a good job at it. So he's going to be kind of that role player in the team, that flex guy. But on the side of Golden Guardians, this is a matchup that, you know, they beat Space Station Gaming with, and that's their main comp. So a lot of big statements being made here in NA today. I feel like, you know, people mirroring C9 and people taking the comp of Space Station Gaming and trying to make it their own. It's going to be interesting to see, but Golden Guardians did come out ahead in that matchup.
We've seen just about everything we could have asked for today. I mean, we really have seen just about everything we could ask for. I think one of the things that you'd be upset not getting to see in North America would be Snuts playing. It's been a little while since we've actually got to see him. Now it's going to be him on a Monk. Very interesting stuff here. Let's see how it does play out. We have Cloud9 currently with the first win in their back pocket. Golden Guardian's going to try to even it up. Cloud9 will not get on match point here if they do win. It is a best of 7, so just keep that in mind as we do enter hook point.
Yeah, I think this is one of those things where Cloud9, with how close that game was against the RPS on a big map, I think on a small map they just get completely overwhelmed. So they're kind of forced into this situation where they have to play the Windwalker Monk of Snuts, and trust me when I say this, Snuts on Windwalker definitely more than up to snuff. So I think Cloud9 definitely has a fair shot in this one. But, I mean, the Golden Guardians, they did beat Space Station Gaming in this exact matchup, and you would expect Space Station Gaming to have more experience with this composition. So if Cloud9 can hold it down, actually win this matchup, I mean, that would just show how prepared they really are with it.
Here we go on hook points. Snuts is going to play for, it's the first time, right, this year in AWC?
I think so.
He's been on the bench, so first time we get to see Snuts back in action on that Windwalker Monk. Let's see what he can do for the team here on hook point, the smallest map of the pool. Absurge already looking for cheeky hexes, not going to find one. And WizK is going to be camped by Snuts at the moment. Snuts not really taking the best of this exchange so far. Pops that Storm, Earth, and Fire, ramping up the damage with the Fists of Fury. I think he was still going after Chanimal. Absurge is constantly casting these hexes, trying to catch Cubsy, but just not able to catch him. Full blind. Is Cubsy going to trinket this right away? He's trying to sit through the blind. Peekaboo in position, gets the sap. Snuts gets Infernal stun. Chanimal Infernal's WizK. Damage is going to start to ramp up on both sides. They swap over to Snuts, but Snuts anticipates the swap. He gets the Fort Brew on himself there right before the kidney shot, easily surviving the attack from the Golden Guardians.
Beautiful read there by Snuts, surviving that situation, and he's keeping his Gladiator's Medallion for the, his human racial for that smoke bomb. They're both going to be on a 3-minute cooldown, so you want to try to line those up as best as you can. The other big takeaway here, of course, is also that Cubsy got blinded and was able to sit through it, so there's no real kill pressure onto Cubsy. If a big setup happens like this, then all of a sudden Cubsy could trinket out of it. He might need to here if WizK can get any damage out. Chanimal is just so insane on that Warlock, shutting down WizK completely with all that fear spam, the Shadow Furies. WizK wasn't able to do a single thing in that setup, and it's all because of Chanimal there, so great defense.
Ooh, leg sweep from Snuts, trying to set up his team. WizK taking a huge hit of burst here, but Peekaboo shuts it down. Nice kidney shot on Snuts, and if they can deny Snuts on the Fist of Fury, then they deny a lot of his incoming damage. So if we see a Fear on the Fist of Fury, a cheap shot on the Fist of Fury, a Shadow Fury, that's when Snuts' output is really going to be limited in terms of burst. Peekaboo gets feared away, trying to reconnect to his target. WizK actually landing some nice Chaos Bolts there onto Chanimal. Absurge in a great position to maybe land a Hex on Cubsy if he can. But Cubsy is just behind the pillar, making that reality really, really apparent for Absurge, that it is not going to be easy to get crowd control in the match. Shadow Fear comes in from Chanimal. Snuts still just putting out that consistent damage. Nice little grapple weapon there on Peekaboo as well. And if we look at mana, Cubsy somehow has not used mana in this matchup. I don't think he's actually snuck away for a drink. So in terms of efficiency, Cloud9 is looking great.
All right, Absurge just standing on top of Cubsy, looking for a Hex. Is he going to find the Hex? Cubsy rotates over to heal Chanimal. He's rooted up. Absurge goes for it. Cubsy rolls away, but Smoke Bomb gets dropped. Cubsy, how are you going to heal and avoid the Hex? Full blind. He trinkets. He paralyzes Absurge. He tries to reverse the pressure. Peekaboo very low, caught in an Infernal stun. He's going to activate that lingering Psychic Shell. He should be all right. Chanimal nether wards the Chaos Bolt. No openings just yet. Snuts could get swapped too. Peekaboo is bouncing back and forth between them. 2 targets low. Cubsy looks to recover. Peekaboo's still not totally safe. Absurge bombs in a chain heal. That's going to stabilize the team for now. WizK gets blasted down by Chanimal. I've never seen this. 2 Warlocks standing in melee range of each other.
Abster's dropping a beautiful Tremor Totem there on that Fear. Gonna keep himself out of harm's way, out of crowd control. Keep his team going here, but there is an opening onto Snuts. Snuts has no touch of karma. He just activated his Fort Brew, trying to preemptively use it before he gets stunned, but now he has no defense, just his Gladiator's Medallion. Might need to use it here if there's any CC onto Cubsy, a Spelllock, a Fear, anything. Chanimal once again shutting it down, fearing up Whiskey, making sure that Whiskey can't get the control he needs in that situation, but there is a big opening here. You can see Cubsy as well using his 45 Brew right there, trying to just not get stunned and be in trouble here, trying to not fall behind. So there is going to be an opening onto Cubsy, but right now Peekaboo getting swapped to, no trinket available. Abster has to trinket here, doesn't use his Spirit Link though, just the Vitality Conduit is going to keep him alive. And now Peekaboo getting on the aggressive here onto Cubsy. He is in line of sight of Whiskey, barely, but too far away, and he's not going to be able to connect any damage there, and Cubsy is going to survive. And now once again they're going to have to force his trinket with that blind that's coming up in about 20 seconds.
Big Chaos Bolts on Chanimal with the Hex on Cubsy. Manages to get out of it. I'm not sure what broke that. That's super unfortunate. That was a great opportunity for the Golden Guardians. Peekaboo realizing the kill is lost with the Life Cocoon, now looking to pressure Cubsy as much as he can, putting up the Rupture, putting up the Garrote, chasing him down, potentially finding that stun as well. Meantime, Snutsy's just sitting on WizK, trying to deny, and that's basically been Snuts' job. Just sit on WizK, put out as much consistent damage as you can, and when you have the leg sweep, that's when you can maybe roll over to Peekaboo, try to get a big one-shot all-in off the back of a Mortal Coil. So, I mean, that's basically Snuts' role in this matchup. We'll see if he can really get it done. Cubsy sitting saps now into a full kidney shot as Peekaboo looking to really tear in once again, sitting on the Vendetta, so Cubsy's not overreacting to the situation, realizing Peekaboo, he does have a lot in terms of defense, but he does just absolutely get one shot, and there it is. I mean, the setup from Cloud9 comes in. That's what I was afraid of. Snuts does his job perfectly, sitting on WizK, basically preventing it or creating a distraction, but Peekaboo overextends, has no trinket, gets caught into the leg sweep, and absolutely destroyed.
You know, I've said it quite a few times, but you don't put Snuts on the bench. And once again, when he does get broken out here, it is going to result in a victory. Zico, break down how this composition worked for Cloud9.
Well, honestly, they kind of look better than Space Station Gaming running this composition. A lot of it is just catch Peekaboo in those stuns and get something on Absturge. The first time they did it, they forced out Peekaboo's trinket. Second time they did it, they forced out Absturge's trinket. Then they forced out Peekaboo's trinket because he came back up. And then Snuts. The thing is, Cubsy has to position far away from WizK, and Peekaboo has to overextend behind, the pillar where he's kind of in that 1v1 situation with Cubsy to actually get the pressure that his team needs. And the problem is, when he stands there, he's nowhere near any of his teammates. So if Snuts wants to, he can just roll over, leg sweep him, get a big fat dressed trinket, and that could be enough to just secure the game. And that's pretty much what happened. Obviously, they also forced out Abster's trinket prior to this and had nice control, but I think it's a good swap there by Snuts, setting that up entirely on its own.
Yeah, it is the funny thing, then, with Snuts. I feel like we don't see him for like weeks at a time sometimes, and then the second that they use him, it's like, yep, he's ready to go compete at BlizzCon. Like, he's just ready to go. It doesn't matter what you really do see him on. And what do you think the rest of the series does look like now? Do you think we're going to get to see more Snuts potentially even on this Monk?
Well, that looked really good, and I'm not going to lie. I mean, Cloud9, they definitely look like this is a composition they have practiced. I mean, Zico, he said it. It's a bold statement, but Cloud9 honestly looked, at least in this matchup, better than Space Station Gaming. So I think they can lock it in blind once again. I don't think they need to be afraid. I think it's good into whatever Golden Guardians runs. It's good into this RLS. It's also going to be good into the Shadow Priest Rogue Shaman. So just a super solid answer here. And like you said, I mean, Snuts, he's just one of those players, although we don't always see him play for Cloud9, when he needs to play, he always just shows up. I mean, cold, off the bench, but they definitely practice a lot with him. I mean, they do extremely well with Mage Warlock, but I'm telling you, Snuts practices a ton with this team, and they are very prepared to use him if they need him.
I feel like we did talk about it last week as well. I mean, Snuts is just kind of one of those wild players. He's one of those like super WoW players who's playing every single version of the game. Even when it comes to the auction house, like this is somebody who plays the economy as well. Like in classic WoW, like what he was doing with the like he had like the most gold out of anybody on the server for quite some time. And having a player like that on your team, I feel like it's always going to be an asset, and we're seeing it bear fruit here right now. We've seen it bear fruit many times before. The question is, what compositions are we going to see as we jump into the next matchup? We've already started to see some flexibility now on the side of Golden Guardians. That's helped them get here to get in this grand final to potentially dethrone Cloud9. Zico, are there any compositions that you're thinking of right now that might...
So... Sorry. What I think is that if we go to a small map, yeah, this is exactly what Cloud9 should do. They lock in the same composition on small maps. If, you know, they lose, they take it to a big map, lock in Mage Warlock again, and I feel like that's a pretty safe line of play if you're C9. Now, if you're Golden Guardians, I'm really hoping to see Roguelock Paladin, because that's going to give them much more pressure, deadlier setups, and also a way to kind of remove Snuts' defense and just kill him through it with that Blessing of Protection, with how it interacts with that Touch of Karma. So I'm hoping to see Absterch Pally right now.
I worry about that a little bit. I think that's one of those things where it becomes really scary. I mean, how confident could you be? You're double ulting, although WizK, he has been doing a great job on the Destruction Warlock, and of course Absterch, he had a great performance as well earlier on in the week on that Paladin, but yeah, then you're in the territory of double ulting against Cubsy, Chanimal, and Snuts. I mean, that can become really, really scary, but I do kind of agree that I think overall it would be a better pick. I just don't know if they'd be confident in locking that in.
I mean, and it's...
Okay, what about the Rogue Shadow Priest Pally?
I think that's a lot more reasonable in my eyes.
Would you rather see Rogue Shadow Priest Pally over Roguelock Shaman?
We're going to see the Shadow Priest, the Rogue, and the Shaman. But at a certain point, when it comes to double alting, don't you just have to rip the Band-Aid off? I mean, this is a team that it seems like they're finally starting to get to the place where they have the compositions that are getting them just a little bit deeper. I mean, they've made it all the way to the grand final here, and we have to think big picture for the year. Don't they, at a certain point, Sid, in your opinion, like, just need to go for it?
It might not be the time. I mean, the main reason they don't want to play WizK Shadow Priest is Holy Paladins. But if it's not a Holy Paladin, I don't see why they can't at least try with it. Until Cubsy locks in a Paladin, I mean, I think that WizK will probably prefer to be on the Priest overall, just based on the amount of time they've got with the comp. And I mean, that last game, was it even looking really close? I felt like Absterch was almost out of mana. Cubsy wasn't even spending mana. I mean, it looked like based on the performance Golden Guardians had earlier into Space Station gaming, I was thinking like, wow, Windwalker Lock Monk doesn't look that good. But that game from Cloud9, I'm like, wait a minute. What was Space Station Gaming doing in that series? Because that looked totally one-sided.
It also kind of shows, too, just to think of the preparation that Cloud9 actually does have. They're not just looking at the other teams and being like, oh, look, like, jungle's looking really good. Should we try it? Like, scramble to try it? They're like, no, we know exactly what we need to be doing. We have a bunch of practice. And they see another team misperform that you would expect to be really out of this world with that composition in Space Station Gaming. And ultimately they say, okay, we can do it better. And they're able to do that in the grand finals without breaking too much of a sweat. Now, this next map is going to be Dalaran Sewers for Cloud9. They can get on match point here, but Golden Guardians, once again, going to be on a composition with complete comfort now that they've seen that Cloud9 rocking this composition is not even similar to what they saw earlier today. Will they be better prepared? Will they be able to potentially take down a game? We're going to be finding out very shortly as we do jump to Dalaran Sewers.
For me, it's just like, if the Golden Guardians thought that this was an outstanding matchup for them, I think we would have seen it in the last game, right? I mean, it was a Cloud9 locked in on a small map. Golden Guardians, they had the option to play this composition, but they opted to go for the Warlock instead. I think that last game just looked so miserable for the Golden Guardians that they decided, you know what, I don't think this is going to work against Cloud9. We need to go back to the drawing board. So I don't mind that they actually try, their main composition. Perhaps it would have been better with a Paladin, But definitely a comfort pick here for the Golden Guardians. But on paper, I just feel like Cloud9 definitely has an edge here.
Yeah, compositionally, they have the edge. And you kind of alluded to it in the previous series that you wouldn't mind seeing them, and maybe even if it's weaker, to just go for the RPS. You're going to have the small map. You're going to be, at the comfort of your lanes at least. And I think it makes sense here in game number 3. You try it. If it doesn't work, you still have one more game to kind of experiment with. But the gates are now open, and we are going to see exactly how this is going to go. We are expecting to see stun locks onto Cubsy and Snuts. I'm expecting both of them. I'm expecting everyone to be a target on the side of Cloud9, but I think Chanimal is kind of the target that you just pad damage on. And when you're actually doing a setup with CC, you're doing it either on Cubsy with a lot of lockdown, or you're doing it onto Snuts.
Whiskey already having to fade. They blind Cubsy out in midfield, and Cubsy actually went Conflict and Strife, so he really anticipates that he's going to be a target. Peekaboo looks to restell Sap. He gets it just in the nick of time. Snuts ports away from Peekaboo. Peekaboo has to go after Chanimal. Not exactly the priority target here before dampening, but maybe he could go down if they keep this crowd control chain going. Psychic Scream out of the Hex. Beautiful chain by the Golden Guardians here. Chanimal has to gate away. They swap back over to Snuts as they can't keep up the chase. Snuts needs to be careful. That Drestigath is looking deadly. Holds on with the Fort Brew. Now they're stacked up for a double stun as Snuts looks to bounce back. Absterge denies the damage with the Vitality Conduit for now, but it has faded. The Crimson Vial from Peekaboo soaks the rest of the damage. Both teams even out. Where was the real damage done? WizK's Glaire's Medallion is out of the way, so he can't use that to access his Void Shift. He is taking quite a lot of damage at the moment from Snuts. A Chaos Bolt slips through. Grapple weapon on Peekaboo during the kidney shot, denying a lot of Peekaboo's damage. WizK gonna rocket boots over to the box that Cubsy's on. Silence him. Cubsy rolls away. Absurge is trying to hex him, but he gets paralyzed by Snuts. Peekaboo now switches over to Cubsy. He pre-Fort Brews, anticipating a kidney shot. Peekaboo's still not going for it. He's holding it patiently. Decent pressure on Chanimal. Cubsy forced to use Life Cocoon on him, and Peekaboo immediately says, okay, I'm going to go after you. He gets paralyzed by Cubsy, though. He can't stay on target. Snuts is going to peel back to assist. He stuns the overextended Peekaboo. Peekaboo has to break out, feint, lingering Psychic Shell. Nice punish by Snuts, but Peekaboo is still going after Cubsy. I'm sure he's going to figure out here that he is playing that Conflict and Strife. It's going to be a lot more difficult to kill him. He survives the stun silence for now. Well, that was actually a lot of damage suddenly out of nowhere, but Cubsy's in a position that he should be able to recover. Golden Guardians still mixing it up.
Cubsy does manage to recover, like you said. He gets away, positioning very far away, actually now swapping over to Snuts. That last attempt on Snuts a little bit earlier, I like what Snuts did. He didn't overreact, just the Fort Brew. He was on low health, but kind of realized there's not too much burst available for the team of the Golden Guardians, so didn't overreact with his Touch of Karma or his Diffuse. If we look at mana, things are relatively even. I mean, Golden Guardians, they have a lot of pressure in this matchup. As long as they can avoid these big one-shots, which is definitely not easy. Peekaboo taking a huge hit of damage. WizK saves the day with the Void Shift. And I mean, for Golden Guardians, as long as they're not getting absolutely one-shot, it seems like they have a chance, but Cloud9 is very precise in their all-ins with the leg sweep, with the Mortal Coil. They are not messing around here.
Yeah, the setups here from C9 and Snuts have been crazy. Every single time they force out the Trinket of Peekaboo, they force out the swaps, they always get things going. And this time around, though, it is the Golden Guardians getting something going here. They force out Cubsy's Trinket. I'm expecting Peekaboo to go after him with a kidney shot. Now WizK is going to look to get some pressure. No, this is the thing. They always keep you guessing. They get the Goblin jump there into a full hex there, and they might just kill Chanimal here. WizK is going for the full fear as well. He's keeping himself in range. He gets a double fear. Chanimal could be in massive trouble. Why have you not used Unending Resolve yet? He uses the Health Stone instead, and once again, Chanimal just greeting it out and somehow keeping himself alive without having to use the Unending Resolve when, 100 ones would use it. Now Peekaboo getting destroyed in a swap right there with that Dark Soul. 2 Chaos Bolts to the face, and just like that, C9 are up 3-0.
What are Cloud9 doing right that's allowing them to get in this position so consistently here, Zico?
They're punishing Peekaboo just way harder than Space Station Gaming did. Every time Peekaboo tries to get aggressive, Nuts is there, rolls over, incaps Absterge, leg sweeps Peekaboo, and you have to Trinket or you're going to get dressed at it. That's just just physics.
Simple physics, simple
Some sort
geometry.
of scientific formula there.
Quite elementary there. But the question is, how can you change strategy with this composition, Zico, and potentially actually grab a game? Like, do you think that we could see Golden Guardians play the same composition and just completely change the way they go about it? Or do you think it's time to actually make a change?
I feel like that last go that they did on Chanimal, where they got the full Hex on Cubsy, they had the Smoke Bomb on Chanimal with the Silence before that, then they got the full Fear even, and they still didn't even force Unending Resolve. I feel like at that point, you have to do the all-ins and dampening. I mean, that's the only reason why Chanimal is alive. So at that point, you have to make it a dampening, but I don't think they can make it a dampening because the setups from C9 are so deadly. They don't happen that often, but when they do happen, they always force out cooldowns. I just, even if you win a game, doing it on a larger map, and doing it, a reverse sweep, I don't see it happening.
Okay. If you had to dream up the perfect scenario of it happening, Supatis, what would it be? How would the Golden Guardians be able to get into this? I think a reverse sweep in the grand final is always something that is pretty much a miracle if you can make it happen, right? Best of 7 is very tough to go on a 4-game win streak against a team that's made it to the grand final. I think that's something that we've seen quite a few times. It doesn't happen very often. And on top of that, you're going up against Cloud9 to do it. That's a team that has been dominant for quite some time. But Sid, if you had to dream up the perfect scenario for Golden Guardians to start to crawl back into this, what would it be?
I don't think I'm really known for my optimism here. But they just played their best maps and didn't win. You don't get to play the maps that have happened again. So if they do manage to win this, it's Tolvaron. It's Ashamane.
Well, you've just heard it from our analysts. They aren't even capable of dreaming up a timeline right now.
It's a dark day for the Golden Guardians.
Well, okay,
right now.
you can't say that. It's
The
not a
dampening
dark day.
overlord.
It's definitely not a dark day for them.
Okay, the day was
This is their
good, but
best
the
performance.
final.
It's actually a great day for them.
This is their best performance since, I don't even know when.
If honestly, if Golden Guardians loses this, they could be happy. I mean, no one has beaten Cloud9
No one
right
beats
now,
them
right?
anyway.
No one has beaten Cloud9 in 2 weeks. So, I mean, at worst, they're beating all the other people that lost as well. So, not a bad spot for Golden Guardians to be, but they're not out of it yet. It just seems like this composition Cloud9 has and the way they're playing it, I just don't see openings for Golden Guardians. I mean, who are they going to go after? Everyone's playing Conflict and Strife. Everyone's going versatility. Their setups are just on point, and it just seems like Peekaboo has to take a risk in his gearing. Like, we're not going to see Peekaboo go Conflict and Strife and see him go full versatility. That does not play into his win condition at all. He needs to be playing, the Reaping Flames and the Gushing. But as a result of that, Cloud9 can really punish him with these big, hard-hitting burst windows, the Mortal Coil, the Leg Sweep, and that's what we've been seeing. And I think on Ruins of Lordaeron, Sid, I mean, you probably know what's going to happen next.
What? Golden
Game
Guardians
4.
are going to win?
Ruins of Lordaeron.
They're going to win? If they win, it wouldn't be,
I really hope Zico and Rich got what I was talking about.
He makes the joke
Wait, what
every
was that?
time. How does he not get it? When he-
What
Thank you,
joke?
Rich.
Wait, what joke?
It's okay.
are you trolling?
Wait, what? What do you mean?
Yes, he's trolling for sure.
What?
It's so.
He's actually not. I swear he's not.
I actually I don't know. That's the weird thing about doing stuff online, right? Because I can't see your faces right now.
Yeah, you can't
I
see
have
his
no
face.
idea if he's trolling or not. I'm assuming.
We're just gonna
Why
have
would
to
I
wait
be
for the
trolling?
delay.
This is the grand finals. Like, get it together.
Okay, yeah,
We're being
okay,
serious
he's
here.
trolling. So, you know what is serious?
100% troll.
The situation that the Golden Guardians are in, because they are facing elimination at this point. Cloud9 trying to take first place. Golden Guardians, though, Sid, you did say that this is a dark day for Golden Guardians. We've already kind of stepped back on that. This is obviously a very tough series for them. They might get 4-0'd, but I think they have to be happy with this performance that they have had this weekend.
They ran through a nasty gauntlet
Yeah.
to make it to the finals. They are battered, they are beaten, they are bruised, and Cloud9 is waiting there on their dampening throne, wearing their crown, ready to just laugh at them as they slap them around 3 games in a row. Golden Guardians are backed into a corner. They're going to Ruins of Lordaeron. It would be a fitting final resting place as it is a cemetery. Can they stop
the dampening overlords that are Cloud9. Every other team has failed to do so. Will they fall as well?
We're going to be finding out very shortly here if that is going to be the case. We've already crowned one champion today. This could be the final game of the day. Cloud9 trying to close out yet another grand final.
I mean, Cloud9 is looking like the most dominant team in, quite frankly, the world right now, at least in North America. So, I mean, this is just unbelievable what they've been able to accomplish. They haven't lost a game in 2 weeks, or haven't lost a series in 2 weeks. Golden Guardians going to be trying to hold on for dear life here. This is their last chance to put a point in the board, stay in this series, but Cloud9 certainly not making it easy. Snuts being tagged in the grand finals, and this team is looking as strong as ever.
Right,
Actually, a little surprised that they didn't go with Mage Lock. I feel like this is a map where Mage Lock actually would be kind of good, but maybe they just feel like it's better. Like Mage Lock game was kind of close, actually really close. And they're gonna go for a big setup here. WizK is the one taking the brunt of the damage. Nice disarm there by Snuts. Peekaboo's gonna have to banish, Trinket, and get the sap. And Channel will actually try to Inferno stun Peekaboo's Trinket right there. And Peekaboo waited, trinketing the disarm and the Inferno stun and getting that sap. Still, it's not gonna net them anything, but still good decision making from Peekaboo. You gotta be consistent. Like that later on could be what decides the game. So keeping his enemies guessing, but so far it's looking like Cloud9's show.
Yeah, Cloud9 asserting dominance in the North American region. They are Titans. Peekaboo stunned up with no trinket. Absterge feared away. Huge damage to follow it up. They can't afford to throw it all away. They panic. They overlap Gladiator's medallions across the board. They do counter pressure though. Chanimal stunned up. Cubsy gonna revival him back into the fight, but into a full hex. Absterge keeping his team in the game. He's lobbing out those lava bursts. He's going all offense. Chanimal deflects with the Mortal Coil. Life Cocoon comes in. They're going to stabilize. But WizK, what happened to your health? It's disappearing. Is he going to have to disperse? Snuts is dealing tons of damage here. Looking to help carry the team. They swap over to Cubsy. He pre-Fort Brews. And Peekaboo is still being blasted. He Psychic Shells, but they crack it. He's still stunned up. Manages to stabilize. Golden Guardians need to take a moment, but they don't have any Gladiators medallions. They're just going all out anyway. They fully hex Cubsy. They're pushing after Chanimal. The Earthen Wall is down before the fear. Chanimal is stunned up, but healed back to full by Cubsy. And man, if you're the Golden Guardians right now, it's dicey.
I mean, it definitely is. Peekaboo with no real defense. I appreciate that Golden Guardians really is pushing in, though. They absolutely have to. If they want to win this matchup, they need to overwhelm. They're not going to win the long game. Stun on Peekaboo once again. Do they have any damage? Vitality Conduit from Absterge will save the day. Peekaboo should be able to survive. He feints off one of those Chaos Bolts. Kick on Chanimal. Blind on Cubsy. Maybe Snuts? Maybe they're going after Snuts. It doesn't look like it. The sap coming in from Peekaboo. Chanimal has been rotting down. Great pressure here. And that is the unending resolve. Peekaboo just babysitting Cubsy right now with the saps while Chanimal is getting soloed. Cubsy trinkets at the last moment to get the Life Cocoon on Chanimal and keep him alive. Nice setup there by Peekaboo. He just sat in stealth, was very, very patient, let Chanimal kind of rot down to the pressure of WizK, and as a result, they got a lot of defensive cooldowns from Cloud9.
Yeah, they got the unending result and the trinket of Cubsy, and now Peekaboo needs to try to use his next kidney here onto Cubsy if he can. And if he can't reach him, he's just going to have to use it onto Chanimal. He definitely wants to be using it here on Cubsy because that's going to allow WizK to have his dots kind of start sinking in, doing damage. He was still holding on to that kidney shot for a long amount of time. There's the silence. They're trying to get Chanimal kind of low here. Let's see, Abster's looking for the cap totem, trying to get a double stun set up there. Unfortunately, Cubsy too quick there, dispelling that root of himself and rolling away from that cap totem. Beautiful defense there. Gonna keep Cubsy out of crowd control, but now there's a hex, paralyzes the hex, and now he's gonna try to cross the map, go for the leg sweep. Peekaboo actually trying to shadow step that leg sweep there, and he does. Cubsy just leg sweeping air. Peekaboo making insane mechanical plays, but his team is still on the back foot here.
Oh, the swap into Cubsy. He's got no Gladiator's medallion, but Ring of Peace is pinning Peekaboo in the room. He should be able to retreat away with that Chi Torpedo. Snuts is going after WizK, looking like he wants to swap to Peekaboo, or at least keep him in combat. Abster's mana not looking too good, but neither is Cubsy, honestly. Cloud9 not looking entirely comfortable here. On match point, Dark Soul is popped. Chaos Bolt gets kidney shot right at the last second. Life Cocoon going to be active from Cubsy. Absterge is chasing down Cubsy. Peekaboo is as well. Are they going to go for a swap or a hex? Cubsy rolls back out into midfield. WizK can have Adam now with that Void from them. Cubsy ducks over to the Tombstone, looking for crowd control onto Absterge, but doesn't have leg sweep. Paralyze not likely enough on its own. Absterge going to pop Ascendance, try and pop his team back into the fight. He sneaks in a hex, but it breaks. That breaking is so devastating. They might have been able to actually win the game there if that hex didn't break. They go for a blind. Cubsy trinkets instantly on that. Doesn't want to fall behind. He knows Chanimal doesn't have unending resolve. Absterge gets spell locked by Chanimal. Chaos Bolt being kicked by Peekaboo, denying the kill on WizK. Vampiric Embrace rolling, trying to get some extra heals from the Shadow Priest. Cubsy rolls up, lands that leg sweep onto Absterge, trying to take out WizK. Fading on 30%.
Oh, no!
Absterge goes for the big heal. Chanimal gates back into the room. Cubsy's got no mana. He's out in midfield. Channel backs him up with a fear on Peekaboo. Absterge grounds the Chaos Bolt. They silence Cubsy. Peekaboo shadow steps in. Peekaboo's going for the kill here onto Cubsy in the near future. He really needs to find it. He's pushing that gas pedal all the way down to the floor. WizK jumping into Void form, looking to try and KO Cubsy. Do they have enough damage to do so? Cubsy denies the kill. He can use that Life Cocoon if he needs to. Golden Guardians need to ride this momentum. They need to keep their pressure. Cubsy's out of mana. They can only win with pressure.
I mean, at this point, Cubsy's got no mana left. Golden Guardians, they just need to keep up this pacing. Chanimal getting low. Kitty shot on Cubsy. But WizK, he needs to be careful he doesn't throw. Snuts is all over him. They've got burst, but it's Cubsy on the back foot. He manages to get away. A few soothing miss. He wants to hold on to the Life Cocoon at all costs at this point. If he can get a drink, it would be absolutely huge. Can they stop him? Can they get the drink? Chanimal still rotting down. Peekaboo causing lots of pressure. Cubsy, is he going to be able to get there? There's a silence right now. Do they have any crowd control on Cubsy whatsoever? He manages to connect the Life Cocoon. He actually sneaks away for a drink. Beautiful plays by Cubsy once again, and they, like, I don't know how he constantly does this.
Nice! Peekaboo with a sick outplay. Evasions the leg sweep. Shadow Step kicks through the Ring of Peace, and they find the kill. Great play by Peekaboo, keeping the team in the tournament, putting a point on the grand finals.
Very impressive stuff. It looks like Ruins of Lordaeron is not going to be the final resting place for the Golden Guardians, and once again, just showing, even in matchups where it looks like they're not going to be able to pull out a single win, they can sometimes go the distance. Now, obviously, they would have a long road ahead of them if they wanted to pull down this entire grand final, Zico, but what happened here that made the dream stay alive just a little bit longer?
I feel like defensively was the big difference here. They just, C9 weren't able to find that, big one-shot that they had onto Peekaboo. And maybe that's because of map. I feel like on the small map, Snuts is always going to be pretty much in paralyzed range of Absterge and also be in range to, get to Peekaboo and attack him. But on this map, it's a lot harder when Cubsy's, kiting from one side to the other, going from the starting room to the tomb in the middle, going to, that graveyard on the side, just hiding all over the map. I think it makes it a lot harder for Snuts to be, in all places at once kind of thing. So maybe it's a little bit because of map, probably also because they just played really well on the side of the Golden Guardians. But what does this look like for the rest of the series? We could go Tolviron, Mage Lock, we could go to a super small map and see this matchup again. I feel like Cloud9 has such a big lead right now that I'm still not convinced.
I mean, hey, look, even if there just aren't many teams that can beat any team that's equally matched them 4 times in a row, right? Like, that's typically just not how it works. This is an astronomical lead by Cloud9, but all of a sudden you see those adaptations inside of a game, and you start to say, okay, I mean, as unlikely as it is, maybe the Golden Guardians can pull it off. I think one of the big things that you said beforehand was just the idea that every time Pika got a little bit too aggressive, that was when they were able to shut him down. If they change that strategy just a little bit, maybe we can see this become a reality. I mean, as we do go to different maps, though, how much harder do you think that's going to make it, Sid?
I mean, that's literally what's going to make the difference is the maps. Yeah. Like, Cubsy on that map, that looked really hard to deal with the pressure, and he ended up running out of mana. So on a big map where he just drinks, he's got lots of space, he can max range the blind. they can just do Mage Lock on a really big map. Like, Golden Guardians have a tall order. And they could even do Paladin. This is the first time we see the Golden Guardians have to lock blind. I wonder if they can even lock Rogue, Shadow Priest, Shaman blind.
Very true, yeah. So, I mean, they can pretty much just get hard countered as well, so they might have to go for the Warlock. And on top of that, I think, as you mentioned, too, if they do go to this larger map, Cubsy, it's just margarita time, and you just sneak away for drinks constantly. That could happen again. We're going to have to wait and see what the draft actually is.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is Tolvaron Arena, and I think Cloud9, this is very telling for them. If they can play Mage Lock, they're going to play Mage Lock, and I think on this on this large map, it's going to be extremely difficult. The Grand Arena, Golden Guardians, there was signs of life for them in that match. Like, there was a lot of moments in the game where they were really close to actually taking Wealthy Man down. Maybe they could do that again, but I think this is absolutely the hardest map. And it's like Sid said earlier during the series, I mean, we're not going back to the small maps. At this point, Golden Guardians has basically burned through every single small map that is available to them, except maybe Blackrook Hold. But, I mean, Cloud9, if they lose, they get to keep picking big maps. Right? At this point, Golden Guardians, they have to win out, so we're going to go big map, big map, big map, big map. I mean, Golden Guardians are going to have to win in like this unideal situation if they want to win this grand finals.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I kept going back to the idea that it's really hard to win in like 4 games in a row in a grand final. One of the main reasons is what you just touched on. Not only is it hard in a completely equal scenario where teams are going blind to win 4 times in a row, but when you are coming off the loss, you have the advantage. That's how the format does work. And having that advantage every single map for the rest of the series is Cloud9 right now. They have pretty much everything in their favor, and just keep that in mind, but also realize that when the Golden Guardians, if they pull off another victory already, it's that much harder. It's that much more impressive if they manage to pull that off. Now, Cloud9 using a little bit of their time here to figure out what they are going to play on Tolvaron now that we do see the Shadow Priest, and I'm pretty they're actually not going to go for the Paladin here. Zico, what do you think of this decision? They are going for the Destro Warlock, Fire Mage, and Cubsy is going to stay on the Monk.
I like the Monk here just because of the map. I feel like the Paladin, he wants to get in and get aggressive, and I feel like the Golden Guardians, they're just hoping to catch one of these healers in a kidney shot. So I think Monk, stay back, play that same game that we saw Cubsy kind of play in the previous game, where he's just trying to keep himself alive, trying to keep everybody on full HP, trying to not, you know, put himself in harm's way, and just try to drag out the game and win. Kind of similar to what they did on Nagrand. You know, go for that mana win condition, go for that dampening win condition, have, you know, your mage kind of stay in the front and poke everybody and try to win that way. It's similar to what we always see C9 do.
Okay, well, guys, this can be the last game of the day. Cloud9 looking to win a grand final, looking to really cement themselves on the standings as well for the North American region. Golden Guardians have already outperformed what they've been able to do throughout the year, what they've been able to do for a very long time. When I talked to Peekaboo back on Thursday, couldn't even remember the last time that they managed to get a top 6, let alone make it all the way to a championship Sunday in the top 4, let alone make it to a grand final. Will they be able to keep the Cinderella run going any longer? Will they be able to take another game and extend this series further? We're going to find out on Tolvaron Arena now that this extra space is given to Cloud9, though. Now that they've had that advantage, as you've heard from the analysts, Cubsy's going to try to abuse that space, keep his mana nice and full throughout the entirety of the matchup. How can Golden Guardians try to just put them off a little bit, try to control Cubsy in this matchup?
I think Peekaboo needs to sit on his Vanish. I think having the threat of the Vanish sap is going to be very, very important. If they can get a lot of pressure rolling on Chanimal and Wealthy Man when Cubsy goes to drink, if Peekaboo has that as a threat, that crowd control, that's going to be big. On the other hand, we could see Golden Guardians. We never really see them do this, to be honest with you. They're never the team to kind of just sit back and just wait. But if they really wanted to win, I feel like a totally viable option for them would just be hide behind the pillar, force Cloud9 to push in, and I mean, later on in dampening, they can make those big all-in plays. Certainly a risky strategy, but it might be something they're considering, because sitting out in the open for too long on Tolveron is just asking to get G-Pod.
Yeah, I mean, I do think sometimes you got to risk it for the biscuit. It does look like WizK is super corrupted right now, at least in the gates. We'll have to see.
I think that's just an animation with the map.
Oh yeah, it totally is. It's just
like.
the shadow form, the way that it's on G. You can tell that I do not have Gmod, so I was like, wow, he looks super corrupted, but it was just the Gmod. Ultimately, here the question is, what will Golden Guardians actually decide to do with gear? What will they decide to do as far as strategy is concerned?
It's a Golden Guardian, the mount that they're using.
Yeah, thematic.
I just got that. Wow.
Ah.
Oh wow!
You know,
It's 5 a.m., man.
one
Sorry, I'm a
thing.
little slow today.
WizK's playing Mind Trauma, but I swear I haven't seen him press Mind Flay. I'm trying to think, at least not enough times in a row that I noticed it. And Mind Trauma would be really good to make Greater Pyro just a really long cast. So I hope WizK realizes that he's running that Mind Trauma and starts utilizing that.
I think there's a good chance that he's realizing that he has.
I'm watching him right now. I'm literally just staring at him, waiting to see if he mind plays.
We'll all be on the watch. Early
Where's the
on,
mind
WizK already forced into the dispersion quite early on as Chanimal and Wealthy Man push in with the combustion. Big offensive cooldown available. Blind now onto Cubsy as Peekaboo looking to strike back. Kidney shot on Wealthy Man. The Vanished Sap. Cubsy, is he going to trinket? That is the question. He's holding on. He's being a bit greedy with it, but I mean, that greed might just pay off. The silence out of the blind sap, but they got Cauterize. I mean, I feel like it wasn't worth it for Cubsy. Cauterize is a massive defensive cooldown for Wealthy Man. I feel like just trade the trinket for blind. Very standard play. I mean, this map is so large, the threat of being trained down, I don't feel like is really there for Cubsy, but I mean, we'll see. I think Wealthy Man should be fine to hold on for another 5 minutes, but that was certainly a risky trade.
Absolutely. Now, smoke bomb attempt coming out here onto WizK. Full fear onto Absters. Wealthyman's going for the sheep. Gets silenced on it. Still trying though. Doesn't land it there. Absters with a beautiful grounding totem deflects. Wealthyman now in a kidney shot. Absters gonna have his wind shear. Wealthyman is not gonna bother going for that polymorph anymore. Instead, he's gonna just try to distance himself a little further from Absturge, drag the rogue a little bit further out in the open so that they can have new CC onto him. He can go for Greater Pyroblast. He's looking to get one right now. Gets it onto WizK. Taking to about 50% HP. Chaosbolt connecting as well. Windcheer coming out now. Wealthyman looking for the polys. Gets one onto Peekaboo, but Absturge breaking out of that fear right away. I'm not sure how that happened, but he pre-tremored, I'm pretty sure. And Wealthyman now taking huge damage. Has to use his ice block there on that silence of WizK, and all of a sudden the Golden Guardians are actually in a checkmate position. The only defense left here is that trinket on Cubsy, as we see Absturge now forced to use his Astral Shift.
Oh, WizK interrupted on Shadow. Absturge is feared, low health. Peekaboo's polyed, he can't help. WizK's getting blasted, he wraps around the corner. Absturge pops Ascendance to pull his team back into the fight. They got the two major objectives, the Cauterize, the Ice Block. They have a lead. If they can get good crowd control here on the Cubsy, they might be able to pull off a victory, taking Cloud9's best map away from them. Can they manage to do it? Chanimal calls in the Infernals. He's got Dark Soul available. He's going to be ramping up for huge amounts of damage. Peekaboo realizing that, moves over. Crowd controls him for a moment, then goes back over onto Wealthy Man. I still want to see more Mind Flays from WizK. Maybe he's afraid of just being interrupted. He does immediately get interrupted on that Mind Flay, but he needs to steal the haste. These Greater Pyroblasts could be like maybe a 5-second cast if he's able to get it. WizK getting through both interrupts now, but Dark Soul's active. They need to stop Chaos Bolts. They're going to line of sight for a moment. Wait for the Dark Soul. Blind on Cubsy. Is he going to try and sit this one? This is risky to try and sit this one. No caught, no block. No, he's going to trinket it late. WizK has to disperse. His whole team is crowd controlled. He pulls back. Now Wealthy Man's lining up some Greater Pyros onto Peekaboo. They're on match point. He's going to break out of that leg sweep, pop the Lingering Psychic Shell, get back onto the Mage, and here comes WizK. He's moving downtown across the universe for crowd control. They need to win on the chain. He goes for a Mind Control at low health, trying to bait out a Life Cocoon. Does get the Life Cocoon finally onto Wealthy Man, and yeah, Chanimal and Wealthy Man are literally camping their interrupts on Mind Flay. Beautiful pressure, though, onto WizK now. Ringed out into the open. Chanimal is free casting. Absturge gets fully feared. WizK boldly's tanking these Greater Pyros. Tries to jump back to the pillar. Vitality Conduit will pick him up. He's still marching at Cubsy. He's looking for that Psychic Scream. He just can't find a single cast here against Chanimal and Wealthy Man.
I mean, it's really difficult with those interrupts available. Keeping Vampire touch on everyone, now getting interrupted once again. And I think what Zico is going to say is he needs to make sure he's prioritizing keeping those dots up on everyone. So maybe not a ton of time for those Mind Flays. I mean, Dispel is really important as well to get off the Renewing Mist. But here's another big attempt on Wealthy Man. They might be able to take him down.
No
Cubsy,
way.
there's no Life Cocoon. Can they do it? He's caught into a fear. Do they have the damage? There is no Cauterize. There is no nothing. Temporal Shield and Hellstone by Wealthy Man. Enough time. And the Life Cocoon lands. And now we're seeing the Golden Guardians. They're kind of running out of time to capitalize on this window. Absurge gets caught into a stun. Cubsy nicely done setting that up. The Spiritling Totem drops down. This big map all of a sudden, I mean, is really playing in the favor of Cloud9. Golden Guardians have to spend so much time in the open if they actually want to capitalize on their offense. And as a result, Chanimal and Wealthy Man can really punish them with damage. You can see he taps Absurge. He really has no defensive left. He could just fall in the middle of the map right now here.
Yeah, and this is the problem for Golden Guardians. They have to constantly cross the map and get to Cubsy just to be able to pressure Cloud9. Cubsy now in a full blind, finally trinkets out of this one. And Wealthy Man has 34 seconds left on his Cauterize and his Ice Block. And Cubsy's going to have his Life Cocoon. So in about 30 seconds from now, Wealthy Man, if he's not dead, that means Cubsy is the only target available. And on this map, it is extremely difficult to get a setup onto Cubsy that's going to lead to a kill. So Golden Guardians have had a great moment here, but all of those cooldowns that they forced are resetting, and that momentum that they had is slowly but surely fading away. You can see the mana of Absterge as well dipping low here. And now Cubsy's feeling confidence, pushing in. Beautiful leg sweep. Wealthy Man has a combustion available, and he has pulled the trigger. He gets dispelled. Peekaboo with a nice Garrote as well to slow him down. Absterge still in crowd control. Finally breaks out of that fear. And now another smoke bomb attempt here onto Wealthy Man. He has his Ice Block, he has his Cauterize, full fear onto Cubsy. Do they have a Sap or a Hex maybe to follow it up? It doesn't look like they do. Instead, they're going to try to go for Cubsy, but Cubsy is going to use Fort Brew and then reposition once again. And C9 right now are looking like they are establishing that chokehold that we talked about.
Oh, Greater Pyro, Chaos Bolt, Vitality Conduit saves WizK. They stun Wealthy Man. Cubsy silenced. WizK rocket jumps in. Is he going to get in position for a Psychic Scream? Looks like Cubsy was able to avoid it. WizK line of sights at the pillar, but he's ringed into the wall. He can't escape. He has to disperse. He has to get back to Absterge. He needs a pick-me-up, but Absterge gets feared away. Peekaboo gets polymorphed. This map is looking so terrifying for the Golden Guardians. They had such a good lead early on, but it's basically lost. It's a reset. They have to get through Cauterize again. They have to get through Ice Block again, and they don't have mana, and they're in dampening. This is devastating. Cubsy's sitting down for a drink. That Shadow Fury stopped WizK from preventing it. Cubsy basically goes back to full mana, and if this is... They're just back so far into the corner here, the Golden Guardians. What options do they really have? Cubsy gets blinded. He has Trinket in a moment if he needs to. Temporal Shield with Poly seems like it's going to be more than enough. Greater Pyroblast. WizK's out in midfield. He is gone, I think, right here and now. Huge damage. How is he even alive at this point? Healing Tide Totem down. Absterge denies the kill. I don't even think Cloud9 can believe that WizK's alive right there. But Golden Guardians pull off another miracle.
Yeah, that miracle is called Vitality Conduit. Quite powerful, and will keep WizK alive. That was a huge setup there for Cloud9, and like you said, Sid, they probably can't believe what just happened. WizK still exceptionally vulnerable, though. There's no dispersion available for another 18 seconds. If they get any crowd control on Absurge and they get the damage rolling on WizK, that could be the game. Greater Pyroblast being channeled out. Peekaboo shuts it down. Nice Garrote silence, backing up his team, realizing they're in trouble, but I feel like the Golden Guardians, they are running out of time. Wealthy Man's got all his defense, Chanimal, all his defense. Cubsy's got a ton of mana. I mean, where are the openings here?
They're going to have to blind Cubsy and try to kill him. They're going to have to try to force his Trinket and maybe blind him and kill somebody else. Maybe kill Wealthy Man with a Master Spell. They're not completely out of the game just yet. We've seen Absterge extend the game on Fumes for a long period of time, but they don't have much time left. Another Greater Pyroblast here, hitting WizK in the face. Chaos Bolt as well, and he's taking so much damage, but he is able to hold on to that dispersion. Nice grip, and now he's gonna have to activate that dispersion. Beautiful Shadow Fury there, extending the CC chain for Chanimal. WizK looking to maybe go for a fear here, trying to get some counter pressure going. He knows offense is the only way for them to survive right now. They need to get pressure, but Cubsy making it super difficult with that positioning. Every time Absterge and Whiskey get on top of him, he's just on the other side of the map. And now Peekaboo could be in big danger. Might have to use his Cloak of Shadows. Gonna use the Lingering Psychic Shell instead. And C9 has got Golden Guardians pinned down at the pillar as they try to go for another setup on Wealthy Man, but Cubsy deflects it with that life cocoon.
If Golden Guardians win this game, they are literally legendary. This is looking like an unrecoverable position. Whiskey has nothing. If he moves into center field, he's just going to get destroyed. Peekaboo has to retreat away. Golden Guardians are going to hide at the pillar here. Tournament lives on the line. They can't afford to lose. They need to win 3 more games in a row against North American Titans Cloud9. Can they do it? Wealthy Man blinks in for a poly. He nags it. Now, Whiskey in trouble. Wealthy Man gets stunned up. Peekaboo tries to save Whiskey. Will he be able to keep him going to get that Void Shift? He fades at very low health. He can still use Void Shift. Absterge could get stunned. He grips him away from the leg sweep. He void shifts the health, but Absterge gets Ring of Peace back into the open. Greater Pyro channeled over. Wealthy Man gets stunned up, but he pre-tempts it. Double leg sweep out from Cubsy. He rolls back into center field. Absterge is trying to power through the damage with Ascendance. Is it going to be enough at 32% dampening? His entire team is just dying. He gets interrupted on the chain heal. Devastating spell lock by Chanimal. Chaos Bolts are being lobbed in onto Peekaboo in the Shadow Fury. Greater Pyroblast has to be silenced by Whiskey. Cubsy pre-cocoons the blind. He's trying to sit through. He knows he's the only target that can go down, but if he doesn't trinket, he'll never die. He gets away without trinketing. Peekaboo is still low. Lingering Psychic Shell again. Whiskey is still low. Dampening is only going up. Greater Pyro doesn't finish. That's fortunate for the Golden Guardians, but Chaos Bolt does. Peekaboo's at 30%. Healing Tide Totem is down. Whiskey gets interrupted. His damage is going to be so low. They drop the Smoke Bomb on Wealthy Man. He breaks out. Temporal Shield. Absterge moves out, but he gets caught into a polymorph. Whiskey has to fade. He silences Cubsy. Golden Guardians are still playing their hearts out here, but they're so far behind.
This is just such a difficult spot to be in. Once you start having to use your crowd control to slow down the Chaos Bolts, it becomes really difficult, but Absterge is caught into a stun. Do they have the damage to take him down? Whiskey helps him out just a little bit. Vitality Conduit does land. That was a nice setup by Cubsy and Chanimal. You can see the pressure from Cloud9 is just so immense. Absterge does connect a few chain heals. He manages to get some big healing on his team. Peekaboo getting a little bit low. He wants to hold on to that Cloak of Shadows for as long as he possibly can. He has been basically creating tons of pressure for his team. Wealthy Man getting really low off the back of that Drestagath. Can they get the Cauterize? There's no way. Golden Guardians, they're going to come back in this series, in this matchup. Combustion has been pulled out for Wealthy Man, trying to create tons of pressure here onto Whiskey. Whiskey denies it with the fade, getting back to the pillar, but still, I mean, Cubsy is really struggling to top off Wealthy Man. At some point, I feel like Cubsy has to sneak away and drink because his mana is basically evened out here with Absterge.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Cubsy's going to go for a drink right now, which is going to prompt this assault here from the Golden Guardians. That's going to stop Cubsy's drink. And all of a sudden, there is a win condition here on the side of Golden Guardians, coming back from the brink of defeat, coming back from the grave here. And they're looking like they could do it. Wealthy Man, how are you going to respond right now? Whiskey taking huge damage. There have to trinkets out of the CC chain. Whiskey using that dispersion. Cubsy pre-vitality on the blind, but he trinkets out of it anyway. Gets kidney shot. Wealthy Man might have to use his Ice Bucket card. It's going to trigger. Block is coming out. Chanimal has his Dark Soul available, trying to counter pressure, trying to get fears out, trying to get a Chaos Bolt out, but Peekaboo stops it. Beautiful double fear, and this could be what they need here to win the game, Sid.
They're so close. They've managed to pull themselves back into the game, but they've got no mana. Dark Soul is up. Chanimal 1 Chaos Bolt. He doesn't get the second. 1 isn't enough. Absterge tanks it out. Silence onto Cubsy. Chanimal is rotting down to damage from Whiskey. He lands a double Shadow Fury. Cloud9 can't believe that Golden Guardians are still alive. They pop the Ascendance. They're doing whatever they can. Spirit Link Totem is down. Absterge making miracle after miracle to keep his team alive against Cloud9. 50% dampening. Peekaboo goes for the kill. Wealthy Man blinks back. He's got the Life Cocoon. They have to go through Life Cocoon, but Peekaboo has Cloak of Shadows. He can just trade it if he needs to. He kidney shots Wealthy Man. They've cut the cocoon. They're staying on target. It's do or die for the Golden Guardians. There's no turning back now. They have to push for the win.
With no Cloak of Shadows, Peekaboo is super vulnerable in the midfield. Chanimal using the Unending Resolve. 1 Chaos Bolt lands. The leg sweep. Peekaboo immediately trinkets out, but he's just got no defense. Absterge caught into a fear. Peekaboo, how is he going to survive? He shadow steps over to Wealthy Man. It is do or die. Gets the kidney shot, but a Chaos Bolt lands. Just a little bit more damage, and Peekaboo falls. Golden Guardians, I mean, we have to give them a round of applause. They've played that out beautifully, but just it doesn't seem like anyone can beat Cloud9 as Mage Lock Monk on Tolvaron Arena. Cloud9, honestly, just such a spectacular performance once again.
It truly was. Yeah, you definitely got to give it up to the Golden Guardians having the best performance that they have had in so long. And not only the best performance, they shatter the performances that they have had in recent history, and they show some real signs of life against Cloud9. It's easy to kind of move past almost congratulating Cloud9 because at this point, this is what we expect from them. They are truly one of the more dominant teams that we have seen. Ven brought up the question, Zico, a little while ago when he basically was saying, you know, they're the best team in one of the best teams in North America, one of the best teams in the entire world. Seeing these guys compete on the global scale is going to be very exciting to see with what we've seen from so many of the other squads in EU. It's clear, Zico, that Cloud9 truly is a powerhouse.
Cloud9, they just have everything. You know, they have all-star players, they have a flex player, they have a healer who multi-classes and is extremely talented. They got everything they need. It's just right now for Cloud9, the sky is the limit. And yeah, I had to get the last one in. But for Golden Guardians as well, this is the first team that really does challenge Cloud9. I think Golden Guardians are even the first team that we see force Cloud9 to, you know, swap comp. So
yeah.
This tournament in general for Golden Guardians has just been insane, just as insane as it was for Enlight in Europe. I think both of these teams coming in, kind of just playing one comp, mainly swapping out, you know, maybe the healer a little bit. It just shows that we're getting to that point in the expansion where we're getting to the end of it, where playing your main is the thing that matters the most, and it's great.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well where it's like Golden Guardians are the only team that forced Snuts into the game, right? So we haven't seen that in a while, and yeah, it's always an interesting dynamic when, you know, you get into a new expansion. Who can multi-class the quickest? Who can pick up the most things? Then eventually you get, obviously metas are going to be pushed. Diversity is going to be very important in which classes you can actually bring. But like Zico alluded to, Sid, you do get to a point in an expansion sometimes where it is just going to come down to who is the most skill capped in ways that you don't even think of, like when you need to engineer how different corruptions are going to work with different Azerite builds, with different talent builds, with different, just everything comes together that requires a way of thinking that is not easy to accomplish. And that's why it's also really impressive when you see different things that Snuts can do.
I mean, right now, I feel like the Golden Guardians need to figure out what they want to do with Jelly Beans. Because Jelly Beans is a great player. I feel like if they just picked something for him to play that fit better, like he's going to do a great job with it. But they need to pick something that's going to fit better, because as much as I love the Jelly Pika combo, I just feel like Hunter Rogue doesn't have a place. They've been doing Demon Hunter with WizK a little bit. It seems like a good pick in a Resto Druids, but no one's going to play Resto Druid right now. So I want to see them get Jelly on a class that they can use. And then,
I mean, just to interject a little bit there with that thought, the performance that they had today was absolutely spectacular. What could he possibly play to beat Cloud9's Mage Lock Monk? I mean, nobody knows. Nobody in North America can beat them. Nobody. So I don't know if Jellybean's, you know, flexing. I mean, it would be great to see him play more, but I just don't know if he played any class that it would necessarily result in a win.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree with Sid, though, right? Where if you have something to do with Jelly, it's just going to open the door for easier victories, right? I think all in all, they were in a lot of the matchups that they won, they had to play like absolute gods every single step of the way, Zico.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with both of them. Like, I see what Van is saying here. I don't think just bringing Jelly in is going to be what kind of changes things up in this specific matchup. But I also do agree with Sid that having Jelly just sit on the bench all the time, I mean, it doesn't actually, you know, contribute that much.
That's true.
It contributes a little bit, but, you know, there's always the threat, you know, are they finally going to bring him in? Should we respect the thug in the blind pick? No, but jokes aside, Jelly is obviously one of the absolute GOATs, and you know, I don't think they should, you know, remove him from the roster or anything, but
not at all.
I do think that they should try to incorporate him in some kind of way. You know, I've always been a big spokesman for the Jelly Ellie, So maybe we'll see that. Hopefully, could be an answer for that mage lock.
It's as simple as this. If you're able to incorporate Jelly, you're going to be able to have performances like this more consistently, is the idea, right? The more compositions you have, the more consistent you're going to be able to grab wins, because you're going to be able to take down more and more teams. And consistency is very much the name of the game in the AWC. As you can see right now, we're looking at the NA standings. This is the combined results for Cup 1 and 2. And if you want to talk about consistency, you look right at Cloud9, 240 points, sitting at the top, and behind them, their closest opponent, Method Orange, with 140 points. They have managed to already accumulate such a large lead. And the Golden Guardians, they have managed to tie things up with 2 squads with their performance this week, Space Station Gaming and M2KC. So we got a large bubble here for 3rd place, and then after that it is going to be Charlotte Phoenix after a relatively large drop off, and then after that it becomes quite a large drop off when we see the squads of Turtle, Rudimentary, Unitas, Easy Money, Hamsty, and WOD for Life.
I mean, these teams are battling for a top 8, right? And I feel like the teams on the bubble of that top 8, you know, teams like Hamsty getting carried, Easy Money, Unitas, Rudimentary, Turtle, and then for M2KC and Charlotte Phoenix, they can't be feeling too safe at this moment. They're really going to have some, you know, some top level performances in these next 2 cups. There's only 2 left for them to make it to that top 8. Definitely got to be putting in a lot of work, a lot of preparation. There are some changes coming to Gushing Wounds, I believe, so maybe that'll be a mix-up for some of these rosters. But yeah, they need to have solid performances because there's not a lot of time left to be accumulating these points.
Yeah, and when we're talking about standings, we also got to take a look at the other region that we saw today, EU. So today, we got to look at both EU and NA. We crowned a champion in each of them. And in the EU standings, we're actually going to get to see another interesting layout, right? I mean, seeing Cloud9 manage to grab 240 points and be so far ahead is obviously crazy to see. It's also nuts when you see Wildcard Gaming and Method Black with 220 points and 200 points respectively. Then after that, there is going to be that large drop off, and you can just see how many of the points, Zico, that they really were able to suck up. And then after that, the Bergen boys, and also it was Enigma, were I believe 3 and 4 with just the Cup 1 points, and they soaked up quite a lot of points as well. And now they really fell off this week, and it just results in this area where I think Enlight can be very comfortable as well, Zico.
Absolutely. I think just having this one breakout performance for Enlight has been huge. Now, I think obviously you don't want to relax too much. You are threatening, you know, that basically duo of teams that no one really can beat in Europe. You're starting to break in there and become that 3rd team. So you definitely want to keep, you know, incorporating Kara, keep working on different healers for Zuni, maybe experiment a bit with the Pally, and just keep working on that jungle. So for sure, Enlight are in a comfortable spot, but I think they should try to solidify themselves as one of the absolute top teams here, and they have the players and the comps to do it. They just need to, you know, keep diversifying, keep theory crafting. And as far as the other teams for Europe, it's completely wide open. We got, you know, Method Black and Wildcard are pretty much safe, but if anybody else could make it or not.
It's just a completely different dynamic in the EU, and a lot of that is because of how many incredible teams have signed up. You obviously can still sign up if you're watching at home. If you want to jump in, there is a very large opening in the EU. NA does have an opening as well, though, to try to get in there, snag some of these points. If you make top 8, you do get to go into that circuit play. So when you do look at what happened in EU with those breakout performances, a lot of the points have been sponged up, which is going to make a very, very open field of play for a top 8. But this has been an incredible weekend. I think we saw some of the best series today that we have seen in a while, and I just start thinking how different next week actually could be with some of the changes coming in. How is that going to affect what we see in NA and EU? Well, we're going to have to wait until Friday. Thank you all for watching everything today. Thank you for watching us crown a champion in EU and NA. Congratulations to both of those teams. Congratulations to Wildcard Gaming, and congratulations as well to everybody over at Cloud9. You're not going to want to miss Cup number 3. It starts next Friday at 10 a.m. PT. We hope to see you there. Have a good night and have a good rest of your Sunday.